Eons ago, he swept across the heavens with a shattered sword. Millennia passed. He severed the chasm of heaven with a rusted blade. 100,000 years prior, he split the vastness with a wooden sword. Today he has returned. The heavens unite. The chasm plunges into the abyss. A multitude of paths coexist in harmony. In his quest for memories, he discovers traces of himself scattered throughout the martial world. The fearsome demonic sect that sends shivers through the populace was, astonishingly, founded by him. The temple revered by the masses was also established by his hand. Not only did he pioneer the path of the spear and the sword, but even the knife techniques of his fiercest rival were birthed from him. The most absurd revelation came one day when the 9 Empresses of the world engaged in a life-and-death battle, only for him to intervene and discover they were all his disciples, all kin. He was utterly bewildered. At this point, even he was uncertain of his own identity. He remained unaware of the events yet to unfold. Could it truly be that all of heaven and earth exists solely because of him? Chapter 1. The Supreme Mountain Master of Wen-Tian Residence. In the northern region of Dongzhou lies Wen-Tian Residence, where majestic spiritual mountains stand proud, vying with the heavens. Ethereal towers and celestial pavilions rise alongside rainbow bridges, as a symphony of birds fills the air, creating a realm of divine beauty. Dear fellow disciples, welcome to Wen-Tian Residence. We boast 24 spiritual peaks, each home to countless disciples, with myriad paths of cultivation, strength, law, spirit, and soul, offering an abundance of choices. A disciple of Wen-Tian Residence led the newly initiated apprentices through the clouds, ascending the Rainbow Bridge. Their eyes brimmed with insatiable curiosity as they gazed around. A youth exclaimed, "Pray tell, brother, which of the 24 peaks is the mightiest?" Eager ears perked up, for they naturally wished to join the strongest. "It is difficult to say," replied the elder disciple. "Each of the 24 paths possesses its strengths and weaknesses, and victories vary in the annual competitions, rendering it impossible to define who is the strongest." The young men and women felt elated as all flourished together. "Then, may I ask, brother," a timid girl asked, clutching her garment, "if we cannot discern the strongest, do we know who the weakest is?" Some wished for less pressure, yearning for a tranquil existence, content merely to ring the bells and fetch water. "Well, there is actually one peak in Wen-Tian Residence." The elder hesitated for a moment before turning and gesturing with his sleeve, revealing the towering, majestic Qing Peak that loomed above the clouds. This peak stood isolated, exuding an overwhelming presence, as if it alone could dominate the mountains and claim supremacy. All gazed upward in awe. How breathtaking! It resembles the legendary fairy mountains, ethereal and otherworldly. What a fearsome aura! Just a glance leaves me breathless. Could it be the abode of the sect master, or perhaps the celestial dwelling of some ancient ancestor? Neither. The elder disciple shook his head with a smile. "Did you not wish to know who is the weakest? This peak ranks the lowest in Wen-Tian Residence." What? Everyone was left in shock. How could this be possible? Soon, the elder continued, the ranking of each peak is determined by the overall strength of its disciples. Yet, the one who occupies this peak has no disciples beneath him, thus making it the weakest. Understanding dawned upon everyone. So that was how it was. In truth, if you were to phrase your question differently. At this point, the elder's face displayed deep resignation. It is both the weakest and the strongest, for the mightiest individual among the peaks resides upon this very mountain. Wow! The crowd's eyes sparkled with realization. So that was the case. Our mountain master is truly comparable to legend. Gazing up at the solitary peak, my senior brother's expression grew increasingly intricate. He is merely 20, yet possesses an unfathomable cultivation level. Once, he single-handedly overturned 24 peak masters, compelling even the sect leader to emerge from seclusion and personally intervene. Yet, despite this, he remained unscathed. Ultimately, it was only through the personal intervention of our venerable ancestor that this matter was resolved. As my brother's words faded, silence enveloped the crowd. How extraordinarily powerful must he be? One person against 24? Even the sect leader could not defeat him? Most astonishingly, he is not yet 20 years old. Is this even human? The eyes of the young men and women sparkled with brilliant starlight. Each had resolutely decided to become his disciple, no matter the cost. However, my brother seemed to perceive their thoughts, and with a wry smile, he said, "Do not harbor such illusions. Our mountain master possesses a reclusive nature, indifferent to worldly matters. Were it not for the kindness bestowed upon him by our ancestor, even allowing him to remain here would be but a fantasy, let alone taking on disciples." This, Everyone felt a profound sense of regret. "May I ask, senior brother?" A young girl timidly inquired, what kind of kindness could have compelled him to willingly stay here? Naturally, it was a life-saving grace, my brother reflected for a moment before slowly continuing. When our ancestor encountered the Mountain Master, he witnessed him plummeting from the heavens, akin to a meteor, and descending into an endless abyss. His aura had vanished entirely, resembling a lifeless corpse, reportedly suffering from grievous injuries. Out of compassion, our ancestor rescued him and cared for him meticulously for 3 years, expending countless rare resources and employing mystical arts to finally pull him back from the brink of death. At this point, my brother sighed. One can only wonder what formidable enemy could have inflicted such injuries upon a being as powerful as the Mountain Master, leading to such a calamitous fate. Upon awakening, he lost all memories, even forgetting his own name, which is truly lamentable. The crowd's eyes dimmed with sorrow. A young man offered consolation. Surviving such calamity surely heralds future blessings. Perhaps the Mountain Master's fortunes are about to change. Indeed, as long as he lives, there remains hope. Ah, let's hope for that. My brother waved his hand, adjusting his mood. Now, let us speak no more of this. Fellow disciples, please follow me to the hall for assessment and ranking. Everyone reluctantly shifted their gaze from the solitary mountain and departed. The Mountain Master must have been an extraordinary individual in the past. May he rediscover his memories. Meanwhile, atop that solitary mountain, the scenery was breathtaking, like a dream. A winding corridor stretched towards a tranquil courtyard, where peach blossoms danced in the wind and wind chimes swayed gently. Soft sunlight filtered through, illuminating a figure beneath the peach tree, a strikingly handsome man clad in white, with an ethereal elegance. He, with sleeves billowing, held a hoe, tending to the earth, as if engaged in a form of muscle memory that kept fatigue at bay. Even a day without tilling left him feeling unwell. His name was Malwan, given by the esteemed ancestor of Tianjiu. It implies not to inquire about the past, nor to dwell on sorrow, loneliness, or one's origins. Once, in the misty rain, all had scattered with the wind. Yet, contrary to his wishes, his head had lately begun to ache increasingly, with fragmented memories surfacing inexplicably. No matter how he tried to piece them together, he could find no answers. What do you think I was like once? And why did I fall from the heavens? Suddenly, he set down the hoe, seemingly speaking to himself. It is difficult to say. Perhaps I was a demon wreaking havoc in the world, or perhaps a divine being destined to save the masses. A voice, laden with the weight of time, resonated from all directions. In a mere blink, a figure materialized from the void, a golden-robed elder, exuding an air of celestial grace, holding a whisk. Do not seek the reasons. Past events are like smoke scattered with the wind. If you cannot recall, then let them go. You are simply Malwan now. Malwan sighed, shaking his head. But I cannot stop. This indicates your life lacks fulfillment. Spending each day with a hoe leaves your mind idle, leading to aimless thoughts. You should find something to occupy yourself, divert your attention. Yet, I have little interest in taking on disciples, Malwan replied bitterly. Moreover, my mind is a blank slate regarding cultivation. My actions rely solely on muscle memory. What merit do I possess to be their master, or to teach them anything? When did I say you should take on disciples? The elder chuckled, stroking his beard, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he tossed out an envelope. Go down the mountain for a stroll. In 3 days, there will be a gathering in Tianyong City to seek a partner. What joy it would be to have someone assist you in tilling the land every day. Malwan's eyelid twitched as he set down the hoe. Is this a task, or? Malwan, the elder interrupted, laughing heartily. If you must ask, then yes, this is a task. As a member of Tianjiu, you are obligated to comply. There is no choice. Enough, quickly throw that broken hoe away. Today, even if you argue till the heavens fall, I shall insist on sending you down the mountain. There is no room for negotiation. Malwan could only acquiesce. Fine, I will go. But let me make it clear. A forced relationship is not sweet. If I find no affinity, you must not blame me. The elder suddenly chuckled. Rest assured, I will not hold it against you. As long as you are willing to descend and explore, even if the connection fails, it matters not. Is that true? Indeed. To this, Malwan smiled faintly, clearly already formulating a plan. Chapter 2. The most beautiful woman in the world. Mo, when departed from the mountain in this manner, he meticulously disguised himself to appear diminutive and unremarkable in appearance. By doing so, he could easily be rejected, thus fulfilling his task and returning home early. 3 days later, in Tianyong City, a place where martial arts thrived and heroes gathered, The ancient stone path was bustling with practitioners. Majestic steeds roamed, and shops thrived amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Among the crowd, two individuals, ordinary in appearance, stature, and attire, were almost imperceptible. The young lady's disguise was remarkably effective, altering not only her figure and looks, but even concealing her aura, making it exceedingly difficult for those pesky pursuers to locate her. A girl with a relatively fair complexion whispered softly. Her disguise was quite ordinary, resembling that of a typical daughter from an average family. However, her companion was quite different. She was as plump as a barrel, with so much flesh on her face that her eyes were nearly obscured. With each step, the ground trembled beneath her. But who could have imagined that she was, in fact, the most beautiful woman in Tianyong City, renowned as a celestial beauty capable of bringing nations to ruin? Within the city, suitors were innumerable, ranging from royal princes to the favored disciples of sects, all fervently pursuing her, like moths drawn to a flame, consumed by love. Yet, she was more than just a pretty face. In addition to her enchanting beauty, she was among the elite, a prodigy in martial arts. This made her all the more radiant and captivating, appealing to everyone from ancient masters to young children alike. However, such fervent admiration brought her profound distress, severely disrupting her daily life, leaving her agitated and yearning for escape. Yet, bound by her father's command to attend the matchmaking conference, she resorted to this cunning ploy. After disguising herself, she intended to blend into the crowd. As long as she appeared unattractive, no one would take notice of her, thus fulfilling her father's wishes. Qing Yu's voice was as melodious as a babbling brook, stirring the heart. It was once said by a mysterious figure on the continent, "Beautiful exteriors are ubiquitous, while intriguing souls are exceedingly rare." The individuals in the city seemed cast from the same mold, insincere, arrogant, and unscrupulous, provoking disdain. The girl beside her chuckled lightly. "I wonder how one could become the ideal partner for the young lady?" "Well," Qing Yu pondered with a flutter of her eyelashes, "it matters not if he is a martial arts genius or comes from a prestigious family. What truly matters is a shared interest and a captivating soul. Most importantly, he must not be drawn to my appearance. I detest those with ulterior motives." "Huh, if that is the case, my lady may end up alone for eternity," the maid, Xianxia, analyzed earnestly. "You have mentioned that intriguing souls are rare, and given your extensive experience with people, your standards are bound to be exceedingly high. I fear it may become a case of 1 in a million, or even a billion." "Huh, the prospect of an ideal partner seems bleak." Qing Yu's round, plump face scrunched in irritation. "Humph, I will meet him eventually. It's merely a matter of fate and causality." "Is that so?" Xianxia laughed heartily, stepping back. "Even if fate were to intervene, given the current alarming appearance of the young lady, one might fear that no matter how intriguing her soul might be, it would swiftly evade capture." Qing Yuan's cherubic face shook gently. "I have not placed my hopes on this so-called matchmaking event. Perhaps, one day, I shall encounter my ideal partner. As for now, I am merely fulfilling my father's wishes." Observing the young lady's nonchalance, her maid, Shuer, felt a sense of relief. Hee, what does it matter, as long as the young lady is happy? As the two conversed, they arrived at the base of the Guantian Tower, where the matchmaking event was to take place. Although there remained a full half-hour until the opening, the area was already congested with carriages and people. A veritable sea of handsome men and beautiful women that sent shivers down one's spine. "Why are there so many people?" Qing Yuhuan exclaimed in astonishment. Her maid, Xianxia, chuckled mischievously. Perhaps they know you are coming. After all, the young lady possesses immense charm." Qing Yuhuan rolled her eyes in exasperation. In the present continent, there is a popular object known as the Tianji, which is in high demand. It is crafted from superior Tianjing stones through intricate processes, ultimately containing a complex array of formations. Users must channel their spiritual energy into it to access its myriad functions, such as the current need for photography and videography, akin to a memory spell in magical arts. The path leading to the Guantian Tower was adorned with a resplendent red carpet, flanked by throngs of people holding up their Tianji devices. Whenever a notable figure passed, beams of silver light would illuminate the surroundings, blinding the onlookers. "Damn it! When I pass by, there isn't a glimmer of light. What a bunch of snobbish individuals." One man exclaimed. "I say, brother, are you not using your brain? What does this have to do with snobbery? You are nameless and silent. Why would anyone film you?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. One who lacks ability, yet rages here, is truly worthless. Hey, you all are courting death." Someone warned. "All right, enough of this. Let us focus on the matter at hand." Rumor has it that Fairy Qing will also be present today. Do you really wish to miss her? Countless gazes suddenly brightened. If Fairy Qing were to make an appearance, this place would surely transform into eternal daylight. I have traveled 2,000 miles, braving mountains and rivers, solely to catch a glimpse of Fairy Qing's unparalleled beauty. Men, remain true to your aspirations. Love at 18, and even at 80, love at 18. If anyone can marry Fairy Qing in this life, they shall have no regrets in death. Hee hee, young lady, what are your thoughts? Amidst the crowd, Maid Schwerer playfully winked at Qing Yuan. The latter, speechless and furrowing her brow, was constantly regretting the troubles and worries brought upon her by her appearance. This only solidified her resolve to seek out an intriguing soul with whom she could share her thoughts and find solace. Suddenly, a chorus of shrieks erupted from the front, and the Tianji devices flashed blindingly. It turned out to be young Master Meng, renowned as the most handsome man in Tianyong City. Clad in azure garments reminiscent of flowing water, adorned with a jade crown that elegantly bound his hair, he approached with an unparalleled grace, his slender fingers gracefully wielding a fan. The sight rendered all the women spellbound, their hearts aflame with desire, wishing fervently to devour him alive. Oh, I'm utterly undone, melting away in his presence. If I could merely become a companion to the esteemed Meng Xiao in this lifetime, I would have no regrets, even if it meant serving as a mere maid. How dare you, wretched girl? Do you think you are worthy? Am I unworthy and you are? Dare you threaten to silence me? The altercation erupted into chaos, the scene devolving into a tumultuous fray. Observing these women quarrel over him, Meng Xiao's lips curled into a satisfied smile, reveling in their jealousy. Yet, it was a lamentable truth that despite his extraordinary beauty, he could not capture the heart of Qing Yuan, a thorn in his heart and a source of profound regret. This time, he was determined to win her over. Make way, everyone. Meng Xiao, with a countenance as refreshing as the breeze, prompted the women to swiftly clear a radiant path for him. Each time Meng Wuxin passed by, a chorus of shrieks and cries erupted, a cacophony that left the assembled men seething with impotent rage and profound embarrassment. Sometimes it seems being handsome can indeed be a currency in itself, especially when combined with strength. Such a gaggle of infatuated fools. Is that all you can do is scream? A sudden voice pierced the air, unsettling all the women present. However, upon catching sight of the newcomer, their ire dissipated instantaneously. He wore a resplendent golden robe and silver boots, his hands clasped behind his back. None other than young Master Xin Yuan, a figure as imposing as a tower, with a rugged visage that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Upon seeing him, Meng Xiao could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, akin to a scholar confronted by a warrior. Young Master Xin Yuan smiled down upon him, tauntingly. Ah, it's you again, you insipid dandy, utterly devoid of masculine charm. Surely, you do not naively believe that Qing girl would ever fancy you? Surely not. Meng Xiao chuckled in response, not angered but rather amused. Yet you, foolish tiger, might find your chances even slimmer. You may be a foolish tiger, but you are still better than an insipid dandy, young Master Xin Yuan retorted with a boisterous laugh. Let us see who Miss Qing ultimately chooses. Umph. Meng Xiao replied defiantly. We shall see about that. I must say, gentlemen, must every encounter descend into bickering? How dreadfully dull. A resounding voice echoed, and a figure emerged, tall, with flowing hair and clad in a phoenix robe, his lips curled into a charmingly wicked smile. The appearance of Zhu Xiao caused both men to change countenance. In Tianyong City, it is well known that Zhu Xiao shares the closest bond with Qing Yuan. Whispers abound that he is the one with the greatest chance of becoming her partner in the way. With a voice resonant and clear, he cautioned the two, or rather all present. I advise you all, do not invest your affections in Yu Huan any further. With me, Zhu here, you stand no chance. It would be wise to abandon your hopes and face reality sooner rather than later. Do not be so arrogant, Zhu. Xin Yuan, in a fit of rage, unleashed a terrifying wave of sound that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In stark contrast, Zhu remained composed, a nonchalant smile playing at his lips as he remarked, Since you relish in your self-indulgence, I shall not hinder you. However, there are certain things I must unveil for you. No, rather, for all of you to witness. With that, he produced from his spatial ring a handkerchief embroidered with azure and blue mandarin ducks. Even from a distance, an intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, a scent reminiscent of femininity. Zhu, utterly enraptured, pressed the handkerchief to his face and inhaled deeply. Ah, how delightful! The crowd was taken aback, their minds racing with speculation. Could it be that they had already? Countless eyes burned with fervor, thirsting for vengeance against him. Yet, Zhu remained unperturbed, intensifying his display and sighing. This object is merely a token of affection. Alas, I possess other treasures yet to be revealed, but these are rather inconvenient. Perhaps it is best to let them remain concealed. A chill of despair swept through the hearts of the onlookers. Was it truly so? Unbeknownst to them, Qing Huan was amidst the throng, her teeth clenched and her heart seething with indignation. This scoundrel spoke such outrageous fabrications, tarnishing her name. She could scarcely contain her fury, yearning to confront him immediately. Chapter 3. The encounter between beauty and celestial beings beneath the observing sky pavilion. Mo arrived just in time to witness these extraordinary individuals embroiled in a contest of rivalry over a single woman. His curiosity piqued. He pondered what manner of enchanting beauty could captivate them so thoroughly, driving them to such fervent madness. Would he, too, succumb to such infatuation? As time passed, the crowd swelled, and shrieks of astonishment rang out intermittently, jarring to the senses. Men and women alike gathered, their gazes filled with admiration, jealousy, and adoration. As they congregated in the waiting area, meanwhile, the onlookers clenched their fists, silently vowing that one day they, too, would bask in such radiant glory. As half an hour slipped by, the observing sky pavilion finally opened its doors. Yet, the anticipated arrival of Qing Huan remained elusive, stirring anxiety among the masses. Could it be that she would not grace them with her presence? A collective gasp echoed in the hearts of many, as 9/10 of the assembled men had come solely for her. Without her, what significance would this gathering hold? Contrarily, the women present felt a surge of delight, secretly wishing for her absence or even her permanent disappearance. Goodness, if she does not come, will my journey be in vain? Yet, they reassured themselves that this matchmaking event was initiated by the Tiangong Pavilion, and the invitation was not to be disregarded. Perhaps she has slipped in through a back entrance? The crowd's eyes brightened with the possibility. They hastily ascended the observing sky pavilion in search of Qing Huan. My lady, shall we not enter as well? Inside the observing sky pavilion, the ambience was resplendent, vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands. Mo1, who preferred solitude over the clamor of crowds, found a quiet corner to await the commencement of the matchmaking convention. Meanwhile, the attendees searched in vain for the enchanting figure of Qing Huan, who, it was evident, had not arrived. A profound sense of heartbreak enveloped the gathering. Ahem, esteemed guests, please take your seats, intoned an elderly gentleman clad in crimson. His hair and beard a striking silver. He ascended the stage and boldly declared, "First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. This year's matchmaking convention will deviate from previous traditions. We shall employ a lottery system for pairing, allowing fate to dictate the unions that shall unfold." This revelation sparked intrigue among the audience. It was indeed a commendable idea. Had participants been allowed to choose, the likelihood of repeated selections would have been unfair for many. However, the absence of Qing Huan naturally quelled any dissenting opinions. The lottery commenced, pairing participants in twos, a process that consumed nearly the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. At last, the groupings were finalized. Mo1 drew a partner, a youthful maiden garb in green, her eyes bright and spirited. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, standing tall and poised, perhaps a future beauty capable of captivating nations. Upon noticing the unremarkable Mo1, a flicker of disappointment flashed in her eyes, casting a shadow over her demeanor. After taking her seat, she produced a device to capture images, offering not a word in conversation. Mo1, equally disinterested in engaging, allowed time to pass in silence. Eventually, it seemed that the girl in green could no longer endure the quiet and finally spoke. "You seem unfamiliar. You are not from this region, are you?" Mo1 nodded, confirming his origins from the countryside. A hint of disdain crept into her gaze. "Without spiritual essence, you are merely immortal?" "Indeed," he replied. Her expression soured further. "What your family? Are they of noble lineage?" Mo1 shook his head. "We are impoverished, struggling to meet basic needs." Her brow furrowed at this revelation, her voice losing all warmth. "I am curious how you received an invitation. With your unremarkable status, how could you possibly be summoned?" Mo1 pondered briefly before responding. "I am here on behalf of my cousin, merely to partake in the festivities and broaden my horizons. The maiden crossed her arms, her arrogance becoming increasingly evident. Let me ask you, do you wish to know the value of a spirit stone? Immortal shook his head. I have no desire to know. You, she exclaimed, narrowing her eyes at him before setting her device aside. Even if you do not wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Listen closely. 1,000 copper coins equal 1 silver coin. 1,000 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins equal 1 spirit stone. Immortal smiled faintly. So, what is it that you wish to convey? The maiden glared at him, her demeanor fierce. What I wish to convey is that we inhabit entirely different worlds. Do not waste your efforts on me, and do not harbor any illusions, as it will only amplify your suffering. Immortal responded with a simple "Oh." "Oh," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her teeth clenched. What do you mean by "oh"? Immortal remarked, indicating his acquiescence to her statement. So, I suppose I have failed to establish a connection, have I? The young girl chuckled lightly. What do you think? Well then, may I take my leave now? As she spoke, Immortal rose to depart, clearly not seeking the other's opinion. This audacity infuriated the young girl. What right did such an ordinary person possess to exude such confidence? Moreover, it seemed that throughout their interaction, he held the reins, which greatly displeased her. Stop right there. You shall not leave. Immortal turned back nonchalantly. Is there something else? The girl insisted irrationally. I have suddenly changed my mind. The connection is not over, and you shall not go. Oh, Immortal responded, returning to his seat. I am quite busy. If you have inquiries, please articulate them all at once to avoid wasting our time. You. The girl trembled with indignation. Throughout her life, countless men had circled around her, showering her with affection and adoration. Yet this man, devoid of charm or prowess, had no reason to act so brazenly. What emboldened him to behave without fear? How utterly infuriating. Just then, a commotion erupted at a distant table, drawing everyone's attention. A handsome man in a yellow robe slammed his palm on the table and bellowed. I refuse to accept this fat woman. I demand a replacement. Opposite him, Xianxia remained unfazed, her heart secretly reveling as her plan finally came to fruition. She could finally return home. However, the elderly man in red approached, shaking his head. Fate is ordained by the heavens. It cannot be defied. But to make me face this pig, do you not think that is the utmost cruelty? The man in yellow shouted, pointing at Xianxia. The crowd gasped, indeed. It was cruel, yet who could blame him for his misfortune in drawing such a dreadful lot? As the man in yellow found himself at an impasse, suddenly, the young girl in green beside him leapt up, exclaiming, I wish to change too. She had no desire to remain seated with such a useless individual, let alone form a connection with him. The man in yellow's eyes widened. Was this not the very person he had longed for? Huang Chun, the young lady of the Huang family? The girl, Huang Chun, gazed at him with enchanting eyes and a softened voice, calling out, Brother Feng. Ha, Chunia. I did not expect to see you here. The resolve of the young man in yellow to change partners grew even stronger. The elderly man in red sighed. Are you both certain you wish to forfeit this rare opportunity? Are you certain you will not regret it later? Without hesitation, they nodded vigorously, as if pecking at rice. Was there really any need for confirmation? Regret was out of the question. That notion was simply laughable. The man in yellow fell to his knees, pleading, Elder Hong, I beseech you, grant me mercy and liberate me from this ocean of despair. Though the woman clad in green harbored discontent in her heart, she found it imperative to change her position. You all. Old Master Hong fell silent. The two preferred to kneel in supplication rather than forge a bond. Alas, it is what it is. Let us proceed with the exchange of positions. Very well. Hooray. Both the man in the yellow robe and the young woman in green exclaimed in delight. Before Huang Chun switched places, she cast a triumphant glance at Immortal. Farewell, ordinary person. To her surprise, he paid her no mind, which further infuriated her. In this moment, lovers finally united, allowing the woman, who had grown as rotund as a pig, to pair with this rather unremarkable man, thus commencing a new chapter of fate. Chapter 4. The flower blooms solely for him. By a twist of fate, Mo1 and Xianxia found themselves seated at the same table. The two remained silent, perhaps already thoroughly disillusioned with one another during this brief interlude. However, what astonished Xianxia was that everyone present regarded her as if she were a harbinger of plague, avoiding her with utmost disdain. Even those with deep cunning, who managed to conceal their true feelings, could not entirely mask their negative aura. Yet, The man before her possessed eyes that were remarkably clear, devoid of any trace of negativity, leaving her utterly astounded. If such clarity resided in a weathered elder, it would be understandable. Yet this individual was merely in his youth, a mortal like any other, which rendered her utterly perplexed and flabbergasted. Instinctively, she inquired, "Do you not find me detestable?" And Moen turned his gaze toward her. "Why would I detest you?" Qin Yuhuan appeared taken aback. "Is that even a question? Because I am both fat and unattractive?" Montak Vane chuckled. "What does that have to do with me? How can it not?" Qin Yuhuan replied helplessly. "I am your destined partner, a gift from the heavens. Do you not feel disappointed?" Montak Vane smeeded. "So, you imply that I should rise in protest and cry out for change?" Qin Yuhuan's lashes fluttered as she paused momentarily. "Shouldn't you?" Moen shook his head. "You just stated that this is a gift from the heavens. Why act against fate?" Qin Yuhuan burst into laughter. "I never expected you to believe in destiny." Moen replied, "I previously did not." As Qin Yuhuan supported her round face with her delicate hand, the conversation grew increasingly animated. She realized that this man before her was indeed quite unlike others, carefree and fearless. Curiosity piqued, she tentatively asked, "Do you think Qin Yuhuan is beautiful? What do you think of her?" Moen shook his head. "I have never seen her." Qin Yuhuan felt a twinge of urgency. "Then let me rephrase the question. If she were seated across from you, would you still maintain such nonchalance?" "That is hard to say," Moen contemplated. "Perhaps yes. Perhaps no. One must meet her to know. And perhaps, without that spark of attraction, even beauty is of no consequence." Qin Yuhuan remained noncommittal. In everyday life, those talented individuals surrounding her are all strikingly handsome and exceptionally charming. However, she finds herself utterly indifferent to them, perhaps lacking merely a spark of attraction. "What is your name?" Moen asked, casting a glance in her direction. When seeking answers to personal inquiries, one must first learn to share oneself. Qin Yuhuan gritted her teeth, for no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. "Soon, you shall know who I am, and it will startle you. My name is Xianxia. May I ask yours?" "Li San." "Not bad, quite memorable." After a moment of contemplation, she posed her final question, "What kind of man do you think is most appealing to women?" Without hesitation, Moen replied, "Wealthy, handsome, noble, and powerful." Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Qin Yuhuan. That unique feeling she began to fade significantly. Nevertheless, she decided to give him a chance. "Do you believe women are so superficial?" "You are mistaken." Moen shook his head. "No woman truly dislikes these 4 attributes." "No," Qin Yuhuan immediately refuted. "You are mistaken. I do not require any of these 4. Is that so?" Moen regarded her with a meaningful glance. "Perhaps it is simply because you already possess these 4 qualities. In other words, you do not need them." Qin Yuhuan's eyelashes fluttered, her expression one of astonishment. It dawned on her, wealthy, handsome, noble, and powerful men abound in Tianyong City, yet she finds none appealing. Indeed, her lack of need renders her indifferent. In truth, this is not superficiality. Moen continued. Ultimately, it is a transformation. In esoteric terms, it signifies an elevation of one's realm, and naturally, aspirations evolve. Qin Yuhuan was completely taken aback. How could every word he uttered possess such depth, leaving her speechless? "Last question, what type of woman do you prefer?" Moen pondered for a moment. "If I must choose, an interesting woman." "Oh." Qin Yuhuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "Du elaboraci." "That is for you to determine." "For me to determine?" Qin Yuhuan felt perplexed. Moen smiled. "Essentially, what you seek is what I desire." Qin Yuhuan was utterly stunned. She even hesitated to meet his gaze, doubting whether he had already known her identity. Otherwise, why would he express such sentiments? Amidst their engaging conversation, a commotion erupted at a nearby table. It was none other than young Master Zhu, young Master Xianyuan, and the most handsome man in Tianyong City, young Master Meng. "Zhu, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said. See if I don't take you down." Young Master Zhu shrugged nonchalantly. "What I have said is entirely true. Why bother with this?" That night, Yuhuan nestled in my embrace, love flowing like water. I kissed her fair cheek, savoring the fragrance of her ethereal form. How wondrous it was. "You speak nonsense. You insolent fool." Even a handsome Meng Xiao is enraged now. The flames of jealousy burn fiercely within him, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, as he prepares to unleash his power, threatening to ignite a fierce battle. The crowd, witnessing this, hastily disperses, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Such a level of conflict is beyond their capacity to engage, and they scurry away as far as possible. Just as the chaos seems poised to erupt, an unattractive plump girl suddenly rises, exclaiming, "Zhu Tianpeng, our acquaintance is mere superficiality. We have only met once during my father's grand birthday celebration. How can you speak such absurdities? You are truly a petty person." Everyone turned to the source of this proclamation, nearly retching at her grotesque appearance. "Who invited you to speak, you wretched girl? What nonsense are you uttering? Why does this person crave attention so desperately? Truly, the ugly often cause trouble for themselves. How dare she directly address young Master Zhu by name? Who will teach her a lesson?" The surroundings buzzed with noise, yet some individuals wore expressions of grave concern. Among them, Zhu Xiao's demeanor was particularly strained. Uncertain, he inquired, "Who are you exactly?" "You'll find out," Qing Yuehuan said, gently tapping her abdomen. With a soft sound, she deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly transforming into a figure of delicate grace, soft and ethereal beyond belief. "What is happening?" A gasp escaped the crowd as Qing Yuehuan tore off the pigskin mask from her face. In an instant, the world seemed to shift. Her silken hair billowed like smoke. Time stood still, and a captivating fragrance wafted through the air, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, breathtaking and flawless, shocking the mundane world. She radiated celestial elegance. Her silhouette like a painting, as if divine light had burst forth, illuminating her sanctity in a dreamlike apparition. So stunning, incredibly breathtaking, beauty that takes one's breath away, beauty that leads one into oblivion. It felt as though they were immersed in a dream, hearts trembling with astonishment. "What? This is Qing Yuehuan." Who would have thought that the wretchedly overweight girl was actually Qing Yuehuan? The crowd's regret was palpable, their faces paling in realization, recalling their earlier cruel taunts and scorn. Using the most venomous words against her, they now discovered that their long-desired fairy, Qing Yuehuan, stood before them. Their hearts felt as though they might burst. It is over. Utterly finished. This is retribution. Oh my goodness, what have I done? Yet at that moment, no one could fathom the feelings of one individual. The man in the yellow robe who had, just moments ago, pleaded vehemently, seeking to change places, known as Brother Phone. Remembering his harsh words earlier, he now truly felt the weight of his actions. With a thud, he knelt down, like a soulless husk, devoid of the essence of life. Qing Yuehuan strode towards the three young masters, Xianyuan, Zhu, and Meng, with a countenance both furious and resolute. Her enchanting, frosty gaze fixed upon Zhu Xiao as if she were regarding a mere corpse. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to clarify to all present. I, Qing Yuehuan, share no relationship with this individual. Our connection is merely one of spiritual affinity. We are practically strangers. As for his claims, they are nothing but fabrications and nonsense. Were it not for my regard for my aunt's family, I would have long since taken up my sword and rendered you to pieces. So consider your actions wisely and refrain from provoking me further." With her powerful declaration, Qing Yuehuan turned and departed, disregarding the astonishment of the onlookers. She gracefully returned to her place, a radiant smile illuminating her face, causing the world to pale in comparison and the icy barriers to melt away. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Qing Yuehuan, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Instantly, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Chapter 5. The name Li San sparks citywide excitement. In the face of Qing Yuehuan's abrupt self-introduction, had it been anyone else, they would have traversed a journey from confusion to shock, then to ecstatic joy, followed by a series of exaggerated reactions. After all, the surprise was monumental, especially as the remarkably unappealing figure of a plump girl transformed instantaneously into an ethereal beauty, the stark contrast undoubtedly striking. However, for Mo1, a frown creased his brow. He was not fond of such attention, and this act thrust him into the limelight, making him the target of scorn and derision. As anticipated, he soon felt the piercing gazes of the crowd, laden with hostility, as if they sought to tear him apart. The flames of rage, jealousy, and envy blazed fiercely, the searing heat threatening to consume him entirely. Who is he? How could this be? Someone growled under their breath, filled with resentment. A more composed individual remarked with disdain. Perhaps he has indulged too much in delicacies and wishes to sample a meager fare. Why should I concede? Why should I, a distinguished martial genius from a prestigious lineage, be bested by such an ordinary mortal? Step aside, Xianyuan shouted, his voice reverberating as he charged forward. his gaze toward Mo when brimming with lethal intent, ready to strike at any moment. Trembling with rage, he demanded of Qin Yuan, "On what grounds do you choose a worthless mortal over me? If this is merely to provoke me, congratulations. Your aim is achieved. I am furious, and I feel the urge to kill." Zhu Xiao approached with a sigh, saying, "Miss Qing, let us converse civilly. There is no need for such agitation. While I acknowledge my faults, there is no need for you to resort to these measures to vex me." Meng Xiao also approached, unabashedly scrutinizing Mo one from head to toe before ultimately directing his attention to Qin Yuan. "While we can understand your anger, it is imperative that you do not jeopardize your lifelong happiness. Everything should be discussed once your temper has subsided. We are here for you. Indeed, we all comprehend your feelings, and it is crucial that you refrain from acting impulsively." Even those around began to offer their counsel. "We will not pressure you further. Please do not act foolishly. Enough." A chilling aura suddenly swept through the room, silencing everyone. One by one, they gradually regained their composure, realizing who stood before them. "My choices are my own and do not concern you." Qin Yuan's voice was colder than ever. Her clear and enchanting eyes, directed at everyone, reflected an unprecedented disappointment, even disdain. "First, this is my personal matter, and it is not for you to meddle in. Second, I have never held a grudge against anyone. I'm not so childish. Third, I have repeatedly asked you not to waste your time on me. If you insist on doing so, I cannot stop you. But please do not interfere in my life. Fourth, I have never harbored feelings for anyone, nor have I ever made demands of anyone. We share no relationship and shall not in the future." These words had been bottled up within Qin Yuan for far too long, and it felt liberating to finally express them. It was as if time itself had frozen. When she spoke, countless hearts shattered. Xian Yuan Gongzi inhaled deeply, his body trembling with rage, pointing at Mo with indignation. "So all of this is for him? Not for anyone. For myself." Qin Yuan replied coldly. "Do you know what the women in the city say about me behind my back? They call me a vixen, a worthless harlot. But what have I done wrong? What have I done? I have done nothing at all. Sometimes, I truly wish to destroy this facade. What has it brought me? Only immense distress and discomfort. I am utterly exhausted." As she spoke, Qin Yuan cast a cold glance at everyone. "If there is nothing further, please return to your seats and allow this gathering to continue. I thank you all." With that, she returned to her seat, disregarding everyone. Although the crowd felt heartbroken, they had no choice but to relent, silently vowing to remember this ordinary man, and when the opportunity arose, to make him pay. Xian Yuan Gongzi, Zhu Xiao, and Meng Xiao exchanged glances, sighing heavily as they returned to their seats. They unanimously believed that Qin Yuan was merely sulking. Women are often like this. Let her cool off for now. The gathering resumed, yet the atmosphere was devoid of joy, with all eyes burning with intense focus on the table in the northwest corner, as if they could ignite flames with their gazes. Particularly, the woman in green, Huang Chun Chun, found herself envious, despite the black-clad man appearing unremarkable. However, she quickly chuckled at herself. Why should she feel jealousy? Is jealousy truly blinding Qin Yuan? Even if given another chance, she would still fail to regard this good-for-nothing. Not only is he useless, but his appearance is also rather ordinary. Does he even match up? Indifferent to the gazes of those around her, Qin Yuan rested her delicate hand against her fragrant cheek, her stunning beauty captivating as she faced Mo1, revealing a faint smile that was utterly enchanting. "My apologies. I must have startled you just now," Mo1 remarked with a gentle smile. "Perhaps a little," she admitted, leaning slightly closer. "What do you think of me?" Mo1 chuckled softly. "You are quite beautiful." Qin Yuan's smile blossomed further. "Do you like me?" "A little," he replied. "A little?" Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Montauk Vane nodded. "Just a little." Qin Yuan retorted. "What does a little even mean?" Mo1 shook his head. "It's hard to say. There is certainly some fondness, but it is far from being love." TSK. She shot him a glare, pondering for a moment before suddenly asking, "If 10 were the highest score, what would you rate me?" Without hesitation, Mo1 replied, 758. "Huh?" Qin Yuan felt a twinge of disbelief, her long lashes fluttering as she gazed intently at him. "And what score would you give the most beautiful woman you have ever seen?" Mo1 shook his head. "Currently, you hold the highest score." "Huh?" Qin Yuan's heart swelled with joy as she gently pinched her flawless cheek, realizing that for a mere mortal like him, he likely had never encountered a woman as beautiful as she. Yet, upon further reflection, she wondered, if that is the case, shouldn't I be a perfect 10? What basis did you use to determine your score? Intuition, he replied. Intuition? Qin Yuhuan was taken aback. Without a point of reference, how could you possess intuition? Perhaps it is more instinctual, he suggested. Oh, she regarded him with a curious expression. Is this how you typically converse with women? Mo Wen raised his gaze to the distant figure of a woman clad in green named Huang Chunshan. Aside from her, you are the second. Qin Yuhuan stared directly into his eyes, and suddenly she burst into laughter, her beauty shining even brighter. Oh, do continue to boast. I refuse to believe that you have only spoken to 2 women in your life. Even if I include your mother, that still makes 3. Montag vien Schulget. Believe it or not, I speak nothing but the truth. All right, if you say so, Qin Yuhuan retorted playfully, rolling her eyes. She then shifted the conversation. What hobbies do you indulge in? For instance, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, or perhaps exploring nature. This encompassed all the activities Qin Yuhuan could conceive that a mortal might find interesting. However, Mo Wen shook his head. I don't have much interest in anything. If I were to claim anything, I suppose tilling the land counts? Tilling the land? Qin Yuhuan was momentarily taken aback. What does that entail? Montag vien explained. It involves using a hoe to turn over the soil. Qin Yuhuan expressed her curiosity. So you enjoy farming? Mo Wen shook his head. Indeed, I have not. For I am merely accustomed to digging into the earth, ceaselessly, as if guided by some unseen force. An unseen guidance? Qin Yuhuan found this notion intriguing and pondered deeply. Could it be that there is something buried beneath the ground? Is that why you instinctively dig? Little did she know that her casual remark sent a shiver through Mo Wen's heart, though he quickly regained his composure. In that case, it would merely be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, especially since I do not even know what it is that I seek. He chuckled lightly, reasoning, you might consider whether there is something you have desired recently. Perhaps your subconscious is in search of it. Mo Wen attempted to reflect, but suddenly a sharp pain pierced his head, akin to needles and swords, rendering him unable to think, and cold sweat streamed down his brow. Qin Yuhuan, noticing the anguish on his face, turned pale and hastily inquired, Li San, are you all right? I am fine, I'm fine, Mo Wen reassured her, clutching his head until the pain subsided somewhat. He sighed and shook his head. It seems I do not know what I am searching for. Perhaps it is a treasure? Qin Yuhuan mused for a long while. By the way, could it be located in a cave, a tomb, or an underground palace? I do not know. You are quite fortunate. Qin Yuhuan's eyelashes fluttered. Not long ago, near the Xianxia Valley in the west, a mysterious energy fluctuation was detected, likely indicating a relic. My family has dispatched a talisman master to investigate, and we shall receive news shortly. If it is indeed so, I can take you along. Mo Wen felt a flicker of excitement. Perhaps this was not the answer he sought, yet it did not deter him from wanting to go. State your conditions, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Qin Yuhuan shot him a glance. What a simpleton. If there are no conditions, it need not trouble you. Oh, come now. Qin Yuhuan replied, at a loss for words, quickly devising a proposal. How about this? I shall teach you how to cultivate. All you need to reach is the mortal stage. No, the ordinary stage will suffice. The path of cultivation is divided into stages. Ordinary, human, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven, each with 9 tiers. As long as you can attain the ordinary stage, such a condition is practically a gift. However, Mo Wen, being utterly ignorant of cultivation, did not overthink it and readily agreed. Let us exchange our celestial numbers. Just then, Qin Yuhuan realized something and smacked her forehead. Yes. As a mere mortal, you cannot infuse spiritual power nor utilize celestial numbers. She could only retrieve paper and pen from her storage ring, jotting down her celestial number, preparing to depart. Before leaving, she asked, would you like to hear my assessment of you? Mo Wen gently shook his head. I do not wish to. Even if you do not want to hear it. I shall still tell you. Qin Yuhuan scrutinized Mo Wen from head to toe, adopting a sage-like demeanor. As for your soul, I shall reluctantly grant you a score of 75, 8 out of 100. As for your appearance. At this, Qin Yuhuan's lips curved into a faint smile, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Though fair-skinned, alas, your head is rather small, giving an impression of frailty. Moreover, if only you were a tad more handsome, though you're not ugly now, giggle. Mo Wen shrugged and chuckled. Our bodies and features are bestowed by our parents. I am powerless to change my fate. Well then, I shall take my leave. See you in 3 days. With that, Qin Yuhuan gracefully rose and departed, resembling a beautiful, joyful butterfly. As everyone beheld the lingering smile upon her visage, their hearts ached profoundly. Heavens, are you blind? What ground do you have for this? Of course, as Qin Yuan left, she did not forget to issue a warning. Whoever dares to harm even a single hair on him shall find themselves at odds with me, Qin Yuan, and my family. Upon hearing her words, the crowd's hearts ached even more. Each one thought to themselves that time was on their side. Let this young man depart. They could deal with him later. Although there remained over an hour until the conclusion of the bonding ceremony, the crowd had long lost their interest and began to disperse. Not long after their departure, the events that unfolded within the Tianji Pavilion spread like wildfire throughout Tianyong City. Instantly, millions of young men erupted in chaos, akin to the Yellow River in flood, uncontrollable and rampant. Subsequently, an intense investigation into this Li San ensued, relentless in its pursuit of the truth. Even the young masters of the Xianyuan, Zhu, and Meng clans personally ascended the Tianji Pavilion, swearing to seek clarity. However, the Tianji Pavilion refused to see anyone, revealing no information whatsoever. This left the three young masters nearly choking with rage. Very well, if she, Qin Yuan, enjoys such a spectacle, we shall partake as well. Thus, a wave of imitation of Li San surged throughout the city, with everyone striving to be as ordinary or as extravagant as they could manage. Chapter 6. No one may enter, save for Li San. Mo when returned to his abode, the Asking Sky residence, atop the solitary mountain. How is it? What are your reflections from your descent? Did you find your destined partner? Not at all, Mo when shook his head. However, I did encounter Qin Yuan, rumored to be the most beautiful maiden in Tianyong City. What? The old man's eyes widened in astonishment as he hurried to Mo wen's side. You encountered Qin Yuan? Is that surprising? Surprising? It's beyond mere surprise. The old man suddenly sank to the ground, gesticulating wildly. He then proceeded to elaborate on the vastness of Tianyong City, its population, and the multitude vying for Qin Yuan's affection. In essence, he was conveying the lofty status of Qin Yuan and the brilliance of the aura that surrounded her. You've done well, lad. To descend the mountain and encounter such a significant romantic prospect is no small feat yet. The old man paused, considering, it makes sense. With your extraordinary appearance and grace, encountering Qin Yuan seems fitting. Rather, she ought to feel fortunate. However, a thought struck the old man, causing him to scratch his head in confusion. But wait, I haven't heard your tale. Instead, it is a lad named Li San who has captured all the attention. Now, who in Tianyong City isn't talking about him? Wait. The elder smacked his forehead, puffed his cheeks, and rolled up his sleeves, exclaiming, you rascal. Could that Li San be you? Mo when instinctively touched his nose. He had not revealed his true appearance during this descent from the mountain, primarily for the sake of assessing the safety of the Wentiangju. Bah, how pretentious. The elder's face twisted in irritation. You simply wish to brush this off, deliberately appearing unkempt so you can hastily conclude your task. However, discussing this now is futile. He hastily inquired, but wait, if you presented yourself in such an unsightly manner, how did you encounter Qin Yuan? Mo when recounted the events, and the elder, realizing the situation, slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. You clever lad. What a masterful ploy of feigning weakness to ensnare. This woman, having indulged in the finest delicacies, finds you uniquely different as you do not cater to her whims. Thus she cannot resist your allure. That is not the case, Mo when shook his head. I had no intention of manipulation. I was merely being dismissive. The elder's eyes widened. All right. It was manipulation, if that pleases you. Mo one, feeling resigned, suddenly recollected something, his expression turning serious. In our exchange, her words have indeed enlightened me. He then shared with the elder the possibility of unearthing something significant. The elder, however, was uninterested and waved his hand dismissively. Enlightened? Nonsense. I forbid you from going anywhere. From this day forth, you shall remain on the mountain, no exceptions. Mo fell silent for a long while. Yet, evasion is never a solution, and I cannot escape. The elder fell into a profound silence, his expression hardening. Are you so eager to uncover the past? Montag wen Zeitsoftly. It is not my desire. It is something that compels me, leaving me no choice. The elder gazed at him, words unspoken. 1,000 sentiments transformed into a single sigh. Very well, do as you wish, but be forewarned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Do not harbor regrets. Perhaps Mo chuckled upwards. If life were devoid of regrets, how much sorrow would that entail? The elder offered no response and turned to leave. Suddenly recalling something, He pivoted and said, I can grant you this, but you must agree to one condition. Speak. 3 months hence, at the master apprenticeship ceremony, you must attend and take on disciples. Montag vien hesitatet. The elder shot him a glare. If you refuse, then we shall discuss nothing further. Mo clenched his fists, pondering deeply before finally nodding faintly. Ha ha, you have said it. Do not go back on your word. The elder laughed heartily as he departed, as if he had anticipated this all along. Mo was left speechless. Having agreed, he resigned himself to the situation. 3 days later, the Qing family, one of the 4 great families of Tianyong City, boasted a rich heritage and an abundance of skilled practitioners, coupled with the formidable allure wielded by Qing Yuan. The Qing family overshadowed the other 3 clans, reigning supreme in the vast expanse of Tianyong City, a position unchallenged to this day. However, the terrifying charisma of Qing Yuan had caused quite a stir, and many had been lost in the gathering 3 days prior. Some had completely lost hope since that day, particularly when recalling Qing Yuan's heart-wrenching words. The deeper the love, the sharper the hate. Yet, the majority remained undeterred. They believed that Qing Yuan was simply acting out of anger, and that such folly was to be expected. Perhaps, in a few days, the tempest would pass. Before the Qing residence, throngs of people gathered, if not 1,000, then certainly 8,000, each one awaiting the appearance of Qing Yuan, yearning for resolution. In response, the Qing family had dispatched 5,000 silver-armored guards and 1,000 gold-armored ones, standing vigilant and prepared for any eventuality. At that moment, a confident young man clad in azure approached the gates of the Qing estate, recognized by all as the holy son of the Azure Dragon sect. The eldest son of the Wang family, he was promptly given passage. Young Master Wang, please convey a message to Qing Yuan. Tell her we will always stand by her. With a disdainful sneer, Wang Xiao dismissed them, causing the faces of his interlocutors to flush with indignation. As he strode toward the entrance, his path was abruptly blocked by a glimmering spear, its cold light piercing the air. A leader clad in black armor approached, exuding an imposing aura. Halt! This is the Qing family's residence. No one outside our family may enter. Wang Xiao, taken aback, pointed to himself with a grin. Do you dare obstruct me? Do you know who I am? Regardless of who you are, the leader replied, his voice growing faint, as long as you are not of the Qing family. Entry is forbidden. You. Wang Xiao inhaled deeply, suppressing his wrath. You lackey, go inform your superior that the holy son of the Azure Dragon sect, Wang Xiaotian, son of the Wang family, has come to pay his respects. Yet the leader remained unmoved, ignoring him entirely. This only fueled Wang Xiao's fury, particularly when he heard laughter from behind. He roared, You dare defy me? I am of the Wang family. If you do not report this, can you bear the consequences? The leader cast a cold glance at him, his voice chilling. Should you not depart, I will have no choice but to escort you out. You dare. Wang Xiao was ready to strike, but suddenly, rumble. The spear shot forth like a dragon, slicing through the air, and in an instant, it grazed past him, severing a few strands of his hair. He stumbled back in terror, collapsing to the ground, prompting peals of laughter from the onlookers, leaving him utterly humiliated. Watch yourself, gatekeeper. You will regret this. Wang Xiao spat defiantly before leaving, which only elicited more laughter. No one dared approach again, and it seemed that even if Xian Yuan, Zhu, and Meng, the 3 esteemed young masters, were to arrive, they would be of no consequence. As fate would have it, just as they were spoken of, Meng Xiao made his entrance, inciting an uproar of gasps from the crowd, the sound deafening as he gracefully waved his crimson fan, leisurely approaching the gates of the Qing residence. This time, the demeanor of the guards was noticeably more lenient than before, and they refrained from drawing their weapons. This indicates the esteemed status of young Master Meng. The leader promptly bowed and clasped his hands, saying, Young Master Meng, please hold on. My master has decreed that for the time being, no one is to be admitted. Oh, young Master Meng narrowed his eyes. Does this mean that I, Meng, am also included in this no one? The leader lowered his head and clasped his fists once more. I am merely carrying out my master's orders. Please do not hold it against me. Young Master Meng clenched his fist tightly within his sleeve. I shall ask again. May I enter? With so many eyes upon him, he was determined to gain entry. However, the leader's attitude grew increasingly frosty. If young Master Meng continues in this manner, we will be compelled to act impolitely. You. Young Master Meng's anger turned to a mocking smile. Very well, very well. Splendidly done. But even if I am not allowed to enter, surely I can wait here? The leader replied, "Of course, please feel free." With a huff, young Master Meng flicked his sleeve and left in displeasure. Upon witnessing this, everyone hurriedly made way, clearing a path and quickly vacating the pavilion in the center. At that moment, all present could not help but sigh inwardly. If even young Master Meng was barred from entry, who else could possibly gain access? Perhaps no one. Alas, it seemed that the Qing family was resolutely refusing to see anyone. In truth, this was somewhat reassuring, as it provided a sense of balance. After all, if someone as remarkable as young Master Meng was denied, surely no one else could enter. Haha, indeed. Knowing that no one can meet them brings me a sense of equilibrium. However, just as the crowd began to feel a sense of relief, a seemingly unremarkable man clad in black gradually approached the gates of a Qing residence. Everyone paused in surprise. Some laughed derisively, saying, "Look, here comes another blind fool. And a simpleton at that." Others chimed in, "What gives? Does he think he can come here like everyone else? Is he seeking attention?" One jested, "If he manages to get in, I will use my head as a chamber pot for you all. How about that?" At this, most of the crowd erupted in laughter. Yet, a small number of observers found it impossible to join in. Their faces stiffened in terror, as if they had encountered something dreadful. Though others did not recognize the man, they were all too familiar with him. He was ordinary, unremarkable, yet ever since the moment of the Alliance gathering, everyone had remembered him distinctly. As Mo, when arrived at the gate, he was intercepted by the guards. Anticipating this, he cupped his hands and said, "Excuse me. Please inform them that I am Li San, here to seek Qing Yuan." Instantly, someone behind him burst into laughter, braying like a pig. "Ha ha ha, Li San, I'm DC." Another echoed, "Indeed, who does he think he is? A mere mundane without spiritual essence, daring to approach the Qing family? Is this truly where he belongs? So ordinary, yet so confident. Surely he does not truly believe that the unparalleled beauty, Qing Yuan, can be seen by anyone simply because they wish to?" Ha ha! Laughter erupted in the scene. However, amidst the mirth, some individuals suddenly found themselves unable to smile any longer. The name Li San resonated with an unsettling familiarity, as if it lingered in their memories. Suddenly, someone slapped their forehead in realization. Indeed, it was the very person who had introduced himself at the previous gathering. The one with whom Qing Yuan had engaged in lively conversation. None other than Li San. A hushed silence enveloped the crowd, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their hearts racing. It was not just them. Even the guards of the Qing family were taken aback. The leader's demeanor shifted as he hastily clasped his hands and said, "Young master, please wait a moment. I shall inform the young lady at once." Chapter 7. This Li San is no ordinary individual. In the suffocating silence, Meng Xiao approached Li San, clasping his hands and greeting with a smile. "Young Master Li, it is a pleasure to meet you again. You truly possess an extraordinary presence, and your features suggest a destiny of great wealth and nobility. Surely, you are of the true dragon lineage." Instantly, everyone discerned the sarcasm laced within his words, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intriguing. Mo, disinterested, cast a fleeting glance at him. "Is there something you require?" "Indeed, there is." Meng Xiao rubbed his hands together, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. "May I inquire how young Master Li managed to win the affections of Miss Qing? I would be most grateful if you could impart some wisdom to me." All ears perked up, eagerly awaiting the response. Mo shook his head lightly. "I have not sought anyone's favor. You have misunderstood." Meng Xiao burst into laughter, waving his hand dismissively. "Young brother Li, you jest. If it were not for some mysterious means employed by you, how could the world's most beautiful woman harbor such increased affection for you?" A cold smirk spread across the crowd. Meng Xiao had made it clear that he was accusing Li San of being despicable and shameless, employing underhanded tactics. After all, what else could explain the attention he received from Qing Yuan? Feeling the burning gazes upon him, one could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. "So, this is the excuse you've concocted for your own failures? I never expected such a base rationale from you." His words were directed not only at Meng Xiao, but also at all who sought to disparage him. Undeniably, they struck a nerve. Li San was utterly unrelenting. Meng Xiao, infuriated, turned crimson and hissed, "You, a mere mortal, should not be so arrogant. I was merely speaking the truth. Montag wen schulget. Who would have thought that just a few words could push you to the brink of fury? Your capacity for composure is truly remarkable." "You." Meng Xiao trembled with rage. Mo regarded him with a calm smile. "Ultimately, you merely wish to gain entry into the Qing family, yet find yourself unable to. If it becomes too burdensome, You may accompany me inside later. Meng Xiao's lips twitched, his dignity shattering completely. He forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Young brotherly, there is no need for that. Miss Qing has not extended an invitation to me. It would be rather inappropriate to intrude. Is that so? Montakveen chuckled lightly. You do possess a modicum of self-awareness. Meng Xiao, on the verge of exploding with indignation, could only manage a hollow laugh. With a grand gesture, he produced a small pouch of spirit stones from his storage ring, containing merely 3 or 4 pieces. It was evident that he sought to humiliate others once more. My dear brotherly, a modest token of our first meeting, please do not take offense. Mo Wen shook his head. I cannot accept your offerings. Meng Wuxin's countenance darkened. Observing this, someone remarked coldly, Li, you truly lack decorum. Do you not realize who stands before you? This is the Meng family, one of the 4 supreme clans of Tianyong City, and before you is the esteemed young Master Meng, whose mere flick of a finger could render you to ashes. Li San, you are but an ordinary mortal. Do not be so arrogant. Another chimed in, you may not know this, but young Master Meng is not only the most handsome man in Tianyong City, but also a prodigy in martial arts. Many long to meet him, yet few ever get the chance. And here you are, squandering an opportunity presented to you. You are truly remarkable. As others intervened, Meng Xiao straightened his back, standing proudly, and smiled graciously. Gentlemen, you exaggerate. My brotherly merely jested with me. Let's not take it to heart. Behold, Meng Xiao's magnanimity is truly admirable. Some should take a lesson from him. This alleviated Meng Xiao's earlier frustrations. However, an unexpected voice emerged, and another stepped forward to defend Li San. This brotherly is merely an ordinary man. Perhaps he is unaware of the true value of spirit stones. If young Master Meng had presented him with a pile of silver coins or a few gold pieces, he would surely have been overjoyed. Though this statement appeared to support Li San, it was in essence a veiled mockery, suggesting his narrow-mindedness and lack of insight. Meng Xiao, upon hearing this, could hardly contain his laughter. In the next moment, he waved his hand and produced hundreds of silver coins, offering them to Mo1. Surely, you can accept this now, brotherly? Mo1 gazed at the coins in his hand, shaking his head with a faint smile. Now I understand why you and your ilk repeatedly fail and are so detested. It is because of your arrogance, your pride, and your ignorance. You are truly pitiable. With those words, he turned away, disregarding everyone present. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Had an elder or a formidable figure stood before them, they would have humbly listened to the counsel offered. Yet, this was merely an ordinary man, whom any one of them could easily dispatch with a mere finger. They could not fathom the source of his confidence or the grounds upon which he dared to educate them and critique their actions. Meng Xiao's expression darkened like a stormy sea. He longed to retort, to compel the other to turn back. But doing so would only serve to validate the claims made against him. The incident will undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, leaving him to be the subject of gossip in the future. Reluctantly, he could only chuckle heartily and clasp his fists, saying, Brotherly, your insightful observations today will be etched in my memory. However, as I will be spending considerable time with you, I hope you will continue to be as carefree and elegant as you are today. Mo1 let out a faint "oh" without turning back. Meng Wuxin, enraged, felt an urge to curse, but chose instead to feign ignorance and departed. Simultaneously, the captain of the guards from the Qing family finally emerged, accompanied by a slightly plump elder clad in luxurious attire, exuding an air of arrogance, presumably the family steward. The steward scrutinized Mo1 from head to toe. Though his eyes betrayed no disdain, they were filled with disappointment. You must be the esteemed Li San. Please follow me inside. Mo1 nodded and, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the onlookers, entered the Qing residence. As he vanished from sight, a collective sigh echoed from the crowd, lamenting the unfairness of fate. However, moments later, all eyes turned toward a certain cultivator preparing to make an exit. Excuse me, could you lean over here? Become a night pot, will you? Damn you. Go to hell. After cursing, the cultivator attempted to flee, but was swiftly knocked down by a powerful strike, leading to a chaotic scene that was too grim to behold. It must be said, the Qing family truly was grand, resembling a royal palace with pavilions and waterside halls, exquisite buildings, and a plethora of opulent halls, reflecting its profound heritage. After navigating through the 9 palaces and 10 halls, and passing the celestial corridors and earthly pavilions, the steward finally brought Mo1 to a tranquil courtyard. In this serene garden, fragrant flowers bloomed, and the melodious chirps of orioles filled the air, while a faint aroma wafted from within the house, perhaps the scent of books or the delicate fragrance of a woman. Please take a moment to rest here, young Masterly. The young lady will be here shortly. With that, the steward departed. Left to his own devices, Wen picked up a hoe and began to swing it. Meanwhile, in the grandest hall of the Qing family, a robust and imposing middle-aged man clad in golden attire sat elevated on a throne, diligently reviewing documents in his hand. With a slight lift of his eyelids, his voice resonated powerfully. Have we encountered this individual? The slightly plump steward appeared out of thin air in the hall, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man. Reporting, my lord, we have seen him. What is your impression? A mere drop in the ocean, hardly worthy of mention. What merits does he possess? His every gesture exudes a serene composure, as if he has undergone a profound transformation, having weathered the storms of life. Truly a rarity. Oh, the middle-aged man's gaze sparkled with intrigue. Have you discerned his origins? The steward shook his head. No, he may be a foreigner. And what of the heavenly secrets pavilion? They remain elusive. Xianxia fell silent for a moment. Now, tell me of his shortcomings. The steward pondered. Currently, no shortcomings have been identified. If one must be mentioned, it would be that he is an ordinary mortal destined for a limited future. Very well, you may leave now, and remember to observe this individual closely. Fear not, my lord. I shall personally attend to this matter. In an instant, the steward vanished from sight. The man in golden robes set aside his book. Rising to face the mural, his hands clasped behind him, releasing a deep sigh. Qing Huan, if this truly is your choice, I shall abide by it. As long as it brings you joy, no one can take it away. As for those within the clan, let them create a stir if they wish. As long as I remain the clan leader, they shall not stir up any significant trouble. In a tranquil courtyard, Wen was tilling the soil. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached from behind, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Qing Huan tiptoed, her beautiful eyes glancing forward. Ah, you truly are tilling the soil. Montakveen smiled faintly. Not turning around. Since I have nothing else to do, I might as well lend a hand. Hee. Qing Huan giggled, covering her mouth. I previously thought you were jesting. I never imagined it to be true. For you to possess such a profound obsession, it seems that what lies buried below must be extraordinary. Wen set down his hoe and gazed at the horizon. Yet, I wish that it were something exceedingly simple. Why is that? Qing Huan inquired, puzzled. Isn't your desire for a world-shattering treasure? Treasure? Wen shook his head with a smile. If it were merely treasure, that would be fine. What I truly fear, he paused, the words trailing off. What I truly fear are the lost memories that may not yield light, but rather endless darkness. Chapter 8. The Sword Practice Master, hence the need for sword practice. Throughout the morning, Qing Huan guided Wen through the expansive Qing family estate, which was indeed vast. After an entire morning, they had only explored a fraction, revealing astonishing depth. At noon, the two strolled along the long corridor, arriving at the Jade Pavilion in the center of Taihu Lake. With a gentle wave of her hand, Qing Huan summoned a table laden with exquisite delicacies. She poured Wen a cup from a jade pot, her movements delicate and her demeanor graceful. Looking beyond the pavilion, the azure waves rippled, and the spring breeze was gentle, a truly memorable scene to cherish for a lifetime. Are you being overly generous to me? Wen suddenly asked, gazing intently into Qing Huan's clear, beautiful eyes. The latter's gaze faltered, hesitating for a moment before replying, Please don't laugh at me when I say this. But this is the first time in my life, apart from my family, that I have interacted with a man in such a manner. I don't even know how to engage with men. Wen shook his head and smiled. You know, that is not what I was asking. Qing Huan bit her lip. If you must press me, I can only say it's a feeling. A feeling? Montakveen replied, perplexed. Our acquaintance is but a fleeting moment. How can time give rise to feelings? Women are inherently emotional. Qing Huan smiled brightly. Feelings arise in an instant, in a fleeting moment, without reason or rationale. Wen fell silent. If his memories were to awaken, would he still be himself? If one were to commit some foolish act, would it wound the heart of the young lady? Enough of such musings. Qing Huan, feeling slightly bashful, hastily redirected the conversation. Pray, give thought to my inquiry. Have you determined which path you wish to pursue? Wen replied nonchalantly, Any path will suffice. That simply will not do. Qing Huan gently shook her head. Each individual possesses a path suited to their essence. If you are endowed with innate strength, then pursue the path of power. If your mental fortitude is formidable, then choose the path of magic. Beyond these, there are numerous other paths, such as the divine path, the soul path, and the demonic path, among many others. At this juncture, Qing Yuhuan's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. However, I must confess that these are not my areas of expertise. I excel in the art of swordsmanship. Should you find it intriguing, you may accompany me in honing your sword skills. Swordsmanship? Montauk Ven's gaze brightened instinctively. Qing Yuhuan chuckled and shook her head. I refer to archery, not the sword. Pray tell, which of these two disciplines piqued your interest? Montauk Ven smiled lightly. Both are acceptable. I shall defer to your guidance. You truly possess no opinions of your own, do you? Qing Yuhuan cast him a sidelong glance, pondering for a moment before responding with a light laugh. Very well. Let us forego sword practice. A man should wield a sword, graceful and fluid, like a dragon in flight, and above all, strikingly handsome. Mo nodded in agreement. Then we shall practice swordsmanship. But let us be clear, Qing Yuhuan cautioned, among all paths, swordsmanship is the weakest and most arduous. Often, one invests time without reaping any rewards, squandering precious moments. Are you certain you wish to pursue this path? Montauk Ven nodded resolutely. I shall follow my heart. Then, come. I shall lead you to a dedicated training ground for swordsmanship, where the finest instructors will impart their wisdom. You must dedicate yourself to learning. You shall do my utmost. After sharing a light meal, they rose to make their way to the sword training arena. Within the Qing family, each discipline boasts its own training ground, equipped with comprehensive facilities and staffed by specialized instructors. Annually, various competitions are held, offering an array of rewards to inspire the Qing descendants to strive forward. The sword training arena Qing Yuhuan brought Mo went to was notably the least populated among all the training grounds. After all, swordsmanship is the most challenging to master, often requiring more than mere practice for improvement. Consequently, few choose to wield the sword. Most prefer to train with sabers, spears, whips, or staffs instead. Those who practice swordsmanship are often deemed to be wasting their time. Currently, the sword training arena housed merely over 30 students, all young heirs of the Qing lineage, roughly aged 15 or 16. The instructor was conducting a lesson on the practice field when the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the arrival of Qing Yuhuan, igniting a chorus of ecstatic shouts. Heavens, it is the young master. The young master has come to see us. What a rare occasion for the young master to visit. Could it be a momentous day, or perhaps an announcement of great import? Perhaps he simply wished to observe us, aware of our sword training. Look, he is accompanied by another. Everyone's gaze immediately fixated on the man clad in black behind Qing Yuhuan. This man was strikingly ordinary, and what perplexed everyone the most was that he was, in fact, an unremarkable mortal devoid of any spiritual essence. How could such an inconspicuous individual be in the company of the young master? At that moment, Qing Yuhuan led Mo1 to the sword platform, prompting the mentor to rise hastily and bow, saying, "Esteemed young master, I bow before you." "Please, Master Mo, rise," Qing Yuhuan urged, supporting him gently as she continued. "Allow me to introduce my dear friend, Li San, who has a profound interest in the way of the sword. Today, I have come to request your permission for him to join the sword practice." What? A formal request? Everyone was taken aback, even Master Mo momentarily stunned. He quickly responded, "Young master, you flatter me. I am but an old man who thrives on this vocation. When a young person shows interest in the sword, I welcome them with open arms. Moreover, it is an honor that you, young master, entrust such a responsibility to me. I am grateful and would never refuse." Qing Yuhuan bowed in appreciation, to which Master Mo chuckled. She then turned her beautiful gaze toward Mo1, asking, "What are your thoughts, young sir?" The crowd, including Master Mo, was astonished. The young master was actually seeking this man's opinion. They were left dumbfounded. "I have no objections," Mo1 replied, shaking his head. "I shall follow the arrangements." "Very well then. You may train diligently here. Once I have concluded my matters, I shall return to see you," she said playfully, winking before departing like a gentle breeze. The onlookers were left in a daze. What was happening? Was this Li San truly remarkable? No wonder that name sounded familiar. He was the famed Li San from Tianyong City. What kind of enchantment had he cast upon the young master? It was simply unfathomable. Alas, one could only ponder the young master's intentions. How could one ever decipher his thoughts? Yet, one must acknowledge that Li San was indeed fortunate. Everyone was filled with envy and admiration. To be Li San would be a life fulfilled, even in death. However, a young woman in red, arms crossed elegantly, scoffed. "What is so impressive? He appears to be at least 23 years our senior, and still remains a useless wretch. He won't last long. The crowd remained non-committal, still far removed from the reality of the situation. Enough, let us quiet down. Master Mo waved his hand, restoring silence to the assembly. He glanced at Mo1 with an expression of neutrality. Find a seat and make yourself comfortable. Understood, Montag Vane replied, turning to occupy a corner seat in the back row. Meanwhile, Master Mo resumed his lecture. Suddenly, a chubby boy beside Mo nudged him with his elbow, his small eyes sparkling with admiration. Hey, brotherly, you're incredible. How did you manage to catch the attention of our esteemed young master, Ao Shuehan Mei, who is unparalleled? Could you teach me a thing or two, or at least share a few tricks? He exclaimed excitedly. As he spoke, the rotund figure opened the cosmic bag at his waist and reluctantly retrieved several pieces of toffee, offering them to Mo1. The latter, however, declined with a gentle shake of his head and a faint smile. What you wish to learn, I cannot impart. The matters you speak of, I do not comprehend. Ah, you find this insufficient, do you? The hefty man gritted his teeth and rummaged through the cosmic bag once more, pulling out a generous handful of toffee along with some jerky. Here, this is all I have to offer. If you remain unsatisfied, I truly have no more to give. Mo1 furrowed his brow. Quickly put that away. If the instructor sees it, you're done for. The rotund fellow chuckled heartily. Fear not. We are seated in the last row. The teacher cannot see us. He spoke with a sense of pride, adding, let me tell you, this is not my first time engaging in such antics. I am quite seasoned in this. Before he could finish, a girl in red rose to report, sir. I must inform you that someone is sneaking food and not paying attention in class. She pointed an accusatory finger at the hefty man. Anger surged through him, cursing the girl in his heart. In the next moment, a furious voice echoed from the sword platform. Qing Junjun, stand up this instant. Qing Junjun's chubby face fell, surrendering to despair. Chapter 9. Mo wins understanding of the sword path. Qing Junjun, what do you have in your hand? The rotund boy hastily stowed a piece of toffee into the cosmic bag and straightened up, placing his pudgy hands on his thighs, standing upright. I report to you, sir, that I have nothing. You, Qing Junjun, lie without a hint of shame. The girl in red jumped forth, recounting the previous events in meticulous detail. Mo Lao's expression darkened, his murky gaze gradually shifting to Mo1, who sat beside Qing Junjun, expressing his discontent. Do not presume that, due to your connection to the young master, you can act with impunity in the Qing family's sacred grounds, with such arrogance. Mo1 remained silent, feeling there was nothing to say. Yet, Qing Junjun, suddenly fervent, exclaimed, Sir, this is not his doing. It was I who sought his company. And he merely responded out of courtesy. Mo Lao cast a sidelong glance at him. A bold lad, are you? Very well. Come to the sword platform and lie down. The other disciples chuckled, reveling in the misfortune, while Qing Junjun shuddered, realizing he had acted impulsively. However, as he departed, he mischievously winked at Mo1, indicating that this was not their first encounter. The shameless rotund boy had no sense of decorum. Upon reaching the sword platform, he followed the customary procedure, lying on the ground with his arms propping up his body, remaining motionless. You are quite obedient. Mo Lao waved his large sleeve, and a massive sword, as dark as ink, suddenly pressed down upon Qing Junjun. This sword, forged from black rock iron, weighed over 500 pounds, far exceeding the heft of the rotund boy. In an instant, Qing Junjun was pinned to the ground, his arms trembling under the strain, veins bulging on his forehead, his chubby face turning as red as a baboon's rear, eliciting laughter from all around. In his heart, the plump man cursed. Xianxia, just you wait. There will come a day when you shall see. Old Master Mo cast a meaningful glance at Mo1 before resuming his lecture. Previously, I spoke of the swordsmanship, which is divided into 3 realms. Who among you can elucidate what these 3 realms are? I know. A girl clad in red immediately raised her hand, eager to answer, as she always was. The elder stroked his beard and nodded. Xianxia, please enlighten us. The red-clad maiden, Xianxia, promptly stood and began. Swordplay encompasses 3 realms. The first realm emphasizes the unity of man and sword. The sword is the person, and the person is the sword. Even a mere blade of grass in hand becomes a lethal weapon. The second realm teaches that one may wield no sword, yet the sword resides in the heart. Even unarmed, one can slay foes from 100 paces away with the essence of the sword. As for the third realm of swordsmanship, it transcends the need for a sword in hand or in heart. The universe becomes the sword, and all things become the sword. Well spoken, yeah, old Master Mo praised, a look of satisfaction brightening his aged features. The maiden beamed with joy, casting a proud glance at her peers before gracefully taking her seat. These three realms represent the profound destiny of all sword practitioners. Though they appear simple, their attainment is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Across the vast eastern continent, even the famed Sword Emperor, known for his unparalleled speed, has merely reached the early stages of the second realm. The third realm, throughout the ages, is exceedingly rare. Those who achieved it have become eternal legends, transcending time itself. With a single sword, they could part the heavens, carve the earth, sever mountains and rivers, and even slay the sun. Everyone was deeply moved. How powerful must those predecessors have been? It seemed beyond their current comprehension. Alas, sighed old Master Mo, the sword is a difficult path to master. The threshold for swordsmanship is exceedingly high. One must first cultivate the heart before honing the sword. Countless individuals have faltered, spending their lives in pursuit of sword mastery without ever advancing, ultimately succumbing to despair. He then turned his gaze to Mo1. Lee-san, I see you are absorbed in thought. What insights do you have regarding sword cultivation? Feel free to express your understanding of the sword path without any reservations. I shall speak. The enthusiastic Xianxia raised her hand again, but the elder waved her off, causing her to pout and silently scoff. Eager to see what this mere mortal might say, Mo1 stood and gently shook his head. I cannot claim to have profound insights. In my humble opinion, rather than practicing swordsmanship, one should first learn how to hold a sword. At these words, a hush fell over the crowd. Even old Master Mo furrowed his brow. Xianxia burst into laughter, doubling over in mirth. I expected some profound wisdom from you, yet it seems you have only utter nonsense. Tell me, does one require instruction to simply hold a sword? If you can't even grasp a sword, what use is there in practicing swordsmanship? Indeed, someone chimed in. Even if you are merely an ordinary mortal, such a ludicrous statement should not escape your lips. This is akin to wielding chopsticks, a skill one possesses innately. Is there truly a need for study? The crowd nodded in agreement, utterly bewildered by what Lee-san was articulating. Enough, silence, Mr. Mo's voice resonated, and the atmosphere immediately hushed. He turned his gaze toward Mo1 and calmly inquired. Then, enlighten us on the art of swordsmanship. How does one wield a sword? Mo1 responded slowly. The sword is not merely held in the hand. It resides within the heart. One commands the sword with the heart, achieving a union of heart and blade. As soon as he uttered these words, an air of astonishment enveloped the assembly. Before long, a wave of laughter erupted, with attendees bending over in mirth, nearly convulsing with amusement. The girl in red, Xianxia, chuckled uncontrollably, clutching her abdomen as she exclaimed, "To command the sword with the heart while the sword is in hand. Doesn't that contradict itself? Can you reconcile that? I truly wonder from where you have gleaned such theory. What you speak of barely grazes the fringes of these three realms. It is sheer ignorance. I must say, young Lee, perhaps you should abandon sword practice altogether. You seem ill-suited for it, or for any form of training, for that matter. You are far more suited to verbal sparring." The laughter intensified. Remarkably, Mo1 remained unperturbed, his demeanor as serene as ever. This composure momentarily took Mr. Mo aback, leading him to ponder the depth of the youth's mindset. He instinctively asked, "Do you perchance comprehend the practice of swordsmanship?" Mo1 shook his head. "I do not. It was merely an instinctive utterance." Instinctive? Laughter erupted anew. So, are we to understand that he did not even engage his mind while speaking? Mo1 remained unfazed. It was Mr. Mo who eventually gestured for quietude. After a prolonged scrutiny of Mo1, he suddenly proposed, "In that case, why not step forward and demonstrate?" Everyone was taken aback, presuming Mr. Mo intended to chastise the young man, and they promptly reveled in the prospect. "Indeed, if you possess the skill, then show us." "Yes, let's witness how one commands the sword with the heart." "Ha ha, anyone can speak. I can articulate even better." Mo1 did not refuse. "Let's see, for I am uncertain if it shall work." Upon finishing his words, he rose and ascended the sword platform. His acceptance caught everyone off guard. Standing confidently against the wind, he surveyed the crowd below. "If that is the case, has anyone the courage to face me?" In an instant, over 30 hands shot up in unison. An unprecedented display of enthusiasm. Allow me. No, let me. I shall go gentle so as not to harm him." Enough. Let me have my moment." "Oh, you wishful thinker. Why should you have all the good fortune? I must be the one." "Silence." Mr. Mo interjected. "How about this? Let Li San choose his opponent. A wave of deflation swept over the crowd. At this moment, it was certain that this individual would select the softest persimmon to squeeze. They would no longer have an opportunity. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that they could also masquerade as the soft persimmons themselves. After all, he, Li San, could not discern who among them was the weakest, and, inevitably, he would end up choosing a genuine tiger. Consequently, everyone began to feign weakness, their gazes wandering and their expressions timid, as if they feared being selected. Unfortunately, despite their commendable acting skills, Imo did not choose them. As for his selection, it astonished everyone present, including the venerable Mo Lao. He chose the red-clad maiden, Xianxia. She was the only one who did not pretend to be weak, instead persistently challenging him. Chapter 10. Li San, a prodigy of the sword path. When Mo concluded his selection, all were left in a state of shock. Among those in the sword hall, Xianxia was indeed the strongest and possessed the highest innate talent. Choosing Xianxia was tantamount to courting death, was it not? However, it was understandable. After all, Li San was oblivious to who was the strongest here, and selecting Xianxia was not unexpected, merely a stroke of bad luck for him. Xianxia, taken aback, pointed to herself. "Are you certain you wish to choose me?" Imoen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." Unable to contain her laughter, Xianxia said, "I won't bully you. Among these people, I am indeed the strongest. If you wish to switch to a softer persimmon, I would agree." "No need." Imoen interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I cannot be bothered to change. It shall be you." "Cannot be bothered? Change?" Xianxia was infuriated to the point of tears, and the others were left dumbfounded. "Very well. You certainly have guts. I accept your challenge," she exclaimed angrily as she strode toward the sword platform. In the distance, the rotund Qing Junjun could no longer contain himself and was peeking from the ground. He was utterly exasperated. What was Li San thinking? He was squandering a golden opportunity, eschewing a reasonable challenge for one of devilish difficulty. Had he never faced a beating before? At that moment, Mo Lao waved his sleeve, sending two wooden swords flying into the hands of Mo1 and Xianxia. Xianxia narrowed her fox-like eyes and smiled alluringly. "Li San, do not worry. I shall not bully you. Not only will I refrain from using spiritual power, but I will also suppress my strength to that of an ordinary person. Just remember, if you cry for mercy, it will be quite shameful." "Ah," Montauk Vane replied indifferently, his nonchalance infuriating Xianxia further. She was determined to make him pay, to strike him until he knelt and begged for mercy. If he refused to beg, she would continue to strike. With this thought, a smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Go ahead, unleash your most ferocious attack, your mightiest force. Do not let me down." Mo stood with his left hand behind his back, sword in his right, and calmly shook his head. "No, you should strike first, otherwise, you will have no chance to make a move." How arrogant! The crowd below erupted in excitement. This fellow truly had no fear of death. Xianxia was thoroughly incensed. "Very well, I shall make the first move, but do not lament the consequences." With that, Xianxia deftly turned her delicate hand and thrust her sword towards Mo1. The angle of her strike was exceptionally cunning, aiming directly at Li San's armpit, targeting the extreme point of his acupressure. While it would not claim his life, the blow would undoubtedly inflict excruciating pain, leaving him with an indelible shadow of suffering for the rest of his days. "Ah, Li San, it is your own folly that has compelled your elder to impart this profound lesson upon you." However, in the face of Xianxia's fierce onslaught, Mo remained unflinching and unyielding. As the wooden sword hurtled towards him, he brandished his own sword to counterattack. Yet at that moment, an unexpected mishap occurred. Perhaps Mo's grip faltered, for the wooden sword slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. This left everyone in a state of shock, their minds rife with mockery. "So, this is your so-called theory? You cannot even hold onto your sword?" Yet, the ensuing spectacle rendered them utterly astonished, prompting them to rise in disbelief. Although Mo was unarmed, his relentless assault showed no signs of abating, as if the sword remained firmly in his possession, never having departed. How could this be? Even old Mo was taken aback, his pupils constricting in surprise. In the next moment, it seemed as though Xianxia had been struck by some unseen force, stumbling back 3 steps as she struggled to regain her balance. To her dismay, she discovered a gash on her abdomen, as if it had been sliced open by a blade, the cut remarkably clean. Xianxia stared at the unmistakable blood on her hands. Her mind buzzing in disbelief. She had, astonishingly, been wounded by a mere mortal. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The abruptness of the event left everyone in shock, unable to process the reality before them. They were certain they had not been mistaken, nor were they hallucinating. The sword lay clearly on the ground, and his hands were undeniably empty. If so, how could he have unleashed such a formidable attack? As though the wooden sword had never left his grip? What then did he hold in his hands? Was it merely air? If it were air, how could it inflict harm? How could there be such sword intent? As these questions arose, all eyes turned towards old M.O., for he was the only one who might elucidate this mystery. However, to their astonishment, old M.O. appeared equally perplexed, his expression grave. Li San, how did you achieve this remarkable feat just now? I do not know, M.O. replied calmly, shaking his head. I merely sensed that no amount of strength could secure the sword, so I chose to relinquish it entirely and focus on my control. But how could this be possible? Old Mo's heart trembled with disbelief. He scrutinized M.O. from head to toe. Are you certain you have never practiced swordsmanship? M.O. pondered for a moment. At least, in my memories, I have never wielded a sword. This is my first encounter with one. Everyone stood in stunned silence. To wield a sword with such prowess on the very first attempt was nothing short of astonishing. Regardless of whether the claims made were true or false, one undeniable fact remained. He was unquestionably a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship, perhaps even destined to become a supreme master in the future. Such extraordinary talent left others in awe, bordering on the terrifying. I refused to believe it. How could this be possible? Cried Xianxia, clutching her head in anguish. She found it unbearable to accept this reality, especially having been bested by an insignificant mortal, someone she could easily crush with a flick of her wrist. Suddenly, she lifted her head and confronted M.O. That was merely my oversight. If you possess true skill, let us engage once more. This time, you shall strike first. Do you dare? This declaration prompted a collective shake of the head among the onlookers. At the moment she uttered those words, her defeat was already sealed. Montakveen smiled lightly. It's not a matter of daring. It's about desire. If you wish to play, then let us proceed. With that, he retrieved the wooden sword from the ground, his movements unadorned, and thrust it directly toward Xianxia's chest. Unflinching, she raised her sword to deflect his strike. In the next instant, a loud thud echoed as M.O.'s sword was indeed knocked away, fulfilling Xianxia's plan. Yet, instead of elation, she was enveloped in profound dread. The sword was undeniably on the ground, yet the momentum of the strike lingered, as if the sword had never left his grasp. Impossible, she gasped, momentarily lost in thought. The impact hit her, and she stumbled back 5 steps before regaining her composure, letting out a muffled groan, her complexion paling unnaturally. The spectators turned their gaze toward her attire, puzzled by the absence of any visible damage, a stark contrast to moments prior. Little did they know, M.O. had deftly struck a pressure point on Xianxia, one analogous to the extreme spring acupoint, causing her excruciating pain. I will kill you. Xianxia screamed in fury, channeling her internal energy as she charged toward M.O. However, he remained steadfast, showing no intention of evading her attack. Just as catastrophe seemed imminent, an authoritative voice resonated like thunder, sending ripples through the air. Instantly, Xianxia collapsed, her mind buzzing with confusion. Her fair face drained of color. Xianxia, you have lost. You may withdraw now. I have not lost, she retorted in panic. That was merely me allowing him to win. He is immortal. How could I possibly lose to one such as he? I have not lost. M.O. Lao shook his head. A loss is a loss. Do not seek to excuse your failure. It only serves to make you appear foolish. Depart now. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly grave, instilling a tremor of fear in Xianxia's heart. She stamped her foot in frustration and fled the arena in tears. Once she had departed, all eyes turned to M.O. In that moment, the air was devoid of disdain or contempt. Instead, curiosity and even admiration filled their gazes. How had he achieved this? He was merely a mortal, after all. Upon reflection, how could those who stand beside the young master be anything less than extraordinary? Perhaps, from the very beginning, they have underestimated the complexity of the situation. One must not judge by appearances. I have long proclaimed that Li San is exceptional. You all doubted me then. But do you now believe? Just moments ago, you were the loudest in your dissent, and now you are the quickest to change your tune. Learn from me. I shall forever stand by Li San, unwavering in my allegiance. You traitorous wretches, I am the eternal truth. It is I. Now let's quiet down. As Elder Mo's words settled, an unexpected silence enveloped the crowd. Noticing the stern expression on Elder Mo's face, filled with anticipation, he directed his gaze towards Mo1 and inquired, "Li San, if I were to challenge you to a duel, would you dare to fight?" "What? The esteemed elder intends to personally take the stage?" The assembly was taken aback. This is the mentor, a specialized instructor hired at great expense. Now, he wishes to engage in combat with a junior, and moreover, a mere mortal? The crowd was utterly astonished. Elder Mo, however, was unperturbed by the thoughts of those around him. He reassured Mo1, saying, "You need not worry. I shall completely seal my spiritual power and restrain my strength to match your level. This guarantees absolute fairness, and you should feel no psychological burden." Yet, as his words hung in the air, Mo1 remained silent, causing Elder Mo to grow increasingly anxious. "I implore you." "What?" The entire assembly gasped, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Had the world gone mad, or had Elder Mo lost his senses? To plead? A venerable elder, a formidable figure, was imploring a junior, a weaker opponent? One youth could not contain himself. "Elder Mo, do you realize what you are doing?" Silence. Elder Mo interjected sharply, his emotions running high. "This is a personal matter, and it concerns none of you." The youth was nearly brought to tears, and the crowd fell into an uneasy hush. They could not fathom Elder Mo's actions and were left bewildered by the situation. Little did they know, Elder Mo was in the throes of learning, seeking wisdom from Li San. The sword is not merely in the hand, but resides within the heart. It is the heart that wields the sword, harmonizing the spirit and the blade. He pondered this phrase repeatedly, seeking understanding, and through persistent reflection, he began to grasp its significance. Thus, the impending duel with Li San held immense importance. Enlightenment could manifest in a fleeting moment. Should he fail to seize the opportunity before him, he would carry the weight of regret for a lifetime. Now, upon witnessing the pleading gaze of Elder Mo, even if Mo1 wished to decline, he found himself unable to do so. Very well, let it be so. At this, Elder Mo was filled with excitement, brimming with anticipation. In the next moment, he assumed a serious stance, devoid of arrogance or presumption, embodying a posture of humility and eagerness to learn. "Young friendly, who shall strike first?" Crack. Young friend, indeed. Disregarding the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Mo1 smiled lightly, placing his hands behind his back. "You go first. Elders take precedence." This remark caused Mo to blush slightly, yet he remained silent, drawing his sword and lunging toward Mo1 with unembellished movements. In truth, the might of a sword cannot be fully manifested without the application of spiritual power. It is akin to the distinction between mortals and cultivators. When a mortal strikes, their actions appear haphazard and relatively clumsy, unlike a cultivator, who strikes instill awe and terror, transforming the very heavens and earth in a display of splendor. However, despite employing merely mortal methods, Mo Lao's realm was still far beyond that of an ordinary person, rendering him unable to be suppressed. His movements, though seemingly simple and casual, bore the weight of earthly resonance and celestial phenomena. Although he did not utilize spiritual energy, he inadvertently summoned a mysterious force that surged forth with immense grandeur. This spectacle left all present at the sword platform wide-eyed and exhilarated. This was the essence of sword-intent. Only when one's swordsmanship reaches a certain pinnacle does it culminate in personal enlightenment, giving rise to the will of the sword. Montauk Lao, indeed worthy of being their mentor and hailing from the illustrious Qing family, a superlative lineage, had expended considerable wealth to invite this master of swordsmanship. To the onlookers, it seemed indisputable that Mo1 was bound to face defeat. Even if he were a genius of the sword path, he could not withstand such terrifying sword intent. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even if he possessed spiritual power and fought with all his might, he would still be unable to resist. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Mo Lao regretted his earnestness. He had taken Li San as a genuine foe and unleashed his most potent sword intent. Although lacking the enhancement of spiritual energy, Li San's mortal frame stood no chance of withstanding it. Indeed, it seemed a dire situation was at hand. "Young friend, step aside." But it was too late. At that moment, Mo1 suddenly closed his eyes, leading Mo Lao to believe he had surrendered, leaving him despondent as he awaited his demise. How would he explain to the young master if anything were to happen to Li San? However, Mo1 was not merely resigning himself to fate. He was, in fact, absorbing and learning from his opponent's sword intent. Abruptly, he opened his eyes. In an instant, the world shifted in color, and a tempest surged forth. Amidst the tumultuous dark clouds, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, roaring down as Mo wielded his wooden sword, sweeping toward Mo Lao. "This is disastrous," Mo Lao exclaimed, his heart racing in terror as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to defend himself. Yet it was still too late. A thunderbolt, as wide as a bowl, struck his shoulder with a tremendous crash, shattering bones and exposing them in a grotesque display. Fortunately, it did not strike his head. Otherwise, his very soul might have been obliterated, and he would likely have perished on the spot. Suddenly, the sky returned to its former state, the tempest gradually subsiding as if nothing had transpired at all. However, the wound on Elder Mo's shoulder was painfully evident, blood cascading down like a relentless stream, each drop resonating in the silence with an almost jarring clarity that pierced the soul. Edda Montak, several students rushed over, assisting him while retrieving hemostatic medicine to staunch the bleeding. "It's nothing, I'm fine," Elder Mo replied, shaking his head, his voice tinged with fatigue. His gaze towards Mo grew peculiar, as if he were gazing upon a creature of myth. In the next moment, his consciousness repeatedly probed Mo, only to find no trace of spiritual energy. Strange, could it be that he is truly an ordinary person? Yet, how could a mere mortal summon such terrifying power? Unable to contain himself, Elder Mo inquired, "Young Masterly, how did you accomplish this?" "I do not know," Mo replied, shaking his head. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction to sensing danger. Elder Mo was at a loss for words. An ordinary person could not possibly produce such a scene through instinct alone. Peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. "Do not overthink it," Mo reassured. "Perhaps it was merely coincidence. A bolt of lightning happened to strike at that moment. A fortunate mishap." Elder Mo was astonished. Was it truly mere coincidence? Clearly it was not. There was only one plausible explanation. Li San might be an extraordinary prodigy, possessing some celestial bloodline that activated in the face of peril to ensure survival. If that were the case, then it would be just then a throng of over 100 individuals burst onto the scene, evidently drawn by the commotion. Among them were practitioners of various disciplines, gun, martial, and magical arts. Many mentors and even experts from the Qing family arrived in droves. "What has transpired, Brother Mo? Could it be an enemy attack? Yet, that cannot be, for I sense no unfamiliar presence. Your arm is intact. Truly fortunate." "All right, everyone disperse," Elder Mo said, shaking his head dismissively. "We simply encountered an unforeseen calamity, struck by lightning due to a lack of vigilance, resulting in this disarray. There is no need for such alarm." Elder Mo refrained from disclosing the full truth. Such a formidable swordsmanship talent, if discovered by these individuals, might be whisked away. It simply could not be allowed. As everyone gazed skyward, was it truly a calamity? It seemed that one who had committed numerous misdeeds might have drawn the wrath of the heavens. Chuckled an elder in yellow robes, stroking his beard. "However, Elder Mo, in just 7 days, the minor exhibition will commence. If your sword dojo remains at the bottom of the rankings, it shall be disbanded on the spot. Are you prepared?" The speaker was a mentor from the swordsmanship school. The sword and the blade have been adversaries since time immemorial. "No need for your concern," Elder Mo retorted with a snort. 7 days hence, I shall surely trample your sword school beneath my feet, allowing you to taste the bitterness of being cast aside. Ha ha ha, we shall see." The elder in the yellow robe stroked his beard and smiled, departing alongside the crowd. Once everyone had left, a young man could no longer contain his thoughts and exclaimed, "Immortal, why did you not speak the truth earlier? That thunderbolt was clearly summoned by Li San. Do you not suspect his identity? I have reason to believe he is an infiltrator within our Qing family, a mere mortal, yet capable of attracting lightning. Who would believe such a tale?" "Enough," Montak Lao interjected sternly. "You need not concern yourselves with these matters. Focus instead on the upcoming exhibition in 7 days. Should you fail again, there will be nothing left for you." A profound silence enveloped the group, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Glancing at Mo1, their expressions were laden with complexity, leaving them at a loss for words. At that moment, Mo Lao turned to Li San and inquired, "Do you know the extent of your spiritual roots?" Mo shook his head. "I do not know. I have never been tested. Would you like to undergo a test now?" The eyes of everyone around him lit up with anticipation. Chapter 12. The enmity between sword and blade. Mo remained unaware of his spiritual roots, having never been assessed. To be truthful, he He was curious about his own potential. Given the opportunity, he decided to take the test. Thus, they all made their way to the Tian Su Pavilion, the designated place for testing spiritual roots within the Qing family. In the afternoon, there were not many people present, yet by an unfortunate twist of fate, they encountered their sworn rivals. The practitioners from the Tao blade were also there. The number of those practicing the blade far exceeded those of the sword, with over 400 individuals suddenly rushing in, surrounding the sword practitioners. The elder in a yellow robe chuckled. "Ah, what a rare sight. Old Mo, how long has it been since you visited the Tian Su Pavilion? What brings you here today?" Mo Lao scoffed, ignoring him. Just as he was about to lead his group away, he was intercepted by the elder. "Old Mo, do not be in such a hurry. I see your sword practitioners have recently welcomed some new talents. Why not bring them out to spar? Let the old man witness their skills." Mo Lao's heart sank. The old ghost was clearly trying to provoke him. "What's the matter?" The elder grinned. "Are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Mo Lao replied with a cold smile. "We have indeed acquired some promising individuals in our sword practice, but I have no desire to showcase them before you." Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, prompting the over 400 Qing family disciples behind him to join in. "Mo Xiong," the elder said, shaking his head. "Each year you utter such words, yet each year my Tao of blade triumphs over your sword practice. I find myself embarrassed for you." Montauk Lao retorted stubbornly. "My previous defeat was merely a strategy of concealment. However, times have changed. If you seek humiliation, then let us compete." "Excellent." The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for Mo Lao to not retract his statement. "As per usual, each side shall dispatch 5 representatives. However, if you feel that 5 is insufficient, we can increase it to 35, allowing all of you to take part, thus avoiding excuses should you lose. What do you think?" Montauk Lao's eyelids twitched. "No need for that. We shall stick with 5. "Very well. In light of this, I shall not impose upon you, and I will first dispatch individuals from the Blade Sect for you to contend with later." With that, the old ghost casually pointed out a few individuals among the 400, clearly not taking the selection seriously. Subsequently, 2 men and 3 women stepped forward. Among them, one woman was all too familiar to the Sword Sect members, and upon seeing her, they could not help but feel a jolt of shock, their brows furrowing in concern. "Xianxia, what are you doing over there?" A disciple of the Sword Sect exclaimed indignantly. The Sword Sect and the Blade Sect had always been fierce rivals, and someone like Xianxia, who crossed over, was akin to betraying one's country. Even Mo Lao's expression darkened as he cast a cool glance at Xianxia. "I require an explanation from you." Xianxia crossed her arms defiantly and scoffed lightly. "I felt stifled in the Sword Sect, and there was little of value to learn there. The Blade Sect is more vibrant and lively, and, more importantly, the sword techniques will never surpass those of the blade. I had long desired to join you." Mo Lao's eyes flickered with a terrifying anger. Observing this, the old ghost swiftly stepped in front of Xianxia. "Hee, old Mo, what are you attempting to do? Would you dare to take action against the descendants of the Qing family?" Mo Lao's eyes burned with fury as he clenched his fists tightly. The other disciples mirrored his disbelief. They could scarcely believe that Xianxia had so readily defected. Was it merely because she lost to Li San that she could so easily discard her faith in swordsmanship? Such a narrow-minded disposition would surely hinder her potential. "Xianxia, you have truly disappointed me." Mo Lao shook his head, refusing to meet her gaze any longer. Xianxia shrugged indifferently. "If anyone should feel disappointed, it ought to be me. In the Sword Sect, I was never given any recognition, no matter how hard I strived or how proactive I was. You all remained oblivious. It is utterly disheartening." "Xianxia," a disciple roared in outrage. "This is no justification for treason. You have insulted the sword way." "Oh, insulted?" Xianxia lightly shook her head. "Mind your tone when speaking to me. We are, first and foremost, members of the Qing family, and only thereafter do we belong to different factions. I simply no longer wish to practice swordsmanship. Do you understand?" "Very well, but do not regret it. When the time comes, do not come crying and begging to return. That will surely disappoint you." Xianxia scoffed. "Rest assured, that day will never come. By the way, I must remind you all, if your Sword Sect finishes at the bottom of this year's showcase tournament, you may find yourselves without a place to cultivate. Such a pity." "You." The faces of the Sword Sect members turned ashen, unable to refute her. Indeed, as Xianxia had pointed out, if the Sword Sect were to falter again in the upcoming showcase, its very existence would be called into question. Enough. There is no benefit in prolonging this discussion. Let us hasten to select the participants. The old ghost stroked his beard and chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. Immortal, too, ceased his remarks and began to choose individuals. But compared to the Blade Sect casualness, his selections were made with great deliberation, nearly putting everyone to sleep. Old Mo, are you still capable of moving forward? It has been half a stick of incense already. Why the hurry? Ultimately, Elder Mo settled on 5 individuals: Qing Nung, Qing Yang, King Siu Siu, King Yun Yun, and Li San. Upon hearing Li San's name, everyone present at the Dao arena fell into a state of astonishment. Li San? Could it be the very same Li San discussed in Tianyong City? An utterly unremarkable, mundane individual. Indeed, that is his defining characteristic. The young master truly exhibits a lack of discernment. Bringing such a person to the Qing family, it is no wonder that Qing Yu chose to depart. If I were in her position, I might have fled as well. As the murmurs of discontent spread, everyone's gaze shifted toward Qing Yu, who stood with furrowed brows and a glint of indignation in her eyes. Li San, little did you expect that we would meet again so soon. Montauk Veen, indifferent to her, did not even cast a glance in her direction. This left Qing Yu utterly infuriated. Just wait and see how I shall humiliate you. Elder Gui, showing little interest in a mere mortal, waved his hand dismissively. All right, since the participants have been chosen, let us begin. Following this, 10 individuals took to the stage. The first to step forward was Qing Neng from the Sword Dao arena. He approached a stone tablet, placed his hand gently upon it, emptied his mind, and awaited the outcome. In a short while, the tablet illuminated, shifting from white to light blue, fluctuating between the two before finally settling on light blue. Spiritual root level, 5th rank. Such a spiritual root, if presented externally, would be deemed commendable, even exceptional. However, amidst a sea of prodigies within the vast Qing family, it can only be classified as above average. TSK, Elder Gay remarked, clicking his tongue. I say, Old Mo, is this truly what you consider worthy of a spot? Elder Mo remained silent, merely snorting in response. Qing Nung, too, wore a bitter smile, and amid the sound of derisive murmurs, he left the stage in dismay. Next came the participants from the Dao Blade, a spirited young girl of around 16 or 17, who bounced energetically to the stone tablet. With her jade-like hand, she gently placed it upon the tablet, closed her eyes, and cleared her mind. The tablet began to change colors, oscillating for a while before ultimately settling on deep blue. Spiritual root level, 7th rank. My goodness, 7th rank? The members of the Sword Dao arena could not help but express their astonishment. If memory serves, she was merely a randomly selected individual from the Dao Blade. How extraordinary. Or perhaps it is that the Sword Dao participants are simply too weak. This realization left a bitter taste in everyone's hearts, further fueling their disdain for Qing Yu. Elder Mo's expression also darkened. The nature of spiritual roots is innate and cannot be altered postnatally. The Sword Dao arena, inherently weak, would only grow more feeble without the inclusion of geniuses. Next, the second youth from the Sword Dao arena, Qing Yang, took the stage. The test results revealed a spiritual root level of 6th rank. The very next moment, raucous laughter erupted from the Dao Blade side. With 5 individuals on each side, the dynamic was one of escalating competition. As the 10 participants faced each other, the tension mounted, with each striving to outdo the other. Now, everything is in disarray. Haha, your swordsmanship dojo is rather feeble, isn't it? Can't even hold a candle to the later entrants. It's truly laughable. Surely, the third contender dispatched 1T merely match our first from the Blade Dojo. Will they? No way, right? The next moment, laughter intensified. The expressions of everyone at the swordsmanship dojo turned utterly grim. Chapter 13. Let that Li San take the stage. Faced with the jeers from the Blade Dojo, all could do was clench their fists in fury, their faces flushed with indignation. This scene only provoked more laughter from the Blade Dojo, as they perceived these individuals as merely exhibiting the folly of impotent rage. All right, everyone quiet down. The old ghost waved his hand, and the laughter gradually subsided. Next, the second contestant from the Blade Dojo emerged, a bald youth of about 17 or 18. His appearance elicited a cacophony of shrieks, a fervent reaction. This caused the hearts of the swordsmanship dojo members to skip a beat. They feared he was a harbinger of destruction. Indeed, as the young man placed his hand upon the stone tablet, it turned a deep white. Then, with a piercing scream, it leaped directly from blue to green, gradually coming to a halt. Spiritual root level, 9th grade. gazing at the numbers inscribed on the stone tablet. The members of the swordsmanship dojo fell into a profound silence. At that moment, even Elder Mo's gaze dimmed. The disparity was simply too vast. During the fleeting silence, the third young lady from the swordsmanship dojo timidly inquired, "Elder Mo, do I still need to go up?" Clearly, that was a resounding no. To step up now would be to invite humiliation, further embarrassing the swordsmanship dojo. Elder Mo remained silent, regretting his decision to come to the Xianxia pavilion. Had he not come, he would not have encountered the Blade Dojo, nor would the subsequent events have transpired. Beside him, the old ghost observed his crestfallen demeanor, smiling brilliantly as he stroked his beard, exclaiming, "Old Mo, are you up for this? If not, let us forego the competition. I assure you, this one tea be shared outside. I'll give you face." Elder Mo, gritting his teeth in anger, thought that old rascal. Resolutely, he stamped his foot and bypassed the young lady. "Qing Junjun, you're up." Upon hearing this, Qing Junjun suddenly perked up, winking at Elder Mo, leaving him perplexed. As for Elder Mo, he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Ha ha, the fat lord is about to ascend." The rotund fellow was bursting with excitement, strutting before the stone tablet like a crab, nostrils flared. "I say, everyone from the little Blade Sect, watch closely and learn how the fat lord teaches you about life." With that, the hefty figure placed his hand upon the stone tablet. Amidst the collective anticipation, the tablet began to flicker violently, transitioning from white to blue, then from blue to green, ultimately transforming into a dazzling purple that left one dizzy. Spiritual root level. Exceptional. The levels of spiritual roots comprise 10 grades. Yet beyond these 10, there exists another realm entirely. These individuals, unlike mere geniuses, are true anomalies, the creme de la creme among humanity, a rarity among multitudes. In this moment, the resplendent purple light dazzled so intensely that it nearly caused one's eyes to sting, prompting an uncontrollable flow of tears. "Ha! Did not expect this?" The rotund Qing Junjun, witnessing the astonishment of the crowd, felt an immense satisfaction within. "My father taught me to remain humble." So all this time, the hefty lord has feigned simplicity, biding his time for a day when he could startle you into disbelief, leaving you utterly speechless. Everyone suddenly realized. No wonder he had exhibited such peculiar expressions earlier. It turns out he was exchanging secret signals with old Humph. Who would have thought that you, this plump fellow, concealed a spiritual root? At that moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Xianxia's fox-like eyes. In her view, this surprise brought Qing Junjun immense joy. "What is the matter? Are you envious? Do you believe you are worthy?" Puffed. Xianxia could not suppress a laugh, pointing at herself. "Am I envious of you? Jealous of you? Ha ha, you're simply trying to make me laugh to death." At this juncture, she paused, her expression turning enigmatic. "Do you truly think you are the only one who has concealed a spiritual root?" The smile vanished from the chubby face. The crowd at the Sword Path Academy was equally taken aback. With a look of solitude, Xianxia spoke lazily. "If you wish for me to reveal my true spiritual root, you must first make me feel as if you are capable of catching up to me." Alas, the individuals from the Sword Path Academy are simply too weak, which means my spiritual root remains the strongest, despite my attempts to suppress it, destined never to see the light of day. As she spoke, the expressions of the crowd darkened, yet they found themselves unable to refute her words. This moment of humiliation brought a sense of delight to Xianxia, who chuckled gaily. "Is that all there is to being extraordinary? Fatty, you and the rest. Pay close attention." With that, she sauntered towards the stone tablet, placing her delicate hand upon it and closing her eyes. Immediately, the massive stone tablet began to tremble violently, causing the entire floor to shake. Following this, a terrifying and magnificent purple light erupted from the tablet, dazzling and overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire testing pavilion, not only stinging the eyes of all present, but also deeply unsettling their spirits, rendering them almost incapable of comprehension. Talent level, unmatched. Silence fell upon the assembly. Even old Mo and old Gue were left in a state of stunned disbelief. Following the 10th grade, the hierarchy includes exceptional, unmatched, transcendent, extraordinary, celestial, and astounding. Each level is akin to a new realm, with an evident disparity in prospects. Just when everyone thought Qing Junjun was already an extraordinary talent, another even more formidable individual emerged. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The hearts of everyone at the Sword Path Academy cried out in despair, and old Mo felt the same. Such a prodigy was originally destined for their Sword Path Academy, yet now nothing could be more heart-wrenching than this realization. Yet for the crowd at the enemy's swordsmanship arena, it was a time of unbridled joy and exhilaration. This time, fortune did not simply smile upon them. It bestowed a golden pie. What could be more fortuitous than this? How does it feel? Are you seething with anger? Perhaps you now regret your choices? Xianxia, arms crossed, and with an air of haughtiness, gazed at the swordsmanship arena's crowd with a playful expression. In truth, if they wished to return, they could. All they needed to do was plead with her. And perhaps she might relent. The breathing of the swordsmanship arena's practitioners grew labored. If Xianxia were not a member of the Qing family, they would have been tempted to rush forward and slay her on the spot. Especially for Elder Mo, it was profoundly disheartening. A truly ungrateful wretch. It was a lamentable situation. Yet, he bore no regrets. What of exceptional talent if the character is mediocre? Even the most gifted can achieve little without virtue. Those who resort to violence when faced with defeat, who play tricks instead of playing fair, will not walk far on their path. In contrast, the old demon radiated vitality, appearing rejuvenated by several years. He deliberately approached and gently patted Xianxia on the shoulder, brimming with admiration. "Yeah, you have brought me immense delight. Henceforth, I propose you take the position of the swordsmanship arena's junior master. You shall have free reign over the resources of the venue, with the highest authority to act without prior consultation with me. What say you?" "Wow," Xianxia squealed in excitement. "Is it truly so?" Meanwhile, the crowd from the swordsmanship arena seethed with barely contained fury. Observing their distress, the old demon raised his voice. "Ha ha, I'm a man of my word, especially in the presence of so many juniors. Even if I wished to retract, I could not." "Yay!" Xianxia hopped with glee, not forgetting to cast a peculiar glance at Elder Mo in the distance, as if to say, "Did you see that? You failed to cherish talent. Now you must regret it." "Ha ha ha, Sister Yaya is truly formidable. It is a great fortune for our swordsmanship arena to have her. Indeed, it is a blessing for us all. Within 3 years, our swordsmanship arena shall undoubtedly dominate the younger generation, eclipsing all others. Long live Sister Yaya." In retrospect, had she not joined our swordsmanship arena early, she would have merely become a tarnished gem, her brilliance wasted in the swordsmanship arena. Ha ha ha, who could argue otherwise? Ultimately, Sister Yaya is strong, and Sister Yaya is beautiful. Listening to the flattery from all around, Xianxia was in high spirits, basking in her newfound glory. The pride in her fox-like eyes could no longer be concealed, and she even sought to flaunt it, inciting the swordsmanship arena's crowd to the point where they wished to strike her down. How does it feel? Is there still a need to compare? At this moment, Xianxia, arms crossed, taunted the swordsmanship arena's crowd. The practitioners, heads bowed in utter resignation, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, yet found themselves powerless, forced to swallow their indignation. "Xianxia, do not revel in your triumph." A voice thundered with indignation. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. None can predict what the future holds. Your glory is but a fleeting moment. Indeed, do not be too arrogant, lest you trip and fall to your demise. The charming Xianxia laughed incessantly, her delicate fingers playfully gesturing. "You are mistaken. My spiritual roots signify not only my potential, but also the heights I shall attain in the future. You may struggle to keep pace with me now, let alone in 30 years. Understand this. Time is on my side, and the chasm between us will only widen. In due time, you shall find yourselves gazing upward, unable to see me, for I will be too elevated." She chuckled gleefully. The onlookers at the Sword Dao arena nearly choked on their rage. Every word spoken by Xianxia struck at their hearts, leaving them unable to refute her claims. "Enough of this wasted time," she declared, waving her hand dismissively. "Remember, there is still one Li San who has yet to step forward. Let him come forth." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast doubtful glances towards Li San. Could he truly bring hope? Yet, what if he only brought greater embarrassment? Amidst their many uncertainties, Mo when gradually approached the stone tablet, curious about the nature of his own talents, filled with anticipation. Chapter 14. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming talent. Amidst countless questions and curiosity, Mo placed his hand upon the stone tablet and slowly closed his eyes. However, the tablet remained silent. An air of astonishment enveloped everyone present. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Could it be that the tablet was malfunctioning? Mo Lao could not help but inquire, Li San, are you certain you have cleared your mind and placed your hand upon the tablet? Mo Wen nodded. I believe I understand. Perhaps it is because you possess no spiritual roots. Qing Yu interjected, giggling. The crowd fell momentarily silent before bursting into laughter. Indeed, it is quite possible he lacks spiritual roots. For an ordinary person, this is not an impossibility. Otherwise, why at 18 has he not embarked on the path of cultivation? The benefits of cultivation are numerous. Dear Yu, I must criticize you, a disciple from the Sword Dao remarked with a smirk. Not everyone possesses the powerful lineage of the Qing family, with innate gifts far surpassing the ordinary. Is it not entirely normal for a talentless mortal to exist? How true. The crowd erupted in laughter, leaving the faces of those from the Sword Dao utterly pale. On this very day, they had endured the weight of years of humiliation, and it would likely linger, forming a mental barrier that would haunt their resolve. Mo Lao, you could never have imagined this, could you? Qing Yu chuckled, her expression a blend of pride and mockery. Once, you held the watermelon, yet you relinquished it for a mere sesame seed. Alas, what a pity. Seeing this, Montauk Lao merely smiled faintly. Even with exceptional innate abilities, what value is there in being inept? Qing Yu, unfazed, chuckled softly, to borrow your words. One should not seek excuses for their failures. My strength is my own, and his weakness is simply his. Is this not a truth? Old Mo fell into a profound silence. After a long moment, he sighed mournfully. Today, it is my swordsmanship academy that has suffered defeat. The members of the academy hung their heads in despair, their fists clenched tightly within their sleeves, the pain of their fingertips piercing into flesh unnoticed. The old ghost stroked his beard and chuckled. No matter. After all, old Mo, this is not the first time you have lost to me. As the saying goes, one need not fear a multitude of lice for the itch, so why must you take it to heart? Ha ha! With his laughter, the others followed suit. Yet the incessant mockery weighed heavily on their hearts. Old Mo chose to disregard the crowd, his gaze fixated upon the stone tablet, pondering deeply. Li San, you may return. We shall head back to the Swordsmanship Academy. Yet, Mo Wen shook his head. Let us not rush. I need to contemplate further. Oh, Qing Yu retorted with a mocking smile. What are you intending to say? This time, I grant you the opportunity to finish your thoughts. Old Mo added, Li San, speak freely. I will shield you. Who would dare to act against you? With that, an overwhelming aura surged forth, startling Qing Yu, whose fair face paled. Fortunately, the old ghost intervened just in time. Otherwise, she might have fainted from fright. Mo Wen pondered for quite some time before finally looking up at the stone tablet, gently caressing its surface. Ultimately, he shook his head and declared, it seems the quality of this stone tablet is too inferior to fully gauge my innate abilities. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Then a raucous laughter erupted, deafening in its intensity. Look at this man, he has truly lost his mind, claiming that our Qing family's sky measuring tablet is inadequate to assess his innate abilities. Ha ha, what a monumental joke. How absurd. This tablet has been passed down in the Qing family for at least 3,000 years, witnessing the rise of countless prodigies and true dragons. Moreover, it is a genuine top-tier spiritual artifact. I have never heard of an innate ability that it could not detect. I say, you all are truly remarkable. Since he has already faced defeat, must you strip away every shred of dignity he possesses? Is it not better to leave him with some semblance of respect? Ha! I agree. I shall grant you dignity. At that moment, even some members of the Swordsmanship Academy felt a sense of embarrassment. The humiliation they had endured today was already more than enough, and this Li San was truly driving them to madness. Even the old ghost could not help but shake his head in disappointment, murmuring, it seems I must speak with the clan leader. The young master has chosen his associates poorly. Did you hear that? Li San, do you not hurry down? How long will you wallow in disgrace? The roar from within the Swordsmanship Academy prompted Qing Yu to laugh uncontrollably. Look, even your own people can no longer bear it. Li San, do you not feel a sense of shame? However, Mo Wen remained fixated on the stone tablet, disregarding the rising waves around him and the concerns of others. This peculiar behavior aroused suspicions in the stout Qing Junjun and the elder Mo. Could there be a twist in the tale? Suddenly, elder Mo turned to Mo Wen and inquired, by the way, Li San, you mentioned that the celestial tablet cannot detect all of your spirit roots, correct? Mo Wen glanced back and nodded lightly. Indeed, Elder Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he asked, what about half? Or even less? Is it detectable? After pondering for a moment, Mo Wen replied, In theory, it could be, but it is somewhat difficult to control. Difficult to control? Elder Mo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implication. Mo continued, perhaps, with a slight misstep, this ancient stone could explode. After all, it has a history spanning 3,000 years. And I truly cannot bear to see it destroyed. His words elicited laughter from everyone, nearly causing them to convulse with mirth. Yet, inexplicably, Elder Mo was suddenly filled with confidence. He did not know where this confidence stemmed from, but he felt assured. With palpable excitement, he declared, "Then you shall give a try. Should any consequences arise, I shall bear them." Mo raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain?" Elder Mo nodded emphatically. "Absolutely certain." "Very well." With that, Mo slowly closed his eyes and placed his palm once more upon the stone tablet. Simultaneously, the atmosphere grew eerily silent, all eager to witness what Li San would conjure. Then, unexpectedly, a remarkable event unfolded. The stone tablet began to respond, trembling and gradually shimmering. Mo, meanwhile, was murmuring incantations. "Ascend." Suddenly, the stone radiated a brilliant light, glowing a milky white. Then he uttered, "Ascend." Abruptly, the stone shifted from white to blue. The smiles on everyone's faces began to fade, and Xianxia felt an ominous premonition. "Descend. Ascend." A deep blue. "Hiss. Ascend." A green. Ascend. A purple. The hearts of the crowd surged and plummeted in response to each utterance of ascend, creating a thrilling tension. After a brief moment of anticipation, a collective sharp intake of breath echoed, the sound particularly piercing. "My goodness, am I dreaming?" Some pinched their thighs fiercely, and when the intense pain surged, they were utterly stunned. This was no dream, it was real. Previously the loudest among them, Xianxia now stood speechless, having never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. What was happening? However, she soon scoffed. "TCH, why has it stopped moving?" Although the result is astonishing, it's merely purple, quite exceptional. Yet on par with that chubby Qin Junjun, nothing more. The crowd fell silent. Her words implied that everyone else shared her abnormal standards. Is it not a remarkable surprise that such an extraordinary event has unfolded upon the seemingly unremarkable Li San? What more could one possibly desire? Is one to expect him to defy the heavens? Yet, as these thoughts lingered, old Mo exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Li San, can you continue?" "What? Can he? Continue? Surely. This cannot be true." Everyone instinctively perked up, eagerly anticipating Li San's response. "Of course," Mo replied calmly, "but from this point onward, we shall approach the limits of the stone tablet's endurance, and a moment's carelessness could lead to destruction. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Certain. Absolutely certain." Before old Mo could utter another word, the nearby ghost elder hurriedly interjected, "Should there be any consequences, I shall gladly bear them on your behalf. Proceed without hesitation." Old Mo scoffed, "There is no need for you to shoulder the burden. He belongs to my Sword Dao Academy, so I shall take responsibility." The ghost elder, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Then let us share the burden together." The sudden alliance between the two left everyone bewildered, and it infuriated Xianxia, who stomped her foot in frustration, inwardly cursing Li San. "Very well, since it has come to this, I shall continue," Mo declared, pressing his palm forward slightly. Great gray transcendence. The atmosphere became suffocating. All present, including old Mo and the ghost elder, had their pupils constrict in shock. Further ascension, great black, supernatural. Xianxia collapsed in despair. Further ascension, great orange emperor. Everyone clutched their heads in disbelief. Was this truly a human endeavor? Further ascension, great pink, world-shattering. "Mother, save me." Yet this time, the stone tablet ceased its response. It quivered violently, causing the immense Tian Su pavilion to tremble ominously. Then came the ominous crackling sound. The ancient stone tablet, steeped in 3 millennia of history and revered as a treasure of the highest order, began to fracture. As the fissures widened, it ultimately succumbed with a resounding crack, splitting into two. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed, sending a cloud of dust soaring, transforming the site into a desolate ruin. All around, breath ceased, hearts stopped, and color drained from faces. In the expanse between heaven and earth, silence reigned supreme. Only the dust floated languidly through the air. Chapter 15. The entire Qin family was shaken. Time became an enigma. It felt like a century, or perhaps merely a fleeting moment, as the dust gradually settled. When all finally regained their senses, the once historic and generational stone tablet had been reduced to rubble, a mere heap of worthless stones. Yet, in comparison to the loss of the stone tablet, the manner of its destruction left an indelible thrill, a haunting exhilaration. It was utterly shocking, profoundly difficult to accept. Beyond the 10th grade, excellence, uncommon, transcendence, supernatural, emperor, world-shattering. He was evidently in a realm of astonishment. Indeed, he had already astonished the world. A true miracle. What was happening? What on earth was transpiring? The ancient spirit, the first to awaken, let out a nearly ear-piercing scream. His voice jolted everyone from their stupor, causing them to clutch their heads in disbelief, their eyes wide with horror at the scene before them. Then chaos erupted. My heavens! Is it truly possible for someone to obliterate the celestial steel merely with their innate abilities? This cannot be. I refuse to believe it. He must have orchestrated this, perhaps even covertly intervening to destroy the steel. This is utterly astonishing, too astonishing to bear. Some individuals collapsed to the ground, as if struck by an overwhelming blow, rendered utterly despondent. Among them, Xianxia stood dazed, her gaze vacant, repeatedly murmuring, "Fake, fake, it's all fake." The commotion quickly roused the entire Qin clan. In an instant, terrifying auras surged from all directions, intertwining in the very fabric of the world, leaving no one unscathed. Now, all the mentors from various academies had gathered. Even the formidable members of the Qin family emerged in full force, except for the clan leader, Qin Yuhuan, and a few reclusive elders who remained in seclusion. All others capable of making it were present. Thousands of eyes fixated on the direction of the celestial steel. Yet, where was it? It was gone, leaving only a desolate ruin. A landscape marred by devastation. Who can explain to me what is happening here? An elder of the Qin clan thundered, his fearsome aura sweeping across the area, causing the very heavens to change in hue. Brother Mo, Brother Gui, you two must swiftly inform me of what transpired. The two remained silent, instead casting peculiar glances toward the figure of a man clad in black ahead of them. Suddenly, thousands of auras intertwined, and a powerful consciousness surged forward, striking fiercely. Were it any ordinary individual, they would have likely been breathless or even succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, the seemingly unremarkable man before them stood unmoved, resolutely defiant, astonishing all present. Even more surprising was the absence of any discernible spiritual energy emanating from him, implying that he was merely immortal. If that were the case, what connection did this matter hold for him? The elder in crimson casually summoned a disciple from the Sword Academy, his voice calm yet authoritative. Tell me, what exactly transpired? The disciple, feeling utterly helpless, recounted the events that had just unfolded, word for word, without embellishment or exaggeration. During this time, the thousands of masters had rendered themselves completely motionless, questioning whether they were trapped in a dream. After a prolonged silence, the elder in red exclaimed in astonishment, "Young one, can you truly confirm this? Are you certain of what you have spoken?" Under the scrutiny of thousands of piercing gazes, the young man felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his legs trembling, unable to utter a single word. At a crucial moment, it was old Mo who stepped forward and declared, "Elder Gu, every word spoken by this young man is true. I can guarantee it with my life." What? A guarantee with one's life? Everyone was taken aback, hardly able to believe their ears. Elder Gu sought confirmation repeatedly. "Brother Mo, can you truly take responsibility for your words?" Old Mo, clearly displeased, retorted, "If I guarantee with my life, how could I possibly evade responsibility?" Even the ghostly elder, who had often been at odds with him, sighed at this moment, affirming, "What he says is indeed true. This stone tablet was destroyed due to the spiritual roots." At this, the crowd fell silent, gazing at this seemingly unremarkable man with complex emotions. If that were truly the case, how terrifying must this individual's talent be? Astonishing. The mere literal interpretation conveyed the sheer horror of it. Unprecedented, unparalleled, eternally unique. Yet the crowd still found it hard to believe, struggling to accept the reality. Perhaps we should allow this young man to demonstrate once more. What does everyone think? Propose an elder clad in purple robes, who serve as a mentor in the magical arts. The eyes of the assembly brightened. This suggestion was indeed splendid. The elder turned his gaze towards Mo1. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. "Young man, do you dare to showcase your abilities once again in front of all?" Mo1 nonchalantly replied, "I can do so, provided you possess the means to test. Rest assured, I have a marvelous tool, one that is not inferior to the celestial measuring tablet. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, he produced a dazzling azure crystal sphere. Upon a glance, the onlookers felt a wave of unease wash over them, causing them to hastily lower their heads. The elder waved his finger, and the crystal sphere floated gracefully to a point 3 feet before Mo1. Young man, simply place your hand upon it. Mo1 remained still, inquiring, is this item of great value? The elder paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Fear not. Not only can you not destroy it, but even if you did, I would not hold you accountable. Go ahead. Very well. Should it break, I shall not be blamed. Mo1 replied, placing his hand upon the surface of the crystal sphere. At the moment he closed his eyes, the colors within the sphere shifted dramatically. Brilliant white, light blue, deep blue, azure, violet, gray, black, orange, pink. The entire assembly was rendered speechless. The gathered dignitaries, all formidable figures with vast experience, had witnessed countless spectacles in their lifetimes. Yet now, their legs weakened, and they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Such a scene was unprecedented in their lives. Their limited experiences were utterly shattered. The small sorcerer beheld the grandeur of the great. The elder, suppressing his overwhelming joy, widened his eyes and trembled. Can it be done again? Is there more? Mo1 could not help but frown. Such a remarkable object, it would be a pity to ruin it. Perhaps it is best to refrain. No. The old Taoist shook his head like a pendulum, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Please destroy it. If you do not, I shall be tormented in my heart. Mo1, taken aback by such a request, hesitated. Very well, I shall take another step. As he spoke, Mo1 began to exert force. With a thunderous roar, the crystal orb erupted into chaos, an exceedingly unstable power teetering on the brink of destruction. The vibrant powder surged forward, transforming into a dazzling crimson, blood-like and sun-like, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The old Taoist collapsed to the ground, his face ashen and his body trembling uncontrollably. Heavens above, he gasped, nearly breathless. The atmosphere was suffocating. This was beyond anything ever witnessed, perhaps even transcending the realms of mortals and divines. In the next moment, the old Taoist appeared entranced, his eyes aflame, his voice piercing. Can it be done again? The crowd, as if possessed, nodded in a trance. I shall give it a try. Mo1 conceded reluctantly, pressing down once more. Yet this time within the crystal orb, colors swirled chaotically, merging into a resplendent spectacle that heralded imminent peril. Ultimately, bang! The crystal orb shattered. An overwhelming brilliance of energy splashed upon everyone, cool yet searing against their skin. Silence enveloped the world, and mouths gaped wide enough to accommodate several duck eggs. After an interminable pause, what the hell? The old Taoist exclaimed, clutching his head in a frenzy. Is this even human? Is this even human? The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their hearts quaking. How terrifying! This was beyond comprehension. What level of spiritual root was this? The texts bore no record. It had transcended the bounds of humanity. I pondered, if the crystal orb hadn't exploded, would it have continued? And if so, how much further could it have gone? At this thought, everyone shuddered violently, hastily dismissing such notions, too fearful to entertain them. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in tattered garments approached from a distance. His face was marked by age spots, his eyes sunken, exuding a lifeless aura, his body emaciated as if a mere breath could send him tumbling away, crumbling into dust. This elder radiated no discernible aura, yet was inextricably linked to the cosmos. With each step, a profound rhythm accompanied him, his form wavering between proximity and distance, manifesting in an eerie manner. Upon his arrival, the crowd parted swiftly, allowing him passage down a broad, illuminated path, all bowing their heads in reverence, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder." The elder waved his hand dismissively, his murky gaze suddenly igniting with a terrifying brilliance as he scrutinized Mo1 intently. After a prolonged moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly immortal. Which lineage do you hail from? I have never encountered you before." Upon this revelation, it became evident to all present. Indeed, this individual appeared rather unfamiliar, seemingly not a member of the esteemed family. Mo1 shook his head gently and clasped his fists, declaring, "I am Li San, not a descendant of your clan." The name Li San elicited astonishment among the assembly. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, Is he not the one rumored to have a close relationship with the young master in Tianyang City? Who else could it be? The whispers circulated that he was an inconspicuous mortal, entirely fitting the description. At that moment, Imo Lao chuckled heartily, stroking his beard, and affirmed, "Indeed, it is Li San. He is currently studying the sword arts under my tutelage, and this is the young master's wish. Are you not aware?" Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in surprise, followed swiftly by indignation. This crafty old man, named Mo, was truly devious. Some individuals finally grasped the truth behind the thunderous explosion. It was not merely a natural disaster or calamity. It was highly probable that Li San possessed an extraordinary lineage. Even as an ordinary human, he activated his ancestral power in the face of peril, harnessing the forces of nature. Previously, their perception of Li San was one of utter insignificance, to the point where his existence seemed unnecessary, especially during the internal meeting days prior. Nearly 90% of the senior members had agreed to eliminate him, believing he could hinder the young master's happiness. Yet, all such thoughts dissipated in an instant. They could not only refrain from taking his life, but must now find ways to protect, cherish, and nurture him, allowing him to act as he pleased. After all, he possessed unparalleled talent, deserving of such treatment wherever he went. Once he reached his full potential, the investments made would pale in comparison to the unimaginable returns. Young friend Li San, the elder chuckled, referring to him as young friend, which reflected his favorable disposition towards Li San. Within the ancestral grounds of our clan lies an ancient tower known as the Xianlong Tower. Perhaps there, you may discover the true limits of your spiritual roots. Would you be inclined to give it a try? Countless gazes turned toward Mo1, brimming with anticipation. The Xianlong Tower, a symbol of the true dragon, had never been ignited, and none had ever ascended beyond the 6th level. Perhaps Li San would create a miracle, or even a divine phenomenon. Amidst the fervent anticipation, Mo1 shook his head. "I feel rather fatigued today. Perhaps another time would be more suitable." He paused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he continued. "As for the family heirloom, I would rather not meddle with it. Should it explode again, you would surely hold me accountable." Had these words been spoken in the past, they would have elicited laughter and amusement. Yet now, all stood in stunned silence, glancing at the ruins of the once magnificent Liangtian Bay and the remnants of energy from the crystal sphere on the ground, their expressions morphing into something peculiar, tinged with genuine concern. "Since my young friend is unwilling today, we shall defer to another day," the elder chuckled while stroking his beard. "However, there is one matter that you need not worry about, even if at that time you were to inadvertently demolish the illustrious dragon tower of our esteemed family. We would accept it without complaint." Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, quickly followed by wry smiles and headshakes. Clearly, when faced with a supreme prodigy, everything else fades into insignificance. Chapter 16. The clan meeting centered around Li San. After a brief silence, the air erupted with deafening cheers. The crowd at the sword arena, in a frenzy of excitement, shouted with fervor, "Li San, Li San, Li San." What was even more unexpected was that soon after, the old ghost from the Blade Arena also led the call. "Li San, Li San, Li San." This ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present, leaving only Xianxia standing in place, almost brought to tears by frustration. After a considerable time, the elder waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. He then turned his gaze toward the previous elder in red. "Little Gu, please escort our young friend Li San to reside in the inner court. And should he require anything, you must do your utmost to fulfill his needs without hesitation. Understood?" Upon hearing this, envy filled the hearts of all present. Even the old ghost and all the senior members of the Qing family shared in this sentiment. The Qing family is divided into 4 regions: the outer realm, the middle realm, the inner realm, and the inner court. The status and bloodlines determine the regions where one resides. The inner court is reserved exclusively for the highest-ranking members of the Qing family, boasting superior training facilities and a serene environment, akin to the royal palace, standing in stark contrast to the outside world. Ultimately, these distinctions pale in comparison to the fact that the Qing family has already embraced Li San as one of their own, fully acknowledging his existence. This is what truly evokes envy. Subsequently, everyone dispersed, with Elder Gu leading Li San to the inner court. Meanwhile, the elder struck the celestial bell, its resonance echoing throughout the Qing family, commanding all senior members to gather in the Hall of Heavenly Discussions in 3/4 of an hour to deliberate on significant matters. Without a doubt, this crucial matter pertains to Li San, whose extraordinary spiritual roots would likely shape the Qing family's strategic plans moving forward. In that moment, it could be said that some rejoiced while others despaired. Xianxia could never have anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. A mere insignificant ant has now transformed into an imperious fire phoenix, one that even she can only look up to. As for the past, it has become a source of ridicule, and she would undoubtedly be the subject of gossip from now on. Thinking to herself, she huffed, "Just wait and see, if I... Xianxia, do not swallow this pride. I shall not be human." Meanwhile, old Mo found himself suddenly elevated to prominence, surrounded by various mentors showering him with flattery and compliments, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Everything was indeed due to the fortune brought by Li San. 3/4 of an hour later, in the hall of heavenly discussions of the Qing family, the assembly was graced by the presence of all the esteemed members of the Qing family, totaling over 600 individuals. Notably, the family patriarch, Qing Hantian, was also in attendance, indicating the significance of the meeting. "Silence, please," commanded the Grand Elder with a languid wave of his hand, and the room fell into an immediate hush. "We have two matters to discuss. Firstly, let us share our thoughts on the events that transpired today." A wave of exchanged glances and resigned smiles swept through the assembly. An elder sighed. One can only describe it as a divine miracle. In this vast eastern continent, the finest spiritual roots merely reach the extraordinary. Yet this youth has surpassed all expectations, which is truly astounding and hard to fathom. Another elder remarked with a wry smile. "As the saying goes, there are always greater talents beyond our own, and those chosen by the Heavenly Machine Pavilion cannot possibly be ordinary. What is your perspective, Patriarch?" The assembly turned their gaze towards Qing Hantian, seated beside the Grand Elder. With a hint of resignation, he shook his head. "I have only just learned of this astonishing news and am still struggling to process it. From my viewpoint, we should cultivate a friendship with Li San, even proactively extend our goodwill towards him. This young man's future is boundless. In as little as 5 years, or perhaps 10, he will soar to great heights. And in that time, our Qing family will reap immeasurable benefits, ascending to the very heavens." While the assembly remained non-committal, a palpable silence enveloped them. However, the question lingered. How could they forge an unbreakable bond with Li San, ensuring he would willingly assist the Qing family? He was not a family member. After all, they could not exert control over him. "Why is everyone so quiet?" The Grand Elder's icy voice broke the stillness. Typically you are all so loquacious. Yet now not a word is spoken. Heads bowed and eyes fell to the ground, silence reigning. "Honor, perhaps you might share your thoughts?" "Very well." Qing Hantian stood with a commanding presence. "Though Li San may possess an unremarkable appearance, my daughter Huan has taken quite a liking to him. Given this, why not facilitate their union and nurture this budding romance? In time, Li San would become our esteemed son-in-law and Huan his devoted wife, thereby establishing a bond that is undeniably close." A glimmer of interest sparked in the eyes of the senior members. An elder voiced a concern. But might there be a disparity between them? Indeed, another added, while Li San's talents are extraordinary, his appearance is rather unremarkable. It is unfortunate, though not unattractive. He lacks the striking presence one might expect in our esteemed family. Consider the scrutiny he would face in high-profile gatherings. Qing Hantian's discontent surged as he waved his hand, unleashing a formidable aura that sent a shiver through the assembly. "I have yet to express my views regarding my own flesh and blood, and you exceed the bounds of propriety." The room fell into silence once more. An elder rose, sighing, "While these matters are indeed pressing, let us not forget, Patriarch, that Huan is already bound by an engagement. Even if it were merely the ramblings of our late Patriarch after a few drinks, the other party has taken it seriously. Our two families have maintained correspondence through the Heavenly Machine for years, and they have shown great interest in Huan's growth. Consider the consequences should one choose to retract their decision now." A shiver ran through everyone at the mere thought of it. The repercussions would indeed be grave. "Now, do not indulge in alarmist rhetoric," the elder remarked dismissively, waving his hand. "Lacking written proof or witnesses, it is but a drunken jest, mere words spoken in jest. I cannot fathom any substantial repercussions." He paused, his gaze piercing. "In other words, even if it were in black and white, what of it? For the sake of Li San, I would willingly bear the weight of consequence." This declaration rendered all present speechless. "Elder, we must not act impulsively," an elder cautioned. Rising to speak, "The Duan family has surged in strength in recent years, with no less than 8 formidable experts in the open, not to mention the hidden masters lurking in the shadows. The number of Earth-tier experts is countless, and should they unleash their wrath, even a family as powerful as ours would struggle to withstand it. Exchanges of glances among the assembly revealed their shared sense of helplessness. On one side stood the extraordinary Li San, and on the other, the terrifying Dan family. Ultimately, they found it difficult to choose between the two. "May I interject?" came the resonant voice of Xianxia. "I do not wish for my daughter to become a mere pawn at the negotiation table, nor do I desire for her happiness to be sacrificed for the sake of familial interests." The elder's expressions darkened. One elder, known for his fiery temperament, unleashed a terrifying aura, demanding, "What do you propose? Shall we wage war against the Dan family? Can we afford such a venture?" Xianxia stood firm, his own formidable presence crashing down like thunder. "In my view, the fate of Huaner should be hers to determine. Should she choose Li San, we shall rally behind him without regret. Conversely, if she opts against him, we must strive to maintain amicable relations, all the while ensuring our intentions do not backfire, inadvertently creating a formidable adversary." With these words, silence enveloped the room. They resolved to let Xianxia make her own choice. It was feared she would unhesitatingly select Li San. However, this choice would lead them to confront the Dan family, steeped in 6 millennia of history and filled with masters of unparalleled skill. The swiftness of their wrath would undoubtedly outpace Li San's growth, and by that time, it would not only be the Qing family at risk, but also Li San's very life would hang in the balance. Thus, "Let us raise our hands to vote in favor of Huaner's wishes," the elder proclaimed, and he was the first to raise his hand. The rest hesitated, caught in a web of indecision. It was too perilous. While Li San was indeed significant, he required time to mature. Offending the Dan family could potentially rob him of any opportunity to develop. Yet, how could they abandon Li San? His innate talent, given time, would surpass even 10 Dan families. "You have stated, given time, we must prioritize the present." Enough. The elder, filled with displeasure, merely exhaled a cold snort, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. A terrifying spiritual pressure descended upon all present, rendering them breathless. 3 breaths a choice. The pallor of every face turned ghostly, as they gritted their teeth and made their decisions. For heaven's sake, at such an advanced age, what was there to fear? It was time to gamble. To think only of oneself and neglect the younger generation. Very well, I concede. But let me be clear. If Huan does not choose Li San but opts for the Dan family instead, any dissent shall not be tolerated. In the end, it was 343 to 341. With a narrow margin of victory, the elder triumphed. Now, it all hinged upon Xianxua's choice. Just as she was mentioned, she returned. Chapter 17. The Shock of Xianxua. Unbeknownst to Mo1, the contents of the Qing family meeting were unfolding. The inner realm truly lived up to its reputation. The richness of spiritual energy here was several times that of the outer world. Various gathering formations were operating frantically, and the air was thick with the terrifying aura of those in secluded cultivation. Looking up, one could see a staircase that seemed to reach the heavens, veiled in a mystical haze. Flanking the staircase were magnificent palaces, making the 2 figures below appear minuscule, like mere specks of dust. As they walked, Elder Gu elaborated. "As you can see, beneath each palace, a large gathering formation is in operation, the level of which depends on the number of steps in the staircase. In other words, the deeper one goes, the higher the level of the gathering formation, resulting in denser spiritual energy, thereby enhancing the efficacy of cultivation." At this point, even Elder Gu could not help but feel envious. Naturally, Li San was arranged by the elder to reside in the most prestigious palace, where the gathering formation was of the highest caliber. Only the clan leader and a select few venerable elders could enjoy such privilege. However, given Li San's extraordinary talent, it was only fitting he be placed here. Where else could he possibly be accommodated? Everything is relative. After about half a stick of incense, the 2 finally ascended the staircase and reached the pinnacle. Elder Gu guided Mo1 into the grandest palace at the center. A structure so magnificent it resembled a vast imperial city, adorned with flowers, trees, and the serene beauty of mountains and lakes, truly breathtaking. "Li San, from this day forth, this shall be your residence within the Qing family. Here, you shall be free from any disturbances. Should you encounter any issues, simply tap thrice on the floor, and I shall arrive post-haste." After imparting these instructions, Elder Gu took his leave. In truth, he too longed to linger and absorb the abundant spiritual energy. However, upon sensing the ominous gazes fixated upon him from the shadows, he shivered involuntarily and decided it prudent to depart. Once Elder Gu had left, Mo, when reclined upon the cool, exquisite floor, resting his hands behind his head, gazing dreamily at the resplendent ceiling soaring 100 feet above. Indeed, such a life is rather pleasant. Let those unpleasant memories dissipate like the wind. Yet, just as this thought began to take shape, a sudden and excruciating pain surged through his consciousness, as though steel rods were violently stirring within his mind, rendering him almost lifeless. It appears that the depths of his soul are unwilling to grant him peace. Ultimately, he must embark upon this thorny path of memory retrieval. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have quietly slipped by. During this time, Mo has enjoyed a remarkably serene existence, just as Gu Lao had mentioned, undisturbed and tranquil. For these 3 days, he has been seated on the ground, contemplating the sensations he experienced while wielding the sword. Those feelings are extraordinarily wondrous and ineffable, as if the sword was born of him and he of the sword, leaving him in awe. Perhaps the path of the sword is indeed the one I must tread. In the outer world, within the eastern courtyard, young master Huaner has returned. Qing Yu Huan has arrived, moving with a light grace and appearing in excellent spirits. For the past 3 days, she has been busy slaying magical beasts, collecting a plethora of magic cores, and even ventured to the Jufeng Cliff to gather a substantial amount of herbs. Her aim is to concoct a high-quality cleansing elixir for Li San, assisting him in smoothly entering the path of cultivation. Although their home is replete with materials and cleansing elixirs abound like candy, their quality falls short of the highest standards, thus failing to yield the utmost efficacy. This is hardly surprising, for the Qing family possesses a formidable bloodline, born with extraordinary gifts. There is little to cleanse, and thus no need to prepare elixirs of superior quality. However, the young master is different. Coming from a mortal background, his body is undoubtedly rife with impurities. Since he is to cultivate, it is only fitting that he be afforded the best conditions, paving a grand path for him. She aims to rejuvenate the young master, facilitating a transformation from within. Now, she cradles an exquisitely packaged jade box, within which lies the supreme cleansing elixir. Yet, as she cheerfully strides into the courtyard, she finds no trace of Li San, which stirs a sense of urgency and anger within her. Could it be that he was driven away by the family? With a hasty stride, she heads towards the elder's courtyard, convinced that this mischief is the doing of those old codgers. However, she is taken aback upon entering the elder's courtyard, discovering that everyone has long been waiting for her, including her father. What is this? As she sees everyone gazing at her with grave expressions, a sense of panic wells up within her, compelling her to anticipate the worst. Trembling, she exclaims, "What have you done to Li San?" Witnessing her agitation, all present can only sigh inwardly. It seems there is no need to hear her choice, for at this moment, she has already made it. On the grand seat, Qing Hantian's expression grows solemn, his voice resonant. Huan, what I am about to divulge may cause you distress, perhaps even disbelief. Are you prepared? As soon as those words were spoken, Qing Yue felt her heart sink, her delicate body trembling incessantly as she slumped in her chair. Her voice cracked, sharp and piercing. "Father, you would have killed Li San, would you?" Qing Hantian furrowed his brow. "Is it so hard for you to regard me as worthy?" He gestured with his grand sleeve, causing the air to shimmer and distort, projecting a vivid scene. This tableau revealed all that transpired within the Tian Su Pavilion, from the collapse of the celestial measurement steel to the explosion of the crystal ball, culminating in Li San's refusal to enter the Xianlong Tower, all vividly imprinted in Qing Yue's mind. She stood there, utterly stunned, as if struck by a tempestuous wave. The 8 words, "above the heavens, a mysterious gift," crashing down upon her fragile spirit, creating an overwhelming force and a terrifying shock. The onlookers refrained from interrupting, patiently allowing her the time to absorb the revelation. After a prolonged silence, Qing Yue finally spoke, suddenly rising with joy in her voice. "Then where is he now?" Qing Han sighed. "The elder has arranged for him to be in the inner realm within the Shinzi Hall. He should be cultivating at this moment." Before he could finish, Qing Yue dashed out of the grand hall, causing her father's lips to twitch in frustration. The crowd around them sighed in resignation, clearly understanding that no further statement from Qing Yue was necessary. The answer was glaringly apparent. In the inner realm, a beautiful figure glided in, her delicate feet barely touching the ground, like a gentle breeze, as she entered the cloud-shrouded Xianxia hall. As Qingyue stepped inside, Mo1, seated in meditation, slowly opened his eyes. "You've come," he remarked. Qingyue remained silent, her gaze appraising him as she circled around, bursting into a fit of giggles. Her laughter like the rustling of flowers. "Hee, I didn't expect you to be this formidable. You're not actually human, are you?" Mo1 shook his head. "I was unaware of it myself until recently." Qingyue smiled gently. "That makes it even more impressive. Truly remarkable. Those self-proclaimed geniuses are no match for you." "You're exaggerating," Mo1 replied, shaking his head with a smile. "As the saying goes, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon. In certain places, I am merely an ordinary passerby." Qingyue shot him an exasperated glare. "Listen to yourself. Is that even human speech? Are you trying to infuriate everyone?" "By the way," Qingyue said, as she waved her delicate hand and retrieved an exquisite jade box from her spatial ring, her face beaming. "This is the supreme cleansing pill I acquired through great effort. You must try it and see its effects." As she spoke, she waved her delicate hand, and a magnificent bathing tub suddenly appeared on the ground, steam rising from it, infused with the subtle fragrance of rose petals, evoking an irresistible urge to leap in. Qingyue instinctively blushed and hurriedly ran outside. "I will wait for you. Good luck." Chapter 18. The Shock of the Ancestral Patriarch of the Qing Family. After Qingyue departed, Mo1 opened the jade box to reveal a frost-covered pill of icy blue, emanating a powerful medicinal aura. The moment the box was opened, the very fabric of the air seemed to warp slightly, showcasing its extraordinary quality. Alongside the cleansing marrow pill, there lay a spatial ring filled with an overwhelming abundance of gathering energy pills, stacked high enough to astound anyone. Mo1 gazed at the quivering, chilling cleansing marrow pill in his hand, his expression becoming somewhat dazed. Upon swallowing this pill, he would officially embark on the path of cultivation, a journey that might be fraught with challenges. However, there was no alternative. In 3 months, he would need to take on disciples, and he could not remain inept. With a few swift motions, he shed his garments and leaped into the tub. Taking a deep breath, he gradually consumed the pill. A wave of icy coolness enveloped him. His bones creaked and his skin tingled, as though something within him was stirring, and his blood began to surge with newfound vigor. It was coming. Mo1 closed his eyes, enduring the excruciating pain. Outside, Qingyue anxiously awaited, pondering the progress of Li San and whether he could withstand the torment brought on by the cleansing marrow pill. Just then, a terrifying sound of sword resonance pierced the heavens, swelling with the wind, overwhelming in its presence, sending chills down spines. The sound was hauntingly mournful, steeped in an ancient sorrow, echoing with timeless lamentation. Suddenly, a ghostly and forlorn sword shadow erupted from the Hall of Immortals, flashing with unparalleled brilliance, radiating a terrifying sword intent that shook the very cosmos, trembling the mortal realm. It lamented, it wept, it felt defiant, it was furious. It seemed as if something was gradually awakening. In the next moment, chaos ensued within the Qing family, as all the high-ranking members rushed towards the inner sanctum. As they arrived, gazing up at the ethereal sword shadow and feeling the overwhelming, terrifying sword intent, they were engulfed in profound fear, struggling to breathe. What was happening? Could it be Li San's doing? Heavens, who exactly is Li San? Is he even human? At this moment, across the 4 regions of the Qing family, covering over 200,000 miles and housing millions, they were all pressed beneath the vast sky, shaken by the formidable, imposing sword shadow that left them in awe. As if witnessing a deity, what was the meaning of this? Was a divine being descending upon the world? My goodness, what a terrifying sword intent. It was palpable, not released, but restrained. Merely its residual power was overwhelmingly potent, utterly fearsome. It appears that one of my esteemed ancestors has made a breakthrough. Otherwise, how could such a tremendous disturbance arise? Truly, the heavens have favored my family. Everyone has their opinions. It is not just them. Even some individuals outside the Qing family, within Tianyong City, immediately sensed this terrifying sword intent. From all directions, they rushed forth, converging from the 4 corners, standing high above the void, overlooking the grand Qing family estate. Each one, an elder with hair as white as snow, held significant stature and influence in Tianyong City. Yet now, Their eyes were filled with astonishment, even trepidation. Such a formidable sword intent, I fear even I could not withstand it. It seems that some ancient figure has attained a breakthrough, signaling that the Qing family is destined for supremacy. Alas, having already been the strongest in Tianyong City, it seems they are now poised to dominate the entire eastern continent. It appears we must personally visit the Qing family to thoroughly ascertain what has transpired. Exchanging glances, everyone vanished from their spots, hastening to prepare congratulatory gifts for their visit. Meanwhile, atop an ancient tower of the Qing family, the Grand Elder and a frail, almost extinguished white-clad elder were engaged in a game of chess. Ha ha ha, it seems my Qing family has struck gold this time, the Grand Elder chuckled. His demeanor rejuvenated. Not necessarily, the white-clad elder countered, shaking his head. To me, this is a double-edged sword. It is both a treasure and a calamity, a grave disaster. The Grand Elder remained non-committal. But what of it? With danger and benefit intertwined, we must take some risks, mustn't we? The white-clad elder placed a piece and remarked, "You see, you have lost again. This time it may not be so." The Grand Elder countered, placing his piece, instantly revitalizing the deadlock. He sighed, "Our days are numbered. Those wolf cubs are watching us closely, waiting for our demise. At that point, the Qing family will surely suffer a devastating blow, perhaps even face annihilation." The white-clad elder fell silent for a moment. Hence the need for a strong alliance with the Duan family to secure our invulnerability. I fear it is not merely an alliance, the Grand Elder mused, gazing down at the chessboard. The white and black pieces are not necessarily opposites. If I consume you, only one color remains. Undoubtedly, it would be akin to a wolf entering a tiger's den. It would be better to die gloriously. The white-clad elder remained silent, completely withdrawn into contemplation. At that moment, the sword shadows in the sky vanished, and the sword intent faded, restoring tranquility. In the next instant, Qing Yuhuan and the others hurried into the hall. They beheld Mo when sitting cross-legged in a bathtub, visible only from the waist up. With each breath, his being resonated with the cosmos, and within his bloodline, it seemed something anomalous stirred. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a multitude of small swords, as if countless miniature blades were coursing through his body, creating an eerie spectacle. Amidst the confusion of all, only the old Mo understood what it truly was. Nearly fainting with shock, that is the sword body. This child actually possesses the sword body. Qing Yu's visage was filled with anxious pallor, her worry palpable as her delicate hands clenched tightly, her fingertips sinking into flesh, oblivious to the pain. Her father, Qing Hantian, observed her distress and gently patted her fragrant shoulder, offering solace. "Huaner, fret not. A true man must face trials. If he cannot overcome this one, it would be better not to live at all." Qing Yu was at a loss for words. "Father, is this your attempt at comfort? It feels more like provocation." A hearty laugh escaped Qing Hantian. "In truth, you should not dwell on such matters now. Rather, contemplate when you shall become betrothed to him." "What?" Qing Yu gasped, covering her mouth, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. Meanwhile, Mo, when abruptly opened his eyes, donned his spatial ring, and retrieved a substantial quantity of spirit-gathering pills, consuming them like peas. Miraculously, a transformation began. First stage of the mortal realm. Second stage. Third stage. Fourth stage. Sixth stage. Seventh stage. Ninth stage. Thunderous echoes resounded. First stage of the human realm. Second stage. Third stage. And up to the ninth stage. Then, with a resounding boom, he ascended to the yellow realm. At that moment, everyone was left in awe. They had witnessed prodigies before, yet nothing compared to this. The breakthrough was as effortless as drinking water, progressing a stage with each breath. 10 stages in mere moments. Was this still human? They could not help but marvel at such extraordinary talent, truly a terror among the heavens. And yet, Mo Wen's ascent did not halt. He swiftly transitioned from the first to the ninth stage of the yellow realm, and in the blink of an eye, into the profound realm. Next, he soared through the first, second, and third stages of the profound realm, ultimately reaching its pinnacle, just a step away from the earth realm, before finally coming to a stop. At that instant, silence enveloped the world, the stillness palpable. In the distance, atop an ancient tower, Elder Tai and the white-clad elder could no longer maintain their composure, rising in shock, struggling to breathe. In less than 30 breaths, a mere mortal had ascended through the mortal, human, yellow, and profound realms, reaching the peak of the profound realm, merely a step away from the earth realm. This journey encompassed a staggering 59 stages, a feat that would require 60 years or even centuries for a typical genius to achieve. Yet he accomplished it in a single day. The white-clad elder's body trembled uncontrollably at that moment. He could scarcely believe his eyes, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Not only he, but Elder Tai beside him was equally astounded. Was this prodigy truly human? Reflecting on it, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief for not insisting that Li San enter the Xianlong Tower, for otherwise, it might have been utterly destroyed by his hands. With reddened eyes, he exclaimed, "Our Qing family is truly fortunate to possess such a supreme talent." However, not everyone is aware that Mo still has the potential to ascend further. Perhaps he might even shatter the earthly realm and step into the exalted celestial tier. Yet, haste often leads to stagnation. This is akin to constructing a grand edifice. A solid foundation must be laid to ensure it rises majestically. Otherwise, a mere gust of wind could bring it crashing down. That said, within Mo resides two distinct forces. The first, although he is a mere mortal, enables him to engage in fierce battles with the 24 peak masters of the Wenyangong for hundreds of rounds, even defeating foes with a single strike. This power seems inherent to him, possibly acquired from memories of a previous existence. However, he remains unaware of how to harness it, relying solely on muscle memory to trigger it subconsciously. His frail physique is insufficient to wield this force. Each exertion leaves him significantly weakened and shortens his lifespan. Perhaps this path is not meant for him. All paths are rooted in a singular essence, yet this power evidently lies outside the established frameworks. He can feel that it is a terrifying force, capable of annihilating the cosmos and any material within it. It appears he has transcended these systems. Nonetheless, possessing both strengths can only be advantageous. Perhaps it will empower him to reach heights unprecedented. Next, it is time to seek a stage to test his strength. And it seems one is at hand. Chapter 19. The upcoming engagement and Mo wins concerns. In the realm of celestial tiers, from mortal to human, yellow, mysterious, earthly, and heavenly, the latter represents the pinnacle of existence in Tianyu City and, indeed, across the entire eastern continent. Those of the heavenly tier seldom manifest in a mortal realm. The earthly tier, however, is dominated by formidable sovereigns and illustrious heroes. Beneath this tier lies the gathering place for prodigies. Talents like Qing Yu have only just stepped into the earthly tier. It took her family immense resources and effort over the span of a decade to reach this level. Yet now, here stands someone who has achieved more than half of this feat with a mere thought. One must ask, how can this not evoke astonishment and awe? Qing Yu, having been entranced for an unknown duration, now finds her eyelashes fluttering. In her clear, cold eyes, a glimmer of emotion dances, whether it be gratitude, excitement, or admiration. No one desires to witness Li San's extraordinary brilliance more than she does. It would grant her immense satisfaction and silence those who dare to belittle him. Now, the unparalleled Li San has become even more unique. Before long, Mo suddenly rose to his feet, and in that very instant, with a sweeping gesture, a garment appeared upon him. His physique and appearance had undergone no transformations. Clearly, it was the result of his disguise. He remained the familiar Li San. Meanwhile, all around him, a crowd had gathered, scrutinizing him as if he were a curious anomaly. Some elderly individuals even went so far as to reach out and pinch his cheeks and feel his arms. Was he truly human? Was he not some sort of monster? They had witnessed the terrifying spectacle above. Alas, the matter of spiritual roots was something one could not covet. Step aside, everyone. Make way. Elder Mo squeezed through the throng. Beaming broadly, he raised his voice deliberately. Li San, you truly embody the spirit of our Sword Dao Academy. That sword strike, just now, was undeniably formidable, an unstoppable force. To put it plainly, the sword intent you unleashed would likely surpass even my utmost effort. You are nothing short of a prodigy in the art of the sword. As he spoke, Elder Mo shook his head. In terms of swordsmanship, I find that I have little left to teach you. Instead, I find myself with numerous questions that I shall need to consult you about. I hope you will not hesitate to share your insights. Upon hearing this, even the mentors from various sects and the higher-ups from the Qing family were left speechless. Elder Mo's prowess in swordsmanship was well known among them, having reached an extraordinary level. If even he had nothing left to impart and instead sought to learn from the younger generation, then surely Li San's swordsmanship had reached unparalleled heights. Initially, many had harbored doubts, But after witnessing the miraculous feats Li San had repeatedly accomplished, they had evidently become numb to the truth. However, another mentor chuckled and remarked, Li San, in just a few days, our Qing family's small showcase will take place. Why not seize that opportunity to demonstrate your swordsmanship? It would surely be enlightening for us old fogies. Haha, I think that's a splendid idea. An elder chuckled heartily. Li San, my young friend, if you ever tire of the sword Dao, you are welcome to join us at the Boxing Academy. Come now, let's not be ridiculous. With Li San's extraordinary talent, why would he bother with mere boxing? If he is to learn anything, it should be the elegant art of magic. Young friend, do come to our Magic Academy. Enough. Enough. Step back. Elder Mo forcefully pushed everyone aside. Li San is destined to be a part of my Sword Dao Academy, both in life and in death. If any of you dare to interfere, I shall not hesitate to fight. All the elderly individuals were incensed, their faces flushed with indignation. Elder Mo had indeed struck gold, having stumbled upon such a treasure. Yet, returning to the matter at hand, Elder Mo looked at Li San with anticipation. This year's small showcase shall be represented by you on behalf of the Sword Dao Academy. What do you think? Li San nodded. Of course. I would like to test my current abilities. Elder Mo erupted into hearty laughter, his spirit rejuvenated, appearing a decade younger. After some time had passed, within the illustrious city of Tianyong, the leaders of several formidable factions personally visited the esteemed Qing family, bearing lavish gifts. Naturally, the Qing family graciously accepted these offerings and arranged for their distinguished guests to be entertained in the inner hall. The younger generations of these clans, brimming with excitement at the prospect of meeting the fabled Qing maiden, were left in utter disappointment when she did not appear. Instead, she was secretly ensconced within the Immortal Hall, indulging in a private moment with her companion. Inside the Immortal Hall, beneath a serene pavilion, Qing Yuehuan continued to pour wine for Mo. Stealing a glance at him, she hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to speak. My father previously mentioned his desire for us to be betrothed. Mo did not respond. Instead, he lifted his cup and took a sip. Observing this, Qing Yuehuan tightened her grip on the wine jug, anxiety and fear coursing through her. Fear of rejection. Meanwhile, deep within Mo's heart, a tumultuous struggle ensued. If he truly were who he wished to be, how splendid it would be to remain in Tianyong forever, basking in unending joy, devoid of worries or sorrows. Yet, he was still himself, and not the person he longed to be. If one day he were to recover those lost memories, would Mo cease to exist? Suddenly, Qing Yuehuan smiled, a strikingly poignant smile. Hee, I was merely jesting earlier. Do not take it too seriously. Let us proceed with the engagement. The unexpected interruption caught Qing Yuehuan off guard. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she quickly transformed her sorrow into laughter, playfully striking Mo's chest. You are insufferable. Mo drained his cup in one go, casting aside all reservations. At that moment, he was still Mo, and that was enough. Are you certain you will not regret this? Mo gazed into her enchanting, crystalline eyes. The future remained uncertain. I will not. Qing Yuehuan fervently shook her head. Having chosen you, I cannot possibly regret it. As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, hesitantly moving it forward. Upon brushing against Mo's broad palm, she felt a jolt. Quickly withdrawing her hand, her face flushed. After numerous tentative attempts, she finally summoned the courage to grasp Mo's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Thus, she held on to him, lingering until twilight beckoned, reluctantly releasing him as she skipped away, filled with joy. Watching her cheerful silhouette fade into the distance, Mo sighed deeply, burdened by an ineffable sense of helplessness. 2 hours later, at the Wentiangju in Gushen, a sudden exclamation broke the silence. You wish to become engaged to her? The venerable Wentiang rose in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, a rather alarming sight. I ask you, young man, have you taken leave of your senses? Just days ago, you refused to forge a bond, and now you suddenly see the light? Mo mused. There is one thing I have come to understand thoroughly. At least I am still Mo, and thus, I shall live a life that belongs to me. The old man fell silent for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, life is meant to be lived with gusto, free and unrestrained. As the saying goes, drink today, for tomorrow is uncertain. Let worries and troubles be damned. However, the old man suddenly seemed to recall something, his shoulders twitching as he cackled mischievously. Then tell me, in what guise do you intend to wed her? As Li San, or as a Moen? Montag wen seit bitterly. That is precisely what troubles me now. Are you afraid that she loves Li San, not Imowen? Imowen nodded with a heavy heart. Bah, that's your own doing. The old man spat. You were so cunning and slippery from the start, insisting on these extravagant disguises. Now, you regret it, don't you? Montag wen es bitternis deepened. The old man relished Imowen's dismay, smirking as he said, but look on the bright side. Had you not disguised yourself, you might never have encountered this destiny. That insufferable girl in green you mentioned would have stolen the opportunity or left you with a half-hearted affair, and none of this would have unfolded. Consider this. Your fates were intertwined from the moment you exchanged seats, weren't they? In this light, your disguise was indeed justified. It all depends on how you proceed from here. Imowen pondered this, and it seemed true. Should I reveal the truth to her? Not just yet. The old man shook his head. In any endeavor, timing and nuance are paramount. The truth should not be known by her alone. You require a grand and resplendent stage, one where all of the world may bear witness. There, you must unveil the truth publicly, aiming to astonish and move her, to make her feel happiness. Of course, before this, you must lay a solid groundwork, provide her with subtle hints or indirect nudges to test and understand her boundaries. At this point, the old man shot Imowen a glare. A person as ordinary and mediocre as Li San can inspire such fervent affection in Qin Yuhuan. This indicates that she cares not for outward appearances, but rather for substance. Therefore, even as Imowen, as long as your essence remains unchanged, you will still embody Li San. Imowen's gaze sharpened with clarity. Thank you for your guidance. How many times must you thank me? Can't you return the favor a little? The old man chuckled ominously. You may revel in your gentle pursuits, but do not forget the disciple ceremony 3 months hence. Whether you're Li San, Imowen, or someone else, you're still the soul of my Wintian residence, and you must dutifully accept disciples. Otherwise, I shall pull out every hair on your head. Do you understand? Imowen replied, all right, you can leave now. The old man waved his hand impatiently. Indeed, there is one more matter to address. Do not recklessly wield the mysterious power within you. Each time you do, you weaken for several days and diminish your lifespan considerably. It is wiser to cultivate your abilities like an ordinary person. I would not wish for the day when a white-haired person sends off a black-haired one. Do you understand? Imowen's heart warmed, and he laughed heartily. Rest assured, even in death, I shall ensure your safety before my own demise. Hey, you little rascal. I shall hammer you into submission. Chapter 20. The small showcase begins, the champion already predetermined. Imowen quietly returned to the Qin family. Reflecting repeatedly on the words of the old man, Wintian in the Xinzi Hall. He required a grand and splendid stage. But how magnificent and vast should it truly be? It seems that a suitable opportunity must be sought. Such matters cannot be rushed. In the following days, Imowen focused intently on consolidating his realm, remaining secluded. As for Qin Yuhuan, she was considerate and refrained from disturbing him, merely visiting occasionally to bring him meals, stealing a few glances before quietly departing. Thus, the day of the small showcase finally arrived, with students from various factions eagerly anticipating the event. In the preceding days, the mentors had explicitly instructed their students to be cautious in their battles against Li San, emphasizing the need for meticulous research into his swordsmanship and the formulation of counter-strategies. However, few took these warnings seriously. Although Li San possessed astonishing spiritual roots, they believed he was still far from matching their prowess. Little did they know that Li San had already ascended to the pinnacle of the Xian stage, a formidable opponent. Yet, considering the enthusiasm of the younger generation, this information had been suppressed by the higher-ups. The mentors could not divulge it and could only hint frantically, met with skepticism. Alas, you youngsters, by the time you uncover the truth and wish to regret, it shall be too late. At noon, under the blazing sun, the vast and magnificent martial arts arena of the Qin family was filled to capacity. Over 300,000 men, women, and children from the Qin family were seated, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. This year's contest promises excitement. I have heard that several participants have already reached the Xian stage, making for fierce competition. However, in my view, this year will primarily see a showdown between the Demon Dao, Gun Dao, and Soul Dao factions, while the remaining newcomers serve merely as adornments. That said, do not forget one individual. It is said that Li San possesses extraordinary spiritual roots and exceptional talent. He may very well break through the fray and astonish everyone. Nonsense. What does talent matter? Growth requires time, does it not? A mere mortal cannot hope to reach, in mere days, the heights that others have taken years to achieve. One would not dare to dream of such a possibility. The crowd considered this. If someone could accomplish such feats in a matter of days, they would have already ascended to the heavens. Indeed, one would not dare to dream of such a thing. Now, quiet down. From the central spectators' platform, Elder Gu's voice resonated, and the atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. Before the official commencement of the competition, I shall first unveil the champion's prize as a form of motivation. At this point, Elder Gu raised his voice, amplifying the atmosphere. The rewards for the victor include 1,000,000 spirit stones, 30,000 superior spirit-gathering pills, and a piece of Earth-grade spirit armor capable of withstanding 3 full-force strikes from sky-level powerhouses. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone clutched their heads, rising in disbelief. Good heavens! 1,000,000 spirit stones? 30,000 superior spirit-gathering pills? And an Earth-grade spirit armor? What on earth is happening? In previous years, the prize was merely 50,000 spirit stones and 3,000 middle-grade spirit-gathering pills, with no spirit armor of this caliber. What is going on this year? Are they out of their minds? My goodness, even for my esteemed family, this is a significant expenditure. How could this be? Everyone was at a loss. As for the competitors from various sects, they had already gone mad, determined to give their all without leaving any regrets. On the eve of the competition, 3 specific areas in the audience were particularly lively, where men, women, and children from the 3 branches exchanged continuous congratulations, their words flowing like poetry. The champion would undoubtedly emerge from the descendants of one of these 3 families, with no room for doubt. Sister Sheng, allow me to congratulate you in advance. Once you enter the inner realm, do not forget our lineage. Brother Long, you have indeed raised a fine son. If necessary, let us consider a marriage alliance. Rest assured, sister, with your son's innate talent and current strength, securing the championship should be as easy as reaching into one's pocket. However, upon his return, he must not become complacent. The road ahead is long. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My family is willing to be your strongest support, always standing by your side. Amidst the flattery, the faces of the men, women, and children from the 3 branches resembled blooming peach blossoms, their spirits lifted, brimming with pride for having such outstanding descendants. Yet, the more they reveled, the more helpless the elders felt. In truth, the champion of this grand assembly would undoubtedly be Li San. These prizes were merely small tokens intended for him, a favor from the powers that be. Elder Gu sighed inwardly, wondering how these people would cope when the harsh reality dawned upon them. Very well, I announced the commencement of the tournament. With those words, the young masters from various factions ascended the stage amidst deafening cheers, a total of 37 competitors who would face off in pairs, overcoming challenges to vie for supremacy. During the drawing of lots, Imo found himself remarkably exempt from the first round, inciting envy among the onlookers who remarked on Li San's exceptional luck in advancing to the second round. Little did they know, this was no mere stroke of fortune. It was all orchestrated from behind the scenes. And just as fate would have it, in the second round, Li San encountered Xianxia. The conflict between the 2 individuals is no secret among the higher echelons of the Qing family. However, it is a delicate matter, one that cannot be easily intervened in, and can only afford Li San a chance to vent his frustrations. Upon recognizing him, Xianxia was overcome with excitement, akin to a famished wolf spotting a lost lamb. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, and she nearly leaped with joy. Li San, oh Li San, how unfortunate your fate is. Who would have thought you would encounter your aunt? She exclaimed, her head shaking with glee, her mood so elevated that she seemed ready to soar into the heavens. Let's settle both old and new scores. Last time, I was unable to harness my spiritual energy, but this time, dear aunt shall make you weep for your mother and father, leaving you unable to hold your head high for the rest of your days. The absence of information led her to believe that Li San remained the same ordinary individual he once was. Yet, even if she voiced her thoughts, no one would believe her. In less than a week, a mere mortal had ascended to the pinnacle of the Xian stage. Was this not a tale from a fantastical dream? Meanwhile, countless gazes were drawn to the impending duel between the 2. The enmity between them was known by all. But more importantly, they were eager to discern what abilities Li San truly possessed. The duel prompted the others on the stage to tacitly cease their battles, unwilling to miss this spectacle. On the 3rd platform, a captivating young woman clad in red effortlessly defeated her opponent, sending them crashing off the stage. She then crossed her arms, seemingly musing aloud. Who do you think will emerge victorious between the two? On a neighboring platform, a young man in white, with striking brows and eyes, exuded an extraordinary aura, similarly besting his adversary with a single move. He extended his consciousness towards Li San in the distance and shook his head shortly thereafter. Within him, he sensed no fluctuations of spiritual power. There were only two possibilities. Either he was stronger than I, or he was merely an ordinary mortal. Giggle. The young woman in red playfully winked. Which possibility do you lean towards? Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? The young man in white replied nonchalantly. I can only hope I do not encounter him. To strike down a mere mortal would bring me great shame. I share your sentiments, the girl chimed. But let us first consider the matter of rewards. How about we join forces to eliminate Qing Lao San, and then split the spoils? That sounds agreeable. The young man replied with a gentle smile, though I believe a 70 to 30 division would be more fitting for the victor. The girl faltered, her expression darkening. Do not be too greedy. Are you implying I am destined to take the lesser share? Acknowledge my superiority. How naive you are. The young man in white chuckled, shaking his head. I could offer you nothing at all, yet I am willing to grant you 30%, considering our familial ties. You should learn gratitude and know when to be satisfied. The girl, furious, forced a laugh. Fine. So, there's nothing to negotiate? The young man remained silent, his demeanor indifferent. Very well then, let us proceed as normal. The winner takes all, and the loser walks away with nothing. TSK. The young man in white clicked his tongue. Now I shall declare that you shall possess nothing. Just then, amidst the heated argument between the two, Xianxia suddenly soared out of the arena, landing clumsily on the ground. This unforeseen spectacle left both individuals utterly astonished, exclaiming in unison, how could this happen? Chapter 21. The Qing family's worries for Li San. To comprehend the events unfolding next door, we must revisit the preceding moments. Xianxia had perceived Li San as an unarmed mortal, displaying an arrogance that dismissed him entirely. She toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, relishing the moment. I'll grant you the chance to strike first. Oh, wait, she corrected herself, playfully covering her lips. Rather, let me refine that. You may make 3 moves first. Of course, if you find that insufficient, 30 moves would suffice, or even 300, if you prefer. Mo1 replied nonchalantly, you may strike first. I am offering you the opportunity. No, Xianxia insisted, waving her hands dismissively. You must go first. I am truly giving you a chance. So do not squander it. Mo1, weary of her antics, declared, this is the final time. If you do not strike now, I shall. Xianxia, visibly impatient, retorted. Oh, how tedious. Will you strike or not? If you do not, I shall leave the stage. Very well, Mo1 responded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as a fierce wind whipped around him, causing his garments to flutter wildly. After a moment, he swept his sleeve and raised his palm to the heavens, commanding, sword, come forth. With a hum, a wooden sword materialized, resting in his palm. Mo1 grasped it tightly, swinging his arm with fervor, unleashing a terrifying aura of sword energy that seemed poised to rend the very fabric of reality. Caught off guard, Xianxia found her entire right arm effortlessly severed, the wound smooth and blood gushing forth. At this juncture, notions of cherishing the fairer sex or refraining from striking women were long forgotten. Mo1 had tolerated her antics for far too long. Her incessant provocations had become a source of irritation. Now, Xianxia's fury eclipsed her agony. With a piercing scream, her right hand transformed into a black crescent moon blade, gathering an overwhelming force as she leapt forward, accompanied by thunder and lightning, to unleash her wrath upon Mo1. However, awaiting her was an overwhelming spiritual pressure that surged forth. In an instant, it felt as if Mount Tai had descended upon her, akin to a torrent breaching its dam, crashing down with relentless force. Do you seek death? Mo1's voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder, reverberating through the air. Xianxia turned pale, her spirit quaking as she stumbled backward, accidentally falling outside the arena with a thud against the ground, a sound that was painful to hear. What? The next moment, everyone rose to their feet, their faces etched with shock, rendered speechless. Only the higher-ups of the Qing family and the mentors remained seated, unable to suppress their sighs and head shakes. Oh, dear girl, what misfortune has befallen you? Of all the people to offend, you chose Li San. Now, you find yourself like a sacrificial offering presented before him. Alas, on the stage, When sheathed his wooden sword, standing with hands clasped behind his back, deliberately avoiding a glance at Xianxia below, indifferent to her fate. He remained unaware of how charming he appeared at that moment, captivating some female disciples who could not help but gasp, while Xianxia looked on in a daze, her heart electrified. As for Xianxia, the vanquished, she struggled to rise, propping herself up with one arm, her gaze towards the man above filled with astonishment, fury, fear, and resentment. This time, she had suffered a complete defeat, utterly vanquished. At that moment, Elder Gu's booming voice resonated, declaring, "Lisan advances to the top 8. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted, echoing like a tidal wave, shaking the very ground and sending shivers down spines. "I refuse to accept this. I refuse." Xianxia listened to the raucous applause that should have belonged to her, now seized by this man before her, and her heart brimmed with hatred and rage. With a sudden flash of madness in her eyes, she drew upon all her spiritual energy from her dantian, channeling it into her palm, transforming it into a blazing knife, and launched a surprise attack toward Wen's back. This move sent a wave of panic through the crowd. The power behind her strike was formidable. If she succeeded, Lisan would surely suffer. However, calamity was averted. Just as the blade was mere inches from Wen's nape, a stunning figure, akin to a fiery butterfly, flared into action, radiating fury. With a graceful hand raised, she intercepted the blow. The blade halted with a hum, then shattered with a crisp crack. Before the crowd could process their shock, Xianxia raised her free right hand and delivered a resounding strike to Xianxia's fragile chest. The sound was a dull thud. Xianxia's chest caved in horrifically, and with a muffled groan, she flew backward akin to a severed kite, crashing to the ground, her eyes rolling back, unconscious. Simultaneously, Xianxia's parents and the entire lineage rushed over, humbly kneeling and pleading for mercy from the furious Xianxia. "Young master, please quell your anger. Little Yu is still young and naive. We beseech you, in light of the care your third uncle provided you in your youth, grant her mercy just this once." After her father spoke, he began to bow repeatedly. The thuds echoed, shaking the earth, stirring discomfort in those who listened. Yet, Xianxia showed no intention of forgiveness. Suddenly, her expression softened as she turned to the stage, gazing tenderly at the dashing Wen. She quietly inquired, "Young master, what do you think should be done?" This scene astonished everyone. The heir of their own house, the young master, was not making the decision, but instead sought the opinion of an outsider. How high must Lisan's standing be in Xianxua's heart? Confronted by the peculiar gazes of those around him, Wen maintained an unruffled demeanor, gently shaking his head and stating, "Let it be. The objective has been achieved, and one must afford others an opportunity." After the words of the esteemed Xianxia had concluded, she elegantly returned to her seat, a look of delight illuminating her features. At that very moment, the crimson-clad maiden and the ivory-robed youth in the adjacent arena began to feel a weighty tension settle over them. They had finally grasped the reason behind the astonishingly generous rewards. It was all due to one individual, Lisan. Yet this should not be the case. Even if Lisan consumed pills as though they were mere candies, it was inconceivable that he could possess such formidable prowess. The aura he had exuded earlier was something they themselves could not withstand or replicate. How could it possibly be the work of an ordinary mortal? Their thoughts spiraled, pondering the possibility of clandestine assistance from an unseen benefactor. Otherwise, how could they account for the current spectacle? Yes, it had to be so. The more they contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, and their anger swelled. Such underhanded manipulation rendered any notion of fairness and justice utterly farcical, transforming the so-called minor showcase into a mere jest. Now, it was not only the two of them. Even the hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children present had begun to recognize this issue, subconsciously attributing the deceit to Lisan and gradually developing a sense of aversion, even animosity towards him. As for the competitors, they silently vowed that should they encounter Lisan, they would ensure he paid dearly. Even if it meant facing the Elder's wrath, they could not allow him to triumph. In light of this, Wen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, yet he was disinclined to offer explanations. Let it be. Soon enough, the quarterfinals commenced. Wen's opponent was a towering figure, standing an impressive 8 feet tall, resembling a mountain in stature, emanating an oppressive heaviness. This individual was one of the top 3 contenders for the championship, the very one the crimson-clad maiden and the ivory-robed youth had conspired to eliminate Qing Laosan. Representing the Archery Academy, he was at the pinnacle of the third tier of the Xian stage, demonstrating formidable strength. With eyes wide open, he glared furiously at Mo1, his breaths heavy and labored, conveying a mix of rage, reluctance, and resignation. His fists, tightly clenched within his sleeves, crackled ominously. After a struggle lasting 3 breaths, he executed an act that left everyone in disbelief. I concede. With that, he shamefully leaped off the stage. What? He conceded. Simultaneously, Elder Gu's resonant voice rang out, declaring, in the third round, Li San emerges victorious, advancing to the semifinals. A chorus of boos erupted throughout the venue. I suspected the rewards were excessively generous. It appears he was predetermined to win all along, they murmured. Qing Laosan, nearly invincible at the initial stage of the Xian realm, brimming with tenacity, and yet he willingly concedes without a fight. What benefits could the young master possibly have bestowed upon him? Alas, I never anticipated that the Qing family would stoop so low for the sake of a mere outsider. It is truly lamentable. In response, Imoen could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that clarity was utterly unattainable now. However, one could not entirely blame the higher-ups of the Qing family. They were also apprehensive about Li San's seemingly flimsy foundation, compounded by the fact that he had never practiced any martial arts or sword techniques. Should he inadvertently falter, the consequences could be dire. Thus, to err on the side of caution, they endeavored to pave the way for him, compelling the entire family to support Li San. Soon, the semifinals arrived. This time, Li San's opponent was the enchanting maiden clad in red. Her name was Qing Mei, aptly named for her captivating beauty. She was the foremost expert of the Soul Path Pavilion, possessing formidable soul power and an irresistible charm technique. As she cast a scornful glance at Mo1, she sneered. Encountering me is your misfortune. Even if your skills are unparalleled, you are destined to meet your demise in the semifinals. Mo1, weary of idle chatter, decided it was time to act. Hee, it seems you do not take my words seriously, Qing Mei taunted, immediately unleashing her charm technique. Mo1 felt the world spin around him. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensconced within a lavish and decadent palace, surrounded by alluring beauties fluttering towards him like butterflies. Their gauzy skirts were as delicate as a cicada's wings, gradually falling away, their breaths fragrant as orchids, painting an indescribable scene. Soul cultivators excel at shattering one's will and tormenting the spirit. In this moment, for Li San, it might have appeared as a form of indulgence, yet unbeknownst to him, peril was encroaching from the outside. Onlookers observed Li San motionless, resembling a wooden figure, his expression blank, eyes devoid of life, his hands swaying forward without any response. Hee, Qing Mei chuckled triumphantly, prancing closer to Li San with playful steps. Hey, Li San. She gently brushed her finger across Mo1's nose, yet he remained unresponsive. Oh no, young friend Li San has completely succumbed. An elder from a Qing family could not contain himself, exclaiming, What shall we do now? If we do not intervene soon, young friend Li San will surely lose. Let him lose, another elder stroked his beard and remarked. Her charm technique captivates through emotion. It is a matter of how long he can endure. His words were veiled, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Qing Yuhuan, who was tightly clenching her jade-like hands. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Could Li San withstand such temptation? If he faltered, it would spell disaster for him. She hastily shook her head, dispelling the thought. No, it cannot be. He is not that kind of person. Her father, Qing Han Tian, was even more anxious, his palms drenched in sweat. Should this young man fail, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. Li San, why don't you move? On the arena, Qing Mei reveled in her handiwork, ignoring the countless glances of admonition from the elders. Li San, if you remain still, dear sister will have to teach you a lesson. With that, Qing Mei prepared to make her move. Yet the movements were languid and unhurried, as if time were of no consequence. After all, at that moment, Li San was as incapacitated as a fish upon the chopping block, utterly at the mercy of others. However, just as she reveled in her triumph, a sudden cough escaped her lips, and crimson blood erupted forth, leaving her ashen and weakened, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Not only she, but all present, including the elders, were left in stunned silence. Qing Mei's eyes reflected disbelief as she gazed at the man before her. You have shattered my enchanting technique. What did it mean to have shattered it? Was it not merely an unforeseen occurrence? If so, How formidable must Lee San's willpower be? There is no need for such astonishment. Imowen replied with a calm smile. I merely wielded my sword and cut down those women. Their laughter was too shrill, grating on my ears. The audience fell into a hushed silence. Upon hearing these words, Qing Mei could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 22. Who dares to challenge me to a duel? Thus, Qing Mei found herself defeated, leaving everyone momentarily dazed. As they regained their composure, they could not help but question how someone could possess such unwavering willpower. It was simply inconceivable. Could it be that Qing Mei was in on this too? Perhaps they conspired together in this charade? According to her father, there were only two methods to break the enchanting technique. The first being to sacrifice one's essence to regain clarity, a method fraught with peril. And what is second? The second method was if the one afflicted possessed a soul force greater than that of the practitioner. One must understand that illusions cannot be severed or destroyed. But to break them, one must rely on soul power. So, what do you believe it to be? All exchanged glances and quickly arrived at a consensus. The third option, that is to say, Lee San had cheated again. This only served to deepen their disdain for him. Qing Mei, initially disheartened by her defeat, suddenly brightened at the murmurs of the crowd, her lips curling into a mysterious smile. She leaned towards Mo1 and softly said, Thank you. It was a pleasure collaborating with you. The crowd erupted. Did you see that? Did you see that? Now, they don't even bother to hide it. They are openly colluding. What a farce of a competition. This is no more than a personal affair, utterly devoid of interest. It infuriates me, truly infuriates me. Does possessing extraordinary talent grant one the liberty to act as they please? As you can see, he indeed acts with impunity. Everyone fell into silence. In that moment, they were unsure whether to loathe Lee San or envy him. Now, the entire Qing family was aiding him. One must ask, who else could enjoy such privileges? If not the heir, and let us not forget, the heir is one of their own, while Lee San, an outsider, is afforded all of this. It is truly a cause for wonder. Yet they remain oblivious to the truth. This time, the Qing family did not assist Lee San. It was solely by his own prowess that he dismantled Qing Mei's enchanting skills. However, at this juncture, no one would believe his claims. So he decided to let them think as they wished. The elder Gu's resonant voice suddenly echoed, shaking the hearts of all present. Yet, there was no thunderous applause. To everyone's mind, it would be better to dispense with the finals altogether and simply present the awards. Did these ostentatious displays hold any merit? Yet, such sentiments remained unvoiced, as they impatiently awaited the conclusion of the finals. Half a stick of incense later, the finals commenced. Imowen's opponent was none other than the previously encountered young man, with striking eyebrows and a white robe. This youth, named Qing Sheng, hailed from the Demon Dao arena, and was the champion of the previous rookie tournament. Had it not been for Lee San, he would likely retain that title this year. The youth stood poised, exuding an air of maturity beyond his years, his voice thunderous as it resonated. I shall not let you prevail. I will give it my all. Whether you can withstand it or not is of no concern to me. I care only for victory and hold the arena beneath my feet in utmost respect. Upon his declaration, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. The crowd roared like a tempest, deafening in its intensity. Support Brother Sheng. Teach Lee San a lesson. The fervor surged. This tide must not endure. We demand fairness. We demand justice. Indeed, if truth could be twisted and manipulated at will, credibility would vanish, and no one would dare to participate in future rookie tournaments. Harsh words were exchanged, successfully inciting the ire of the Qing family's higher-ups, leaving them powerless to meddle. Disregarding the clamor, Imowen smiled serenely, eager to witness the prowess of the former champion. Qing Sheng was momentarily taken aback by the ease with which his opponent accepted the challenge. Humph, are you prepared then? At any moment came the response. Very well. Here I come. The youth slowly closed his eyes, forming hand seals while reciting incantations. In the blink of an eye, his aura began to rise, revealing a genuine sixth-tier genius, eliciting cheers from the audience. 4MO1. A wave of terrifying energy emanated from the youth's dantian, slowly ascending and causing the surrounding space to tremble with an unsettling intensity. The youth took a deep breath, his chest collapsing, his complexion pale, as if something vital had been extracted. In the next moment, he opened his eyes with a sudden intensity, hands forming seals. Heavenly law, super fire sea, the youth roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Boom! The world transformed. The temperature around them surged at a terrifying pace, and in the blink of an eye, the air crackled with heat, twisting violently, as if on the brink of collapse. As the scene unfolded, a searing wave of fire surged from the heavens, resembling molten lava, sweeping down with the ferocity of a constrictor, relentlessly descending upon the insignificant figure of Immortal. The path it carved was one of utter devastation, a harbinger of despair that sent chills down the spine. In the face of this formidable assault, countless spectators rose in astonishment. This was indeed the ultimate technique of Xianxia, a hidden gem he had reserved for dire circumstances. In his former pinnacle at the Yellow Stage, he had previously vanquished a master at the initial level of the Xian stage with this very move, leaving the latter in disarray for half a year. This technique was undeniably powerful, yet it bore significant repercussions, which was why Xianxia seldom employed it, opting to reserve it for life-and-death situations or insurmountable predicaments. Everyone understood that he was proving his independence, refusing to rely on the favors of his elders, nor would he extend any courtesy to Li San. This revelation brought a quiet satisfaction to the hearts of the onlookers. Surely, the elders must have been seething with rage by now. In an instant, the flames intensified, their heat palpable even from a distance, instilling a sense of dread among the crowd. The expressions of all present grew somber, eyes brimming with fear. This turmoil sent ripples of anxiety through the upper echelons of the Qing family, as they deliberated whether to intervene. If they chose inaction, how would they manage the aftermath should calamity befall them? Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Qing Yuhuan discreetly summoned her spiritual energy, poised to act at a moment's notice. Her father, Qing Han Tian, was equally prepared. However, they were unaware that Mo required no assistance. As he gazed at the blazing inferno that obscured the sun, his eyes stung, and his very being felt as though it were on the verge of melting away. Yet, he stood unafraid, resolute, his long hair dancing without wind, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ordinary individuals would find it impossible to withstand such an onslaught. Young Xianxia was taken aback. Mo raised one hand before his chest, the index and middle fingers aligned, while the other 3 fingers curled. He then slowly closed his eyes. With his hand as a sword, his sword as his heart, and his heart as his hand, the essence of the heart and sword became one. In an instant, he rotated his wrist, pointing skyward. With a swift motion, the world transformed. A brilliant azure light erupted, eclipsing the sky, even overshadowing the terrifying flames. Arcing downward like a rainbow, it was the radiance of a sword, an ultimate sword light. At that moment, it transformed into an ethereal, yet supremely majestic azure dragon. Its scales distinct, its whiskers fierce, roaring with a cataclysmic force that threatened to annihilate the world. What? The entire upper echelon of the Qing family rose in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. How could a master at the peak of the Xian stage possess such terrifying power? Even some elders appeared bewildered, questioning whether they could withstand such a strike. Doubt settled deeply within them. On the high platform, Qingwei couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although she was merely at the initial stage of the Earth realm, she honestly questioned whether she could withstand such a strike. Even if she somehow managed to endure it, the cost would be tremendous. Amidst her shock, she soon wore a delighted expression, utterly thrilled. What a formidable young master. Presently, the terrifying sword dragon descended with ferocity, effortlessly slicing through the raging flames, advancing with an unstoppable momentum towards Xianxia with lethal intent. The latter, for reasons unknown, had already been paralyzed by fear. At last, he regained his senses and, without a moment's hesitation, retreated in panic, his movements utterly clumsy. However, could he possibly evade the speed of the sword energy? As it drew near, despair gripped his heart, prompting him to suddenly cease his flight and close his eyes. Father, mother, farewell. Just as a tragedy seemed imminent, a sudden command shattered the dragon's silhouette. Mo let out a low grunt, his insides tumultuous. When all eyes turned toward him, they beheld the dragon's sword, mere inches from Xianxia's brow, vanishing in a thin air as Li San's voice echoed. In that moment, every onlooker was drenched in sweat, their nerves taut to the breaking point. Silence enveloped the scene like a grave. Anyone who dared to glance at Li San could only express bewilderment, an oddity in their gaze. In the midst of this stillness, Mo suppressed the tumultuous blood within his chest, fixing his gaze upon Xianxia. If you do not yield, you may return for more until you submit. The latter's eyes widened in shock, his emotions indescribable, his body trembling uncontrollably. with a quivering voice. He inquired, "What are you, human or ghost?" Wen pinched his own cheek, exclaiming helplessly, "Immortal, without a doubt." Xianxia then let out a muffled groan, a metallic taste filling his throat as crimson blood trickled from his lips. After wiping it away, he turned and leaped down from the arena, fleeing the martial arts venue without a backward glance, utterly devastated by the experience. Immediately, the deathly silence was ignited, unleashing a tempestuous uproar that spiraled out of control. Lao and all the disciples of the Sword Academy rose, their arms raised in jubilant cheers. "Li San, Li San, Li San." The crowd, seemingly swept up by the fervor, echoed in unison, "Li San, Li San, Li San." Ultimately, the name of Li San resounded throughout the venue, creating a sensation that reverberated across the entire Qing family estate, lingering long into the air. The various mentors wore wry smiles of resignation, while the higher-ups of the Qing family displayed expressions of satisfaction. Qing Mei's heart was tumultuous. Given the chance, I shall challenge you again. As for Qing Yu, after struggling to regain consciousness, she fortuitously witnessed the terrifying sword dragon, only to faint once more, leaving the cause of her swoon, whether from fright or astonishment, uncertain. After a long while, Gu Lao took measured steps forward, surveying the crowd with a booming voice. "Is there anyone still unwilling to accept this? Is there anyone who believes that Li San's championship was not earned through his own merit? Is there anyone who suspects that it was orchestrated behind the scenes? If so, I urge you to step forward and challenge Li San in combat. But do you dare? Do you dare?" The voice of Elder Gu reverberated throughout the martial arena. Lingering in the air, all the young practitioners bowed their heads in silence, acknowledging that they were indeed no match for Li San. The title of champion in this rookie tournament rightfully belonged to him. However, let not Li San grow complacent. After all, this rookie tournament is merely a gathering of novices and does not truly reflect the martial prowess of the entire Qing family's younger generation. When those true prodigies of the Qing family return from their experiences, the outcome of such contests may be far from certain. It was with this consolation that the spirits of the onlookers began to lift. Yet, the thought of 100,000 spirit stones, 30,000 high-grade gathering pills, and a piece of earth-grade spirit armor made their heads throb and their hearts ache. Chapter 23. Qing Yuehuan's Engagement. The City Mourns. The champion's rewards were unceremoniously accepted by Mo1. Qing Yuehuan rushed to the stage to congratulate him, her affectionate gestures inciting envy and resentment among all present. There was something I nearly forgot to announce. As Elder Gu's voice rang out, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He solemnly stated, "In the near future, the young master will be engaged to young friend Li San. I hope you all abandon any lingering thoughts and prepare gifts for the newlyweds in advance." The crowd erupted in shock. What? The young master is to be engaged to Li San? This is far too swift. A beautiful flower wedged in. It seems that due to Li San's extraordinary talent, he can act with impunity. I cannot accept this. It is simply unbelievable. If we are so affected, one can only imagine the reaction of the talented individuals within Tianyang City. They would likely wish to eliminate Li San without hesitation. Considering this, it seems that Li San's future may not be particularly bright. The thought brings me some comfort. Following this announcement, the rookie tournament concluded splendidly. In an instant, it was clear that some rejoiced while others despaired. No one anticipated that amidst the fierce competition, it would ultimately be Li San who reaped the rewards. Moreover, judging by the elders' attitudes today, it was evident that Li San's status as the esteemed son-in-law of the Qing family was a foregone conclusion, something no one could alter. The news of their engagement spread rapidly, taking center stage on the Tianji Forum. The homepage was entirely ablaze with headlines. In large, bold letters, it read, "The world's most beautiful woman, Qing Yuehuan, is to be engaged soon. The groom, ordinary and unremarkable. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Shocking. Li San, a formidable man, has indeed captured the heart of Qing Yuehuan. A mysterious figure has emerged, facilitating this grand marriage. It turns out that Li San's powerful backing is none other than him. If given the chance to start anew, I would choose to be Li San. The treacherous Li San is destined to meet his demise. In a fleeting moment, Li San has become the most talked-about subject in Tianyang City, without a doubt. From the venerable centenarians to the innocent 3-year-olds, all are engrossed in discussions about him. The countless talented youths within the city, upon hearing this news, were utterly astounded. Initially, they thought it was merely a prank, but after numerous confirmations, they were left in shock, anger, and disappointment. Within the Xianxia mansion, a thunderous roar of fury erupted. "Li San, you must perish. I, Xianxia Zhantian, vow that you shall not die a peaceful death." Inside the Zhu family's inner palace, frustration echoed. "I cannot accept this. Why, Li San? I will not let you escape." In the forbidden area of the Meng family's rear mountain, one could hardly believe that I, Meng Wuxin, the world's most handsome man of noble lineage, will be bested by such an unremarkable individual. Heaven, you truly have lost your sight. In the vast expanse of Tianyong City, cries of outrage rose and fell like waves. Overnight, all men were left heartbroken and despondent. Some extremists stormed the Qing family, demanding answers, threatening violence otherwise. However, the Qing family showed no mercy, driving them away. Any further provocation would be met with lethal force. Some, undeterred by the warnings, pressed on, ultimately resulting in bloodshed and tragedy. At this juncture, the masses finally calmed down and remembered the formidable stature of the Qing family. Meanwhile, within the Qing family's Xinzi Hall, Imowen remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. He had been recuperating after a recent bout of poisoning that had inflicted significant harm upon him. Even now, a dull ache lingered in his chest, making recovery a slow process. Additionally, his head began to throb intensely, causing him unbearable torment. Deep within his soul, a voice incessantly urged him to take immediate action. "My lord, are you well?" From a distance, Qing Yuhuan hurried over, her enchanting visage filled with concern. Imowen shook his head with a smile. "It is but a minor issue." Yet, his expression was one of weariness. Qing Yuhuan retrieved steaming dishes from a food container. "By the way, my family recently dispatched a talisman master who delivered news last night. They have confirmed that the mysterious fluctuations detected are related to a powerful being's cave, and they discovered traces of seal there." Imowen's heart jolted. Can the seal be broken? Not at this moment. Even if it could be, the commotion would be too great and would alert many. Qing Yuhuan reassured him, "But rest assured, within half a month, new news will surely arrive. Perhaps that will be the day we set forth. Then let us wait a while longer." Imowen sighed deeply. There are countless caves in this world, and he could not ascertain if this was the one he sought. Moreover, he was uncertain whether he was indeed searching for a cave at all. This cursed memory is truly a nuisance. However, one must ultimately take a look, if only to find closure. Yet, as the conversation unfolds, Imowen inquires, "Are many aware of this matter at present?" Qing Yuhuan beams with a smile, wrapping her arm around Imowen's. "Rest assured, aside from my Qing family, no one else is privy to this information, allowing us to enjoy it in splendid solitude and reap immense rewards." Montauk v. notes. Yet a thought lingers. What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Qing Yuhuan contemplates for a moment. Such possibilities do exist. However, it is of little consequence. Our Qing family is formidable, and as long as no outsiders intervene, even if they were to discover it, they would not dare to demand a share. Imowen falls silent, choosing not to elaborate further. One must never underestimate the avarice of human nature. While the Qing family is powerful, that strength is only effective in one-on-one scenarios. Should there come a day where 10 oppose 1, or 100 against 1, or worse, the entire city turns against us, even the mightiest Qing family would face inevitable downfall. What are you pondering? Imowen's thoughts are abruptly returned to the present as he shakes his head. Nothing of consequence, perhaps merely a touch of sentimentality. Stop overthinking, the food will grow cold. Here, let us eat. Imowen nods and begins to devour his meal with great enthusiasm. Qing Yuhuan rests her delicate hand against her cheek, gazing at him in a daze. Even his act of eating captivates her. Imowen queries, "What are you staring at?" She playfully sticks out her tongue. "TCH, who is looking at you? You vain creature." Imowen shakes his head and chuckles, then returns to his meal. By the way, Qing Yuhuan suddenly recalls something and states, "Your current cultivation, while reaching the pinnacle of the Xian level, is merely a hollow shell. When faced with a genius of the same rank, your chances of victory may be slim. However, do not fret too much. The only thing you lack is a suitable weapon and an appropriate sword technique. These must be prepared before the opening of the cave to enhance your combat prowess." At this point, Qing Yuhuan grins mischievously. "You are indeed fortunate. In just 3 days, the once in 5 years Tianyong auction will commence. It will be the perfect opportunity for you to select a fitting weapon and a sword technique of no lesser rank than the earth level. As for the cost, you need not worry. I will handle everything. You must not refuse, or I shall be quite displeased. Mo1. The venue for this year's Tianyang auction is set in the Lihen Valley, located in the northwest of Tianyang City. Due to the considerable distance, the two must depart after their meal, timing their arrival perfectly for the third day. Accompanying them, besides the maid Shui heir, are two seasoned elders of profound cultivation at the heavenly level. Given that the auction house has been known to witness violent incidents, it is essential to have skilled protectors at hand. More importantly, they must ensure the safety of Li San's life. Within the Qing family, only the upper echelon is aware of his true spiritual root level, while the younger generation merely perceives it as formidable but remains somewhat vague. Although the higher-ups are trusted core members, it is prudent to prepare for all contingencies. However, the two elders merely safeguard the lives of Li San and the young master, fundamentally differing from mere attendants. As for any troubles or provocations they encounter, they will simply ignore them, leaving resolution to the individuals involved. At present, the group rides upon the magnificent and colossal Tianyi tiger, racing through the enchanting night sky. This creature is a genuine fifth-tier magical beast, equivalent to a terrestrial-level powerhouse among humans. Yet, due to its immense size, indestructible physique, and razor-sharp claws and fangs, it is evidently several times more formidable than any human, rendering comparison futile. Upon the soft back of the tiger, the group was seated when Shui suddenly spoke, "Young Masterly, from now on, you shall be the master of our Qing family. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them to me." "Shui, it is still too early for that," Qing Yuehuan replied, her fair face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a fierce glare at Shui. The latter stuck out her tongue, but shook her head, as if to imply, "It was you who wanted me to say that. Let us not dwell on such matters." Qing Yuehuan quickly shifted the topic and gently addressed Mo1, "Young master, please do not bear any burdens or pressures on this journey. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall handle them while you remain at ease." "It is settled then." Mo1 was about to protest, but upon seeing Qing Yuehuan's resolute demeanor, he could only bitterly nod. It appeared he had no choice but to accept this arrangement. 3 days later, at Lihengu, this valley was teeming with people. As if a shadow had descended, the crowd possibly numbered in the hundreds of thousands. All were practitioners, including some inscrutable old masters, and the atmosphere was rife with peril. One misstep could lead to demise. As there were no restrictions on aerial travel, the skies were filled with various formidable beasts. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged like a tempest, with dazzling lights intertwining and piercing cries echoing, inciting countless individuals to rage, yet leaving them helpless. They could only wish to possess such unrestrained dominance themselves. "Look, young Master Zhu, young Master Meng, and young Master Xinyuan have arrived," someone exclaimed. All gazed skyward, where the three young masters rode upon immense beasts, descending with an air of grandeur. Particularly striking was young Master Xinyuan, who commanded a golden dragon carriage, its wheels rolling thunderously, exuding an imperial presence as though a sovereign had descended upon the mortal realm. At this moment, the three of them were locked in a fierce rivalry, each unwilling to yield to the others. A pent-up fury simmered within their chests, a torment they could neither express nor suppress. All of this, of course, was attributed to Li San, whom they wished to tear to shreds. Alas, it was a pity for the three. An elder among the crowd could not help but sigh. What merits does Li San possess to win the affection of such beauty? I feel for these three. Perhaps it is for the best. The sooner their hearts are shattered, the sooner they shall find relief. Beside him, a youthful maiden, strikingly beautiful, gazed up at the spirited young masters, her heart fluttering with admiration. If she could forge a connection with one of the three noble sons, her life would be devoid of regrets. She journeyed from afar, solely to catch a glimpse of their esteemed visages. Along the way, the name she heard most frequently was that of a woman named Qing Yuhuan. It was said that she was the most beautiful in the world, a celestial being who astounded the mortal realm, an ethereal figure straight from a painting. Yet, she remained skeptical, believing it to be mere exaggeration, and harbored animosity towards the woman surnamed Qing for ensnaring the three noble sons, ultimately falling for another, a true temptress. However, she recently learned that this enchantress was to be wed to an exceedingly ordinary fellow, and thus she felt a sense of relief. Possessing a stunning exterior, yet lacking in intellect. Indeed, the heavens are just. As she pondered this, the sky suddenly darkened. A colossal, frost-blue tiger descended from the heavens, charging forth with ferocity. This blue tiger exuded an overwhelming presence and unmatched pride, confronting the countless insignificant beings below, its massive wings stirring up a tempest. Its fierce eyes were wide open, brimming with challenge, and its thunderous roar echoed through the air, leaving all in a state of shock, unable to voice their fear. "Look, it's Xianxia." With a flurry of heated gazes, attention was abruptly drawn to her. The young maiden, too, lifted her gaze, and upon seeing the graceful figure poised atop the tiger, clad in azure attire, with an ethereal quality that seemed almost otherworldly, she was utterly transfixed. Her aura was as fragrant as orchids, delicate like a celestial being. Exquisite and noble, sacred and elusive, her breathtaking beauty was beyond description, rendering 100 flowers pallid in comparison, even dimming the very heavens. It seemed she was not of this world, but rather descended from the skies, emerging from a painting, leaving others feeling inferior and self-conscious. "How beautiful!" the young maiden gasped, her heart ensnared by this vision. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in the world. No wonder the three noble sons were so bewitched by her. Were she a man, she too would surely fall into despair. However, a thought suddenly struck her, and she turned her gaze towards the figure beside Xianxia. Before her stood a slender, unremarkable man clad in black. In truth, he was quite handsome and would stand out among ordinary people. Yet in the presence of the world's most beautiful woman, he seemed utterly superfluous, lacking in all merit. "So he is Li San?" The young maiden found it difficult to articulate her feelings at that moment, and the elder beside her shared her bewilderment. "Grandfather, is this Li San really remarkable?" "Li San?" The elder chuckled ruefully. "This child is but a mere mortal, an insignificant insect." "What?" The maiden was utterly stunned. How could someone like him be worthy of Xianxia? Surely, she couldn't be mentally unstable? In that moment, she felt a surge of indignation on behalf of the three noble sons. For individuals, when gathered together, truly embody the notion of mutual worthlessness. Three young gentlemen represent half a pound of gold, while Li San is akin to a mere 8 taels of scrap iron. How useless a man he is! Were I in his position, I would prefer death. Yet what thoughts occupy the mind of the young maiden? Unbeknownst to all at that moment, the three gentlemen found themselves united in purpose. Their gazes burned fiercely, filled with a wrathful intensity, and a murderous intent flashed within their eyes, yearning to utterly obliterate Li San. Simultaneously, Xianxia stepped forward, shielding Mo1 with her presence. Her clear, cold eyes warned the three from a distance, and her resolute demeanor tore at their hearts, leaving the men present in anguish. What merit does Li San possess? I refuse to accept this. I truly cannot comprehend where I faltered. I ponder endlessly. To live is to be like Li San, a true victor in life, dying without regret. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has perished. Farewell, Xianxia. From this moment forth, we shall be as strangers, and you shall never again enter my heart. A collective sigh of despair echoed through the crowd. Yet Xianxia remained indifferent, especially as she had already captured the heart of another. The prospect of these individuals relinquishing their affections for her was indeed a welcome one. "My lord, shall we proceed inside?" she suggested, turning gracefully to embrace Mo1's arm, her smile radiant and enchanting. In that instant, she exuded gentleness, resembling a kind and delicate young woman, no longer the aloof and icy celestial being. This left everyone in a state of astonishment. They pondered endlessly, unable to grasp where they had faltered in comparison to Li San. Such a mystery would remain forever elusive. Approximately half an hour later, the auction commenced officially. The vast open-air venue, accommodating hundreds of thousands, was truly awe-inspiring. Presently, Xianxia, accompanied by Mo1, confidently ascended to the esteemed second-floor private box. The ambience here was refined and relatively intimate, and more importantly, they were no longer subjected to the grotesque visages of those below. At that moment, the auctioneer struck the gavel, announcing the commencement of the auction. Amidst a cacophony of excitement, the first item was presented, a high-grade, earth-level magic core, with an opening bid of 30,000 spirit stones. Immediately, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of bidding. "I bid 35,000. I bid 40,000. This old man bids 60,000. 100,000. A hush fell over the room, envious gazes directed at the successful bidder. Soon after, the auctioneer announced, 100,000 once, 100,000 twice, 100,000 3 times. Bang! The gavel fell. Next came the second item, a fifth-grade elixir, the Tianyuan pill. The auctioneer proclaimed, "This item not only nourishes the essence, but also heals injuries. However, it addresses not superficial wounds but internal afflictions, particularly those lingering from cultivation or certain forms of backlash, providing a perfect remedy." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuehuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. During the previous confrontation between the young master and Qin Sheng, the act of retracting his sword intent resulted in a backlash, leaving him in need of healing. The elixir in question, however, was now being bid up from an initial price of 10,000 to an astonishing 60,000. Yet, Qin Yuehuan remained unfazed. Her jade-like hand raised with an air of grandeur. 200,000, she proclaimed, causing all present to turn their gazes towards her in astonishment. Chapter 25, The Wealthy Lady. Capable of indulgence. 200,000? The inherent value of the stunned.And barely exceeds 70,000. Has she lost her senses? It was the first time anyone had witnessed such exorbitant bidding, as if she aimed to drive others to despair. Indeed, the Qing family's wealth was formidable, a far cry from the meager resources of lesser clans. A sense of bitterness filled the hearts of many, accompanied by long sighs. However, one could not help but wonder, for what purpose was Qin Yuehuan acquiring this stunned? While it could eradicate hidden ailments and heal internal injuries, it also bore significant side effects. Especially for women, the elixir's potent yang energy could lead to prolonged physical weakness, a loss of cultivation, and in severe cases, a drop in cultivation rank. Could it be that she was not purchasing it for herself, but rather, as this thought crossed the mind of one observer, he glanced towards the private box of Li San, and a collective realization dawned upon the crowd. Indeed, it seemed quite plausible. This revelation ignited a fiery jealousy among three nearby boxes, their hearts ablaze with uncontainable envy. In the next moment, 201,000, came the bid from the box of Xianyuan Gongzi. Following suit, Zhu and Meng also joined the fray. 202,000, 203,000. Laughter erupted among the tens of thousands present. A spectacle was unfolding before their eyes. Yet, Qin Yuehuan remained undeterred, showcasing her formidable presence as she brandished her jade hand once more. 300,000. What? Some attendees instinctively rose in shock. Could it be that Qin Yuehuan had truly lost her mind? Even in the black market, this elixir would fetch no more than 200,000. This was sheer extravagance. Such wastefulness? To the Qing family, this sum was but a mere trifle, akin to tossing a handful of loose change onto the ground, inconsequential and trivial. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but smile wryly. How could such a wealthy woman be entangled with that insufferable Li San? Where was the justice in this? In stark contrast, the three young masters were gritting their teeth in frustration, harboring deep resentment towards Li San. They exchanged glances, steeling themselves to raise their bids once more. Yet, Qin Yuehuan, uninterested in their competition, preemptively escalated the bid. 500,000. This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the venue. My goodness, 500,000? Just how many Tianyuan could that procure? Was it our poverty that clouded our imagination, or was it truly Qin Yuehuan's unparalleled wealth? Suddenly, someone stood up, producing a jade box from their spatial ring, and proclaimed loudly, "Miss Qing, I possess a Tianyuan for sale, and I demand 30,000. Although such underhanded tactics are prohibited in auction houses, this individual was undeterred, unable to resist the allure of an easy profit. After all, it was a chance to gain 200,000 without any effort. This amount could supply a low-tier warrior with resources for training for 6 months, or even a year. The man was on the verge of ecstatic madness. However, Qin Yuehuan refused to engage in any transaction with him, boldly asserting, "No, I desire only the item on stage." A wave of incredulity swept through the onlookers. Qin Yuehuan's actions were utterly baffling. Little did they know, this was her first outing with a man, especially with someone she cherished, and she naturally wished to showcase her charm and presence. The money was irrelevant. What mattered was to uphold her beloved's dignity. Faced with the sum of 500,000, the three young masters hesitated. After all, no one's wealth comes easily, and spending such an amount seemed futile and without meaning. They reluctantly conceded. Thus, the deal was swiftly concluded. A maid, bearing the exquisitely wrapped jade box, delivered it to the private room of the Qing family. Feeling a tinge of anxiety along the way, realizing how a mere pill could carry such weight. Upon receiving it, Qin Yuehuan signaled for her to withdraw and turned her gentle gaze towards Mo1, softly stating, "This Tianyuan pill is perfect for treating the internal injuries you bear. You must take it immediately upon our return." The onlookers felt their hearts shatter. When had they ever witnessed such a tender side of Qing Yuan? Next came the third item for auction, a high-level whip technique from the mysterious tier. Qing Yuan showed no interest, and neither did her companion, as the crowd transformed into mere spectators, watching the fierce bidding unfold. Before long, the price soared to 500,000 once again, causing collective sighs of resignation. The impoverished were simply unworthy of entering such a venue. Would her gentleman feel out of place? Qing Yuan expressed her concern, for the patrons here casually spent thousands, even tens of thousands, and she feared he might find the experience overwhelming. Her heart filled with unease. "I am unbothered," Immortal replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Do not forget, I still have 1 million in hand. I am, in some respect, a wealthy man." His humorous demeanor alleviated Qing Yuan's worries, prompting a smile to grace her lips. "As long as you are fine, but you're not merely a wealthy man. You are exceedingly wealthy." Immortal forced a bitter smile, realizing that he had no choice but to continue living off her generosity. As time progressed, an array of rare treasures paraded before them, with bids escalating fervently, igniting a fervor among the crowd. However, neither Qing Yuan nor Immortal found any interest in these items, languidly drifting into a stupor until, half an hour later, their spirits were suddenly revived. A low-tier sword technique appeared on stage, the 9 Swords of Breaking Heaven. The starting bid is a mere 50,000. However, this is hardly surprising. The sword is difficult to master, and even fewer practice it. Thus, among all martial arts, swordsmanship is deemed the least valuable. Were it a technique involving blades or spears, the starting price would undoubtedly ascend by at least an additional digit. The onlookers could not help but click their tongues in regret. What a pity to stumble upon a foundational martial art only to find it is a broken sword technique. Can this even be auctioned? Who still practices swordsmanship in this day and age? Is it not a folly? Yet, one cannot dismiss the notion entirely. All paths can lead to greatness, and the sword is the mightiest of them all. You mentioned it is great. Yet even a sword master like the unparalleled Dugu Bai could only be considered moderately accomplished. To claim greatness is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. The crowd remained non-committal, showing no interest in this foundational sword technique. However, their lack of desire did not equate to a lack of interest from others. Qing Yuan gracefully raised her hand. 100,000. The crowd was taken aback. Spending 50,000 on a Tianyuan pill might be justified, as it holds some utility. But this purely a waste of money. Is it not? Surely, this is another gift for that Li San? It seems likely, as Qing Yuan practices archery, not swordsmanship, aside from Li San. Who else could it be for? This Li San is truly a peculiar character. Among the myriad paths in the world, each one strong, why choose to practice the sword? Countless prodigies have squandered their time on the sword path, becoming utterly ineffectual. Not to mention, Li San himself is a waste. And the difficulty he faces in mastering the sword is akin to scaling the heavens. Even the 3 prominent young masters could not contain their laughter. This time, not only did they refrain from raising the bid, but they also longed for the gavel to fall swiftly. A useless person wielding a useless technique is a match made in absurdity, a delightful spectacle indeed. Ultimately, the gavel struck down. The Broken Sky 9 Swords. Sold for 100,000. A blood profit. Chapter 26. The superpower shocks the entire audience. The name Broken Sky 9 Swords is indeed imposing. Within a private box, Immortal gazed at the ice-blue orb in his hand. Curiosity piqued. He promptly absorbed the orb, and a wealth of information flooded his mind. In brief, the Broken Sky 9 Swords consists of 9 swords, each surpassing the last. When all 9 are unleashed, they can shatter the heavens. If the first sword can cleave 100 gene, then the second wields 200 gene, the third 400 gene, the fourth 800 gene, and so forth. One can only imagine the terrifying power of the 9th sword strike. However, Immortal's thoughts diverged entirely from those of others. He pondered what it might mean if one could simultaneously unleash all 9 swords, thereby fully overlapping their might. Had others known his thoughts, they might have laughed themselves to death on the spot. In theory, such a scenario is non-existent. If one could indeed overlap 9 swords, it would no longer qualify as a foundational martial art. It would have ascended to the heavenly tier or even beyond. Yet, for reasons unknown in that fleeting moment, Immortal experienced a sudden epiphany. It appears that an opportunity must be sought to give a try. Once he regained his composure, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Qin Yuan. In response, she furrowed her delicate brows and playfully reproached him, saying, "Humph, do we really need such formality between us? If you continue like this next time, I shall ignore you." With that, she turned her head away, crossing her arms, genuinely appearing upset. Imoen could only manage a wry smile as he apologized. "I'm truly sorry. I will be more mindful next time." Qin Yuan chuckled softly. "I was just teasing you." As time quietly passed, the afternoon arrived. To Qin Yuan's disappointment, although there was a weapon auction, none of the items were swords. She pondered whether she should purchase a knife as a substitute, but quickly dismissed the thought. While swords and knives may share a similar shape, they are fundamentally different. A confusion between the two could lead to minor mishaps or, worse yet, the collapse of one's swordsmanship. It seemed that she would have to wait for a better opportunity in the future. Gradually, the auction approached its conclusion, nearing its finale. The next item to be presented was the final auction piece, a half-tattered parchment made of ancient sheepskin, perhaps aged over the years. Its surface bore numerous raised patterns, possibly mysterious runes or obscure scripts. The secrets concealed within it remained unknown, leaving it to the attendees to uncover. The starting bid for this parchment was set at 1 spirit stone. Inside the private box, Qin Yuan was unaware of when she had become entranced. The two elders behind her were equally captivated. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, purely instinctively, her long eyelashes fluttering, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. This sheepskin parchment was a perfect match for the half she possessed. It was precisely with that half parchment that they had discovered the mysterious fluctuations of power, leading them to the location of subsequent relics. Just imagine if such immense gains could be derived from only half of the map. What monumental secrets might be unveiled upon its completion? Regrettably, the Qing family possessed merely half of it. All they could do was speculate. The enigma remained unsolved, a question that had plagued the Qing family for decades. Thus, it is easy to imagine the excitement and exhilaration that coursed through them upon seeing this half of the sheepskin parchment. Little did they know, it was not only the Qing family members who reacted so fervently. Mo1, too, felt a profound response. Albeit unlike the trio, he masked his emotions well, betraying none of his thoughts. To others, it appeared to be merely an inconsequential piece of parchment. However, for Mo1, it revealed the undulating mountains depicted upon it, along with the obscure yet seemingly decipherable script. Most importantly, at the center of the sheepskin parchment loomed a blurred silhouette of a sword, emitting a mournful wail akin to a lament from the depths of hell, filled with sorrow and despair. It was bound by 99,999 spirit-binding chains, which not only sealed away its original power, but also perpetually drained and consumed its essence. At first glance, it resembled a wooden sword, or perhaps a broken blade. Upon seeing it, Mo1's right hand trembled uncontrollably, and his soul surged as though he had encountered a long-lost kin, an overwhelming urge to step forward, grasp it, and embrace it. If his intuition served him well, this sword, or rather this place, was likely intertwined with his memories. Thus, he felt compelled to acquire this map. However, Mo1 was reluctant to bid, even less inclined to intimidate the entire assembly with a frightful price. Such an act would be tantamount to self-incrimination, making others instantly aware of the considerable value of this parchment. Yet 1 million. Qin Yuan's elders shocked the crowd with a staggering offer. The Qing family, having waited nearly a century, could no longer afford to bide their time. They were prepared to embrace any risk. Years prior, they had already steeled themselves for whatever might come. Mo1 was momentarily taken aback. Though he did not grasp the underlying reasons, he understood. Judging by Qin Yuan and her elders' demeanor, this item held immense significance for them, perhaps even surpassing all else from a certain perspective. At that instant, the atmosphere exploded. No one had anticipated the Qing family would leap to 1 million in one breath. Such a bid, while shocking, also hinted at something amiss, particularly for those familiar with the Qing family, namely the Meng, Zhu, and Xianyuan families, all part of the 4 great clans. Sensitivity ensued. Consequently, the bidding frenzy escalated. Young Master Meng waved his hand decisively, raising his offer to 1.5 million. Young Master Zhu followed suit, bidding 2 million. As for young Master Xianyuan, he outdid them all, raising the stakes to 3 million. A gasp echoed throughout the venue, as everyone found it difficult to breathe. These individuals appeared utterly deranged. Was their wealth conjured by the winds? Or were they simply impoverished, their imaginations confined by their financial limitations? Yet, just when the crowd believed no further bids were forthcoming, a voice from the Qing family's box resounded, nearly suffocating the listeners. 5 million. This. 5 million? What a staggering concept. Most could hardly fathom it. If converted to copper coins, it could ostensibly fill a river stretching for thousands of miles. Or perhaps support a young prodigy all the way to the pinnacle of the earth stage, even the heavenly stage, with an abundance of cultivation resources. At that moment, some individuals felt their perceptions fracture, collapsing into their seats, their bodies helplessly sliding down. They recalled their own struggles for mere hundreds or thousands of spirit stones. A pitiful sight, and then glanced at the current scene, where millions were casually tossed around, a spectacle that was simply heart-stopping. Faced with such an astonishing price, even the three prominent young masters found it somewhat unbearable. However, it was not a lack of funds that deterred them, but rather their ignorance of the true value contained within this parchment scroll, unlike the Qing family. Moreover, this scroll was only half intact. If they drained their resources to acquire it, only to discover its secrets eluded them, proving its worth would pose a significant dilemma. The risk felt excessively daunting. Consequently, each of the three began to contemplate withdrawal, which left the elders of the Qing family with a sense of assured victory, even prompting them to urge the auctioneer to bring down the hammer. The auctioneer, recognizing the situation, hastened to comply. However, at that moment, a hoarse and aged voice unexpectedly echoed, 10 million. It was not from any of the private boxes, but emanated from the ordinary hall, where an elderly man cloaked in a black robe stood. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him as he emitted a chilling, cackling laugh, removing his robe to reveal his true form. His eyes bulged grotesquely, reminiscent of dead fish, and his demeanor exuded an ominous aura. Most strikingly, a black mark resembling a lightning bolt was emblazoned on his forehead. Upon sighting this mark, an unprecedented wave of fear surged through the crowd, rendering them anxious and unsettled. The Ghost Heaven Sect, a notorious group of malevolent cultivators, engaging in abhorrent and cruel practices. They consumed the flesh of 8 full moon infants daily, flaying and devouring them alive to enhance their powers. Their heinous deeds were numerous, limited only by the boundaries of imagination. The elder, accustomed to the terrified gazes directed at him, chuckled ominously. Allow me to introduce myself. I am known as the Undying Old Man. Perhaps you do not recognize me, but rest assured, you will soon enough. What? The elder's words caused a stir, and he trembled with disbelief. You are Jin Daosheng. What? Jin Daosheng? A tremor coursed through the crowd. Jin Daosheng, the 36th generation leader of the Ghost Heaven Sect, a formidable figure of heavenly rank. Moreover, he belonged to an older generation of heavenly powers, having ascended to that realm over a century ago. Now, more than 100 years later, no one could fathom how much stronger he had become. In that moment, even the expressions of the Qing elders turned grim. When Jin Daosheng first rose to prominence, they were still mere children, playing in the mud. This man was an indelible shadow of an entire generation, a taboo figure capable of silencing a crying infant. It was recalled that he once harnessed his malevolent energy to annihilate an entire nation of cultivators, leaving countless lives extinguished. Even now, that land remained lifeless, a forsaken wasteland. Jin Daosheng laughed menacingly. Haha, let's not dwell on my identity any longer. 10 million. Will you accept it or not? His voice carried a blend of mockery and veiled threat. Everyone fell silent. Chapter 27. The Final Frenzy of Zhu Tianping and Meng Wuxin. The current situation left Qin Yuehuan feeling quite disheartened. Grandfather Hua, Grandfather Hai, what should we do now? The two elders shook their heads. It's difficult. This difficulty made Qin Yuehuan's delicate hands clench tightly, feeling powerless. It was no longer a matter of raising the price. It was about whether they could secure the item at all. However, if they did not increase the bid, they would be handing it over, which would ultimately fall into the hands of the Ghost Heaven Sect, rendering their efforts futile. Grandfather Hua, Grandfather Hai, if you two were to confront him, what would our chances of victory be? The two elders exchanged glances, falling into silence. Unfortunately, none of them had a chance. It was essential to note that Jin Daosheng had ascended to the heavenly stage over a century earlier than them. If it had been a year or even 10 years, there might have been a glimmer of hope for victory. But over a century was an insurmountable gap, leaving no room for optimism. Young master, for now, we must concede and discuss everything upon our return to the Qing family. Qing Yuehuan understood the weight of their words and nodded bitterly. She then spoke. Her voice laden with fatigue, "We concede." Upon hearing her surrender, the three young masters echoed in unison, "We also concede." As for the others, they were merely spectators, indifferent to the outcome. Soon after, the gavel fell. 10 million sold. Everyone sighed in amazement. Even someone as formidable as Jin Daosheng had extinguished any remaining fantasies. This also marked the conclusion of the auction, with some rejoicing while others lamented. Half a tea's time later, Mo1 and Qing Yuehuan's group departed the auction house, planning to stay at an inn for the night and set off back to the city the following day. Under the pretext of needing rest from their travels, they intended to confront Jin Daosheng tonight. No matter what, they had to obtain that parchment. As for the two elders, they sought to seize the opportunity of the night to take action. Presently, Mo1 and Qing Yuehuan's group strolled along the ancient alley, relishing a rare moment of tranquility, when unexpectedly, a group of uninvited guests arrived. The three young masters, employing a domineering and aggressive approach, obstructed their path, their gazes icy, exuding a palpable aura of power, ready to strike at any moment. Upon seeing this, Qing Yuehuan immediately stepped in front of Mo1, her expression shifting, her beautiful eyes cold as she exclaimed, "How much longer will you persist? Until it ends." Zhu Tianpeng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Huaner, are you certain this is your final choice?" Qing Yuehuan regarded him coldly. "Zhu Tianpeng, the young master of the Zhu family, please conduct yourself with dignity. Huaner can only belong to my esteemed master." "Enough." Zhu Tianpeng interrupted with a wave of his hand, his eyes filled with bloodshot intensity as he pointed at Li San and bellowed, "Tell me, what exactly sets us apart from him? Why would you choose a worthless fool over us, the true dragon among men, the one who commands awe and envy?" The true dragon among men? Commanding awe and envy? Upon hearing those words, the elders of the Qing family could scarcely suppress their laughter. In truth, if one were to reflect on the past, there was indeed some merit to it. However, ever since the emergence of the young Master Li, the notion of a true dragon being envied by the heavens has become utterly absurd. In comparison to young Master Li, the three of you are nothing but worthless refuse. Enough. Qing Yuehuan glared fiercely, exuding a terrifying aura of murderous intent, and trembled with rage as she addressed Zhu Tianpeng. "You have insulted my master repeatedly. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianpeng erupted into laughter, incredulously shouting, "You would kill me over a worthless fool? Come. Then, you seek death." Qing Yuehuan's icy gaze hardened, a torrent of spiritual power surging forth, ready to strike. "Qing Yuehuan, calm yourself." It is rare for the notoriously hot-tempered young master Xianxia to intervene with such tranquility, stating, "Qing Yuehuan, I require a definitive answer today, so that I may finally let go and cease all entanglements with you." Young Master Meng also lamented, "We merely wish to know where we fell short. Is such a modest request truly beyond your capacity to fulfill? Are you finished yet?" Qing Yuehuan, growing impatient, retorted, "Why should I owe you three an explanation? Why? There exists no bond between us. It has always been you who incessantly meddled in my life. Why must you behave so unreasonably?" The three men fell silent, their hearts heavy with pain. Yet, they persisted in demanding an answer, vowing to relentlessly pursue her otherwise. "Very well, I concede to your demands. To evade further harassment." Qing Yuehuan reluctantly offered a response. "You are all exceedingly ordinary, even woefully mediocre. Are you satisfied now? Ordinary? Mediocre?" Zhu Tianpeng exclaimed in disbelief, his frustration bubbling over into laughter. "Qing Yuehuan, are you too lazy to concoct a proper story? Is this how you choose to deceive us?" Meng Wuxin could not contain himself, declaring, "Miss Qing, I am the unparalleled beauty of the realm. The number of women pursuing me is as countless as the stars, drawn to me like moths to a flame. How can you label me as ordinary or mediocre? It is impossible. The unparalleled beauty of the realm?" Qing Yuehuan stifled a laugh. "Do you truly believe I am so superficial? Moreover, in my eyes, you do not even merit the title of the finest. You." Meng Wuxin was on the verge of exploding, yet Qing Yuehuan remained unfazed. "Do not consider me one of those superficial admirers who would scream at the mere sight of you, enamored beyond reasoning. Do not deceive yourself into thinking you are perfect, forever trapped in your own delusions. You." Meng Wuxin was seething, trembling with rage as he pointed at Li San. But at least I am superior to him. Young Master Xinyuan added, I too surpass him. That is merely your own belief. Qin Yuehuan could not be bothered to engage further with them, nor did she feel the need to prove herself. You will never comprehend the vast chasm that lies between you and my master. Indeed, you are unworthy of being compared to him. The three men stood utterly dumbfounded. Even the bystanders in attendance were left speechless. Nothing is more heartbreaking than such a response. Yet, the truth is undeniable. It won't be long before they grasp this reality. Master, we shall take our leave. As the sun sets in the west and the moonlight flows eastward, Jin Daosheng, having acquired the sheepskin scroll at a hefty price, did not depart from the Valley of Heartache. Instead, he resided openly in the inn, displaying no inclination to evade anyone. He was currently practicing his circulatory technique, still engrossed in it when two guests arrived unexpectedly. The newcomers, shrouded in black robes and concealing their presence, were indistinguishable as male or female. However, a glint of brilliance sparked in Jin Daosheng's eyes as he discerned their identities, breaking into a grin. It is indeed young Master Zhu and young Master Meng gracing us with your presence. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, the two figures instinctively trembled, exchanging glances before removing their cloaks. They offered a formal bow, with Zhu Tianpeng respectfully stating, Indeed, Elder Jin is formidable. We have come today to seek your assistance with a minor request. A minor request? Just how minor is it? Jin Daosheng revealed a row of large, yellow teeth. Smiling broadly, the two men shuddered at the sight. Zhu Tianpeng exchanged a glance with Meng Wuxin, who hesitated but ultimately decided to voice their plea. We wish to ask Elder Jin to divert the attention of those two old fellows surrounding Qin Yuehuan. Oh, Jin Daosheng narrowed his eyes, laughing ominously. How intriguing. Pray tell, why must they be diverted? The two were visibly anxious, their heads bowed in embarrassment, struggling to articulate their reasons. If you're unwilling to speak, then you may leave, Jin Daosheng declared dismissively. Wait. The two immediately grew frantic. Zhu Tianpeng took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and declared vehemently, if sincerity does not yield results, then we shall resort to force. No matter what, Qin Yuehuan belongs to us, not to that Li San. This declaration took Jin Daosheng aback, followed by a boisterous laugh that echoed harshly. Well, who would have thought that beneath your gentlemanly facade, you two harbor such wicked desires? You are even bolder than I, and you wish to pursue this together. The two men lowered their heads, their faces a mixture of crimson and pale, acutely aware of their embarrassment. Suddenly, Jin Daosheng's gaze sharpened, fixing upon them. If this is the case, then tell me, how do you intend to repay me for aiding you in such a significant endeavor? At this, their hearts leapt with joy. Zhu Tianpeng quickly responded, Elder Jin, we have already prepared for this. Each produced a spatial ring, presenting it to Jin Daosheng with both hands. Upon receiving it, he probed within with his consciousness, discovering that each had offered him 5 million spirit stones. However, Jin Daosheng's expression remained unimpressed as he smiled. Not enough. Each of you must contribute another 5 million. What? The two were consumed with fury at his audacity. Zhu Tianpeng could not contain himself, exclaiming, Do you not fear being overly greedy? Do you truly think we are made of money? Brother Zhu, hold your tongue. Meng Wuxin hastily cautioned him. A century ago, a formidable powerhouse had already ascended to the celestial steps, and eliminating those two was as effortless as dispatching a mere chicken. Yet, Zhu Tianpeng was entirely consumed by thoughts of Qin Yuehuan. He yearned to possess her, to trample her, to torment her, eager to see how she would maintain her pride. Old Jin, we shall each offer you another 5 million. This is the utmost we can endure. If you agree to this, then proceed. If not, let it rest. Jin Daosheng chuckled ominously. I am rather displeased with your demeanor. Panic gripped Meng Xiao's heart for a fleeting moment. However, old Jin continued, Yet, I do find your tenacity quite appealing. Thus, it shall be 5 million. But remember this favor in the future. Upon hearing this, both men were overwhelmed with joy. After the transaction, Jin Daosheng mysteriously vanished, clearly off to fulfill the request of the two young masters. Left behind, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin rejoiced, their spirits soaring. The thought of soon completely possessing Qin Yuehuan, indulging in carnal pleasures with her, made their bodies tremble with excitement. Tell me, who will arrive first? Will it be you or I? Perhaps we should go together. That would be more thrilling. Ha ha! I didn't expect you to be so playful, Brother Meng. It seems you've indulged in such pastimes at home. Just as they were conversing, the door burst open. Xianxia stormed in like a tempest, filled with murderous intent. You two beasts! You are even worse than dogs. How dare you share a name with me? It is a disgrace. At that moment, caught off guard, Meng Wuxin felt a twinge of panic, while Zhu Tianpeng remained unfazed, chuckling dismissively. Xianxia, since you're already aware, you are left with two choices. Either join us in our corruption, and the three of us shall unite, or scram and keep your mouth tightly shut. Ha ha ha, splendid. Zhu Tianpeng, you have truly opened my eyes. Xianxia laughed with rage. What will you do otherwise? What will I do? Zhu Tianpeng's eyes darkened, a glint of murder flashing within. Otherwise, this shall be your burial ground. Just the two of you worthless fools? Xianxia bellowed, his overwhelming aura surging forth. Seeing this, the duo dared not be negligent, bracing themselves for confrontation. However, in the next instant, Xianxia vanished from sight, hurtling towards Qing Yuehuan's residence. Though he yearned to eliminate these two beasts immediately, he could not afford to linger in battle at this critical moment. Even with the desire to eliminate them, he realized that facing two opponents left him with scant odds. He had to flee first. Above all, he needed to prevent this tragedy and quickly inform Qing Yuehuan to escape. However, at this juncture, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin had resolutely made up their minds. Determined to prevent anyone from thwarting their plans, they immediately pursued with reckless abandon, channeling their inner spiritual energy with abandon, unleashing a lethal strike that was utterly frenzied. In this moment, even Xianxia could not withstand their assault. How could the reluctant Wuxin survive? He was struck heavily, plummeting from the heavens like a cannonball and crashing violently to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. He coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Yet, he had no time to assess his injuries. Drawing a handful of elixirs from his ring, he stuffed them into his mouth to bolster his strength and continued to surge forward. Meng Wuxin, Zhu Tianpeng, may you meet a most untimely demise, Xianxia lamented, his mind racing. Suddenly, he produced a magnificent sun-extinguishing bow from his storage ring, drawing it back with immense force until it resembled a full moon. The violent crimson flames transformed into a celestial arrow, and as he released it, his visage drained of color. Whoosh! The sound of the explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the void as if it might tear apart. Xianxia immediately sensed the breath of death approaching. Hastily forming seals and drawing upon his spiritual energy, shouting, "Turtle Rock Shield!" With a resounding crash, a massive, ancient black curtain rose, imposing and formidable, partitioning the heavens. At that moment, it stood unwavering, unyielding even to the most catastrophic flood or celestial collapse. However, it still could not withstand the terrifying might of the celestial arrow, which effortlessly pierced through, subsequently impaling Xianxia's abdomen. Bang! Xianxia fell to the ground, blood spilling in torrents. He saw the two advancing upon him relentlessly, the specter of death drawing ever closer. Despair gripped him. At that critical moment, a piercing shriek sounded. Xianxia's mount, the purple cloud's spirit crane, swept in with great speed, its colossal wings stirring up dust and debris, forcing Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin to squint against the onslaught. Quickly stop him. Do not let him escape, they cried. Yet it was already too late. Chapter 28. Xianxia's despair. Xianxia mounted the spirit crane and fled towards Qing Yuehuan's residence at a breakneck pace. Despite his grievous injuries and perilous condition, he pressed on with sheer will, determined to convey the urgent news to Qing Yuehuan. Otherwise, he would perish in regret. However, no matter how swift he was, he could not match the speed of a celestial realm powerhouse. At that moment, Jin Daosheng had already arrived at the Furong Inn. Suddenly, he rose into the air, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his voice booming like thunder, resonating across the expanse. "Ha ha, I have graced you with my presence. Why do you not hasten to kneel and welcome?" A tremendous, terrifying pressure emanated from him, dominating the surroundings and compelling countless beings to bow in fear, unable to breathe or move. Countless cultivators gazed out the window in horror at the black-robed elder standing imperiously in the void, trembling in trepidation. What could Jin Daosheng possibly be scheming? Is it possible that they wish to unleash a massacre? If that is truly the case, what can they do? They are but ants on a hot pan, awaiting their demise. Within the inn, Only the two elders of the Qing family managed to hold their ground. Hastily rushing into Qing Yuehuan's chamber. Young master, this individual harbors malevolent intentions. For your safety, you and Xianxia must depart at once. Qing Yuehuan's face drained of color, utterly immobilized by the overwhelming and terrifying pressure. The maid, Schwerer, pressed her delicate face against the floor, unable to rise, presenting a pitiful and humiliating sight. Jin Daosheng was far too powerful. An ordinary celestial tier expert would be no match for him. Even among the Qing family, few could contend with his might. Enough of this feudal struggle. Jin Daosheng's voice boomed, resonating within their very souls. Heh, as long as I am here, none shall leave. The faces of the crowd turned pale, filled with despair. However, in the next moment, Jin Daosheng grinned widely and called out the two elders of the Qing family. You two youngsters, step forward and speak. Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, while the elders' faces turned ashen. After exchanging a glance, they steeled themselves and rose to confront Jin Daosheng. Elder Hua clasped his hands respectfully, inquiring, "We were unaware of your esteemed presence. What is it that you seek?" "Spare me the useless prattle," Jin Daosheng interrupted with a sinister chuckle. "Someone has paid me to divert you two. If you wish to remain unharmed, you must comply." If Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin were present, they would likely be utterly dismayed by the revelation of such intentions. Why not craft a more plausible excuse? Yet, for Jin Daosheng, possessing overwhelming power rendered him disinclined to dance around the issue. The two elders exchanged glances, and Elder Hua spoke gravely, "Esteemed one, what if we refuse to acquiesce?" "How childish you are at your age," Jin Daosheng sneered. "I am not seeking your consent. You will depart whether you wish to or not." Or else his excitement surged as he continued, "I will slay everyone here, and none shall escape." In that moment, panic engulfed the entirety of the inn. Each individual cast desperate glances at the two elders, silently pleading for them to comply. Yet, the elders were indifferent to the fate of the others. Their sole concern was for the safety of the young master and Lisan. In utter helplessness, they ultimately acquiesced. "Young master, this situation is dire. You must take Lisan and leave swiftly." The two elders followed Jin Daosheng into the distance. In the next instant, the terrifying pressure dissipated, and the various cultivators, unable to catch their breath, hastened to flee the inn, desperate to escape. Remaining any longer was fraught with uncertainty. Preserving their lives was paramount. Simultaneously, Qing Yuehuan dashed into Lisan's room, anxious for his safety. The adversary's intent in dismissing the elders was evidently aimed at one of them. She could not allow their scheme to succeed. However, the moment Qing Yuehuan stepped through the door, her heart sank, and her complexion turned as pale as death. "My lord is missing." The thought nearly brought her to tears. To make matters worse, the area within a 10,000-mile radius was devoid of the Lingyi Dian formation, rendering the transmission of celestial intelligence impossible, thus severing any means of contacting her lord. What should she do? Where could he have gone? Had he been abducted just moments ago? If that were the case, what should she do? Unbeknownst to her, the target of others was not Mo1, but rather herself. As for Mo1, whether regarding him or Qing Yuehuan, the coveted sheepskin scroll was essential. Thus, he had quietly departed the inn several moments prior, heading straight for the lair of Jin Daosheng, intent on committing murder and theft. Yet he had not anticipated that an unexpected turn of events would occur, with Jin Daosheng himself arriving instead. It was a fortunate coincidence that they had narrowly missed each other. Unable to find Li San within the inn, Qing Yuehuan had no choice but to venture outside in search of him. A living person could not simply vanish without a trace. There would surely be signs left behind. Hence, she promptly summoned the heavenly winged tiger and, along with Schwerer, scoured the vast Lihen Valley, growing increasingly frantic with each passing moment. "Miss, perhaps we should split up. I shall return to gather reinforcements." "No, there is no time. A round trip would take 6 days, and everything would have already concluded." Meanwhile, as they searched for Li San, Xianyuan Zhantian, battered and weary, finally arrived at the Furong Inn. Yet, Qing Yuehuan was nowhere to be found. The inn was utterly deserted. It was evident that everything had transpired too late. In a fit of rage, he spat a mouthful of blood and, gazing skyward in despair, howled, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" At that moment, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin arrived closely behind, dismounting leisurely from their steeds. Zhu Tianpeng appeared in high spirits, seemingly confident that Jin Lao had succeeded. Meng Wuxin furrowed his brow, concerned. What if he distracts those two old geezers? Why is there so much commotion? Could it be that Qin Huan has fled as well? Fear not. I know Qin Huan well, Zhu Tianpeng replied with a confident smile. She would never leave without seeing those two old men. It is quite possible that she is hiding somewhere with that useless Li San, playing a game of hide and seek with us. Meng Wuxin immediately became excited. When the time comes, we must thoroughly torment Li San. Ah, torment? Zhu Tianpeng laughed cruelly. I will first incapacitate him, then bind him, forcing him to witness the woman he loves being toyed with as he breaks down and screams in despair. Just imagine how exquisite that scene would be. Meng Wuxin felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought. Nearby, Xianyuan Zhantian, upon hearing their words, felt his eyes blaze with fury as he hoarsely shouted, I will kill your entire family. Ha ha ha, I nearly forgot about you. Zhu Tianpeng, with a dismissive smile, remarked, Ah, Xianyuan brother, while you possess many admirable qualities, your arrogance and obstinate temperament are quite pronounced. Just consider this journey. You travel alone, devoid of any companions. Imagine if your elders were present. Would you find yourself in such disarray? Perhaps our plans would not have come to fruition. Yet, Xianyuan Zhantian bellowed in fury. I would rather die than depend on the uselessness of my elders. Zhu Tianpeng sighed and shook his head. Alas, those who are pitiful often harbor their own faults. Your current plight is a consequence of your actions. Enough of your nonsense, Xianyuan retorted. Face reality, Xianyuan brother. Even Meng Wuxin interjected, given the circumstances. If you refuse to compromise, can you truly choose to remain blind to the situation? You possess a promising future. Why squander it here? Remain blind? Ha! Xianyuan Zhantian erupted into a thunderous laughter, his voice resonating like a bell, shaking the very essence of existence. Suddenly, he ceased laughing, his gaze sharp and piercing. Each word he spoke weighed heavily. Remember this. I, Xianyuan Zhantian, will never choose to turn a blind eye, even if it leads to my demise. Today, even in death, I shall have no regrets, standing firm and honorable. Come, let's fight. Fight! Fight! With a deafening roar, Xianyuan Zhantian unleashed his might upon the world. He manifested a formidable blade, channeling his spiritual energy into the weapon with reckless abandon, igniting it with a fiery brilliance that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Then, with a sudden strike to his own chest, he coughed forth a mouthful of essence, which splattered upon the blade, rendering it robust and formidable. Akin to a dragon or a python, its edge ablaze with an unending fervor. Witnessing this, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin exchanged alarmed glances, feeling an overwhelming, cataclysmic force brewing at an alarming pace. Should that blade descend upon them, they would either perish or be grievously wounded. Thus, they shared a resolute look, each preparing to unleash their own powers without hesitation, summoning their might with fervor, their energies flaring brilliantly. After 3 breaths, they declared, shattering arrow. Forbidden technique, sealing the heavenly ice sun. Upon this, Xianyuan Zhantian halted all actions, drawing his sword to engage. With a thunderous stomp of his silver boots, the earth fractured and crumbled beneath him. Harnessing this overwhelming force, he leapt skyward, 100 feet into the air, and with a mighty swing of his blade, he proclaimed, D. The subsequent collision of arrow, technique, and blade sent shockwaves through the cosmos. An explosion of blinding light erupted between the 3 forces, engulfing the surroundings in a cataclysmic surge, uprooting trees and shattering mountains. In that moment, the fleeing cultivators halted in their tracks, and, as they turned to witness the spectacle, their hair stood on end, engulfed by a tempest of sand, hastily shielding their faces. After a prolonged period of turmoil, tranquility finally descended upon the scene. As everyone opened their eyes, they found themselves engulfed by swirling sands, their expressions filled with astonishment and their breaths labored. It took some time for them to acclimatize to the situation. Thank heavens we managed to escape swiftly. Otherwise, the residual force alone could have easily claimed our lives. Is this the might of a ground-tier expert? It is utterly terrifying. One can only imagine the dread that would accompany a heavenly-tier expert's intervention. The 3 distinct auras were somewhat familiar to me, yet I could not recall their identities at that moment. Suddenly, an elderly man's voice broke the silence, exclaiming in shock. It dawned upon him that these were Zhu Tianpeng, Meng Wuxin, and Xianyuan Zhantian, the 3 esteemed young masters. What? Everyone gasped in disbelief. Good heavens! Why are the 3 of them fighting? What could be the reason? Perhaps it is over Qin Huan? I have my doubts. It seems to stem from something else. Huh. Should we not go and take a look? The crowd instinctively recoiled, deciding it best to vacate this site of discord as swiftly as possible. Chapter 29. The Terror of Jin Daosheng, the Elders in Peril. Meanwhile, the chaotic clash among Xianyuan Jiantian, Meng Wuxin, and Zhu Tianpeng had drawn the attention of Qing Yue Huan and Xue Er, who were searching for Li San. Miss, could it be that it is young Master Li? Qing Yue Huan's beautiful eyes widened in realization, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards the heart of the battlefield. Upon arrival, the two ladies were struck dumb by the sight before them. What lay ahead was a terrifying pit, several thousand zhang wide. As if a meteor had plummeted from the sky, leaving a gaping wound in the earth. They stood at the edge, feeling as insignificant as a solitary leaf adrift in a vast ocean. Miss, perhaps young Master Li has. Xue Er spoke sorrowfully, unable to finish her thought. Not to mention a profound tier expert. Even a ground tier expert would hardly survive such a devastating blow. It is likely that Li San is doomed. No, that cannot be. It simply cannot be. Qing Yue Huan's complexion turned pale, devoid of color, her eyes vacant as she shook her head in denial. In the next moment, she erupted into a heart-wrenching scream. Li San, where on earth are you? Yet, there was no response whatsoever, leaving Xue Er to sigh inwardly. The young mistress fails to consider that even if Li San were present, he would likely have perished already. How could there be any reply? At that moment, a sound echoed, a rumbling of stones. The emaciated Xianyuan Jiantian emerged from the debris, revealing half of his head. He gazed at the haggard and anxious Qing Yue Huan perched upon the Tianyi tiger, despair enveloping him entirely. This foolish woman, she had clearly left. Yet why must she return? In a fit of rage, he coughed violently, spewing forth a torrent of viscous black blood. His already gaunt frame, akin to bark, appeared even more horrifying. Despite exerting all his strength, his voice was but a whisper, devoid of the power to shake his head. In the midst of the moonlit night, Qing Yue hurriedly urged, "Hurry, hurry." She beheld Xianyuan Jiantian, a shadow of his former self, frail and aged beyond measure. A profound silence enveloped her as she gazed upon him. Beside her, Xue gasped in horror. Young Master Xianyuan, how could you have changed so drastically? What has transpired? Xianyuan Jiantian, devoid of strength, could only implore, "You foolish women, depart at once." At that moment, from the ruin's far side, two familiar figures emerged laboriously, disheveled and bloodied. Their breaths ragged and unsteady, presenting a woeful sight. Nevertheless, their mere presence spoke volumes. Qing Yue's mind was a tumultuous whirl, her heart fraught with anxiety as she demanded, "What are you three doing? Where's Li San?" Yet, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin chose to ignore her, instead striding towards the weakened Xianyuan Jiantian with an air of superiority. Zhu Tianpeng, looking down with a twisted smirk, reveled in the moment. "You enjoy meddling, do you? Very well. Witness the spectacle of the woman you cherish being wantonly trampled upon by us. Perhaps, as you watch, you too will find exhilaration and wish to partake." At these words, Xianyuan Jiantian spat forth a mouthful of dark blood, his body so feeble that even the slightest movement was beyond his capability. There was no greater torment than this, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping him. As for Qing Yue and Xue, they could not comprehend the exchange. Qing Yue's thoughts solely fixated on Li San. "What are you three doing? Where's Li San?" Suddenly, Zhu Tianpeng erupted into a maniacal laugh, his face contorting grotesquely. Li San, what is he even worth?" Meng Wuxin's demeanor turned icy, embodying his name as he coldly regarded Qing Yue. "Do you know why Xianyuan Jiantian has been reduced to this state?" Qing Yue furrowed her brows, awaiting his explanation. "It is because—" Meng Wuxin's smile took on a sinister edge. "He refuses to conspire with us. He truly, deeply loves you, to the extent that he would sacrifice his life for you. Tell me, is such a person not foolish?" "What?" Qing Yue's heart quivered. How could things have come to this? She was bewildered, struggling to fathom the unfolding events. Zhu Tianpeng, sensing her curiosity, grinned with insatiable greed. "We had planned to completely claim you, but this fool intervened. Not only did he refuse to yield, but he also sought to warn you to flee. Thus, we had no choice but to incapacitate him, leaving him to lie helplessly on the ground." His voice grew piercing, his face contorted with malice as he continued. "I gazed upon the two of them as they tore your garments, subjected you to humiliation, and trampled upon you, reducing you to the wretched state of a mere hound. One can only imagine how exquisite that sensation must be for him. You, Qin Yuhuan, were left utterly speechless, your entire body quivering, chilled to the bone. Even beside you, Shui Air was consumed by rage, her lips pale and her breath labored. With a trembling voice, she exclaimed, "You are nothing but a pack of beasts, even less than beasts." Yet, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin were indifferent to such sentiments. The mere prospect of possessing Qin Yuhuan's body rendered their moral scruples irrelevant. Meng Wuxin clenched his fists, his voice a low, thunderous roar. "Qin Yuhuan, we offered you a chance, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not blame us for our ruthlessness." "You offer me a chance?" Qin Yuhuan retorted, her fury morphing into a chilling calmness. "I have no words left for you, nor do I wish to exchange another syllable with such wretches." With a swift motion of her delicate hand, a resplendent and menacing black bow materialized, its tension palpable. "If I cannot vanquish you today, then I shall perish. You shall never possess me." Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the battlefield unfolded between Jin Daosheng and the elders of the Qing family. The elders sensed the fierce clash near the inn, though the distance muted their comprehension, leaving them in a state of disquietude, restless and anxious. In stark contrast, Jin Daosheng remained leisurely, showing no intent to trouble the two elders. He lounged in a pavilion, brewing tea for his own enjoyment, delicately handling the teaware. Yet, his leisurely demeanor only heightened the elders' anxiety, compelling them to resist the urge to depart. At that moment, Jin Daosheng waved his sleeve, and an invisible barrier materialized between heaven and earth, forming a celestial prison that none could breach. The elders turned to him, their expressions grave. "Should anything happen to our young master, the wrath of the Qing family would be something even the most venerable among us could not withstand." Jin Daosheng remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Ah, the youth's temper is quite fiery. Come, partake in some calming tea. Your young master shall come to no harm." "Then why do you detain us, venerable sir?" they implored, their voices tinged with desperation. "The water has boiled." Jin Daosheng poured the water with a chuckle, saying, "While it is true that your young master is not in mortal peril, after tonight, he will undoubtedly suffer immense psychological torment." "Oh dear, that is rather unfortunate." The elders' hearts sank. "What do you mean, venerable sir?" They questioned, their anxiety mounting. Jin Daosheng grinned, revealing his yellowing teeth. "Two men and one woman. A conflagration of passion, a forceful advance, and both at once. Tut, tut, how skilled they are. Meng Wuxin and Zhu Tianpeng truly know how to play the game." "What?" The elders' minds went blank, their thoughts a cacophony of disbelief. In the next heartbeat, they erupted in fury, their very souls aflame. Unable to fathom the horror of what they had just heard. "Zhu Tianpeng, Meng Wuxin, you shall pay for this." The two elders could no longer endure the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from the celestial tier. It surged forth with great intensity, prompting them to act in a desperate attempt to break the barrier. However, their efforts were futile. Jin Daosheng lifted his jade cup, sipped his tea, and with a slow smile remarked, "This is no ordinary barrier. It is a domain seal. With the current strength of the two of you, you will never be able to breach it." As he continued, a peculiar smile crossed his face. "Have you perhaps noticed the depletion of your spiritual energy within? Does it feel rather strange?" The elders' expressions turned grave, for indeed, it was true. "Hence, you should retract your aura. It's akin to the binding, immortal rope. The more you struggle, the tighter it becomes, wasting your energy in vain." Pale-faced, the two elders realized this was no mere exaggeration. Their spiritual energy was indeed dissipating at a terrifying rate, and within half a stick of incense's time, they would be utterly drained, left with no means to defend themselves. What to do? Were they to abandon their resistance and allow those two rascals to torment the young master? No, they could not accept that. Exchanging glances, the elders understood that their energy would eventually be exhausted, so they decided to fight with all their might. They charged towards Jin Daosheng. Though he was strong, his age had diminished his vigor significantly. Thus, he would not engage lightly. He could not afford the luxury of such an engagement. Yet, they had underestimated the situation. Before absolute power, Jin Daosheng merely waved his sleeve, and an incredibly terrifying surge of spiritual energy materialized, manifesting as a fierce gale that swept across the space, warping and trembling it to the brink of collapse. It was utterly devastating. "Retreat, quickly!" Hua Lao exclaimed in alarm, immediately withdrawing and employing every means of defense. Yet it was futile. They could not retreat nor defend themselves adequately. The three were simply not on the same level. Their defenses crumbled like paper, easily shattered by the gale. Bang! Bang! Two figures were violently propelled backward at an alarming speed, crashing against the invisible barrier, their internal organs jolted out of place. With a cry, they spewed forth blood. Before they even engaged, they had suffered a complete defeat, with no opportunity to retaliate. This exemplified the terror of Jin Daosheng and plunged the two elders into utter despair. Were they to simply concede defeat? Chapter 30. A finger's execution of Jin Daosheng. With a casual snap of his fingers, the rampaging gale dissipated. He looked down at the two men sprawled on the ground, resembling lost dogs in disarray, and grinned. So, how does it feel? Do you wish to continue fighting? The elders pounded their fists against the ground in frustration, feeling an unprecedented sense of impotence and suffocation. Upon witnessing the scene, Jin Daosheng consoled, "Do not blame yourselves, dear children. With one at the mid-second stage and the other at the late second stage, I could easily extinguish you with but a mere flick of my little finger. In your esteemed family, while there are many formidable experts, only the likes of Qing Kaitian and Qing Sanxing instill in me a modicum of trepidation. The rest are but ants in the grand scheme of things." The two elders fell silent, their hearts heavy with sighs. The hierarchy of the heavenly realm was insurmountable. A single stage could span an entire day. Even if Jin Daosheng were merely at the third stage, they would stand no chance against him, let alone compare to the likes of the Grand Elder and the Elder Master. In that moment, despair consumed the two elders, their faces ashen. Was it their fate to allow those two wretched pups to ravage the young master? At this critical juncture, Elder Hua rose abruptly, his murky gaze flickering with a frenzied light, emanating an aura of tragic resolve. Upon seeing this, Elder Hai immediately understood his intent and exclaimed in alarm, "Brother, you mustn't." Yet Elder Hua merely shook his head, a serene smile gracing his lips. "I would rather perish than allow the young master to suffer harm. Elder Hai Zhao, if we are die, let's die together." "No, you cannot die. If you perish, who will rescue the young master?" With that, Elder Hua boldly approached Jin Daosheng. A terrifying power surged within him, gathering frantically in his dantian, while his expression twisted in agony. "Senior Jin, you may be powerful, but I refuse to believe you can withstand the self-detonation of a heavenly stage expert. Had it been decades prior, he might have believed it, but now, everything was uncertain." As he sensed the rising aura of destruction, Jin Daosheng's eyelids twitched, and his demeanor grew serious. "Junior, do you dare?" Elder Hua smiled faintly, his body beginning to swell as if inflated, expanding ever more. "Huh, I, Qin Huaqin, fear not death. Having lived for so long, I have had my fill. What more is there to fear? Yet even in death, I shall take a piece of you with me, ensuring you do not escape unscathed." At this moment, Elder Hua's form had grown to its utmost limit, on the brink of bursting, teetering on the edge of instability. He slowly closed his eyes, the tumultuous highs and lows of his life flashing before him, a kaleidoscope of beauty and pain. In this life, though there were regrets, there were no regrets. "Hong Hai, young master. Farewell, Qin family. When I am reborn, I shall still be a valiant warrior, haha. It is time to go, time to go." The light grew ever brighter. "No!" Elder Hai cried out in despair. Jin Daosheng hastily unraveled the barrier, desperately fleeing. Yet, just as Elder Hua was about to transcend, at that critical moment, a figure of imposing stature, ethereal and graceful, clad in white robes, suddenly appeared before Elder Hua. With a gentle gesture, he tapped the center of Elder Hua's brow, causing him to deflate like a punctured balloon, his powers swiftly coalescing once more. Hulao, utari astonits, found himself engulfed in despair, rendered mute by the silence of the abyss. The man in white shook his head with a faint smile, remarking, "You old fool. The people have fled, yet you still wish to perish in vain. And you, still kneeling foolishly while he prepares to explode, do you wish to accompany him in death?" The two elders remained in a dazed state, unable to articulate their excitement. As they gazed upon the scene, the golden shops and jade chambers shimmered under the moonlight, while the frost-laden bamboo reflected the ancient garments. The young master should only behold the painting. Within it, I alone comprehend the essence. To write of water's end and the heaven's edge is surely beyond the realm of mundane beings. Is he human? Is he immortal? Is it an illusion or reality? Moreover, why does his voice resonate so familiarly? Hurry back. The enemy may be seeking me or her. It is he. It is he. It must be him. The two elders suddenly awakened from their stupor. Hua Lao pointed excitedly at the figure before him, exclaiming, "You are Li San." Imowen glanced briefly at the two, deeming it inconsequential. "Hasten back and ensure her safety." "Very well, we shall return at once." Without further thought, the two elders sped towards the Furong Inn. However, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "Speak not of today as events to anyone, including her. Rest assured, we vow to you, no other shall know. I trust you." With that, Imowen vanished from sight, only to reappear 10 miles away, blocking the path of Jin Daosheng. The sudden manifestation startled Jin Daosheng, prompting him to extend his consciousness to investigate, only to discover that the figure was merely a lowly practitioner of the Xian stage. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet something felt amiss. Imowen, eager to return and uninterested in idle chatter, waved his sleeve and extended his delicate hand. Hand over the sheepskin scroll. Jin Daosheng's gaze sharpened. "Your ability to appear before me undetected suggests you possess more than just Xian stage prowess." Montauk Vane replied coolly. "Your words are excessive." Jin Daosheng hastily clasped his fists. "I am Jin Daosheng of the Ghost Sky Sect. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Enough." When interrupted with a wave of his hand. "I had intended to leave you intact, but now, that seems unnecessary." At these words, Jin Daosheng braced himself. Yet, When paid him no mind, lifting his hand and pressing down with a single finger. Bang! A whole expanse of void shattered like a mirror, unexpected and swift. Indeed, it was not only the void that shattered. Jin Daosheng, too, found his body disintegrating under that singular touch, transforming into countless tiny fragments that floated in the air. This cannot be. In mere moments, Jin Daosheng had succumbed to lifelessness. He could never have imagined that, as a formidable supermaster of the sixth heaven, commanding the winds and clouds for a century, he would one day be extinguished with a mere finger, utterly defenseless. Now a resplendent purple-gold ring floated in the air, and Mo1, without hesitation, seized it. His consciousness, domineering and invasive, pierced through the seal, unveiling the vast treasures amassed by Jin Daosheng throughout his life. Along with half of a parchment scroll, a smile of satisfaction crept across Mo1's face. However, just as he prepared to withdraw his consciousness, a wave of malevolent energy surged from Jin Daosheng's shattered corpse. Although harmless, it seemed to leave an indelible mark within him, one he could not detect or erase. Yet, Mo1 had no time to ponder these matters. Having acquired the scroll, he needed to hasten back and uncover the unfolding events. In the next instant, he reverted to the frail and ordinary Li San. His complexion appeared exceedingly weak and pale, accompanied by a dizzy sensation in his mind, as his vitality diminished significantly. Clearly, this was the side effect of wielding that mysterious power. Given his current physical state, further exertion in a short span would lead to catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, on another front, Qin Yuan had already engaged in a fierce battle with Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin. Facing the onslaught of two individuals and their beasts, Qin Yuan found herself retreating step by step on the brink of collapse. Observing her weakened state, Zhu Tianpeng was particularly exhilarated. "If you acquiesce now and yield to us, you might spare yourself some physical torment. Should you insist on resisting, do not blame us for lacking compassion." Yet, what he received in return was an arrow capable of annihilating ordinary Earth-level opponents. Qin Yuan glared fiercely, her voice cold as ice. "Today, either I perish, or you too shall perish. There exists no third possibility. Why must it come to this?" Meng Wuxin immediately charged forward. Sometimes, even death becomes a luxury, unless one chooses self-detonation. Qin Yuan's cold eyes gleamed with madness. "I am indeed inclined towards that." "Ha! Given your character, Qin Yuan, it is indeed within your capacity." Zhu Tianpeng chuckled lightly, displaying no fear as he responded, "But do not forget, should you die, what fate awaits Li San?" Qin Yuan's countenance drained of color. "Despicable. Ha! We will torment him to death, making him experience the tortures of countless dynasties throughout the millennia, relishing the cycle between life and death, transcending the pain of mortality. How exquisite!" Qin Yuan's voice weakened further. "Shameless? Am I shameless?" "Ha!" Zhu Tianpeng pointed at himself, laughing maniacally. "Even if I am shameless, it is a consequence of your own making. Besides, what of shamelessness? It pales in comparison to your heartlessness." Qin Yuan fell silent. These two had succumbed to madness beyond redemption. You shall not die well. I curse you to live in solitude until old age, with your entire clan meeting a tragic end. At that moment, from a distance, Xuer cried out in alarm. Due to her insufficient cultivation, she felt powerless to assist and was sent by Qing Yuhuan to heal Xianyuan Jiantian. A mere maid dares to act so audaciously? Meng Wuxin waved his hand, unleashing a wave of magical force that crashed down upon Xuer's delicate form. Xuya, with a resounding thud, her body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and skidding for hundreds of meters. As she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her pretty face twisted in fury. Even if I die, even as a ghost, I will not spare you. I curse your clan to extinction. May your spirits be trapped and your graves crumble. Meng Wuxin's expression shifted in shock. You seek death. Beside him, Zhu Tianpeng waved his hand. Quickly kill her. Her noise is unbearable. Meng Wuxin advanced menacingly towards the helpless Xuer, his lecherous gaze glinting. Though you are quite beautiful, it would be too regrettable to kill you outright. Better to break your tendons first and enjoy you before the end. Beast, may you meet a wretched fate. Xuer hissed, her expression one of fierce determination. Choosing to shatter rather than submit, she prepared for self-detonation. However, at that critical moment, a thunderous, ancient voice erupted, echoing with fury. Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin, even as young masters, you shall surely meet your demise today. Upon hearing this, both Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin's faces changed dramatically, and Xuer hesitated in her self-sacrifice, her face alight with hope. Chapter 31. Those who insult my wife shall perish. The speakers were none other than Elder Hua and Elder Hai, although they appeared rather disheveled. Their lives were not in danger. This revelation stirred tumultuous waves of emotion within Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin, leaving them profoundly unsettled. Xianyuan Jiantian, despite his pain, let out a snort of laughter, grimacing at the ache from his injuries. It cannot be. It cannot be. Meng Wuxin shook his head vigorously. Senior Jin ascended to the heavenly tier a century ago. His strength is beyond measure. To deal with you two old fools would be as simple as slaughtering chicken. So why is this happening? Elder Huan narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, You need not know these things, pup. Just understand that you too shall die. And that is sufficient. At that moment, Xuer, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed towards the two elders, tears streaming down her face, expressing her unutterable grievances. Woo, elders, you have finally returned. You have no idea what these beasts intended for the young lady. Enough, do not cry. I am aware of everything. Elder Hua comforted her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. He then turned his gaze towards the weary Qing Yuhuan, his eyes filled with remorse. Young master, I apologize for the fright you endured. Elder Hai also lowered his aged head in shame. We are fortunate that the mysterious senior Li intervened. Otherwise, the thought was too dreadful to contemplate. I am fine. Qing Yuhuan gently shook her head, her voice urgent. What the young master? Do you know his whereabouts? Is he safe? Her series of questions left everyone present momentarily speechless. In this moment, how can one remain so self-absorbed? Caring only for Li San? Such is the depth of affection one holds for Li San. Meanwhile, Xianyuan Jiantian wore a helpless smile, resigned to the reality that he could never compete. Yet, he chose to dismiss the unpleasant thoughts and focus on the more cheerful prospects, such as pondering the demise of the troublesome duo, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin. This thought brought a wicked smile to his face, though he inadvertently tugged at a wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Regardless of how the two managed to escape, it had become inconsequential. At that moment, Zhu Tianpeng, though startled, remained undaunted. He glanced at Xianyuan Jiantian, using him as a cautionary example. Surely, they could not possibly think that he and his companion would be as foolish as Xianyuan Jiantian, venturing far without their elders, could they? Quietly, the two esteemed elders from the Zhu and Meng families approached from the distant void. Upon seeing the two youngsters, the elders from the Qing family were taken aback. These two had concealed themselves remarkably well. It seemed that eliminating these rascals would pose quite a challenge, perhaps even proving impossible. As the elders descended from the void, they felt a flush of embarrassment for the reckless deeds of their young charges, wishing to remain unseen. The two elders now bowed to the elders of the Qing family in apology. The elder from the Zhu family sighed, saying, The younger generation has acted thoughtlessly. I implore you to grant me some leniency. Let us set aside today's events and take a step back, shall we? Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianpeng grew anxious. Elder Meng, were you silence? The elder from the Zhu family interrupted sternly, then resumed a facade of geniality, awkwardly awaiting the response from the elders of the Qing family. The elder from the Meng family chuckled nervously, wishing for this awkward situation to pass quickly, for it was indeed a source of great embarrassment. However, the stance of the two elders from the Hua family was resolute. There would be no negotiation. They were determined to eliminate the two youths, with no room for compromise. The events of the day were unthinkable, and should it not be for the intervention of the mysterious expert, the outcome would have been tragically dire. I can understand your sentiments, the elder from the Zhu family said with a smile, stroking his beard. How about this? Allow me to analyze the pros and cons for you, and we can make a decision afterward. Elder Hua, growing impatient, urged, speak swiftly. The elder from the Zhu family began, noting the disarray in your auras. While you have not sustained fatal injuries, your powers have significantly diminished. If we were to engage in battle now, what would the outcome be for us? The elders of the Qing family fell silent. In their prime, the odds would have been 6-4 in their favor, but now it was uncertain, perhaps even 4-6 against them. The elder from the Zhu family, seeing their hesitation, smiled as he continued, setting aside victory or defeat. If the four of us engage, we will inevitably be unable to assist the younger generation, resulting in the same outcome as before. The young ones from the Qing family will surely face defeat. Very well, Elder Hai replied, his expression grave. The old man finally comprehended the situation. Ultimately, the two of you have emerged not to negotiate peace, but rather to enable tyranny. Beside him, Zhu Tianpeng felt a surge of joy, for he too had discerned the truth. Brother Hai, you've misunderstood. The elder of the Zhu family flushed with embarrassment. If we truly intended to assist in tyranny, how could these two ineffectual youths seek the help of Jin Daosheng, only to pay such a hefty price in vain? Imagine it. If we had diverted your attention, would the outcome not have been the same? That is far from certain, Hua Lao retorted with a cold smile. Jin Daosheng could not ensnare us. As for you, you would be trapped. Elder Hai added in a chilly tone. It's merely fear of exposure that could ruin these two wretched schemes. Furthermore, do not assume I am unaware of your intent to use others as pawns, allowing the world to believe that all this is the doing of Jin Daosheng. You are both cunning foxes playing at shadows. Upon hearing this, the smiles of the Zhu and Meng elders faltered. In truth, it was merely the plan of two younger generations, which had been quite flawless until Jin Daosheng inexplicably allowed them to return, thus derailing their strategy. Very well, let us take a step back. The elder of the Zhu family declared solemnly. What would transpire if we were not present today? Hua Lao turned his gaze towards Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin, as if surveying two lifeless corpses. They would meet a grim fate. The elder of the Zhu family chuckled. And then, Elder Hai sneered. What do you expect to follow? How could there be no then? Elder Meng shook his head with a smile. Before making any decision, one must ponder the consequences. It would be easy to kill these two youths, but afterward, is your family prepared to endure the wrath of both the Meng and Zhu clans? Can you withstand it? This caused the two elders, Hua and Hai, to fall silent. Yet, they could not concern themselves with these repercussions. Those who dishonor the young master shall be dealt with first. At that moment, the elder of the Zhu family stated, there is a saying, impulsiveness is the devil. Your family may be strong, yet the Zhu and Meng families are not weak either. How do you assess your chances against us? Upon hearing this, the elders of the Qing family clenched their fists tightly within their sleeves. Even with a chance of success, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. For a moment, they found themselves in a precarious position. Witnessing this exchange, the Zhu and Meng elders exchanged knowing smiles as they began to seize the initiative. However, it seemed they had forgotten something. Merely rubbish, came a disdainful voice from afar. Lying amidst the ruins, Xianyuan Zhantian smirked derisively. The four great families, with your Zhu and Meng clans, one the third, the other the fourth. How dare you boast and howl here? You, the elder of the Zhu family, was furious. How could we allow this person to escape our notice? Zhu Tianpeng erupted with rage. Xianyuan Zhantian, you seek death. Seek your mother. Xianyuan Zhantian declared with audacious bravado. I implore you to kill me. If you cannot do so now, upon my return home, I shall first slay your entire family. You, Zhu Tianpeng, was rendered speechless. Young man, do not be so arrogant. At that moment, Elder Meng bellowed, his voice like thunder, reverberating through the air. Is it still considered youth, if one is not arrogant? Xianyuan Zhantian could not help but chuckle. Do not be hasty. Your Meng family cannot escape. I shall eradicate the entire Meng clan and sell all the women to the brothels, allowing the Zhu family to indulge and produce bastards. Ha ha ha. A terrifying aura surgit forte. Yet at the same moment, another formidable pressure clashed violently against it, causing the very heavens to tremble. Oomph. Both the elder of the Zhu family and Old Hai let out muffled grunts, retreating 3 steps each. Old Hai, do not worry. Let him exert his power. If he has the ability, let him kill me. Let us see if the Xianyuan lineage will not annihilate the Zhu family, leaving not a single chicken or dog alive. In an instant, the faces of the 2 elders of the Zhu family shifted between shades of rage and uncertainty. They genuinely wished to slay this youth, to dismember him into pieces. However, everything echoed their earlier words. Impulsiveness is the devil. This lad is the heir of the Xianyuan clan. Should they eliminate him, both the Zhu and Meng families would surely face the wrath of heaven. If it comes to that, we might consider a trade, Xianyuan said with a smile. If you kill me, Old Hai and his companions can deal with those 2 beasts. Thus, both sides take a step back. Wouldn't that be splendid? To kill and to strike at the heart. A commendable tactic. Old Hai's eyes sparkled with delight, eliciting a furious reaction from the Zhu and Meng elders. To be honest, they were tempted to accept this proposition. Nevertheless, the elder of the Zhu family took a deep breath to maintain his composure. Very well, young man. You possess a silver tongue. I underestimated you. Xianyuan laughed heartily. Thank you for the compliment. You are not lacking either. The elder of the Zhu family dismissed him, turning to the 2 elders of the Qing family with a peculiar smile. Currently, it is 2 against 2. The Zhu and Meng families may not have a significant chance of victory, but what if we add the Duan family into the mix? What? The 2 elders of the Qing family were taken aback. Even from a distance, Qing Yuehuan's complexion turned ashen. It dawned on them then. What? Why are you 2 suddenly silent? The elder of the Meng family inquired knowingly, and even the once boisterous Xianyuan fell silent, his expression filled with dread. The Duan family was a taboo. If they were to join, the fate of the 2 families would be dire. At that moment, the 2 elders of the Hua family had no choice but to ponder deeply, weighing the pros and cons. They exchanged glances, and, after a moment of decision, they reluctantly refused to yield. Old Hua coldly declared, death may be avoided, yet the living must face punishment. These 2 wretches must endure the harshest consequences. Of course, the elder of the Zhu family readily agreed, causing Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin to blanch. However, matters concerning the younger generation must be resolved by themselves. The punishment should rightly fall upon them, and besides, the young lad from the Qing family is a victim. It is only fair and just. Would you not agree? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin felt a surge of joy. In contrast, the 2 elders of the Qing family wore grim expressions. This is not leading us back again. The elder Hua said sternly, 2 against 1, 2 beasts against 1 beast. Tell me, who is punishing whom? We have given you the opportunity, and if you prove inept, it is not our fault. The elder Zhu stroked his beard and chuckled. Moreover, in this world, absolute fairness does not exist. This is the most equitable solution I could conceive. Well, elder Oi laughed inanju. What a splendid solution. What a notion of non-existent fairness. The elder Zhu smiled helplessly, appearing as though he were the one at a loss. Aside from this, it seemed there was no other resolution. What if we refuse? Elder Hua exclaimed angrily. Refuse? Elder Meng shook his head and smiled. If you refuse, then let us fight it out between ourselves, and let the younger generation settle their own affairs. Then let it come. Ha ha, let it come then, and see how your little one suffers humiliation. You seek death. What do you do to me? As the situation reached an impasse, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin gradually regained their previous arrogance and lewdness. They grew impatient and began to press forward towards Qing Yuehuan, insisting on attending to the matter at hand. This rendered Qing Yuehuan's complexion pale. It seemed that even with the elder's return, nothing could alter the outcome. She was destined to lose. This plunged her heart into despair. Was there truly no turning point in this matter? Qing Yuehuan refused to accept it. She had yet to meet young Master Li, had yet to marry. Her despair only fueled Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin's excitement, intensifying their lust. However, just as both sides were about to strike, a familiar figure appeared, walking slowly from afar with a sword in hand. His long hair danced with the wind, and his garments billowed wildly, his eyes dark and profound as ink, exuding an extraordinary calmness, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. His voice, though soft, resonated in the ears of all like thunder rolling from the distance. Today, whether it be you two or your elders, all shall perish. I shall sever the heads of the four of you and hang them high at the gates of Tianyong City to be scorched until they melt. Those who humiliate my wife, whether from the Zhu family, the Meng family, or even the Qing family, shall meet their end. The speaker was none other than Mo1. He did not need to inquire about what had transpired. Merely observing the Zhu and Meng family's relentless advance towards Qin Yuehuan was enough to pronounce their doom. Witnessing an overwhelming surge of terrifying sword intent erupt from within him, sweeping across the heavens and earth with a tidal wave of fury, he advanced step by step towards Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin. In that moment, he appeared imposing, his momentum as fierce as a rainbow. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Qin Yuehuan's delicate body trembled wildly, filled with boundless joy. Chapter 32. Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin fall. Mo Wen's sudden appearance left all present in shock. Yet their subsequent reactions varied greatly. Qin Yuehuan was elated, her once heavy heart finally at ease. Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin, however, were engulfed in a tempest of turmoil. After several days of absence, the once insignificant ant unexpectedly ascended to the pinnacle of the profound realm, transforming into a dragon overnight. How could this be possible? As for the two elders, Zhu Meng, they were more astonished by the overwhelming sword aura emanating from this young man and the terrifying presence that belied his age, rather than the remarkable increase in Lisan's cultivation. It seemed that matters were taking a turn for the worse. Meanwhile, the two elders from the Qing family exchanged a glance, their expressions brimming with excitement, their bodies trembling. There's no escape now. That voice is undoubtedly his. It truly is him. Only in the distance did Xianyuan Zhantian curse Li San in his heart. So you finally decided to return. However, you better not disappoint me. Eliminate them all. I'm sorry, I have arrived late. At this moment, Mo Wen gazed apologetically at Qin Yuehuan, although he was unaware of the events that transpired. Her haggard appearance and weakened aura made it evident that things were dire. In this instant, Qin Yuehuan could no longer hold back. Her eyes reddened. On the verge of tears, beside her, Shuer was already sobbing uncontrollably, her voice tinged with reproach. Oh, why did you take so long to come back? Do you know that if you hadn't returned, Miss might have? Xuya, stop. Qin Yuehuan interrupted, her exhausted visage breaking into a smile. Young master, I am fine. Mo Wen approached gently, producing a scroll and personally handing it to her. Rest assured, I will handle the rest. Qin Yuehuan obediently nodded, momentarily oblivious to the nature of the item in her hand, as she placed it into her spatial ring, entranced by Mo Wen's captivating aura. Now upon seeing Li San, Zhu Tianpeng trembled with excitement, exclaiming joyfully, Li San, when heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread. When hell presents no door, you insist on entering. Your timing is impeccable, for I would hate to miss this grand spectacle. Mo Wen, wielding his sword, strode forward, his long hair billowing fiercely, his garments swirling dramatically. It is time for you to embark on your journey. Do you have any final words? Zhu Tianpeng was momentarily taken aback, only to soon break into a sinister grin. Ha, with you? Boom! The overwhelming aura of the earth realm surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to shift in hue. Zhu Tianpeng laughed wickedly, his voice dripping with amusement. Though I do not know what sorcery you employed to unleash the power of the profound realm zenith, to me, you remain as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed, simply an insect attempting to shake a tree. Even Meng Wuxin scoffed, saying, Your life and death are now in our hands. But fear not, we shall not kill you just yet. Instead, we will torment you, rendering your existence worse than death. Ha. As the words fell, Meng Wuxin too released a formidable aura of the earth realm. The terrifying pressure from both sides surged forth, overwhelming and oppressive, aiming to crush the slender figure of Mo Wen. In the next moment, it seemed as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Young master. From afar, Qin Yuehuan's face was filled with worry, her countenance growing even more haggard. Although the young master's combat prowess rivals that of the earth grade, he remains fundamentally at the mysterious grade. In contrast, his opponents are two genuine earth grade powerhouses, and to face them simultaneously is indeed daunting. While she possesses unwavering faith in him, she cannot bear the thought of him encountering any mishap. Alas, such foolishness. Now, confronted by the terrifying pressure exerted by the two earth grade warriors, Wen's demeanor remained unperturbed, astonishing everyone present. In this moment, he was disinclined to engage in idle chatter. Instead, he grasped the hilt of his sword, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the essence of the moment. The 9 swords of breaking heaven, a technique that shatters thousands with sheer force, advocates for an overwhelming offensive, eschewing defense and disregarding consequences. When the sword strikes, it is a matter of life or death. Either you perish or I do. Strength, absolute strength. Fear, fearless. Sword, wild sword. Path, tyrannical path. Suddenly, Wen opened his eyes, his hair billowing like clouds, and thunder crackled with fury. In that instant, an unparalleled and tyrannical force was being cultivated within his palm, ultimately converging at the tip of his sword, which erupted with a blinding light, emanating an aura of infinite danger. At that moment, not only Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin, the younger generation, but even the elders Zhu and Meng could not help but flinch. Young master, be careful. Zhu Tianpeng's expression had turned grave, and he dared not be negligent. He swiftly conjured the sun-extinguishing great bow, channeling an immense force to draw back the bowstring, unleashing a fearsome arrow imbued with a terrifying fiery essence, releasing it with a sudden twang. The arrow soared through the heavens, shattering all in its path, dazzling and resplendent. It struck with unmatched ferocity. Accompanied by an overwhelming force, it surged forth with destructive might. This revelation sent a wave of anxiety through Qin Huan. Her palms slick with sweat, her nails digging into her delicate hands, oblivious to the pain, her heart racing uncontrollably. In that very moment, Wen finally made his move. With a low exclamation, he gripped the sword hilt and casually swung downward, exerting minimal effort. Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying violet-blue sword energy emerged, obscuring the sky and earth, sweeping forth with a domineering presence. This force had long surpassed the mysterious grade, bringing forth an astonishing momentum that left all in awe. Not good. Zhu Tianpeng's eyelids twitched in alarm. In the next heartbeat, the sword energy surged forth with ferocious intensity, shattering the arrow and advancing toward him with an unstoppable force, radiating blinding light. Everything transpired too swiftly, with no retreat available. The elder of the Zhu family felt his heart racing, launching an attempt to intervene, only to be thwarted by Elder Hua, rendering him powerless and infuriated. No, Buzz. The blinding light engulfed Zhu Tianpeng. Then, the terrifying sword energy surged past his brow, ultimately detonating in a distant solitary mountain, unleashing a thunderous roar. And a fearsome wave of energy rolled forth. At present, Zhu Tianpeng remained standing in place, appearing unscathed and unharmed. However, everything changes with the slight twitch of his lips. And suddenly, his body splits in two, his internal organs bursting forth as blood spills forth violently. Young master, the elder of the Zhu family cries out in despair, his voice filled with anguish and exhaustion. He is now incapable of even approaching Zhu Tianpeng, feeling powerless, humiliated, and enraged. This scene is utterly exhilarating, especially for Xianyuan Zhantian, who perceives it as a miraculous elixir, revitalizing him as if he had been reborn, exuding energy and vigor, completely unlike someone who has just suffered a grave injury. You mock me for leaving without my elders? I find amusement in your departure, which leads only to your tragic demise. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse is destined to falter when faced with the tempest. Earth rank, merely a name to intimidate. Ha ha ha, splendidly executed. Presently, Elder Hua strokes his beard with a smile, his demeanor relaxed. The matters of the younger generation should be resolved by themselves, he declares, and his words resonate profoundly, earning his firm agreement. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Zhu family is so infuriated that he spits blood. The overwhelming sense of helplessness threatens to shatter his resolve. Rather than feeling merely frustrated, he is utterly baffled. The young master is an undeniable earth rank, unmatched among his peers in combat prowess. Yet now, he has been slain by a mere peak of the mysterious rank with a single strike. He cannot believe it, nor dare to accept it. Wailing in despair, he laments the young master's demise, realizing that he too is doomed. How could it come to this? Is this Li San truly mad? At that moment, Elder Hua chuckles mischievously. It is no one's fault but your own wretched offspring's lack of ambition. You have already warned him, yet he still underestimated his opponent. He deserved his fate. Silence. Elder Zhu's eyes widen in fury, his breath turning tempestuous. "Ah, do not be so quick to anger." Elder Hua retreats a step, marveling with a click of his tongue. "Speaking of which, my young master's sword strike was magnificent, unparalleled, and breathtaking. Even if that wretched offspring had drained all his spiritual energy and given his utmost effort, he would have had no chance of withstanding that blow. He was destined to perish." "You." Even a nearby Elder Hai bursts into laughter. "Even if he had somehow managed to deflect it, what then? With his spiritual energy exhausted, he would merely be a lamb to the slaughter, perhaps facing an even graver fate. Ah, I shall fight you to the bitter end." The elder of the Zhu family suddenly unleashes a heavenly aura, igniting his blood as he charges madly towards Elders Hua and Hai. Simultaneously, Elder Meng joins the fray. Recognizing the precariousness of their situation, he must intervene. The four of them engage in a fierce battle amidst the vast expanse of the heavens. This scene leaves Meng Wuxin on the ground utterly despondent. Who could protect him now? The ferocious expression of Zhu Tianpeng before his demise lingers vividly in his mind, sending chills down his spine and extinguishing any remaining will to fight. The esteemed cultivator of profound strength was unexpectedly slain by this Li San with but a wooden sword. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. "Now it is your turn." Suddenly, the voice of Mo resonated as he stood with one hand resting casually, lightly waving the wooden sword, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. He coldly regarded the already petrified Meng Wuxin, devoid of any sympathy. "This second strike would surpass the first in might, serving as a fitting trial for you. I wonder, do you have any final words before your demise?" Upon hearing this, Meng Wuxin collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In a short while, a pungent odor of urine filled the air. He truly was so frightened that he lost control. Meng Wuxin could not fathom it. This Li San was merely at the pinnacle of the Xian rank. Yet why was he so formidable, instilling in him a complete lack of courage to fight? Suddenly, he realized something. Pointing at his opponent, he exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that the sword technique you employed earlier was the local rank swordsmanship? The breaking heaven nine swords?" As soon as these words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback, quickly succumbing to utter astonishment. They had not grasped it before. But Meng Wuxin's revelation seemed to confirm that it indeed was the breaking heaven nine swords. However, their shock did not stem from the might of the technique itself, but rather from the terrifying understanding Li San displayed. He had comprehended the breaking heaven nine swords in less than half a day. Moreover, he wielded it with remarkable proficiency. In the realm of the world, this was nothing short of a fantastical tale, something no one could possibly achieve. Yet here, at this moment, how could this be real? At this instant, only Qingyu was relieved. Among those present, she alone understood the sheer terror of the young master's spiritual root. It was beyond extraordinary. Such a spiritual root was already a fantastical notion, and mastering the breaking heaven nine swords in a mere half-day seemed almost reasonable. However, upon further reflection, she realized this was not right. A spiritual root is one thing. Comprehension is another. They're distinctly separate. Suddenly, Qingyu's heart seized. Could it be? Could the young master's comprehension have reached an otherworldly level? The mere thought of this made her head spin, as if the world itself were tumbling around her. The young master was truly remarkable. "Please, I beg you, spare me." At that moment, Meng Wuxin knelt in humiliation, repeatedly bowing his head to Mo1, creating a resonant sound. He yearned for life, a desperate desire to survive. Especially after witnessing Zhu Tianpeng being cleaved in two, his wish to live intensified. "I beg you. I too was misled by Zhu Tianpeng. He deserves a fate worse than death. Please grant me a chance. I implore you." Faced with Meng Wuxin's pitiful pleas and his forlorn appearance, a typical person might have been moved to compassion. However, Imowen remained silent, raising his sword. Buzz. The sword energy surged, resonating with a piercing sound. A sword aura, far more terrifying than before, obscured the sun and shrouded hope. In the midst of Meng Wuxin's panicked cries, it surged past his brow with a ferocious speed. At last, a thunderous roar reverberated, shaking the very heavens and earth, as countless beasts lamented and fled in madness. With a crack, Meng Wuxin's body split asunder. On the third day of the fourth month in the year 210, at the hour of the dog, the young masters of the Zhu and Meng families, Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin, perished in the valley of lost hatred. Their demise tragically horrific, shocking the world. Chapter 33. The battle concludes. Jin Daosheng takes the blame. At the moment Meng Wuxin breathed his last, the elder of the Meng family, far away in the celestial void, felt an overwhelming chill seep into his heart. In an instant, his spirit diminished, and in a fit of rage, he tasted blood surging in his throat. How could this happen? How could this happen? He screamed in agony, his eyes bloodshot, crying out to the heavens in despair. In that moment of distraction, the opportunity was seized by the old sea elder. A terrifying staff swept down with ferocity, crushing the opponent's chest cavity. Blood gushed forth like a meteor plummeting from the sky at an alarming speed. Finally, a deafening boom resounded. The earth within 1,000 feet erupted violently, sinking and stirring up clouds of dust and debris, blinding all in its wake. Crack, crack, crack. The elder of the Meng family struggled to rise from the rubble. After a cough, a fresh torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, leaving him weak and gasping. Meanwhile, the old sea elder stood imperiously in the void, looking down upon him with indifference. In the midst of battle, distraction is a grave error, especially when you are already inferior to me. It is akin to courting death. Upon hearing these words, the elder's fury ignited. If your young master is dead, just see how you can maintain your focus. Consumed by rage, another spout of blood erupted from him, further depleting his strength. At the same time, with a resounding crash, another disheveled figure plummeted from the sky. It was the elder of the Zhu family. One must note that the four of them were of similar cultivation levels, making it difficult to determine a clear victor, especially since both of the elder flower's companions were injured. However, with the overwhelming pressure and shattered morale, their defeat was imminent. Ha! It seems everything has come to an end. At this moment, Elder Hua revealed himself, laughing heartily, particularly at the sight of the lifeless Zhu and Meng young masters in the distance, his mirth boundless. The elder of the Zhu family struggled to rise, his voice trembling. You shall pay for this. The wrath of the Zhu and Meng families will surely burn you to ashes, erasing your very existence. Ha ha! I fear you may not get that chance. Even if you do, you likely won't be able to witness it. Elder Hua scoffed, casually suggesting, perhaps you should contemplate your last words before death, or rather, think about how you shall meet your end. The elder was taken aback, yet moments later, he erupted into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, we may have been defeated, but do you truly believe it will be easy to kill us both? Once the old man exits the confines of the Valley of Heartbreak, he will promptly relay the news back to his family using celestial means. At that moment, prepare for the wrath to descend upon the Qing family. Ha ha ha. This declaration caused the faces of the two elders of the Qing family to darken. It was indeed challenging to eliminate the two, especially if they were determined to flee, as they would be powerless to stop them. Li San, you wretched creature, and all of you, await your doom. Having uttered these fierce words, the elder of the Zhu family transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, moving with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, the elder of the Meng family also employed his footwork to escape in the opposite direction, moving so swiftly that he was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The two elders of the Hua family were filled with fury. Rest assured, young master, we will pursue them immediately and ensure they do not leave the Valley of Heartbreak alive. With that, the two elders set off in pursuit. Wait! Suddenly, Imowen called out to them. He remarkably retrieved two high-grade spiritual artifacts from his storage ring, shimmering with resplendent colors and exuding a power that sent shivers down the spine. The two elders were utterly astonished. Even Qing Yuehuan paled at the sight. These were formidable treasures. Even within their Qing family, they possessed only two such items, both heirlooms. As for these spiritual artifacts, they were indeed treasures left behind by Jin Daosheng. Without further explanation, Imowen tossed one to each of the astonished Elder Hai and Elder Hua. High-grade spiritual artifacts could easily slay two early-stage celestial beings, especially when the user was a celestial powerhouse themselves, rendering the task effortless. The two elders were ecstatic, overwhelmed with excitement, and immediately took hold of the artifacts, one on each side, embarking on the final hunt. Once they had departed, Imowen retrieved the corpses of Zhu and Meng, as well as their storage rings, back into his own. In the next moment, he turned toward the exquisite silhouette that radiated elegance, revealing a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. I apologize for startling you. Qing Yuehuan's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears, joy, excitement, and gratitude mingled within her. Overcome with emotion, she immediately flung herself forward like a moth to a flame, enveloping Imowen in a tight embrace, holding on so fiercely that he found it difficult to breathe. Her lashes quivered as she playfully scolded, I told you not to say sorry. Why do you still insist on it? Ah! Qin Yuan interrupted him, softly insisting, just hold me. But my hands are too dirty. Embrace me. Very well. Mo Wen's arms trembled slightly, awkwardly wrapping around Qin Yuan's slender waist without applying too much pressure. Hold me tighter. Hurry. All right. With a firm grip, Mo Wen embraced her tightly. His heart suddenly quaked, and he felt his pulse quicken, akin to a parched desert unexpectedly sprouting with life. Nearby, Shui wept tears of joy. This conclusion was both warm and beautiful. As for Xian Yuan Zhan Tian in the distance, he had long since come to terms with everything. Today, his perception of Li San underwent a profound transformation. He possessed immense strength, not merely in cultivation, but also in his indomitable spirit, fearless and capable of shaking the heavens. His wrath, ignited by a beloved, was formidable when he spoke of killing. He meant it. This commanded his admiration. Perhaps I have come to understand where my own shortcomings lie. Xian Yuan Zhantian wore a broad smile, revealing that he was lacking in many respects compared to Li San. Yet, there was one point on which he would never concede: his appearance. Li San's visage lacked even half the handsomeness of his own. Haha! After 100 breaths, terrifying beams of light erupted simultaneously from either side of the heavens, dazzling despite the great distance. This was accompanied by earth-shattering roars, waves of energy swirling violently, tearing at their garments and skin with a sensation of rending. Clearly, the two elders had engaged in battle. However, this situation did not persist for long before it quietly came to an end. Everything settled into silence. After another 100 breaths, the two elders, Hua Lao and Hai Lao, returned at speed from east and west, each carrying a severed head and adorned with a new ring on their fingers. They stood together, proudly displaying their trophies, striking poses, and calling for Schwerer to capture the moment in a photograph. This moment was worthy of remembrance, serving as evidence for their tales to be told upon their return. Yet, as tranquility enveloped the scene, everyone gradually sensed that matters had not truly concluded. A life had been taken, and hatred had dissipated, but what lay ahead? This thought compelled everyone to instinctively glance at Mo Wen. The latter shook his head and said, "No matter. We need only attribute everything to Jin Daosheng." In that brief statement, the implications were staggering. The two elders exchanged glances, their eyelids twitching. It was likely that Jin Daosheng was already dead. This was soon substantiated. Mo Wen retrieved 2 death orbs from his spatial ring, each containing the purest essence of heavenly malice. He gently crushed them, casually casting them forth, and in an instant, a veil of black mist enveloped the surroundings. The flora and fauna withered instantly, the air crackled ominously, and the very earth cracked, transforming into a forsaken wasteland. The onlookers were left in shock. Once everything was dealt with, the group hastily rode back towards the center of Tianyong City. Time allowed for a gradual calmness to settle. The questions that had eluded Qin Yuan earlier now surged forth. First and foremost, she was deeply curious about how the two elders had managed to escape Jin Daosheng and return so suddenly. According to their previous statements, they stood no chance against him. How then had they eluded capture? Surely, Jin Daosheng had not shown them mercy and allowed them to return? This was a question that intrigued everyone, especially Xian Yuan Zhantian, who was aware of more of the underlying truths and found it utterly remarkable that the two elders had survived. Confronted by 3 pairs of peculiar and fervent gazes, the expressions of the two elders became distinctly awkward. If they were aware of Master Li's strikingly handsome visage and unparalleled charisma, as well as his unfathomable prowess, one can only imagine the scene that would unfold. Surely, any individual would be rendered speechless and shriek in astonishment. And what of Meng Wuxin, who is purportedly the most beautiful man in the realm? Alas, in comparison to the Master, he is but a mere firefly beside the radiant moon. Encountering the Master would only serve to evoke feelings of inadequacy and shame. The Qi family has indeed stumbled upon a treasure, and for the young Master, meeting the Master constitutes an immense blessing. Presently, the brief moment of distraction experienced by the two elders prompted Qi Yuan, whose perceptive mind began to harbor doubts, gradually realizing the complexity of the situation. However, once the elders regained their composure, they commenced recounting ghost stories, claiming they had encountered a mysterious, venerable figure who had come to their rescue. This elder, possessing unfathomable strength, merely exhaled a cold snort, which resonated like thunder and sent Jin Daosheng fleeing in terror. Initially, The elders presumed that even ghosts would not believe such a tale, as it was rather far-fetched. To their surprise, the audience accepted it as truth, with Qi Yuehuan expressing curiosity and inquiring, and what transpired thereafter. In disbelief, they questioned the plausibility of such a story. Subsequently, Elder Hua stroked his beard and shook his head, acknowledging that, in their eagerness to escape, they had returned without knowledge of subsequent events. Elder Hai nodded in agreement, suggesting that perhaps Jin Daosheng had already met his demise, for that venerable elder surely would not spare him. With a barely noticeable glance at the figure of Li San opposite him, Elder Hai felt a pang of bitterness. Perhaps it was indeed so. Based on the spiritual artifacts and the malevolent pearl, it seemed Jin Daosheng had perished without a doubt. As for Qi Yuehuan and the others, they harbored no skepticism regarding the elder's account. On that day, at the Liha Valley, with numerous cultivators converging from all directions, it was a cauldron of talent. After all, even a formidable powerhouse from a century past, Jin Daosheng, had made an appearance. Was it not entirely reasonable for a few enigmatic old masters to be present? The two elders, having barely navigated the situation, felt a sense of relief wash over them, though they couldn't help but think that, alas, some individuals were bound to face misfortune. True to form, in the next moment, Qi Yuehuan directed a question towards Mo1, expressing curiosity about his previous whereabouts. This incited a sense of schadenfreude among the two elders as they anticipated how the master would respond. However, answering this query posed no challenge for Mo1, for he had already devised his explanation prior to his departure. With a smile, he remarked, "I merely sought a secluded mountain to contemplate sword techniques," fearing that noise in the inn would attract unwanted attention. Upon hearing this, even the two elders were taken aback, recognizing the logic in his words. They couldn't help but wonder if he had genuinely gone to the mountains to practice swordsmanship and to have comprehended it in such a short span of half a day. Truly, the master is a divine being. However, they remained unaware that Mo1 had not dedicated any time to comprehending the matter. Everything was merely a product of immediate learning. Oh, so that is how it is. Qin Yuhuan was utterly convinced, although a flicker of anger coursed through her. But why didn't you inform me? Do you realize how worried I was? Mo1 pondered for a moment. He feared to disturb your slumber. Thus he vowed to be more mindful in the future. Qin Yuhuan turned her head away in a haughty manner, yet her heart felt warm. By the way, with a graceful wave of her jade hand, Qin Yuhuan produced a scroll from her storage ring. What exactly was the item that the young master had previously presented to me? Curiously, everyone leaned in closer. As Qin Yuhuan unfurled the scroll, she gently tipped its contents out. To their astonishment, it was a parchment made from sheepskin. What? Instantly, everyone jumped to their feet. Their pupils constricted in shock. The two elders were relatively unfazed, merely surprised by the discovery of the sheepskin scroll. However, for Qin Yuhuan and the others, the situation was different. They were oblivious to the underlying details. All they knew was that this sheepskin scroll was supposedly in the possession of Jin Daosheng. How could it possibly end up in Li San's hands? As they contemplated this, an unsettling sense of discord began to emerge. Where had the previous two Earth-grade spiritual artifacts come from? And was the Death Pearl exclusive to demonic cultivators? What was truly occurring? Faced with the trio of skeptical and peculiar gazes, Mo1 felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. It seemed that he could no longer fabricate a plausible story. The two elders of the Qing family exchanged knowing glances, secretly amused. Young master, it would be prudent to come clean. Yet, Mo1 suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, shaking his head and sighing. If that is the case, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. While practicing my swordsmanship in the deep mountains, I fortuitously encountered Jin Daosheng being pursued by a mysterious assailant in a most pitiable state. Following that, Mo1 took half an incense stick's worth of time to weave a narrative so incredulous that even ghosts would struggle to believe it. A mysterious master emerged, effortlessly slaying Jin Daosheng before disappearing into the shadows, leaving behind only whispers of his existence. By chance, Mo1 seized the opportunity, retrieving Jin Daosheng's storage ring and thus acquiring an unexpected fortune. Everything seemed justifiable and reasonable, leaving the elders both astonished and speechless. How could one connect such disparate events? What Mo1 recounted did not provoke doubt among the others, for Jin Daosheng had committed numerous atrocities and deserved his demise. Moreover, it was evident that only a figure of exceptional caliber could bring about such an end. Yet, the one perplexing aspect remained. Why had the mysterious individual not taken the storage ring along with them? Mo contemplated this. Perhaps, at such an elevated level, he regarded mundane trinkets as beneath his notice. The two elders were struck by this thought. It was indeed a reasonable explanation. Giggles erupted from Xianxia, who exclaimed, "It seems the young master truly is the favored one selected by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, blessed with extraordinary fortune." Even Xianxia could not help but sigh inwardly, envious of such luck. Ultimately, this matter was successfully brushed aside. However, the astute Qinghua Huan sensed that something was amiss. Though she could not articulate it, yet since the outcome was favorable, she dismissed her concerns, embracing Mo and cheerfully exclaiming, "You are truly wonderful. Ahem. Let's be mindful of our surroundings. Young master, there are others present." 3 days later, at the stroke of midnight, the group finally returned to the city. Reflecting on the events that transpired, it felt as though it had all been a mere dream. Xianxia clasped his fists together, bidding farewell to the crowd. However, just as he was about to depart, Mo called out to him, offering a spatial ring. Inside, there lies a low-grade spiritual artifact and a multitude of spirit stones. As a token of gratitude for your previous assistance. No need for that, Xianxia interjected with a wave of his hand, proudly declining. My actions stem from a righteous heart, unrelated to anyone else. I, as the illustrious young master of the Xianyuan clan, have no need for your trifles. Upon hearing this, Mo felt a warmth in his heart. The strength of character and tenderness combined, standing tall and resolute. To say more would seem overly sentimental. He could only silently remember this moment, seeking an opportunity to repay the kindness in the future. Well then, I shall take my leave, Xianxia declared, turning away. He suddenly pivoted, emanating a formidable aura, and gravely warned, "If you dare to wrong her, I will not show you mercy." With that, he departed with an air of elegance. Once he exited the alley, the tears began to flow freely as he mourned the end of his youth. 2 hours later, as dawn began to break, the town crier, returning home, was horrified to find 4 severed heads prominently displayed above the city gate of Tianyong City, causing him to lose control of his bladder in fright. A grave matter had unfolded. Chapter 34. The Tremor of Tianyong City. The young master of the Zhu family, Zhu Tianpeng, met a tragic end. The young master of the Meng family, Meng Wuxin, also perished. The entire city of Tianyong was thrown into chaos. It was not merely the deaths of these two that shocked the populace. Even the elite heavenly realm protectors who had accompanied them had met a similarly grim fate. This revelation sent chills down the spines of many, awakening a cold sweat upon their brows. The sky was falling indeed. The situation was dire, and it appeared that calamity was imminent. To slay 4 individuals was one thing, but to dismember them and display their heads upon the Tianyong city gate spoke of a profound enmity. In an instant, a heavy silence enveloped the city, as fear gripped the hearts of its inhabitants. Various clans swiftly recalled their young members from the outside and fortified their territories, activating protective formations. As whispers of alarm spread like wildfire. As for the Zhu and Meng families, the victims in this grim affair, they remained surprisingly calm, taking no immediate action, as if the deaths of 4 seemingly unrelated individuals bore no significance to them. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The identity of the perpetrator remained a mystery, but all fingers pointed toward one individual, Jin Daosheng. Only he possessed the capacity to take on a multitude and emerge victorious, annihilating all in his path. Now, all that remained was to see how the events would unfold. It is believed that the Zhu and Meng families have dispatched individuals to the Valley of Departed Hatred to conduct a battlefield analysis. Nevertheless, this matter is shrouded in numerous enigmas that leave one utterly perplexed. For instance, what prompted Xianxia to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wu? Furthermore, who was it that compelled Jin Daosheng to summon the two from the Qing family? And what was their ultimate purpose? To unravel these mysteries, one would likely need to consult Qinghua Huan and Xianxia themselves. Consequently, the attention of the onlookers is irresistibly drawn towards these two families, for it seems that a tempest is brewing. Currently, within the Qing family's hall of heavenly discussions, the atmosphere is palpable with gravity. Qinghua Huan stands at the center of the crowd, recounting the events that transpired, inciting an uproar among the assembly, their fury palpable and intentions lethal. Yet, as she reaches the latter part of her narrative, the inferno of wrath gradually subsides, prompting a collective rise in applause and cheers. Excellent. Truly splendid. To have such a noble son-in-law is indeed a blessing for our Qing family, exclaimed Elder Gu, his excitement evident as his countenance radiated with joy. Others voiced their agreement, one coldly remarking, "To dare to insult the young master. Had it been me, I would not have hesitated to execute them on the spot." Li San, well done. Even the esteemed elder could not help but commend. In such a scenario, most would be hesitant, daunted by the identity of their adversary, fearful of the repercussions. Yet, only Li San, our gallant son-in-law, acted swiftly, avenging wrongs without delay, a true man who does not let grievances linger. Such valor is rare, indeed. Gratified smiles adorned the faces of the crowd, who sang praises for Li San, thoroughly satisfied with his actions. Among them, none felt the weight of these events more acutely than Qing Hantian, the father of Qing Yuan. The harm inflicted upon his daughter undoubtedly caused him immense pain. Had Li San refrained from intervening, even if his daughter would not have held him accountable, as her father, he would have unhesitatingly slain her assailants. She is his precious daughter. If her partner, in her time of distress, could not offer solace or protection, but instead faltered, then such a man has no place in existence. Li San, splendidly done, my beloved son-in-law. Qing Hantian's heart swelled with pride, tears brimming in his eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surged within him. Those two wretches must meet a swift end. He fervently hoped that the Zhu and Meng families would not act foolishly. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath upon the innocent, slaughtering indiscriminately. In the inner sanctum of the divine realm, within the hall of the immortal characters, Mo sat in silent meditation, cultivating his vitality. As he approached the completion of a full cycle, suddenly, a torrent of black blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the hall, his complexion paling to that of gold leaf, and his energy waning. This was the consequence of wielding that mysterious power. His entire body felt as though it had sustained grievous injuries, his meridians nearly ruptured. It would likely require an extended period of rest for him to recover fully. However, some traumas are indeed everlasting, leading to a significant reduction in longevity and a decline in physical vitality. Mo1, with a bittersweet smile, realizes that he may not be able to wield this power for a considerable time. At his current level of cultivation, he remains too feeble. It is imperative that he hastens his journey towards greater strength. Through this battle, he has gained profound insights, solidifying his foundation and allowing him to grasp the threshold of the sword path. It must be noted that the 9 swords of breaking the heavens demand an immense toll. Merely executing 2 strikes has drained his internal spiritual energy, nearly rendering him unconscious. It is evident that achieving the 9th sword is no simple feat. For the past few days, Mo1 has been recuperating within the hall, enjoying a certain tranquility. Outside, however, the members of the Qing family have been returning one after another, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. For millennia, the Qing family has adhered to a tradition. Upon turning 16, one must venture out to experience the world for 3 years without any assistance from the family. During this period, the family remains indifferent to their lives or deaths, rigorously honing their resilience amidst trials and tribulations, ultimately allowing them to soar like dragons. It is said that during this time, individuals undergo significant transformations, accumulating vast networks of connections. Some exceptional youths even ascend to become core disciples or revered saints, mastering esoteric doctrines and exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, under this model, the Qing family seldom harbors the weak, as they have perished along the path of trials. Even those who survive are deemed unworthy of entering the family's gates. At noon today, the Qing family is set to hold a grand banquet to announce several matters. During this gathering, the conversation inevitably revolves around one individual. Whispers circulate of a new son-in-law within the Qing family, described as unremarkable in appearance and a mere mortal. Curiosity stirs. How did he come to be the son-in-law of the Qing family? Your information is clearly flawed. I have heard that our son-in-law possesses extraordinary talent, having ascended to the peak of the Xian stage from an ordinary mortal in just a few days, now merely a step away from the Earth stage. Come now, do you truly believe that? A mortal reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level in the Huang stage, 49 levels in total, nearly 5 grand stages. You claim he made this monumental leap in mere days? Not even a ghost would believe such a tale. Hey, don't dismiss it so readily. Our son-in-law is indeed remarkable. It is said that he is a prodigy in swordsmanship, with an understanding so profound that even old Mo is filled with admiration. Openly acknowledging he has nothing left to teach, and seeking guidance from our son-in-law. Is that really true? Is he even human? Of course it is. Otherwise, how would he become our son-in-law? All the young men and women present expressed deep skepticism, as the tales sounded like the stuff of legends, too fantastical to be credible. Amidst the crowd, 4 figures, 2 men and 2 women, stood out with their extraordinary presence, capturing attention effortlessly. They are the youthful elite of the Qing family, the 4 most formidable individuals under the age of 30, and even the young master, Qing Yuehuan, must bow in respect upon encountering them. Chapter 35. The Dragon Son-in-Law of the Qing Family, Exceptional Treatment. It seems that Li San is indeed a prominent figure, both within the Qing family and in Tianyong City. Among the 4, a young woman in a black dress exudes charm and allure, her voice a blend of playful teasing and mockery. I can hardly wait to meet this person. It's making me quite restless. If I were you, I wouldn't be laughing. Beside the black dress girl stands a woman in plain attire, radiating an icy demeanor, aloof and distant. She remarks, I have heard that your second sister, Qing Mei, suffered a crushing defeat at this person's hands, leaving her utterly humiliated, raising doubts about the necessity of her charms. Oh really? The black dress girl, Qing Yaoyao, remains unperturbed, covering her mouth with a laugh. That is simply because my sister's skills are lacking. Had she encountered me, he would have likely been expelled from the Qing family by now. The plain-dressed woman, Qing Hongqing, lightly shakes her head. Confidence is admirable, but beware of crossing the line into arrogance. You might find yourself stumbling in unexpected places. Qing Yaoyao giggles cheekily, her lively eyes twinkling playfully. Yet her tone grows colder. Qing Hongqing, you ought to be grateful you are a woman, otherwise you would truly suffer. Qing Hongqing's exquisite features display indifference, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Even if I were a man, what of it? With your mediocre skills, you would still be no match for me and would face a similar defeat. How about a duel right now? Let us not. I prefer not to engage with the weak, as that would only hinder my progress. Have you 2 finished your bickering? A tall, muscular man with blue hair interjects, unable to bear it any longer, rubbing his head. Let us focus our attention on this esteemed son-in-law instead. The 2 women regard each other with disdain. As you all have heard, our esteemed son-in-law excels in swordsmanship and possesses extraordinary spiritual roots, rendering him unrivaled among the Qing family's younger generation. Do you not feel any sense of urgency? A sense of urgency? Qing Yaoyao dismisses the notion, covering her mouth as she giggles. As the saying goes, he may surpass some but fall short against others. He can only bully the younger members of the family. When faced with someone like me, he would be dealt with in a single move. Where is the sense of urgency in that? That is a valid point. Qing Hongqing aligns herself with Qing Yaoyao for once. However, I am not concerned about any of this. I am merely curious how he captured Yuehuan's heart at first sight. Quite intriguing. Oh, you too, the blue-haired man, Qing Guchong, shakes his head with a sigh. It appears that in your years of external training, you have learned nothing but unreasonable arrogance. If this continues, I fear your paths may not extend far. At his words, the eyes of the 2 women involuntarily sharpen. Qing Yaoyao furrowed her delicate brows, savoring the moment, and inquired, Pray tell, by what authority do you presume to instruct the 2 of us? Is it your age? Even Qing Hongqing cast an unpleased glance in his direction. You are merely 5 years our senior, yet your cultivation pales in comparison to ours. What right do you have to educate us? At this remark, Qing Gu's face flushed crimson, momentarily rendered speechless. He could only direct his gaze towards the distinguished figure of the man in the phoenix robe at the forefront. Qing, your cousin Xianxia has also fallen prey to that Li San, even suffering the loss of an arm. Do you not wish to voice your thoughts on this matter? Xianxia, regarded as the king among the 4, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuded an extraordinary presence. Standing with his back to the trio and gazing into the distance, he spoke languidly. Each star in the heavens follows its own trajectory, existing independently, without any connection to one another. And so, Qing Hongqing replied with a cold smile. Are you suggesting that you have no intention of avenging Yaya? Avenging? Qing turned to glance at her, shaking his head with an amused smile. In merely half a month, you shall reach the age of 16. Yet you remain so naive and immature. Qing Hongqing's cold eyes narrowed. What do you mean by that? What I mean is crystal clear to you, Qing replied, his smile remaining serene. To lose is to lack capability. True honor comes from one's own achievements. You feign a desire for revenge. Yet your true aim is to provoke me into conflict with that Xianxia, merely to relish the spectacle from the sidelines. The three felt a jolt of disbelief at being so easily seen through, a sensation that was profoundly unpleasant. Xianxia continued. As the king of the younger generation of the Qing family, one must embody the demeanor, attitude, and magnanimity of a king. A king ought to stand aloof, unbothered by trifles, detached from worldly affairs. Unlike you, who conduct yourselves as mere foot soldiers, lowering your own status and bringing shame upon yourselves. This left the trio at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. Xianxia was merely a prospective son-in-law, his background vastly inferior to theirs. If they were to instigate trouble, the only ones who would be embarrassed would be them. Let us depart. The family banquet is about to commence. With these words, Xianxia turned and strode towards the inner square. How does that matter? They thought, as upon encountering him, they would still have to show the utmost respect. Bowing in deference. A king is a king, forever proud. The inner square was vast, filled with tens of thousands of men, women, and children of the Qing family, all taking their seats, with less than the time it takes to burn half an incense stick before the banquet began. During this time, conversations flowed and the atmosphere was rife with chatter. Yet as the four entered, silence descended upon the gathering like a hush over a storm. Xianxia, Qing Hongqing, Qing Yaoyao, and Qing Gu were the kings of the younger generation of the Qing family, the pinnacle of combat prowess. They stood like four towering, celestial bodies, radiant and resplendent. In the next moment, gasps of astonishment erupted, akin to a tidal wave of admiration, as countless pairs of eyes burned with fervent respect for the four. Oh my! They had become even more formidable. Initially, it was merely a lack of insight, but now what I behold is nothing but a fathomless abyss, inscrutable and profound. Hee. Sister Yao Yao is becoming increasingly beautiful, and Sister Hongqing as well. They are nearly on par with the young master. Alas, the gap continues to widen. If my father remains opposed to my venture into the world, I might just clandestinely scale the walls myself. Even the elders are effusive in their praise for the four. Chengge is extraordinary. In a few years, they may soon rival you and me. At this rate, within 20 years, they shall undoubtedly ascend to celestial heights. I never anticipated such remarkable growth, even from Gu Chong, who, if memory serves, was only at the mid-stage of the Xian realm when he first ventured out. I am quite eager to see what skills the four have acquired during their time away. If they were to engage in battle, who would prevail? Everyone unanimously regards Qing Chengge as the one to watch. At the late stage of the Earth Realm's fourth segment, and with just one step away from the fifth segment, achieving such heights at merely 20 is indicative of a bright future ahead. Speaking of which, an elder suddenly smiled. What if young Master Xianxia were to join them? Would he not further complicate the situation? All eyes brightened at this suggestion, only to dim shortly thereafter. Clearly, it seems unlikely. Although Xianxia is indeed strong, he remains merely at the Xian realm, and the prowess of these four cannot be compared to that of Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin, who are mere decorative figures. Any one of them could easily take on two opponents. Their combat abilities are truly terrifying. However, if they were granted another 5 years, the outcome would be uncertain, and many eagerly anticipate Xianxia's future development. Presently, amidst the discussions of the family members, the four ascended the high platform leisurely. Here, only the elders are permitted to take their seats. The fact that the four are allowed to sit alongside the elders speaks volumes of their elevated status, inciting envy among the young men and women. They are indeed worthy of being their king. However, their seating arrangement is somewhat peripheral, merely sharing space with the ordinary higher-ups of the family. The central area is reserved for the esteemed mentors, while the innermost circle is exclusively for the core members of the Qing family. Within this inner circle, there are but 2 tables, one for the day and another for the land. The elders occupy the table on the ground, while the singular, resplendent Tianqing Lioli table is reserved for the clan leader, the young master, and a few select elders. The primary seat at the Tianqing Lioli table exudes an air of dominance and prestige, so much so that even the clan leader is unqualified to occupy it. It has always been the domain of the elder. However, to the astonishment of all, upon the elder's arrival, he chose not to take the primary seat, but instead sat beside it in the secondary position, clearly relinquishing the main seat. This unexpected gesture sent waves of joy through the hearts of the onlookers. Could it be that the clan leader is to make an appearance today? Yet, The elder's next words utterly shattered the atmosphere. This seat is reserved for young Master Li. Chapter 36. The dragon's son-in-law of the Qing family ascends to the Earth realm. This seat, emblematic of unparalleled nobility, is naturally prepared specifically for the esteemed son-in-law, Li San. Oh no, it should be referred to as the dragon's son-in-law now. This decision has been unanimously agreed upon by the elders, leaving no room for dissent. In the next moment, the atmosphere erupted. Everyone was left in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. What merit does Li San possess to occupy such a position? He is merely a penniless son-in-law, with perhaps a modicum of talent. Does he aspire to become our esteemed patriarch? Have our elders lost their senses? He hasn't even secured a marriage. How can a mere outsider sit there? That is not just a seat. Perhaps the Qing family should no longer be called the Qing family, but rather adopt the surname Li instead. What a farce. Amidst the murmurs, the four kings on the periphery were visibly unsettled, particularly Xianxia, whose concealed envy and jealousy were palpable, his breath quickening. Bang! Qinggu rose abruptly, age a persistent thorn in his heart. If it were a family member seated above him, it would be one matter, but why should this insignificant son-in-law receive such treatment? As for the two ladies, Qing Yaoyao and Qing Hongqing, their disdain for Li San had escalated to a level akin to a thorn in their flesh, one they couldn't ignore. It seemed you have quite the objections. From the elevated platform, the voice of the eldest elder resonated suddenly, his murky gaze sweeping across the assembly, instilling a chill in their bones. The young men and women clenched their fists, their faces flushed. They were indeed filled with dissent. However, the eldest elder remained unfazed, his tone calm yet authoritative. From this day forth, if I hear anyone refer to Li San as the dragon son-in-law again, they shall face 6 months of solitary confinement at the Cliff of Reflection, along with the forfeiture of their lineage's cultivation resources for a quarter. Anyone who dares to object shall be expelled from the Qing family. Upon hearing this, the youth were taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. They could scarcely fathom that the eldest elder would utter such disheartening words for an outsider. Does Li San hold more significance in the eyes of the eldest elder than they, the bloodline heirs? Little did they know that for the Qing family today, Li San indeed held greater importance than any of them. Just last night, Qing Yuehuan unveiled the half of the parchment that the Qing family had yearned for over a century. Where did this artifact come from? It was, of course, a gift from Li San to the Qing family. Such a favor, if not repaid tenfold, would surely chill the heart of the dragon son-in-law. Moreover, his terrifying talent and his passionate fury for the sake of a beloved, these instances were etched deep into the souls of the onlookers. A person of such caliber is not merely important to the Qing family. He is irreplaceable when compared to the inept, unruly younger generation of the household. He stands in stark contrast. Just then, a youth from a collateral branch suddenly rose and shouted, "I refuse to accept this. Why should Li San, an outsider, be?" The sentence hung in the air, unfinished. A resounding slap struck, sending the young man flying a considerable distance before he crashed onto the marble floor. Uncertain of his fate, this spectacle left everyone utterly astonished. The force of the slap shattered the indignation within them, compelling them to lower their heads in silence, no longer daring to voice any dissent. Suddenly, Elder Gu rose, flexing his wrists, his voice calm, yet imposing. "Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Is there anyone else with objections?" The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a prolonged pause, Elder Gu continued, "Since you have no words to share, I shall offer a few. Henceforth, in your presence, there will be no Li San, only young Master Li. As for the seating arrangements, whether you accept or reject them matters not. The current reality remains unchanged." The High Elder waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, if there are no further matters, please return to your seats. Of course, if anyone has additional concerns, feel free to speak up. We, as old fellows, are not unreasonable. We shall surely engage in a proper discussion." These words caused involuntary twitches at the corners of many mouths. Reasonable? A proper discussion? Was this what one called a proper discussion? A slap that nearly led to death. Without a second thought, everyone hastily took their seats, their minds turning to internalize their grievances against Li San. The farce concluded, the sun blazed high in the sky, unmistakably indicating noon. One would expect the banquet to commence punctually. Yet, observing the elders, it was clear they had no intention of starting the feast, leaving many perplexed. Suddenly, a thought struck. Since the seats were reserved for Li San, the banquet would not commence until his arrival. In other words, The feast would only begin when young Master Li chose to grace them with his presence. If this were indeed the case, it was simply intolerable. Coupled with the previous events, it incited a desire to flee. Elder Gu seemed to perceive the collective thoughts of the assembly, stroking his beard with a chuckle. Those wishing to leave may do so freely. I shall not detain anyone. Let me be clear, the banquet shall begin only upon young Master Li's arrival. With this confirmation of their suspicions, a collective sigh echoed within the crowd, even among the elders, who exchanged glances, shaking their heads with bitter smiles. Those wishing to leave may do so freely. I shall not detain anyone. Such words were undeniably disheartening. However, Elder Gu remained indifferent to the sentiments of the assembly. Once again, he reiterated, those wishing to depart should do so promptly. I shall not make any attempts to persuade you to stay. Faced with his unwavering stance, discomfort settled in the hearts of all present, and they began to reassess their perception of the Qing family's dragon son-in-law. What kind of intoxicating allure had been bestowed upon the elders and the young master to warrant such madness? At that moment, the four kings on the periphery were ablaze with jealousy and envy, nearly ready to erupt. Especially Xianxia, the leader of the four kings, whose fists were clenched tightly. Brow furrowed, an expression clearly strained. The words he once uttered now feel like relentless slaps striking his own face. Their identities and statuses have been entirely reversed. The king lacks the demeanor of a king. Observing his awkward expression, Qin Yaoyao could not help but chuckle with a hint of schadenfreude. Does he still consider himself a king? What of his claims of indifference to worldly affairs, of remaining unperturbed by trivial matters? It is nothing short of absurdity. Qing Hanqing subtly nodded in agreement. If we do not curtail the arrogance of Li San, he may soon ascend to the heavens. At that point, our hands will be tied, rendering us powerless to act. Qing Chinga fell into silence, uttering not a word, yet his fists clenched tighter within his sleeves. Conversely, Qing Guchang savored the moment with hidden delight. Opportunities to witness the trio's misfortune are indeed rare. He increasingly found himself fond of Li San. How splendid it would be if things could remain this way. Meanwhile, Elder Tai and the high-ranking officials were deliberating whether to venture into the inner realm to remind Li San of the banquet. However, the majority opted against it. According to Qin Yuhuan, Li Gongzi was in a poor state, likely engaged in seclusion and meditation, unfit for interruption. After all, they had plenty of time, so they chose to wait. Thus, time quietly passed, stretching like an eternity for everyone until nightfall finally arrived. During this interval, the hearts of all, alongside the sumptuous dishes on the table, had grown cold. The elders had gone mad. Over a prospective son-in-law, they had resorted to such outrageous and disheartening actions, igniting their fury and disdain for Li San. This excruciating wait persisted until the latter half of the night. At last, a commotion arose. From the direction of the inner realm, a terrifying flash of light suddenly erupted. In an instant, a formidable sword aura soared into the sky, accompanied by the resonant clang of swords, trembling the spirits of the Qing family. Everyone sensed a familiar presence surging wildly, gradually shattering its constraints. With a sudden, thunderous roar, a cacophony of thunder followed. Indeed, everything fell into place. Subsequently, a shocking revelation reverberated throughout the Qing family. The Qing family's dragon son-in-law ascended to the earthly stage. Chapter 37. The Jealous Four Kings. Presently, despite the breakthrough to the earthly stage, the commotion generated surpassed that of a breakthrough to the celestial stage by several magnitudes. The once serene sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. The terrifying clang of swords rang out, the oppressive sword aura blotting out the sun. In the midst of it all, a brilliant golden light erupted, surging forth, illuminating the heavens above the Qing family, enveloping countless beings in warmth, a divine baptism for all. In that moment, the four kings were all startled into action. The jealousy in Qin Chinga's eyes could no longer be concealed. He even lost composure, growling softly, "How is this possible?" Upon observing the remaining three individuals, it was evident that their expressions were not much better. Their faces were filled with astonishment, as they had already lost their composure. When the four initially broke through to the Earth stage, there had not been such a tremendous commotion. It merely resulted in an inconsequential celestial phenomenon that vanished in the blink of an eye, failing to evoke even a fraction of the current shock. However, what truly left the four in disbelief was the undeniable fact that, despite merely just stepping into the Earth stage, Their aura was overshadowed by one far more formidable. This presence emanated not solely from their level of cultivation, but was imbued with an enigmatic power, akin to a dreadful force that was gradually awakening from a long slumber, causing their very souls to tremble involuntarily. In that moment, the astonishment was not confined to the four. Even the elders of the Qing family and the esteemed members of their hierarchy felt a tremor within their hearts, rendered speechless by their excitement. The miracles brought forth by young Master Li had been numerous, each surprise following another in rapid succession, evoking emotional turbulence that was nearly overwhelming. If this continued, their physical forms would surely be unable to withstand it. In the present moment, the esteemed elder rose in fervor, his entire being quaking with anticipation. To have this dragon's son-in-law, how fortunate we, the Qing family, are. All the elders exchanged glances, each expressing their astonishment, their emotions too profound for words. They had witnessed an ordinary individual ascend to the pinnacle in a matter of days, standing tall above all others. Such velocity was astonishing, almost divine. Even if it were to be shared with the world one day, few would accept it as reality, dismissing it as mere fantasy. After all, who could reconcile with such a notion? It was fundamentally unfathomable, an occurrence unparalleled throughout the ages. Moreover, had it been anyone else who broke through to the Earth stage, it would have simply marked an elevation in their cultivation level. Yet, Li San exuded an impression of having transcended to an entirely new echelon, stepping through a grand new door, achieving a qualitative leap. This formidable strength was not merely reflected in his cultivation breakthrough. It also indicated a closer affinity to the heavens and the Tao, shrouded in profound mystery. At this moment, the most elated among them was undoubtedly Qin Yuan. Watching her fiancé gradually grow stronger, witnessing him continuously surpassing his limits and creating marvel after marvel, her emotions were destined to be intricate. A blend of excitement and joy that others could scarcely comprehend. Even her father, Qing Hantian, could not help but exclaim, "My precious daughter, you have truly found a treasure. A remarkable one at that." As for the young men and women present, their initial anger had diminished significantly, giving way to feelings of envy, jealousy, and even admiration. What had once stemmed from prejudice began to dissipate slowly with the moment Li San stepped into the Earth stage. If there were still those who viewed Li San as an ordinary person at this juncture, they were profoundly mistaken. At 18, he had achieved the Earth stage. In the entirety of the Qing family, and indeed throughout the entire Tianyong city, there exists but a single individual of his kind, within the confines of the imperial palace. Mo remains blissfully unaware that his breakthrough has caused such a profound stir, reverberating throughout the Qing family. This commotion, however, is a result of his painstaking efforts to maintain control over the situation. Otherwise, it would not merely be the Qing family members who were astonished, but the entire Tianyong city, with its myriad cultivators, would surely descend into utter chaos. Yet, such notoriety is not what Mo desires, for it would only invite endless troubles, which he wishes to avoid. At present, he exhales a deep breath, finally opening his eyes. Although his complexion retains a faint pallor, it is markedly improved compared to several days prior, his vitality having been significantly replenished. He clenches his powerful hands, feeling the spiritual energy within him surging like tumultuous waves, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. Were he to encounter Zhu Tianpeng and Meng Wuxin at this moment, he would likely require no swordplay to effortlessly dispatch them. His enhancements transcend mere cultivation. It appears he has also gleaned new insights into the sword path. However, to label it as mere insight may be somewhat misleading. It resembles more an innate memory awakening gradually with his growth, becoming increasingly lucid. Just as these thoughts linger in his mind, a commotion erupts outside the hall. As countless figures swarm in, a dense throng pressing against the towering gates, leaving no room to maneuver. The entirety of the Qing family, young and old alike, has gathered, with hundreds of thousands standing at the entrance, craning their necks in eager curiosity, their hearts racing with excitement. Inside the hall, Mo rises slowly, making his way toward the crowd. At this moment, he cannot help but shake his head in apology, expressing, "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by my personal matters." "Listen to this," exclaims the elder, his gaze piercing through the younger generations. "Let us learn from this humility, let us adopt this attitude. All of you should take heed. We are of similar ages, yet why is there such a vast difference?" The elder's frustration is palpable, wishing to instill a sense of decorum among the youth. In that moment, with a flourish of his sleeve, the elder hastily extends his congratulations, a gesture echoed by the other elders. This act astonishes all, leading to shared, wry smiles among them. If only they could achieve such feats, they too would surely bask in this glory. Meanwhile, those disciples who have been training outside survey the enigmatic son-in-law with keen interest. His attire is unadorned and simple, his features fair yet unremarkable. Particularly as the husband of the Qing family's young master, he seems as if a flower has been placed in an incongruous setting. One cannot help but think, if only he were a touch more handsome, or possessed an extraordinary aura. Heaven is just, endowing him with extraordinary talent, yet withholding a breathtaking appearance, which indeed brings a sense of balance to my heart. Alas, I still cannot fathom how young Masterly managed to win the affections of the young lord. Their initial connection seemed utterly distant. In my opinion, the young lord, having indulged in exquisite delicacies, must have grown weary and sought the simplicity of wild flavors, which is quite understandable. It turns out he is merely Li San. I find him rather unremarkable. On the distant jade-stone steps stood the proud four kings, their voices tinged with envy. This individual had usurped their rightful glory, relishing in what should have belonged to them, leaving them with a bitter taste in their hearts. The four exchanged glances, advancing together, ready to confront Li San directly. Chapter 38, Departure. The Western Hidden Valley. The four kings approached slowly, prompting everyone to hastily part ways and clear a path. Upon seeing the four, Qing Yuhuan, despite being the young lord, respectfully bowed, illustrating the high status of the four kings. This only served to heighten their pride and confidence. Now, the four turned their gazes towards Li San, with the eldest, Qing Guchang, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. I presume this is my esteemed Qing family son-in-law. I have heard much about you, and indeed, you are extraordinary. Mo, when cast a glance at the four, even though they concealed their intentions well, he could still sense their palpable hostility, clearly indicating that their intentions were far from friendly. Just as he was about to speak, the elder beside him stroked his beard with a benevolent smile, saying, "Dragon, son-in-law, allow me to introduce these four young talents, the strongest of my Qing family's younger generation. First, the king of fist, Qing Guchang." Qing Guchang laughed heartily, clenching his iron fist, creating a thunderous sound. Next, the queen of charm, Qing Yao Yao. Qing Yao bit her lip, her alluring gaze directed at Mo1, casting a seductive glance that nearly melted his resolve. Then, the king of law, Qing Hongqing. Qing Hongqing stood cold and aloof, a celestial ice princess, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Lastly, their leader, the king of sword, Qing Changge. At the mention of Qing Changge, all eyes gleamed with intrigue. Qing Changge and Li San, both swordsmanship prodigies. The question lingered. Whose swordsmanship was superior? An unmistakable tension began to fill the air, rendering the situation increasingly intriguing. However, Qing Changge had no desire for conflict with Li San, maintaining a regal demeanor as he cast a fleeting glance at Li San before withdrawing his gaze. The elder, sensing the animosity directed at Li San, turned with a frosty glare, causing the four to momentarily falter. "You four, why do you not hurry and pay your respects to young Master Li?" The four exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Feeling the weight of numerous curious gazes upon them, their breaths quickened. Reluctantly, they stepped forward, clasping their hands in salute, their voices heavy with formality. "We have met young Master Li." Li San inclined his head, just about to speak when the elder's sudden reprimand of young master startled everyone into silence. Reflecting on the plight of the four kings, and contrasting it with Li San's treatment, one couldn't help but ponder who truly belonged to the esteemed family. The four kings, with thoughts of leaving home, struggled internally before once again clasping their hands in respect. "I pay my respects to the young master." It was only at this moment that the elder finally appeared satisfied, turning around with a benevolent smile. "Ha ha, since the dragon's son-in-law has emerged from seclusion, I hereby declare the family banquet to commence." All were left utterly speechless. Subsequently, the elder and the other high-ranking officials surrounded the dragon's son-in-law of the Qing family, leading him to the designated seats in the square. Behind them, the younger generation was left in a daze, and one could only imagine the tumult of emotions they felt upon witnessing Li San seated at the singular, profoundly significant main seat. Despair had already gripped their hearts. This infuriates me." At that moment, among the outer seating, one of the four kings, Qing Yao Yao, was so enraged that her proud chest heaved wildly. Her eyes blazing with fury. This is no mere young master. This is an ancestor. Shu, lower your voice, Qin Guchong warned, glancing around. Do you believe that if the elder hears you, he might very well expel you from the family? Qin Yaoyao's complexion suddenly paled. Previously, such a notion would have seemed absurd, laughable even. To expel the core offspring of the family for the sake of an outsider? That would be madness. But now, the possibility loomed ominously. What should they do? Would they simply allow this insignificant son-in-law to wield power and act as he pleased? Qin Guchong shrugged, offering a wry smile. What else can we do? Do you have any other solutions? Qin Yaoyao felt a lump in her throat. Qin Guchong continued in the past. It wouldn't have been a problem to deal with Li San, but since he ascended to the Earth stage, attempting to touch him would be tantamount to courting death. But we're also at the Earth stage. Qin Yaoyao protested in frustration. So what? Qin Guchong replied with a bitter smile. You cannot be unaware of the sentiments within the family. With Li San's formidable talent, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses both you and me. This realization struck a painful chord within the hearts of all present. Yet, there was an even deeper pain to bear. Let us not forget, just half a month prior, he was still an ordinary mortal. Such an extraordinary ascent. What does it matter if he is treated as an ancestor? Is it excessive? The three fell into silence. Qin Chinga clenched his fists beneath the table, nearly crushing them in his rage. Jealousy transformed the countenances of all present. 2 hours later, as dawn began to break, the family banquet finally came to a close. For everyone, this period had felt interminable and excruciating. So, what momentous announcement is to be made? Hasn't the elder already stated it? The young master is to be engaged to Li San soon, and furthermore, everyone is prohibited from leaving the house during this time. Seriously, is that all? What did you expect? Moreover, is the engagement of the young master not a significant event? A wave of silence washed over everyone, and the banquet was promptly dispersed. Once these individuals departed, the Grand Elder retained the four princes along with Li San and Qin Yuhuan. The Grand Elder's expression turned serious. You six, prepare yourselves well. We shall depart for the western Songxing Valley tonight. What? Aside from Mo1, whose eyes sparkled momentarily, the others were utterly astonished. Is the secret that the Qing family has explored for a century about to be unveiled? The Grand Elder paid no heed to their astonishment and continued, to avoid arousing suspicion. None of your elders will accompany you on this journey. Rely solely on yourselves. Exercise caution in all matters, and if danger arises, you must unite and confront it together. Infighting is strictly forbidden. At this point, he cast a pointed glare at the fourth prince. This six-member team will be led by Li San, and you must obey his every command without question. Whatever he instructs you to do, you shall do. Absolute compliance is essential. Do you understand? The four princes exchanged glances and nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. However, Qin Yuhuan had no objections and was rather pleased. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone, including your closest relatives. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. The Grand Elder concluded, waving his sleeve, revealing a complete sheepskin scroll, which he personally handed to Mo when amidst the astonished gazes of the four princes. Handle it with care. The four princes were left speechless, and Qin Changgu exclaimed, Grand Elder, why do you silence? The Grand Elder interjected sharply. This is not for you to question. Focus on your tasks. The family has its own plans. In the ensuing silence, Mo accepted the sheepskin map, not in haste to examine it, but instead stored it within his spatial ring. In the next moment, the clan leader, Qin Han Tian, quietly appeared, patting Mo's shoulder with a serious demeanor. Exercise caution on your journey. If you encounter danger, retreat if possible, and ensure her safety. Qin Yuhuan felt a twinge of sadness, disliking such parting scenes. All right, everyone proceed to prepare. Check what you need to bring, and ensure you are in peak condition. We shall set off precisely at midnight. Chapter 39. Turbulent spatial currents descending once more. In the late hours of the night, under the shrouded darkness, the six departed from the Qing family, heading straight for Tianji Mountain. The distance between the west and the east was vast, even as Earth-level powerhouses. They required several years to arrive, naturally necessitating the use of a teleportation array. Along the way, the group remained silent. The four had contemplated forcibly seizing the map and teaching Li San a lesson, but ultimately, they prioritized the greater good and refrained from such actions. That insignificant Li San, once we venture far, there will be ample opportunities to deal with you. This moment is inconsequential. Not only Qin Yao Yao, but everyone shared this sentiment. In this state of mind, they soon arrived at the foot of Tianji Mountain and entered the teleportation array. Qin Yu Huan cautioned, "Everyone, please remember that the teleportation portal is often subject to spatial turbulence. Should any of us encounter such a phenomenon, our foremost priority must be survival. Once we have regained our strength, we can make our way to the hidden life valley without haste. There is still ample time." Upon hearing her words, the four kings' expressions turned grave. Spatial turbulence is no trivial matter, and encountering it could significantly increase the chances of death. Let's hope we do not face such a fate. Half an hour later, the four individuals each contributed 1,000,000 spirit stones and boarded the teleportation spirit ship. Accompanied by a terrifying force, the world around them transformed chaotically, colors swirling in a breathtaking display, traversing vast distances in an instant. For Mo1, it was the first time aboard a teleportation array, yet he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had embarked on such a journey countless times before. He shut his eyes, pondering whether his previous fall from the Tian-Su might have been precipitated by spatial turbulence. Half a day later, Qin Yao Yao pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" A dark shadow seemed to drift toward them. Soon, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. The Tian-Su began to fracture, shattering like glass. As a multitude of distorted black holes devoured everything in their path, seemingly even consuming time itself. Qin Yuhuan exclaimed in alarm, "Everyone, be cautious. We have encountered spatial turbulence." The faces of the four kings turned ashen. The most terrifying revelation was that they were not facing a single instance of spatial turbulence, but rather a convergence of over a dozen, overlapping and intertwining. There was no escape. "We must push forward, or we shall perish." Instantly, everyone infused their spirit energy into the ship with reckless abandon, accelerating to the utmost limit, yet they could not escape the horrific gravitational pull of the turbulence. "This is bad." As they neared the brink of being consumed, fear etched on every face. Mo1 suddenly stood up and leapt from the spirit ship. "Young master!" Qin Yu Huan screamed in horror, her face turning pale. The other three were equally astonished, momentarily rendered speechless. Mo1 turned back with a smile. "I will divert the turbulence. You all must go ahead. If I survive, we shall meet in the hidden life valley. If I do not, I will return as a wandering soul to seek you." With those words, he stepped into the distorted black hole, ultimately being engulfed and vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the black hole disappeared along with him, leaving everything calm once more. Qin Yu Huan was utterly at a loss for words. The events had unfolded too suddenly. As for the other three, they could not help but admire Li San immensely. If he survived, they would no longer be adversaries. 3 days later, in the western region, at Tianshui Mountain, a terrifying rift appeared in the sky. A dark figure plummeted like a meteor, unleashing a cataclysmic wave and a deafening roar. Once the dust settled, a disheveled figure crawled up from the abyss, violently expelling a copious amount of blood. His visage as pale as paper, utterly wretched. It was evident that this individual was Mo1, though he narrowly escaped death. He found validation in the fact that he had indeed descended from the heavens. Yet, the tumult he encountered was not a mere spatial turbulence. It might have been a chaotic distortion of time itself. This contemplation compelled him to gaze upward at the sky. The notion that there are realms beyond our own is not mere fanciful talk. Could it be possible that he hails from beyond the stars? Cough, cough. As he pondered this, someone coughed and awkwardly emerged from the ruins. Though unscathed, her visage was one of sheer terror. The young girl, Mo Zhu, merely 16 years of age, had been living a simple life in the remote mountains with her brother, Mo Yang, only to find themselves discovered. She hastily brushed the dust from her face and, in a state of despair, shouted towards the distance at Mo1, "Will you not relent? We have surrendered our clan's seal and forsaken our cultivation. Why do you still pursue us?" Mo1 swallowed a handful of pills, his complexion gradually regaining some color. He turned towards the petite girl in the blue dress and offered an apologetic smile. "I sincerely regret this. It was entirely unintentional." Zhu. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. A gaunt man clad in animal skins discarded the bamboo basket on his back and limped towards them, his pace unhurried but determined. He positioned himself protectively in front of the diminutive Mo Zhu, glaring at the man in black with a fierce intensity, his voice a low growl. "If you have business, come to me alone. Do not harm Zhu. Otherwise, I shall haunt you even in death." Montag wen seit bitterlich. realizing that this misunderstanding would not be clarified anytime soon. Meanwhile, the commotion had drawn the attention of many. Amidst the conversations, a group of individuals suddenly surged up the mountain, dozens of yellow rank warriors and 2 profound experts. They swiftly ascended, and upon spotting the familiar duo, their faces lit up with joy. After searching far and wide, we finally found you. The leader, a young man in a yellow robe, grinned broadly, waving amiably. Mo Young, Emoju, how delightful to see you. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the expressions of the siblings paled dramatically. Mo Young glared with clenched teeth, his fury palpable. I have handed the clan seal to your elder brother and renounced my cultivation. What more do you want? Are you intent on driving us to our deaths? I come not for your elder brother, the young man in yellow replied with a shake of his head. You know what I seek, simply hand it over, and your fate, whether life or death, will no longer concern us. Upon hearing this, Mo Yang's demeanor shifted to calm. You desire the family legacy? His voice was laced with seduction, prompting the yellow-robed youth's eyes to blaze with fervor. Just relinquish it, and whatever you desire, I shall provide. Are you certain that whatever I desire, you shall grant me? Absolutely. Very well. Montauk Yang erupted in laughter. Huh, if I were to demand your life, would you offer it? Would you? Boom! The young man's face turned ashen. In an instant, a terrifying pressure from the profound realm descended, crushing down upon Mo Yang's frail form, leaving him gasping for breath, as if his very bones might shatter. Mo Yang, do you truly believe that I lack the courage to end your life? Mo Yang's expression was one of profound anguish, beads of sweat cascading down his face, leaving him speechless. His sister, Mo Zhu, hurriedly positioned herself in front of him, bearing the weight of his suffering, her delicate features paling in an instant. Zhu, step aside quickly. Mo Yang cried out in desperation, gazing at her petite form, his heart heavy with torment. He despised his own impotence, and even more so, he loathed his past cowardice that had subjected his sister to enduring such pain alongside him. Ah, what a touching scene, the young man in the yellow robe remarked, clicking his tongue. Mo Yang, I shall grant you 3 breaths. Should you refuse to comply after that, I shall take your sister's life first. You wouldn't dare. Montauk Yang exclaimed in horror. The assailant seemed unconcerned, casually clearing his ears and counting down. 3 breaths. Sister, you must flee. 2 breaths. Do not worry about me. Just go. 1 breath. Mo Zhu quietly closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. If Zhu dies, my brother will never be threatened again. I do not wish to be my brother's weakness. I only want him to live well. Ah, the time is up. Let us depart. No. As Mo Yang's desperate scream echoed, the young man in the yellow robe lunged towards Mo Zhu. However, before he could reach her, he was suddenly struck with immense force. Sent hurtling backward, crashing against the mountain with a resounding thud, his internal organs shattered in the process. Chapter 40. The Mo Siblings. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing half the mountain to collapse. The abrupt turn of events caught everyone off guard. Who is responsible for this? Someone exclaimed in shock. Quick, save the injured. Instantly, everyone rushed forward. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes, only to realize that Mo Nung had vanished without a trace, leaving her in stunned disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. Over there, a group of people finally unearthed the young man in the yellow robe from the rubble, dragging him to solid ground. Every bone in his body had been shattered, his internal organs crushed. Though he still drew breath, his time was limited. His eyes bulged painfully, lips quivering as he gazed in a certain direction, straining to utter something, yet suddenly he gasped and breathed his last. Second young master. Second young master. Wails of despair filled the air. Hearts turned cold as sorrow morphed into rage, eyes locking onto a solitary figure in black, standing aloof. A master of the profound tear stepped forward from the crowd, coldly demanding, "Did you do this?" Mo Yang and Mo Zhu stood in shock, bewildered by the implication that they were not allies. Mo stood imperturbable, unperturbed by the gazes of the crowd. Perhaps he had originally wished to remain uninvolved. Yet he could not bear the weight of this accusation, thus resorting to this method to dispel the misunderstanding. Damn it! You dare to kill a member of the Mo family. Brothers, eliminate him. Amidst the crowd, a bespectacled cultivator with golden hair bellowed, brandishing his weapon and preparing to charge forth. Inspired by his fervor, the throng erupted in a frenzy, eager to exact vengeance. However, they were abruptly halted by a prior speaker, a mysterious figure of profound mastery, who interjected forcefully, "Halt. You must not act recklessly." The crowd, taken aback, gazed at him in confusion. One voice rose in indignation. "Old Fu, why do you obstruct us? Are you truly preventing us from avenging the young master?" The collective fury of the crowd was palpable, and Old Fu, the master, was visibly infuriated, his expression contorted. "I am here to prevent you from walking to your doom." The adversary, whether a sneak attacker or not, had effortlessly dispatched the young master, a formidable figure in his own right, leaving him lifeless in the wilderness. Such an opponent was beyond their capabilities. They must return and report to the Mo family, devising a longer-term strategy, resolving not to waste time explaining to these foolish individuals. He bowed to the distant figure clad in black, saying, "Sir, I apologize for the earlier offense. We shall take our leave." With that, he turned to depart, unconcerned whether the others followed. The crowd stood in stunned silence, but soon realization dawned upon them, and they trembled, hastily retreating. Yet, as the saying goes, the wildfires may burn out, but the spring breeze brings forth new life. Killing one is one thing. Killing two is another. To avoid unnecessary complications, they found themselves unable to escape. Suddenly, Mo waved his sleeve, raised his arm, and commanded, "Come forth, sword." A finely crafted wooden sword materialized in his grasp, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy, akin to a wrathful dragon, sweeping towards the Mo family members with ferocity. The path was marked by devastation, leaving Mo Yang and Mo Zhu in utter shock, drenched in sweat. Moments later, a series of explosive sounds echoed in the distance, where figures were reduced to mere clouds of crimson mist before they could even utter a cry, their bodies obliterated. They could hardly fathom the grim fate that awaited them, leaving not even a trace behind. Ultimately, a colossal mountain crumbled with a thunderous roar, generating an ear-splitting cacophony and unleashing a whirlwind of chaos, resembling the end of days. After a prolonged silence, calmness returned. The siblings, mouths agape to the point of accommodating a fist, remained speechless, unperturbed by the scene. Mo waved his sleeve once more, causing the deceased's storage rings to hover before the siblings. "Take these and depart swiftly," he instructed. With that, Mo turned to leave. It was only then that the siblings regained their senses. With little time for deliberation, Mo Yang hastily knelt, followed closely by Mo Zhu. "Thank you, benefactor." Mo did not look back, gradually fading into the distance. In a sudden rush, Mo Yang rose and limped forward to block Mo Wen's path. "Benefactor, please wait." This caused the latter to furrow his brow and softly inquire, "Do you have something to discuss?" Mo Yang clenched my fist tightly, struggling for a moment before lowering my head in reluctance and stating, "I wish for my benefactor to aid us in avenging our wrongs." "Brother." Mo Zhu immediately rushed over, unable to refrain from persuading her brother, as their request was exceedingly excessive. Yet, Mo Yang paid no heed to these concerns. He had witnessed the strength of his benefactor, who was likely at least at the 7th tier of the mysterious realm. If he could assist in eliminating Mo Yuntian, Mo Yang would willingly serve him for a lifetime, even to the extent of signing a soul contract, offering his life and death without reservation. However, Mo showed no interest in his words and impatiently replied, "Do not compel me to eliminate you as well." Upon hearing this, both individuals turned pale. Nevertheless, Mo Yang remained unwilling to concede. With his own strength, he could never hope to achieve revenge in this lifetime. He could only rely on the power of others. Yet, he found it difficult to trust anyone else. The person before him was the only individual he could depend on in this world, aside from Zhu. As he watched the figure gradually distance itself, he felt as if his bones were being crushed, and his eyes began to fill with blood. After struggling in pain for a considerable time, he exclaimed, "In my ancestral grounds of the Mo family lies a legendary spiritual sword named Gulwan. It is the treasured heirloom of my clan. If you, my benefactor, help me seek vengeance, I shall gift this sword to you." Buzz. Mo halted his steps. Mo Yang was filled with wild joy. The western region was vast and boundless, with a complex distribution of powers. Currently, Mo found himself merely on the periphery of the west, with relatively weaker cultivation. The Mo family, situated in Songlong City, was the foremost clan among the 1,000 families in the city, boasting numerous experts. In recent years, with the marriage alliance with the Chiu family, they had grown increasingly powerful, seemingly on the verge of overpowering the city lord's mansion. In this immense Songlong city, they wielded considerable influence. Today was an auspicious day, marking the first anniversary of the marriage between Mo Yuntian, the young master of the Mo family, and Xiu Ru Shuang, the daughter of the Qiu family. A grand banquet was set up, inviting all from far and wide, creating a bustling atmosphere. At the entrance of the Mo family, carriages lined the streets, and a sea of people surged, with nearly every prominent figure in the city in attendance. Meanwhile, Mo Yang and Mo Zhu, their faces hidden beneath conical hats, stood beneath an old locust tree across from the Mo family. When Mo Yang learned the reason for the banquet, he nearly erupted with rage, his fury boiling over as his spirit trembled. Beneath the hat, Mo Yang's face twisted in a terrifying grin. Zhu, what gift should I present to this pair of wretched souls? Mo Zhu, equally incensed, trembled with indignation and sharply suggested, Brother, gift them a clock. Ha ha, that is an excellent idea. Mo Yang laughed excitedly, then turned and clasped his hands in respect, saying, Benefactor, I entrust my safety to you from this point forward. Mo stood with his hands behind his back, nodding indifferently. This instantly bolstered Mo Yang's confidence. The next moment, he strode forward with Zhu toward the lively Mo family gathering. Chapter 41. The pitiful may possess their share of contemptible traits. In front of the Mo family, a long line formed, and the officiant's voice resonated powerfully. The celestial realm bestowed upon me a 4th grade breaking yuan pill, accompanied by a staggering sum of 999,000 spirit stones. From the northern Tianshan, 3 dragon-scented herbs were granted, along with 6,600 mid-grade qi gathering pills. The Demon Suppression Pavilion presented 3 4th-grade magical beasts and 6 4th-grade magical cores. With a resounding boom, this spectacle stirred quite a commotion, amplifying the pressure on those who followed. At this moment, it was the turn of 2 enigmatic figures concealed beneath their hats, who, amidst the collective gaze of the onlookers, retrieved an object from their spatial rings. It was a grand bell. For an instant, everyone was taken aback, and then their expressions shifted dramatically. A farewell? Seeking death. Mere mortals dare to be so audacious. They truly are ignorant of the meaning of peril. But patience is a virtue. Extraordinary occurrences often harbor hidden truths. These 2 insignificant beings, emboldened as they were, must possess a compelling reason. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as a multitude of armored guards from the Mo family surged forth, exuding an aura of chilling menace that left the onlookers pale and breathless. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Among the guards emerged a diminutive figure clad in green, his gaze haughty. Upon seeing him, Mo Yang's eyes widened with fury, an overwhelming intent to kill surging within him. Even from behind the hat, the green-clad man's body trembled visibly. Who are you? Who am I? Mo Yang chuckled coldly before lifting his hat. Pray tell, who do you believe I am? Suddenly, the scene erupted in chaos. Isn't that Mo Yang, the original heir of the Mo family? Was he not supposed to be dead? A ripple of astonishment spread through the crowd as they whispered among themselves. How audacious for a fallen dog to behave so arrogantly. Does he still consider himself the heir of the Mo family? The audacity of his presence suggested he had some form of support, making the situation all the more intriguing. As the green-clad man laid eyes upon Mo Yang, his face turned pale with dread, his body quivering, and his voice trembling. Why, young brother, you have returned. Mo Yang closed his eyes, memories flooding his mind. Those he held dearest, the ones he trusted most, had inflicted the deepest wounds. Upon opening his eyes, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Little Ghost, did you never imagine I would return? The man referred to as Little Ghost nodded, then quickly shook his head, but soon a realization dawned upon him. Fear began to dissipate as a mocking expression emerged. Mo Yang, do you still dare to return? You're no longer the heir of the Mo family, nor a martial arts prodigy. You are but a stray dog now. I could crush you with the flick of my finger. At this, Mo Yang erupted into a manic laugh, more sorrowful than a cry. Suddenly looking down, his eyes blazed with rage, and resentment surged within him, threatening to unleash a tempest. His voice twisted and torn, he demanded, I treated you well. Why did you betray me? Zhang Gui turned pale, fear gripping him as he dared not meet Mo Yang's gaze. He questioned whether Mo Yang was truly powerless, for such a fearsome aura emanated from him. Answer me. The voice thundered, shaking the very core of his being. Zhang Gui trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground in terror. As I approached, I could hear the raucous barking from a distance, and to my surprise, it was none other than my former prospective brother-in-law. A charming young lady in a red dress, adorned with a hint of makeup, strolled alongside an exceptionally poised young man clad in a blue robe. They formed a striking couple, the envy of all who beheld them. Autumn Rishwang's younger sister, Autumn Rushue, and her fiancé, Zhang Mo. Upon sighting them, Mo Yang's ire escalated, his demeanor boiling like water on the verge of eruption. Oh dear, how frightening! Autumn Rushue playfully leaped back, feigning terror. Her fiancé, Zhang Mo, chuckled softly in reassurance. Fear not. For a toothless tiger is merely a sickly cat at worst. A ripple of laughter erupted, even among the onlookers, as Mo Yang felt the penetrating stares of the crowd. Discomfort washed over him, his face a mix of crimson and pale hues. He pointed accusingly at the couple, his expression twisted with resentment. Benefactor, please rid me of them. His words hung in the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Autumn Rushue, however, could barely contain her laughter. So, your newfound courage stems from this so-called benefactor? Zhang Mo sneered. Let your benefactor reveal himself, and see if he dares to confront us. You seek your own demise. Mo Yang retorted, turning sharply towards the shadowy figure beneath the ancient locust tree, bowing deeply. Benefactor, I implore you, take action and eliminate them. Instantly, countless gazes converged on the man. Their curiosity piqued. He appeared unfamiliar, seemingly not of this locality. Yet, I sensed an absence of spiritual energy emanating from him. Could he be an ordinary mortal? Perhaps. Another possibility loomed. His cultivation could far surpass ours, shrouded in mystery. A mere child, surpassing us? Is that even conceivable? This notion elicited peculiar glances from the crowd. To their astonishment, the man remained unfazed, his expression steady under the scrutiny of thousands of fiery gazes, a fact that truly astonished them. Unbeknownst to them, he internally bristled at Mo Yang's abrupt gesture, feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, with the situation having escalated, maintaining a low profile was no longer an option. He conceded, I have promised to avenge you and ensure your safety, but I never agreed to take lives. This declaration left the assembly in stunned silence. Such a succinct statement carried immense implications, and one couldn't help but admire this individual's audacity. Here to seek vengeance for Mo Yang, while also pledging to protect him? He was either mad or foolish. Autumn Rushue covered her mouth, giggling lightly, casting a disdainful glance at the figure beneath the tree. Her eyes reflecting nothing but scorn and contempt. I had anticipated a formidable character, yet it appears you are merely a minor player. Mo Yang, it has been quite some time since we last crossed paths, and you remain as foolish as ever. Even Zhang Mo, beside me, could not suppress a chuckle. After all, one cannot help but notice that those of a feather flock together. If it were not for their equal shortcomings, they would not have come together in this manner. Would they, Brother Ghost? Zhang nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, grinning broadly. Indeed, as the young lady stated, and as you, young master, have asserted, Mo Yang is nothing but a useless wretch. Fortunately, I chose to turn away from the shadows. Otherwise, would I not be reduced to a pitiful creature, even lower than he? You all. Mo Yang was on the brink of fury, turning to bellow at the tree beneath which his benefactor stood. Do you not hear them? They are ridiculing you, mocking you, even if not for my sake. For your own, you must take action against them. Upon hearing this, everyone once again cast their gazes towards the figure beneath the tree, Mo1. The latter shook his head and replied, I am not a weapon in your hands, nor will I lose my composure and act irrationally due to a few words spoken by others, especially when such anger is misdirected. Mo Yang's face flushed crimson. Enough. No more words. Mo1 shook his head. What I have promised remains unchanged. As for other matters, you must resolve them on your own. Chapter 42. A resounding slap. The command to resolve matters independently left Mo Yang's face flushed with embarrassment, momentarily at a loss for what to do. It seems your henchmen have abandoned you. Qiu Rushue promptly mocked. Zhang Mo beside her burst into hearty laughter. Assessing the situation, a hero you are not, unlike you, who can only bark ineffectually. Mo Yang's face reddened further, feeling utterly humiliated, wishing he could dig a hole and bury himself. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu, standing beside him, had not uttered a single word. She merely thought her brother was being overly impulsive, Others were clearly provoking his anger, yet he always fell into their trap. But after all, he was her brother, and she felt compelled to remain silent. With his benefactor not intervening, Mo Yang could only suppress his rage, letting out a furious shout. Call that beast Mo Yuntian and that wretched Xianxia to come out. His words plunged the atmosphere into a frigid silence. This Mo Yang truly courted disaster. He seemed oblivious to his current predicament and the significance of the day. Did he truly believe himself to be the young master of the Mo family? Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically, her brow furrowing as she coldly warned. I do not wish to see bloodshed today. Do not push me. Zhang Mo's gaze turned icy. Why waste more words on him? Just incapacitate him and toss him out. If there is no bloodshed, that shall suffice. Zhang Ge, understanding the unspoken intent, wore a knowing smile and rolled up his sleeves, eagerly charging towards Mo Yang. My dear Yang Ge, did you ever anticipate such a day would come? Upon witnessing this, Mo Yang, in a fit of rage, could not help but respond with a mocking laugh. What now, Zhang Ge? Do you dare lay a hand on me? In ordinary circumstances, Zhang Ge would not have dared to act so brazenly, even though Mo Yang is now but a shadow of his former self. The presence of the young lady and her husband emboldened him. He scoffed. At this point, you should cease your posturing. You're nothing more than a stray dog. And with a mere flick of my finger, I could extinguish your life. What is there to fear? As he spoke, he swung his palm toward Mo Yang in a fit of rage. While the blow lacked true lethality, its humiliation was profound. Brother, get out of the way. Mo Zhu cried out anxiously. Yet, with Mo Yang's mortal form, evasion was impossible. His innate pride forbade him from retreating. However, as the scorching wind approached his face, an unprecedented sense of helplessness surged within him. What utter humiliation! Yet, astonishingly, the blow did not land upon his visage. As it neared, mere inches from his skin, suddenly, crack! A pair of powerful hands seized Zhang Ge's wrist, rendering him incapable of even the slightest struggle, firmly locking him in place. Who dares? Zhang Ge exclaimed in fury, looking up to behold a menacing figure clad in black standing before him, gripping his wrist with an unyielding strength that left him utterly immobilized. The abruptness of the scene stunned all present, sending a jolt of alarm through their hearts. When had this figure appeared before Zhang Ge? And why had they not noticed earlier? Meanwhile, Mo Yang's heart swelled with joy. His benefactor had finally intervened. Remove your filthy hands from the Lord Ghost. Although restrained, Zhang Ge remained audacious, unafraid, for the young lady and her uncle were nearby. What did he have to fear? Yet, he failed to notice the peculiar expressions on Xianxia and Zhang Mo's faces. At this moment, Mo Wen was true to his word, intent on safeguarding Mo Yang. He had no desire to engage with a petty character like Zhang Ge. If I release you, you must not act recklessly. Zhang Ge, however, dismissed this threat, believing it a sign of fear, and scoffed. Who do you think you are? Do you not see? Before he could finish, a piercing scream erupted from him, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Mo Wen's hand had suddenly exerted immense force, shattering Zhang Ge's arm, bone and sinew alike, into mere fragments that scattered like debris. This scene left many onlookers pale with shock. While they marveled at the sheer strength of this figure, their understanding of his audacity deepened. Such impulsiveness could spell disaster for Zhang Ge. Be confident. Remove the perhaps. He is certainly doomed. If he is not, I shall take his surname. Zhang Ge, after all, was a member of the Mo family. One must consider the master when dealing with a dog, especially on a day like today. Mo Yang was truly a troublemaker, a source of strife. The crowd was a mix of sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude. In the next moment, Xianxia's serene visage morphed into a fearsome countenance, unleashing a terrifying aura of the profound realm that bore down upon the assembly like an imposing mountain, rendering most present breathless. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she coldly regarded Mo Wen. Answer me, do you seek death? Yet. Mo Wen did not even cast a glance in her direction, his demeanor unperturbed, his voice a mere whisper. You speak too much. A flicker of surprise danced across Xianxia's eyes, soon replaced by a self-mocking smile. And if I do, what can you possibly do to me? Mo Wen shook his head. I shall silence you. A hush fell over the crowd. Giggles escaped Xianxia's lips as she covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, how delightful! I'm truly looking forward to seeing how you intend to silence me. Mo Wen furrowed his brow. Cease with your mockery. Yet Xianxia paid him no heed, tauntingly replying, Giggle, giggle, I shall continue to mock. What can you do about it? before her words could fully settle. A resounding slap echoed through the air, striking Xianxia's delicate visage. Instantly, her left cheek swelled, displaying hues of blue and red. A profound silence enveloped the room. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around everyone's throats, stifling any sound. The audacity of this individual was staggering. He was utterly fearless. This slap was not merely a blow to Xianxia's face, but a resounding slap to the entirety of the Mo and Xiao families. A collective sigh escaped the gathered spectators. "Ah, the youth is too impetuous," an elder admonished a nearby girl. "Child, you must not engage in such reckless behavior. Always consider the greater picture." The young maiden playfully stuck out her tongue, covering her mouth with a giggle. "Giggle, worry not, Grandpa. I would never act as impulsively as this fellow. He is utterly inept." An elder turned to the young man, inquiring, "Impudent boy, how would you handle such a situation?" The youth scratched his head, pondering. "Perhaps I would resort to violence as well, but only if I were powerful enough to act without fear." The elder smiled approvingly. "And if you lacked such strength, then there would be no need to contemplate." The youth shrugged. "I would endure it. What other choice is there? Seek death?" The extraordinary talents in the city turned their attention to the man in black. One inquired, "He appears to be of similar age to us. What do you surmise his cultivation level to be?" Another contemplated, "I cannot discern his power. He likely surpasses me slightly, at most. He is at the third stage of the profound realm." A third, filled with admiration, remarked, "To be so young yet so formidable, how impressive." A skeptic retorted, "Humph, what does talent matter? A fool will not travel far." Another chimed in with agreement, "Giggle, it is evident he has just recently ascended to the profound realm and believes himself invincible, a clear case of hubris. Well then, let us await the unfolding drama." Until this moment, Xianxia and Zhang Mo finally regained consciousness. The former covered her swollen left cheek, feeling a searing pain, still incredulous and astonished. She could hardly believe that someone had dared to lay a hand on her. Even less could she fathom such humiliation. Xianxia, caught between tears and laughter, had a moment of madness before suddenly glaring fiercely, her emotions surging as she exclaimed, "You actually dared to strike me?" Mo shook his head and replied, "If you keep babbling, it won't just be a simple strike." "Ah, you seek death!" Xianxia shrieked. Her overwhelming spiritual power surged forth, instantly transforming into a crimson lightning whip that swept across, causing the very air to tremble with thunderous energy. This strike, even a mere ordinary practitioner at the Xian level would either perish or be gravely injured. This scene left the nearby prodigies in shock and trepidation. They questioned themselves, realizing that they could hardly withstand such a blow. Even if they could, it would demand immense effort. In the next moment, as they beheld the blood-red, dragon-like lightning whip poised to strike the slender figure of the man in black, everyone instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. "Benefactor!" Mo Yang rushed forward to intervene. However, what followed left him and everyone else in utter disbelief. Chapter 43. This fiancé is quite useless. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, Mo raised his hand. Crack! He effortlessly grasped the spiritual whip, allowing the raging lightning and flames to dance in his palm without inflicting the slightest harm. Time seemed to freeze for an eternal moment. "My goodness!" Mo Yang exclaimed, prompting everyone to instinctively open their eyes. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, they collectively inhaled sharply, astonished beyond measure. "My goodness!" Someone instinctively pinched their thigh, rubbing their eyes to confirm the reality before them. How could this be possible? How could anyone single-handedly catch Xianxia's full force strike? A blow from the second stage of the Xian level, and yet he suffered no injury? In the next instant, the scene erupted in chaos. Someone scratched their head and exclaimed, "Heavens, how can this be? What has happened?" Faces turned pale. It was too powerful, too terrifying. Akin to Xianxia suffering a defeat without even a fight, clearly not on the same level. Some, unable to comprehend, held their heads in trembling disbelief. He didn't even use any spiritual power. How could he possibly negate such a terrifying strike? It must be false, all of it. At that moment, the elder and the youth fell silent. The young woman and the elder seemed to lose their souls. They were not entirely wrong in their thoughts, but alas, they had overthought. Looking again at the proud prodigies, they too were filled with shock and shame. Too powerful, truly too powerful. Perhaps in his presence, we are nothing. Hiss! He must have already stepped into the 5th stage of the Xian level, or even the later stages. Everyone exchanged glances, sharing a bitter smile. One day, a talented individual lamented, "If it were you or me, I fear we would scarcely endure 3 moves under his hand." Upon uttering these words, an enveloping silence fell over the gathering. 3 moves seemed excessive. It was a concession made to preserve some dignity. In truth, one might struggle to withstand even a single blow. The others, of similar age, yet lacking half his strength, felt a profound sense of shame and bitterness. However, this quickly ignited their fighting spirit, each silently vowing to one day possess such formidable strength. At that moment, they were unaware of the profound impact he would inadvertently have on their lives. As he exerted a slight pressure in his palm, he effortlessly yanked the spiritual whip from the dazed hands of Xianxia. In an instant, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he swept his sleeve and delivered strike. Crack! A distinct red mark appeared on Xianxia's delicate rear. While the injury itself was minimal, the humiliation was severe, especially in the presence of her fiancé. The scene was beyond description. This strike jolted Xianxia back to reality. A crimson hue surged from her graceful neck, washing over her innocent, charming visage. It was impossible for anyone to discern whether her reaction stemmed from shame or fury. Xianxia, wholly incensed, let out a piercing scream. "I will kill you." Crack! Yet, awaiting her was yet another strike. Again, the injury was negligible, but the humiliation was profound. This time, it finally roused Xianxia, her fiancé, who turned pale at the sight. In an instant, his aura surged, gathering his spiritual energy with fervor, causing his palm to appear as menacing as heated iron, resonating with a thunderous power that crackled in the air. At that moment, every onlooker turned ashen, gripped by the chilling force of his presence. Clearly, Xianxia had been consumed by a desire for vengeance. This would be his ultimate strike, a desperate blow aimed at annihilating his foe. Though today was not meant for bloodshed, Xianxia paid no heed to such constraints. "Whoever dares to insult my fiancé shall face death, even if it is a deity," he roared, resembling a maddened lion as he charged at Mo1, unleashing a terrifying strike above his head. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd tensed once more, yet this time, they did not close their eyes. They yearned to witness the unfolding miracle with their own eyes. Mo1, indifferent, spared him a glance. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed the spiritual whip, exploding with force. Crack! It struck Xianxia, who suddenly seemed struck by lightning, his body hurtling through the air with terrifying momentum. Ultimately, he crashed violently against the stone wall of the Mo family's outer courtyard, accompanied by a deafening rumble of destruction. Montague. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Autumn Snow hurriedly rushed towards the ruins, clearing away the debris brick by brick, and at last, she rescued her brother, who was barely clinging to life. His coughs were as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Don't move, it's broken, it's broken." Every bone in his body was shattered. Not a single one remained intact. Fear gripped him, horror coursed through his veins, and cold sweat poured down like a torrential rain. Autumn Snow immediately burst into tears, having never endured such humiliation nor experienced such powerlessness in her life. Meanwhile, Xianxia and the guards trailing behind him were utterly at a loss, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. In other words, did their actions even hold significance? The commotion quickly attracted the attention of those in the courtyard, who rushed over in a frenzy. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were all left in shock. Among the crowd, besides the members of the Mo family, there were also numerous esteemed guests. Yet, none could comprehend why anyone would dare cause trouble in the Mo family, especially on such a momentous occasion. Were they tired of living? From the throng emerged a voluptuous woman clad in phoenix attire, exuding an irresistible allure that could devour souls. Her features mirrored those of Autumn Snow, yet their temperaments diverged. One was innocent and endearing, while the other was enchanting and seductive. This woman was Autumn Frost, Autumn Snow's sister. She was once the fiancée of Mo Yang, and now she belonged to another. Ashwa, what has happened? Who injured Xiao? Upon seeing her sister, Autumn Snow collapsed into tears, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of injustice. This caused Autumn Frost's expression to shift dramatically. Regardless of who was responsible, today they would pay dearly. I will kill you." Suddenly, Autumn Snow ceased her cries, her face contorting in rage as she trembled, her delicate fingers pointing fiercely in a direction outside. It's him. Naturally, she was referring to Mo1. However, Autumn Frost and the others did not see Mo1, but rather the familiar siblings, Mo Yang and Mo Zhu. This caused the expressions of some in the Mo family to darken immediately. Little did they know, Mo Yang felt similarly, perceiving not a group of individuals, but rather sharp thorns piercing his heart. You wretched beast, how dare you return? A sinister old man in a purple robe shouted, his raspy voice filled with malice, his murky gaze brimming with murderous intent. Upon seeing him, not only Mo Yang, but even the usually composed Mo Zhu was driven to the brink of fury, their faces flushed and muscles tensed. The third elder of the Mo family. It was this old wretch who had resorted to every means to hunt down the two sisters. Moreover, he had conspired with Mo Yuntian and Autumn Frost, this treacherous couple, to frame and exploit their brother, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the family, the destruction of his cultivation, and the ruin of his life. Resentment, anger, and fury surged forth from the siblings, nearly overwhelming them with emotion. Chapter 44. How could he possibly contend against both the Mo and Chiu families? The tale of their enmity must begin on that fateful summer day, a year prior. It was a night of rain when Mo Yang, cloaked and masked, stealthily infiltrated the city lord's mansion to pilfer the spirit dragon pill, heedless of the consequences. After successfully acquiring it, he swiftly made his way to a small grove on the western edge of the city, where he presented the coveted treasure to the woman he yearned for, the one who consumed his thoughts, Chiu Ruo Shuang. Frost, I have brought the spirit dragon pill. I risked everything, leveraging my status and bribing the guards to steal it from the city lord's treasury. At that moment, Mo Yang was overwhelmed with exhilaration and joy, for she had promised him that upon receiving the spirit dragon pill, they would elope and lead a blissful life together. Brother Yang, you are so kind to me, Chiu Ruo Shuang said as she accepted the spirit dragon pill, her gaze fixed on the pulsating, thunderous energy contained within the box, her delicate form trembling with excitement. There is no time to lose. Let us depart. Forgive me, Mo Yang. Chiu Ruo Shuang closed the box, her expression growing cold as she gently shook her head. I fear I cannot accompany you in this elopement. You must go alone. What? Mo Yang felt as though struck by lightning. Chiu Ruo Shuang, I risked everything, even renouncing my position as heir, to steal the spirit dragon pill for you. You promised to run away with me. Why have you changed your mind? Turning away, she replied. Let him tell you. From the depths of the grove emerged a tall, imposing figure clad in dark green brocade, exuding an air of arrogance, with a sly smile gracing his lips. Brother Yin Tian, what is the meaning of this? Mo Yin Tian clicked his tongue. What? Can't you see? My dear heir, how foolish you are. In a swift motion, Chiu Ruo Shuang turned, resembling a docile kitten, and nestled into Mo Yin Tian's warm embrace, calling out sweetly, Brother Tian. You both. Mo Yang staggered, nearly losing consciousness. Yet the following scene struck him with even greater devastation. Chiu Ruo Shuang, the very woman for whom he had risked his life, offered the spirit dragon pill, acquired at such great peril, to his cousin, Mo Yin Tian. The latter opened the jade box, reveling in the vitality of the pill, and, with a smile of delight, placed a tender kiss upon Chiu Ruo Shuang's forehead. Frost, you are truly remarkable. With a radiant smile, Chiu Ruo Shuang responded, thanks to the Mo family heir, you must express your gratitude to him. Haha, is that so? Mo Yun Tian Boy Theatricali tu Mo Yang. Thank you, dear heir. Your kindness shall never be forgotten. Ha ha ha. Consumed by fury and despair, Mo Yang's vision darkened, and he fainted. In the aftermath, the city lord's mansion discovered the theft, and Mo Yang was reported. Following a thorough investigation, the truth was revealed, shocking the entire city and inciting the wrath of the Mo family. Ultimately, Mo Yang was stripped of his status, his dantian destroyed, and he was expelled from the Mo family, never to return. The very next day, the branch heir Mo Yun Tian, having acted in righteous indignation and reported the crime, was recognized for his exceptional talent. Following a unanimous decision in the Elder Hall, he was exceptionally promoted to become the new heir of the Mo family. In the meantime, the renowned beauty of Songlong City, Chiu Ruo Shuang, is set to marry Mo Yuntian soon, bringing forth a wave of joy. This shocking news struck Mo Yang like a thunderbolt, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness for an entire week. However, What tormented him the most was the tragic fate of his parents, who met a mysterious assailant during his slumber, perishing in the western ghost bamboo forest, leaving no trace behind. A mysterious assailant? Moyang is no fool. He knows the truth, yet he lacks the evidence to prove it. There are those who wish to silence him, forcing him into a corner, living a life of desperation. At this moment, Mo Yang took a deep breath, gradually awakening from his memories. Hatred, resentment, fury, and hostility swirled in his mind, transforming his countenance into one of turmoil and rage. "You little beast, do you dare return?" The third elder's eyes twitched as he advanced to silence him, only to be stopped by Qiu Rushuang. Casting a glance at Mo Yang, she sighed lightly. "Isn't it better to be alive? Why not embrace life instead of courting death?" Mo Yang laughed maniacally. "I can die, but you must die before me. Do you think that is possible?" Qiu Rushuang shook her head, chuckling softly. The Mo family has long since changed, especially with the alliance with the Qiu family. In this vast Songlong city, they can crush anyone at will. "Who do you think you are to kill me? Not even in your next life." As her words settled, the expressions of the guests present grew somewhat unnatural. To crush anyone at will, how harsh that sounded. Yet, faced with reality, everyone could only suppress their anger, feeling utterly helpless. "Perhaps not," Mo Yang suddenly replied coldly. "Qiu Rushuang, while the people of Songlong City may not be able to kill you, those beyond its borders will undoubtedly hunt you down." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward the cloaked figure. Although they wished to hold on to hope, their minds recoiled from the implications, resulting in self-deprecating shakes of their heads. Qiu Rushuang also noticed the man in black and tentatively extended her consciousness, only to be met with a hazy void that left her alarmed. Nevertheless, she soon smiled lightly, saying, "So, you intend to rely on this one person to stand against the entire Mo family and shake the very foundations of the Qiu family?" Mo Yang fell silent, realizing he had oversimplified the situation. Observing his silence, Qiu Rushuang's confidence grew stronger. "Take your people and leave. I shall pretend you were never here." Her words stunned everyone momentarily. However, they quickly comprehended the implications. This was a heartless blow. Qiu Rushuang was conveying to Mo Yang that she had grown so powerful she couldn't even be bothered to kill him. In her eyes, he was less than an ant. "Well said, Qiu Rushuang." Mo Yang, filled with rage, turned to the others. "Do you not wish to know what happened to that spirit dragon pill from years ago?" At this, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with intrigue. The fact that Mo Yang has stolen the spirit dragon pill is undeniable. However, the rationale behind his theft remains perplexing. As the esteemed heir of the Mo family, which boasts immense wealth and influence, acquiring the spirit dragon pill, no matter how precious, should not have posed an insurmountable challenge. Why then would he jeopardize his future by resorting to such extreme measures? This conundrum is indeed baffling. Moreover, the most significant point is that the spirit dragon pill is intended for peak Shin tier experts to break through to the earth tier. Not only does Mo Yang lack the qualifications to consume the pill, but so do those around him, as well as the entire Mo family. For whom, then, is this spirit dragon pill intended? At that moment, the third elder felt a surge of alarm. He could not allow this young man to continue speaking, lest a calamity ensue. Yet, Qiu Rushuang remained unfazed, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she chuckled softly. "You need not speculate any longer. Allow me to reveal the truth." With that, she suddenly turned her gaze upon Mo Yang, her voice taking on an eerie tone. "Haven't you always yearned to know how your parents met their demise? Who was responsible for their deaths? Today, I shall tell you. It was I who ordered their assassination." The atmosphere erupted in shock. Chapter 45. Let Chaos Reign. Haven't you always wanted to know how your parents died? Let me enlighten you. I orchestrated their murder. Even if you know this, what can you do against me? I openly confess it is merely to humiliate you, to torment you. How does that feel? Everyone was left stupefied, the scene exploding with chaos. Good heavens! It was indeed Qiu Rushuang who had orchestrated the killings, which implied that the spirit dragon pill was a mere pawn in her game. How audacious! She laid her cards on the table without fear of retribution. Retribution? Is she afraid? What does Qiu Rushuang have left to fear? It is worth pondering whether the Mo family and the Qiu family were already aware of this revelation. All eyes instinctively turned toward the distance, where the calm expressions of the Mo and Qiu family members evoked sheer horror. Clearly, both families had long been privy to this information. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this event, who should have been seething with rage, Mo Yang, exhibited an unsettling tranquility. He realized that Xiao Rushuang was targeting his heart, although her words held truth. He could not allow himself to succumb to fury. Yet, his voice was icy and his gaze ominous, akin to a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of hell, instilling dread in all who beheld him. You will pay for this. All of you shall perish. His sister, Mo Zhu, had already succumbed to despair, wailing in heartbreak. You are the one who is cursed. Xiao Rushuang's lips curled into a faint smile, her delicate hands crossed over her chest as she taunted. Do you not wish to know how your parents met their end? I do not wish to know. Mo Yang bellowed suddenly, his face contorted with rage. However, to Xiao Rushuang, he resembled a petulant kitten, utterly ridiculous. You do not wish to listen? I shall tell you anyway. Moreover, I will recount it from the very beginning. Thus, Xiao Rushuang began her tale, reminiscing about an event that transpired approximately 5 years ago, when Yun Tian and I rescued a dying elder from the depths of the marshy forest beyond the city. Subsequently, the two of us acquired a residence outside the city to provide a safe haven for the elder, ensuring he was well cared for. Over the course of 4 years, not only did the elder's cultivation recover, but he also advanced to an even higher level, merely a step away from breaking through to the earth grade. At this juncture, the story is still in its nascent stages, yet the implications are profoundly astonishing. 5 years ago, Yin Tian and I. Does this not insinuate that Xiao Rushuang and Mo Yin Tian were already entwined half a decade ago, if not longer? This revelation elicited peculiar glances directed at Mo Yang from the crowd, as if an unmistakable green hat rested upon his head. Indeed, the audience might have already surmised the connection. Xiao Rushuang, with her enchanting gaze, gracefully surveyed everyone present. This spear dragon pill, of course, was meticulously prepared by me for the elder. A bittersweet smile spread across the faces of all. In truth, there was no need for speculation. It was an unspoken understanding that the Mo and Qiu families had a formidable Earth-grade expert backing them. This realization added a note of haughtiness to Xiao Rushuang's demeanor, and her tone lifted a notch. The terror embodied by an Earth-grade expert is self-evident, and I need not elaborate further. A collective sigh of resignation escaped the crowd. They now comprehended that dealing with Mo Yang was of little consequence. Her words were merely intended for the various factions of Songlong City, and the intent behind them was as transparent as glass. As for the unfolding narrative, it is clear to all without Xiao Rushuang needing to articulate it. When an Earth-grade expert emerges, nothing can withstand their might. With a mere gesture, mountains may be shifted and oceans can be stirred. Such formidable power is akin to the heavens themselves. How could one not understand Xiao Rushuang's audacity? Emboldened by the support of such a powerful figure, were they in her shoes, they might even adopt a more discreet approach. With a tinkling bell-like laugh, Xiao Rushuang seemed to revel in the moment. Suddenly, she cast her gaze down upon Mo Yang. Do you realize, Mo Yang, that in my eyes, you are but a marionette entirely at my mercy? Your life is solely dictated by my design. Every action you take, every step you tread, is intricately woven into my plans. In other words, everything is preordained, even your seemingly assertive approach to confront me. Enough, enough, enough. Mo Yang's voice erupted in a thunderous roar, filled with despair and hysteria. He was on the brink of total collapse, to the point where the desire to live had all but vanished. In response, Xiao Rushuang merely chuckled and shook her head. Look at you, still the same. Your failures are far from coincidental. Throughout your life, you shall never rise again, eternally a worthless wretch. Wretch. Ha! Mo Yang finally succumbed to the pressure, anger consuming him, blood gushing forth. He staggered, his vision blurred, utterly a loss. To slay a man's spirit is the greatest form of murder. Mo Yang has completely collapsed. While everyone was astonished by Xiao Rushuang's ruthless methods, they could only express their deep helplessness at Mo Yang's plight. At that moment, the young girl, Mo Zhu, suddenly dashed out of the house. Thud! She fell to her knees before Mo One, incessantly bowing her head, the sound resonating. Her forehead drenched in blood. I beg you, I implore you, kill this vile person. Please, please. The onlookers felt no sympathy. Instead, they wished to strangle her. For was this not a means to harm others? You two siblings may have jumped into the fire, but why drag others in with you? Do you not comprehend the words of Xiao Rushuang? A ground tier powerhouse. A ground tier. Can she even move? Can she? An elder, close to Mo1, urged in a hushed tone, "Young man, quickly depart. Do not concern yourself with them. If you do not leave now, you shall never be able to. Indeed, leave swiftly." Another advised, "You have a bright future ahead. Why squander your life for such a worthless individual? It is not worth it." Though their voices were low, Mo Yang heard them all too clearly, collapsing to the ground, laughing madly. Looking at himself now, he resembled a dead dog, so wretched, so laughable. It would be better to be dead. As for his sister, Mo Zhu, her mind was already blank, her expression vacant, like a living corpse. "Young man, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and leave." Someone noticed Mo1, still standing like a wooden post, unmoving, and immediately became anxious, raising their voice to remind him. Just as the words left their mouth, an exceedingly sharp and piercing voice rang out. "Anyone can leave, except for this bastard. He shall not escape. You little bastard. You shall die today. Whoever obstructs my path shall perish alongside you. Annihilate his entire lineage." Without a doubt, it was the frenzied Qiu Rushuang. Yet, mere murder would not suffice to sate her fury. She intended to keep this wretch alive, to torment him thoroughly, ensuring he could neither live nor die. Even Zhang Mo, lying on the ground, bore a fierce expression, emotions running high. This person must not escape. The injuries he sustained could be gradually healed with elixirs. But the profound emotional trauma he endured could only be healed by this person's tragic demise. Now it seems he cannot leave at all. On the outskirts of the crowd, the girl who once mocked Mo1's abilities now wore a face of disappointment. "You were given a chance, yet you proved useless. You deserve this." Even the elder beside him could not help but sigh. Ah, the youth, so full of himself with just a modicum of talent. Truly unaware of the vastness of the world. Not far away, another pair of a grandfather and grandson shook their heads in dismay. "Young lad, you must be exceedingly cautious in your friendships. Do not let yourself be betrayed by your own kind." The youth flashed a brilliant smile. "Rest assured, grandfather, I am not as foolish as that individual. Had I been in his shoes, I would have vanished without a trace. Haha, now that is sensible. There is no disgrace in fleeing." Finally, looking at the talented individuals in the city, they expressed their regrets and helplessness. Some had contemplated asking their parents to intercede on behalf of this individual. Yet upon reflection, they realized that given his past actions, no one could aid him. What a pity. Had he been given the opportunity to grow, he would have reached the Earth tier in due time. I previously mentioned that great talent paired with a lack of wisdom leads to a short path. See, it has come to fruition now. Let us refrain from such sarcastic remarks. Does not Qiu Ruoxuang's current action serve as a warning? Perhaps one day, we too may face a similar fate. This thought silenced everyone, filling their hearts with an unprecedented sense of helplessness and defeat. In the face of the formidable Mo and Qiu families, what could one do if such a day were to arrive? The outcome would remain unchanged. Stand up. We have yet to obtain what we came for. How could I depart now? Amidst the murmurs, Mo1's voice suddenly rang out, instantly quieting the crowd. Hearing this, Mo Zhu's spirits were rekindled, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is it truly so?" Mo1 smiled and replied, "If I had wished to leave, I would have done so long ago." There was no need to wait until now. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of speechlessness wash over them. They suddenly believed that there was little sympathy left for this person. He was merely courting death. Even Qiu Ruoxuang felt a flicker of anger rise within her. Like a colossal elephant provoked by an ant, though the sting was negligible, it could not be disregarded. Meanwhile, Mo Yang was filled with joy. As if his soul had been revived, he rose excitedly and exclaimed, "Benefactor, have you agreed to help us seek vengeance?" Mo1 shook his head and replied, "Though I cannot fathom your past pain, I do understand your current impulsiveness. Thus, let us forego the notion of revenge." What? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, followed by a silent chuckle in their hearts. After all this circumlocution, it turned out he merely sought to salvage his dignity. However, many understood and accepted this. Yet, some did not wish to grant him such dignity, such as the already deranged Qiu Ruoxue, who sneered, "You little wretch, do you think that by saying this, I will let you off? No, I will make you wish for life but find none, and wish for death yet be unable to attain it, so that you may learn the consequences of crossing me." Qiu Ruoxue. Qiu Ruoxue's shriek jolted Mo Yang from his stupor. The hope that had just ignited was utterly extinguished by the benefactor's response. With a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, "Benefactor, I comprehend, and I understand." "What do you understand?" Montauk vainly retorted. "I understand, Benefactor, that I am no match for the Earth-level sovereign, hence, I truly have no intention of avenging you," Mo stated calmly. Hearing this confirmation from his own lips, Mo Yang could only manage a bitter, despairing smile. Understanding, absolute understanding. The crowd shared a sense of helplessness. The Earth level. Its intimidation was indeed overwhelming. However, Mo replied with a grin, "Yet, while I cannot assist you in revenge, I can certainly eliminate 3 individuals for you." "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. This unexpected turn of events left them utterly taken aback. It was even more audacious than seeking revenge. In that moment, Mo Yang was overjoyed. "Benefactor, are you certain?" Mo nodded with a smile. "Absolutely." Mo Yang was beside himself with excitement. "Anyone in particular?" Everyone waited with bated breath for Mo Wen's response. He chuckled nonchalantly. "As long as they reside within the city, name them, and I shall slay them." The atmosphere erupted. It was utterly outrageous. Even if a deity descended at that moment, they could not save the individual in peril. "You arrogant fool, what are you boasting about?" Amidst the silence, the sharp, piercing voice of Xianxia broke through. Her face twisted in fury as she exclaimed, "You insolent wretch, I too shall kill 3. First, I will annihilate your entire family. Second, I shall slaughter your kin. And third, I will extract the very souls of your friends and relatives, crafting lanterns from their bones, ensuring they can never transcend this existence." In that instant, Mo Wen's gaze darkened. This woman buzzed around him like a bothersome fly, incessantly irritating him. Suddenly raising his head, his long hair billowed wildly. "Do you seek death?" Xianxia, startled by his terrifying gaze, momentarily froze, but soon mockery returned to her countenance. "Indeed, I wish to die, little wretch. If you possess the ability, come and kill me. Go ahead." Her voice was grating. "Nevertheless, so be it," Mo Wen declared, with a flourish of his sleeve, conjuring a wooden sword that appeared in his palm unbeknownst to anyone. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. His pitch-black pupils reflected a chilling calm as he regarded Xianxia, contemplating her as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. "Any last words before your demise?" Xianxia nearly cackled, her expression frivolous, suddenly shouting, "Prepare your own last words, little wretch." Yet, before her words could fully escape, a dreadful sword aura surged forth, cleaving through heaven and earth, shattering the moonlight. In an unforeseen moment, the sword struck through Xianxia's brow, and she fell dead on the spot. Moreover, the entire Mo family, with its myriad buildings, was cleaved in twain beneath the weight of this terrifying sword aura. To the onlookers, it appeared as if the Mo family had been split in half, a radiant path emerging between them, stretching endlessly towards the heavens. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene, as if a pin could be heard falling. Everyone seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, choking them silently. The events unfolded with such swiftness that no one had the chance to prepare themselves psychologically. No one dared to believe that a man could speak with such conviction, honoring his promises. When he proclaimed he would kill Xianxia, he did just that. What a ruthless individual. In the midst of this eerie silence, Zhang Mo cried out in fear and anger. Mo Wen cast a glance at him, smiling faintly. "How could I forget you?" he remarked, before swiftly unleashing another sword strike. The terrifying momentum of the blade roared forth, cleaving Zhang Mo in two, exploding him into a mist of blood. This scene was unbearably brutal, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. Yet, Mo Wen was indifferent, gazing at the already dazed Mo Yang with a smile. "Rest assured, this individual does not count among the 3. I merely took offense at her and dispatched her casually, consider a gift." This statement left both Mo Yang and the middle-aged man speechless, unable to refute such nonchalance. In the next moment, Xianxia finally regained her senses, suddenly kneeling and screaming. Xiaoxua. However, Xianxia had already been severed in half, her face still bearing the mockery from before, her smile forever unreturned. Tragically, she remained oblivious to her demise until the very end. Simultaneously, the experts from the Mo and Xiao clans, now fully aware, surrounded Mo Wen, making escape impossible. The third elder approached in fury, an overwhelming aura of the 6th rank of the Xian level surging towards the slender figure of Mo Wen, imposing and oppressive. "I care not who you are, Daring to kill within the Mo clan means you shall undoubtedly die. Mo glanced at him casually, responding, "Your words are far too verbose." You, the third elder, infuriated, laughed in rage. "Very well, young man. Do you truly believe no one can subdue you?" With that, a thunderous blade materialized in his grasp, pulsating with a terrifying power that seemed capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the blade crackled with electric fury, rumbling incessantly. Suddenly, with a mighty step, the earth split open beneath him, collapsing downward as he leapt high, accompanied by a tempest of thunder and lightning, striking the heavens with his blade. Boom! The sound echoed thunderously. The old man, "Oh heavens, retreat." Only then did everyone realize the peril, their faces turning pale with fear, nearly losing control. They scrambled backward in a panic, their retreat a spectacle of utter disarray. The full force of a peak 6th rank Xian level strike was unimaginable. Anyone present would have no chance of survival. Only a grim fate awaited them. Yet, in the face of that terrifying blade, the enigmatic Mo remained resolute, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, utterly unperturbed. This left the onlookers in a state of frantic anxiety. Could it be that he was rendered speechless by fear? However, the subsequent scene left everyone utterly astounded. With a casual lift of his hand, he grasped the air. Buzz! The blade halted. Crack! The blade shattered. Standing tall, his long hair billowing, he exuded an air of nonchalance. What? The crowd was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. Shattering a blade with bare hands. Is this even human? Yet, the one who was most horrified was the third elder, the initiator of the attack. No one understood the might of that strike better than he did. Even against an opponent of the same tier, it would be perilous to confront such force, as one could easily meet with an untimely demise. Yet this individual, with but a single hand, effortlessly dismantled his assault, leaving him in utter disbelief, his spirit fleeing him. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Dignity was but a trifling matter, for nothing was more paramount than survival. However, how could Mo allow him to escape? With a mere flick of his wooden sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy. Whoosh! Everything within 1,000 feet was cleaved in two. Wherever the sword energy passed, not a blade of grass remained. The third elder, unable even to emit a cry, was irrevocably severed. Blood sprayed far and wide, cascading to the ground like rain. The sound, though not loud, resonated in the ears of the crowd like thunder. My goodness! Within the Mo family, a guard clasped his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "The third elder has perished just like that." Not only him, but all around shared a similar sentiment. The Mo family's third elder, a peak 6 stage in the profound realm, was effortlessly slain by this person wielding a mere wooden sword. Truly terrifying. Among the crowd, a young girl and an elder were left dumbstruck, their faces ashen, collapsing to the ground, rendered speechless. The distant youth and elder were no better off, lost in despair. Observing the elite within the city, their jaws hung slack as if dislocated, attempting to close, only to drop again in a ceaseless cycle. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. Then the scene erupted. My goodness, how powerful is this individual? What cultivation level could he possibly possess? 8th stage? 9th stage? Could he be at the pinnacle of the profound realm? This is dire. It appears they have underestimated their adversary, mistaking steel for mere wood, only to have the steel strike back. This lad, barely in his 20s, wielded such formidable strength. Surely, even with lifelong training, he could not be this powerful. My grandfather often said there are always greater talents beyond our own. I once dismissed this notion, but now it is utterly terrifying. At this moment, the death of the third elder prompted both the Mo and Xiao families' powerful figures to gradually regain their composure and clarity. Regardless of who they are, they gradually come to realize that the individual before them is indeed quite formidable, perhaps even exceedingly challenging to contend with. At that moment, Mo Yuntian's father, the current patriarch of the Mo family, stepped forward and respectfully bowed towards Mo Wen. Before inquiring about his esteemed name, Mo Wen stood tall and poised, exuding an air of elegance. The name Li San did not ring a bell for anyone present. It was far too commonplace and seemed utterly disconnected from him. Patriarch Mo Hantian, bowing once more, asked, "Might I inquire about your relationship with that wretched Mo Yang, and why you feel compelled to meddle in the affairs of the Mo family?" Just as Mo Wen began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Mo Yang, who furiously addressed Mo Hantian. My benefactor could not stand idly by in the face of injustice. Call forth your son, Mo Yuntian, that beast. I wish to end his life. Mo Hongtian's face twitched uncontrollably. Had it not been for the imposing figure beside him, he would have already struck this insolent youth down. With a forced smile, he suggested, "Why not sit down for a cup of tea to ease the tension? We can discuss matters calmly." "Unnecessary," Montauk Veen replied dismissively. "You merely seek to buy time. I shall remain here, and should you possess any hidden cards, feel free to reveal them." This statement left everyone in stunned silence. How audacious! Mo1, indifferent to Mo Hongtian, turned to the agitated Mo Yang and advised, "Now is the time to consider whom you truly wish to eliminate." This remark sent Mo Yang into a frenzy of joy. Clearly, the three elders were also on the table. He still had 3 slots available. Benefactor, could we not simply incapacitate them instead of killing them? Render them powerless to retaliate? Would that suffice? Mo1 pondered briefly before conceding, "It is not impossible." Filled with excitement, Mo Yang hurried off to confer with his sister, Mo Zhu. After his departure, Mo1 waved his sleeve, summoning a lavish banquet table laden with delicacies from the Mo family's courtyard, which floated gracefully to rest before the entrance. He seated himself with the utmost nonchalance and began to feast, showing no signs of restraint. This left everyone speechless. They had witnessed arrogance before, but never quite like this. At that moment, the area outside the Mo family was teeming with people, the wide street congested with a sea of onlookers, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. These individuals were primarily ordinary cultivators and common folk who, upon hearing of the commotion at the Mo family, had come out of curiosity, only to witness the terrifying scene that had left them in shock and dread. My goodness, how impressive! A single person blocking the entrance to dine while no one dares to utter a word. Is this truly the Mo family I know? Who is this person? They appear so young. Could they be the scion of some major power, hence invoking such trepidation from the Mo family? They rely not on respect, but on sheer might. I cannot believe it. They seem even younger than my own son, surely a ruse. As you ascend the tree and behold the current disarray of the Mo family, your perspective may indeed shift. Is that not so? Just wait and see. The individual swiftly climbed the tree, and upon gazing at the Mo family's division, with its clean and smooth cuts, he was utterly astonished. In his shock, he lost his grip and plummeted down, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Yet, in that moment, he felt no pain. Scratching his head in bewilderment, he muttered, "Is this truly the work of humans?" Some newcomers dismissed his reaction, believing he was simply inexperienced. However, when they too ascended the tree and witnessed the terrifying scenes within the Mo family, they similarly fell down in disarray, even more so than the first. Such ludicrous spectacles were commonplace around them, repeatedly unfolding. As each person beheld the horrific and chaotic state of the Mo family, they could only stand in shock, breathless. Regardless of how Li San's fate may unfold today, his name shall resonate throughout the entirety of Songlong City, becoming an indelible legend in the hearts of all, perhaps even immortalized in songs, tales, and poetry. The atmosphere at this moment was surprisingly tranquil, caught in a stalemate. In the distance, Qiu Rushuang had emerged from her sorrow. She no longer dared to underestimate the man in black before her. Instead, she was gripped by profound fear and unease, reluctant to confront him. Montauk Veen, who was indulging in food and drink, naturally sensed Qiu Rushuang's gaze and glanced over nonchalantly. "You don't seem particularly enraged," he noted. Qiu Rushuang remained silent, feigning strength as she retorted, "Are you not afraid of the retribution from both the Qiu and Mo families? Do you truly believe you can act with impunity?" Montauk Veen smoothed. "Whether I fear or not, the deed has been done. To be frank, I do not consider myself above the law." Qiu Rushuang's eyes sparkled with interest, her voice rising. "If that is the case, then why?" Before she could finish, Mo interrupted with a laugh. "However, your families are not above the heavens. You may act as you wish, but you cannot escape consequences." Qiu Rushuang was momentarily taken aback, her anger fluctuating, trembling as she demanded, "My families have no grievances with you. Why strike so ruthlessly?" Mo regarded her with profound meaning. "Isn't this a question you already know the answer to?" While Qiu Rushuang was filled with indignation, she found herself unable to counter his words. "My sister was in the wrong, but isn't your method rather excessive?" "Excessive?" Mo shook his head with a smile. "If I were to perish today, you would not hold such a view." Qiu Rushuang fell silent. "You shall surely regret this." Mo took a sip of his drink. "Confidence is commendable, Yet excessive self-assurance breeds ignorance. I have no desire to converse further with you. He turned his gaze to the meditative Muyang. If I were in your position, I would hasten to kneel and plead for mercy. Xiao Rushuang dismissed his words. Why should I? Montauk Vane smeedeth. If all goes as anticipated, among the three who will perish, one shall undoubtedly be you. Autumn Ruoshang suddenly froze, yet soon burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. As you yourself put it, excessive confidence leads to arrogance and ignorance. Before long, that senior will arrive, and then it will be your demise. Mo dismissed the remark with indifference, which only served to infuriate Autumn Ruoshang. However, the thought of this person begging for mercy, reduced to a mere stray dog, brought a secret delight to his heart. As for Shui's vendetta, she would not forget. Yet she would not allow her fury to cloud her judgment. When the time came and the outcome was certain, she would ensure that this individual would find themselves in a state of unbearable suffering, unable to live or die, enduring every torment that transcended death itself. In the meantime, an oppressive silence enveloped the crowd as Mo resumed his feasting and drinking, while the Autumn and Mo clans were far from idle. They had summoned their strongest warriors, a formidable force numbering in the tens of thousands, with over 100 at the profound level, all poised for the impending battle. The sheer depth of their power instilled a deep sense of fear in onlookers. Should they mobilize entirely, they could undoubtedly sweep through the entire Xianglong city, leaving a trail of blood and mountains of corpses in their wake. Observing this, it was clear that the Mo and Autumn clans held dominion over Xianglong city, a fact that could not be disputed. Reflecting on Autumn Ruoshang's earlier words, all anger had dissipated, replaced only by bitterness. What followed was a suffocating stillness, a tormenting calm before the storm. The atmosphere was so heavy it was hard to breathe. A tempest was imminent. Would Li San be able to create a miracle? Half an hour passed, and suddenly the sky darkened. A terrifying and overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the hearts of the multitude to tremble. Their faces paling as if an ancient sovereign had descended into the mortal realm, invoking an irresistible urge to worship, their legs trembling uncontrollably. This fearsome presence clearly surpassed the profound level. It was evident. A grand dignitary of the earth level had appeared, as expected in the next moment from the distant heavens. A flash of silver light obscured the sun, revealing a fifth-tier beast, the silver demon flying elephant, charging forth. Its vast body spanned dozens of yards, radiating a chilling silver hue, as solid as steel and rock, unyielding and imposing, instilling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It is no exaggeration to say that this single silver demon flying elephant could effortlessly annihilate everyone present. One could only imagine the countless cultivators who would perish the moment its colossal hooves struck down, their bodies piled high. A wave of terror washed over everyone, their courage draining away. Merely the mount was so fearsome. One could hardly fathom how terrifying its master must be. Such thoughts were unbearable, and even more so, unthinkable. At this moment, everyone believed that Li San was doomed. Even the most optimistic among them, those who harbored hopes for miracles, felt certain that Li San had no chance of survival and would inevitably meet a tragic end at the hands of the Mo family. Mo Yang, in a state of utter panic, sprang to his feet and rushed to Mo Wen's side, exclaiming, "Benefactor, what shall we do now? This is not just one Earth-level powerhouse. There are two. We are likely finished." Mo Zhu, who was responsible for pouring the wine, was equally distraught, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably, causing her to spill wine onto Mo1. "Ah!" she cried out in alarm, hastily dropping to her knees. "Benefactor, I am so sorry." The members of the Mo and Chiu families, witnessing the two in such a state of disarray, felt a surge of secret satisfaction, especially the ghostly figure, since being reprimanded by Mo1, had been submissive and dared not utter a word. However, upon the arrival of the formidable presence, he regained his bravado, his nostrils flaring with renewed arrogance. "Ha ha, that esteemed figure has arrived. You, my boy, are in for it now. First, I shall strip you of your cultivation, and then I will take great pleasure in tormenting you." In the distance, Qiu Ruo Shuang's face blossomed with the confidence of yesteryear, her strategic mind at work, a captivating smile gracing her lips. "Li San, oh Li San, your demise is at hand." Yet, unbeknownst to the thoughts of the crowd, Mo calmly took out a handkerchief to gently wipe his sleeve, chuckling, "Let's eat and drink, as long as the sky does not fall. It is not a grave matter." His words, delivered with such nonchalance, astonished the onlookers. However, they quickly self-deprecated, believing Xianxia to be merely putting on a show of strength. They imagined that when the esteemed figure stood before him, he would kneel and beg for mercy. A scene that would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Before long, the silver demon, in its domineering form, descended slowly above the Mo family, landing within the inner courtyard. On its back stood 3 figures, one a young man in his 20s, tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. The other 2 were elderly figures with silver hair, embodying an ethereal presence of unparalleled authority, reminiscent of grandmasters. The first was Mo Yuntian. The 2 behind him were a former benefactor they had rescued and the leader of Mo Yuntian's sect. Both elders were at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage of Earth level, a mere step away from the 4th. They resembled 2 resplendent suns, illuminating the world below. In the next instant, the hearts of Mo Yang, Mo Zhu, and even the hundreds of thousands of onlookers turned to ice. They had initially thought only one had arrived, only to discover 2, and in reality, 3 Earth-level powerhouses were present. Regardless of whether Xianxia was indeed an Earth-level powerhouse, it was clear that he would meet his end here today. While the hearts of the millions in despair lamented, the Mo and Xiu families, in stark contrast, were filled with excitement, dancing with joy. The head of the Mo family and the elders had tears welling in their eyes. At this moment, it marks an unprecedented pinnacle of glory for the Mo and Xiu families. The fate of Xianxia is evidently of no consequence. What truly matters are the 2 elders and the beast, 3 formidable beings of the earthly tier. With such a terrifying lineup and such a powerful trump card, who in the vast Songlong city, or even beyond its borders, would dare to defy the Mo and Xiu family supreme authority? Thus, why does Xiu Rushuang have the audacity to expose her past misdeeds before the gathered crowd, unafraid of potential repercussions? Even when faced with Mo Yang's provocation, she chooses to remain indifferent, allowing him to depart unchallenged and uttering words that grate on the ears of all present. Everything stems from the current moment and the presence of these 2 elders and the beast. At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted from Mo Yuntian, unleashing a terrifying aura that astonished everyone. Just 3 months prior, he was at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, and now, less than 3 months later, he has ascended to the peak of the mysterious tier, standing merely a step away from the earthly tier, poised to achieve unparalleled greatness. This astonishing transformation ignited envy in the hearts of all, as it seemed evident that Mo Yuntian had received some arcane inheritance, facilitating his meteoric rise. Alas for Xianxia, it signifies utter doom. The realization dawned that he is not merely finished, he is wholly extinguished. Elderly voices lamented the fate of Xianxia, who, despite his youth and promising future, now finds himself ensnared in this predicament. Regrettably, the strong often break easily. Millions of gazes turned towards Xianxia, devoid of malice or schadenfreude, instead filled with profound regret. Had he chosen to flee earlier, seeking refuge in the depths of a secluded forest for 30 to 50 years before re-emerging, perhaps even the combined forces of the 3 would not have been sufficient to confront him. But alas, there are no what-ifs in this world. The conclusion will inevitably be tragic. At this juncture, the 3 descended from the colossal beast. The higher-ups of the Mo and Xiu families, upon witnessing this, hastily approached, bowing deeply in deference, their demeanor akin to that of subservient creatures before their master. However, amidst the silent curses of millions, a bitter realization lingered. Even the formidable Mo and Xiu families, in the presence of an earthly tier expert, are as humble as ants. One could only imagine the fate of those even weaker. Such thoughts were too dreadful to contemplate. Meanwhile, the 2 elders observed the Mo family in disarray, momentarily taken aback. It was no wonder they sought urgent assistance. The Mo and Xiu families would not stand a chance against this individual. Beside them, Mo Yuntian's eyes sparkled with fierce battle intent. It appeared he had found a worthy opponent, a stepping stone that would propel him further. He could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in a thrilling duel. Master, Elder Qing, this individual must be left for Yuntian. He is confident he can subdue him within 10 moves. The 2 elders exchanged a glance, stroking their beards with a smile. The Elder Qing extended 5 fingers and declared, 10 moves are excessive. I shall defeat you within 5. Mo Yuntian paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Elder Qing, 5 moves it shall be. However, The leader of the Demon Sect beside him raised 3 fingers. I will conclude this within 3 moves. Any more, and my sect will take issue with you. Xianxia smiled brightly and clasped his hands in respect, saying, You need not worry, esteemed leader, 3 moves it is. I shall employ only my martial techniques. However, I hope this individual is not overly feeble. If he cannot withstand even my 3 moves, it would indeed be rather dull. At that moment, Xianxia approached gracefully and recounted the events that had transpired, including her earlier conversation with Mo1. The 2 elders were taken aback. Are you certain? Elder Qing asked, his eyes widening. Are you certain this young man remained completely unperturbed, exuding calmness throughout? Xianxia nodded lightly. Yes, esteemed elder, I am very sure. How intriguing. Elder Qing chuckled softly. Tell me, what was his attitude upon our arrival? Xianxia pondered briefly, then hesitantly replied. He seemed to exhibit no particular attitude, remaining confident and unruffled. Upon hearing this, the 2 elders were once again astonished. Elder Qing waved his hand dismissively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. With such youth and temperament, there must be a facade. He would surely crumble under pressure. He then turned to the leader of the Demon Sect and inquired, What is your perspective, Brother Peng? The Demon Sect leader stroked his beard in contemplation before shaking his head. In theory, such a situation is non-existent. However, the world is vast, and it is not beyond possibility that someone so young has ascended to the next realm. We should observe before drawing conclusions. Xianxia hesitated momentarily. Elders Peng and Qing. There is something I am uncertain whether to divulge. The 2 elders exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Speak freely. After a moment of thought, she expressed, I am quite certain that at the moment everyone appeared, I saw disappointment in his eyes. This revelation genuinely startled the 2 elders. Xianxia was astonished. Such a colossal and terrifying beast, exuding an overwhelming aura, did not instill fear in him, but rather disappointment? Does he find us lacking in strength? Xianxia affirmed. There is no mistake. It was indeed disappointment. This prompted a twinge of jealousy in Xianxia toward the one named Li San. However, he did not believe that disappointment stemmed from his or the elder's prowess. After all, he was merely a young man in his 20s. It was implausible for him to have reached the Earth realm from birth. Even with exceptional talent like his, one still requires legacy to attain such heights. And he was yet unable to break through to the Earth realm. Of course, even if one were to consider an extreme scenario where this individual somehow achieved the Earth realm, what then? In the face of the formidable assembly of 2 elders and 3 Earth realm masters, he would be like an ant try to shake a tree, utterly powerless. Even a supreme genius would meet their demise here today. Upon this realization, Xianxia finally found solace. Now, the group navigated past the inner courtyard and arrived at the outer courtyard, where they beheld a banquet table stretched across the entrance of the Mo family. And before it stood an unassuming yet remarkable man clad in black. Upon sighting him, the expressions of the 2 elders and the child varied significantly. Xianxia was filled with disappointment, while Qing Lao appeared astonished. Only the leader of the Demon Sect exhibited an unusually peculiar countenance, his gaze upon Li San strikingly odd. A fortnight prior, he had ventured into the eastern region's Lihan Valley to partake in an extravagant auction event. This Li San was no ordinary individual. He represented one of the most formidable powers in the East, being the son-in-law of the Qing clan. Beastly Xianxia, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Yang erupted like a furious tiger, shaking the very core of Xianxia's spirit, momentarily rendering him dazed. Turning towards the source of the voice, his eyes gleamed as a sudden, eerie smile crept across his face. Huh, I wondered who it was. So, it is you, this worthless fool. What? Do you think that with a bit of bravado and a hired muscle, you can run amok without consequence? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of dominance enveloped Xianxia, creating a cataclysmic atmosphere that left Yang's complexion pale with terror. Not only that, even the 2 inscrutable elders fixed their intense gaze upon him, resembling lambs ensnared by a ravenous tiger, which filled him with an oppressive dread. This realization instantly sobered Yang, who became utterly timid, comprehending his predicament to the point where he dared not utter a word, nor even breathe audibly, rendering him a comical sight. Ha ha ha, a spineless coward, and you fear this? Xianxia relentlessly mocked, his voice imbued with authority. Let me make this clear. Even if you brought not just one, but an entire army, or even a kingdom here today, it would matter not. For every single one that comes, I shall slay without hesitation, until my thirst for blood is quenched. Mo Yang's complexion flushed crimson, his body trembling. Do you truly believe that possessing an Earth-tier safeguard grants you the liberty to act as you please? Mo Yuntian's eyes narrowed, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Apologies, but possessing an Earth-tier safeguard indeed allows one to act with impunity. Ha! Witnessing his arrogant demeanor, Mo Yang felt a wave of anger, almost compelled to strike him, yet simultaneously overwhelmed by a sense of futility, leaving him at a loss for words. He turned to Mo1, a grim smile upon his face, as if mourning a lost cause. Benefactor, I fear we have met our demise. Perhaps. Mo1 replied with a faint smile, casually peeling a lychee to savor its sweetness. Since our fate is sealed, why not confront death head-on? Yet Mo Yangpao said, a helpless smile emerging. The one I wish to kill stands right before me, yet I find myself utterly incapable. Mo1 regarded him with a dispassionate shake of his head. It appears you lack even the courage to face your adversary directly. This is truly disappointing. I. Mo Yang felt a wave of shame wash over him, his face flushed with embarrassment. Hey. At that moment, Mo Yuntian approached with his hands clasped behind his back. I ask you too, have you finished your conversation? Do you truly believe I am invisible? As the words fell, a terrifying aura of the pinnacle of the mysterious realm descended upon the two, pressing down with an overwhelming force. In an instant, it was akin to a flood breaching its dam, an unstoppable torrent that caused Mo Yang to bend his knees in humiliation, ultimately succumbing to the ground. Unable to even lift his head, Mo Yuntian placed a heavy foot upon his shoulder, causing his entire body to collapse, his face pressed against the earth. With each breath, he inhaled copious amounts of dust, choking him to tears. The onlookers were filled with complex emotions. Nothing could rival the humiliation of this moment. Montakyang's dignity lay in tatters. Mo Yuntian smiled gleefully, as if trampling on a dead dog. Do you know? The thought of killing you crosses my mind. But your weakness dissuades me from acting upon it. You are but a worthless fool, utterly unworthy. In that moment, Mo Yang coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This single step not only shattered his dignity, but also crushed his courage. Fear gripped him to the point of near loss of control, only deepening Mo1's disappointment. A mere grasshopper dares to jump here? Mo Yuntian kicked Mo Yang aside like a pile of refuse, and turned his gaze to Mo1 at the table, sneering. I've heard you are quite formidable. I eagerly anticipate seeing your prowess. Do not let me down. At this moment, Mo1, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, took a gentle sip of tea and replied with a smile, if I wish to leave now, is it too late? The crowd was taken aback. Even Mo Yuntian paused momentarily. Then he erupted into maniacal laughter, suddenly lowering his head, his gaze electrifying. What do you think? Mo1 rose, smiling. It seems it is indeed too late. It appears I must confront you directly. Is that so? Mo Yuntian could not suppress his excitement. I am truly looking forward to this. I can hardly wait. Mo1 stood with his hands clasped behind him, his long hair flowing, and said with a smile, I will grant you the opportunity to strike first. If you can force me back a single step within 3 moves, I shall spare your life. This proclamation left everyone in stunned silence. Was this Li San not fully awake? His audacity was simply astounding. He had no comprehension of how terrifying Mo Yuntian truly was. Even Xiao Ru Shuang chuckled coldly, shaking her head in self-mockery, realizing she had overestimated Li San. Indeed, he was as he claimed, overconfident to the point of ignorance. The two elders, however, remained silent, closely observing this Li San. They were astonished to find that even they could not gauge his cultivation level, as if shrouded in some mysterious art, creating an air of enigma. Ha ha! At that moment, Mo Yuntian erupted into laughter, appearing almost mad, his long hair dancing wildly without wind, exuding an astonishing aura. He looked down at Mo1 with disdain, grinning fiercely. Not to mention 3 moves. If you can withstand even one of my strikes, I shall allow you to leave unscathed. Do not harbor any illusions. When faced with disdain from others, I shall naturally strike to defend my dignity. In other words, should I fail to vanquish you in a single blow, I shall take my own life here and now. What say you to that? This declaration drew a collective sigh from the multitude. Li San is utterly doomed. Yet, he does not deserve the sympathy of the crowd. He had the chance to escape, but chose to remain, and if he perishes, it is his own fault. Have you finished? Do not waste my time with your empty words. Act swiftly before I change my mind. Buzz. Montauk Yuntion's eyelids twitched violently. Very well, very well. The provocation from his opponent incited a furious laugh, and a terrifying killing intent danced in his eyes. I have made my decision. I shall unleash my strongest strike to utterly obliterate you. Suddenly, his towering figure emitted a terrifying roar. In an instant, his upper garments exploded, revealing a fierce and perfect physique akin to a dragon or python, flowing through his meridians, rising and falling with each breath, radiating a dazzling light that was truly awe-inspiring. Heavens! Upon witnessing this spectacle, a sect leader could not help but exclaim, "Is that truly the indestructible Vajrabhati? How is this possible? What? The indestructible Vajrabhati?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Had it not been completely lost to history hundreds of years ago? How could this be? It is over for Li San. If he survives, I shall offer my head as a ball for all to kick. Ha ha ha! Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Imo Yuntan laughed maniacally. Indeed, this is the indestructible Vajrabhati, one of the 36 ancient spiritual bodies. I, too, inadvertently cultivated this body due to a twist of fate. It is all the will of heaven, destined to make me the solitary master of this world. Ha 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 ha! This revelation left everyone pale with fear. Among the assembly were the venerable, aged, and innocent children, all aware of the terrifying nature of the indestructible Vajrabhati. 300 years ago, a mere practitioner at the first stage of the mysterious realm forced a peak practitioner, even one on the brink of the earth stage, into a corner. Subsequently, with his martial arts, he struck that master down with a single blow, shaking the very heavens and earth. It sounds like a tale of fantasy, yet it is true. For it was this initial stage practitioner who mastered the indestructible Vajrabhati, granting him a physical strength comparable to that of demonic scales and beastly armor, unbreakable. Furthermore, thanks to the indestructible Vajrabhati, his power multiplied exponentially, rendering him unstoppable. Legend has it that the indestructible Vajrabhati comprises 10 tiers, each layer doubling in both defensive and destructive capabilities. This means a tangible tenfold increase in power from the original strength. An ordinary practitioner of the mysterious realm can strike with a force of 1,000 pounds. I, on the other hand, can deliver a blow of 10,000 pounds. Consider how terrifying such an enhancement is. At this moment, all present felt their legs weaken. Contemplating this, Imo Yuntan, though at the pinnacle of the mysterious realm, possessed a strength comparable to that of the earth stage. The mere thought sends chills down one's spine. Yet one wonders, to what layer has he mastered the indestructible Vajrabhati? Ha ha! As Imo Yuntian perceived the curiosity of those around him, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. In an instant, he formed a seal with his hands and uttered a low command. Open. At that moment, mysterious runes began to rapidly manifest upon his body, gradually transforming into 3 ancient black dragons that soared majestically. In the next heartbeat, Imo Yuntian's aura surged exponentially. An unprecedented, heavy pressure descended, akin to the very heavens collapsing, leaving one breathless. He stood like a war deity, imposing and magnificent, radiating an awe-inspiring might that struck at the very souls of those present. Clearly, Imo Yuntian's indestructible body had reached the 3rd tier. In other words, his physical strength now surpassed that of an ordinary peak Xianxia expert by a staggering 3-fold, if not more. When paired with his martial techniques, the power was boundless. A single punch from him could very well reduce even an Earth-tier master to mere dust. At this moment, the younger generation of Songlong City felt their hearts chill, engulfed by despair. From this point onward, they would be forever overshadowed by the terrifying presence of Imo Yuntian, crushed beneath his overwhelming power. For Imo Yuntian, the complex gazes of the crowd stirred his emotions, filling him with exhilaration. He flashed a grin and calmly proposed, "How about I first allow you to experience my strength without the indestructible body? This will provide you with a more tangible understanding." With that, he commanded, "Dissipate." The runes on his body swiftly vanished, and the terrifying sense of oppression dissipated, allowing the onlookers to breathe with relief. He clenched his right fist and, with heavy strides, walked towards the center of the courtyard. After approximately 15 steps, he turned to face everyone and declared, You may want to pay close attention. Do not be astonished. With a powerful shout, his aura abruptly transformed, and his right fist began to gather an unprecedented amount of energy. In the blink of an eye, it radiated an intense light that sent tremors of fear through the onlookers, exuding an aura that was utterly terrifying. Xianxia had mastered the art of boxing, a discipline unmatched in its ferocity. In battle, a single punch could annihilate. If one punch proved insufficient, then two would suffice. At this moment, Xianxia's right fist had transformed into a blazing sun of horror, so intense that even with closed eyes, one could feel the searing heat, compelling them to channel their spiritual energy for protection. Especially when sensing the world-destroying power contained within, their bodies involuntarily recoiled, retreating even 1,000 feet. Still feeling insecure and continuing to back away, they pondered what would transpire if such a punch were to strike them. It was a thought too terrifying to entertain. They would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere mist of blood, nothing left. Suddenly, the very void began to tremble, and a fierce tempest swept through the heavens and earth. Xianxia's right fist summoned a terrifying whirlwind, spinning wildly, tearing apart the very fabric of reality. In this moment, even the venerable Qing and Peng could not help but reveal smiles of satisfaction. Such an evaluation has been given. Beneath the earthly realm, utterly invincible. At this moment, what thoughts crossed your mind? The proud Xianxia glanced towards the distant Mo1, a smile of arrogance gracing his lips. He then drew back his right arm like a mighty bow, pulling it to its limits. Just as it seemed on the verge of breaking, he unleashed a fist that thundered with unparalleled force. Instantly, the air erupted with a deafening roar, and a tempestuous change swept through the skies. A terrifying dragon's roar resonated, echoing in every corner of the universe, shaking all living beings to their core. Now, the ferocious hurricane intertwined with the overwhelming might of his punch, manifesting an unprecedented spectacle of terror. The very void twisted and writhed, producing a cacophony of sounds, as if it were on the brink of being torn asunder. Following this, a brilliant golden light gradually engulfed the entire world. At the moment of closing one's eyes, all that remained was a resounding roar that rattled the soul, causing some to bleed from their orifices. Even more horrifying was the earth itself collapsing downward, instilling a dreadful sense of plummeting that chilled the very essence of one's being. It was utterly terrifying beyond comprehension. During this chaos, some bold souls dared to open their eyes, only to witness a terrifying wave of energy surging forth, howling and sweeping through all in its path. The instant it brushed against them, every inch of their skin felt as if it were about to be torn apart, an unbearable agony. Most could hardly maintain their footing, being hurled backward like cannonballs, crashing helplessly against the stone walls. Their internal organs jolted out of place, and many retched forth blood on the spot. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility finally descended. As the dust settled, a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse unfolded before everyone's eyes. A vast abyss, a bottomless pit of 1,000 feet in size, emerged where the Mo family once stood, its depth unfathomable, as if leading to another realm, leaving them utterly astonished. At this moment, be they youth or prodigy, even the clan leaders and elders present instinctively swallowed hard, their palms drenched in sweat. So powerful, Xianxia is extraordinarily powerful. It even gave the illusion that he was not merely at the profound level, but had already ascended to the earthly level. The desire to fight was utterly extinguished, replaced by a yearning to kneel and submit. They could only imagine the terror that would ensue if Xianxia were to unleash the indestructible body of the Vajra. They had never fathomed such might. Their understanding of power had been profoundly limited. After a long silence, finally, applause thundered and screams pierced the air. Everyone from the Mo and Chiu families was teary-eyed, overwhelmed with emotion, and their spirits soared. The rise of the Mo family was now unstoppable within a few short years. They would transform into a radiant sun, illuminating the Azure Dragon. Perhaps they would even break free from Azure Dragon City, stepping onto a grander stage, standing alongside the heavens, battling for all of humanity. In the distance, Autumn wept like frost, bearing witness to her husband's remarkable transformation from obscurity to greatness, becoming unparalleled in his prowess. Her heart brimmed with joy and pride. Marrying such a man filled her with indescribable happiness, leaving her without regrets. This single blow had thoroughly awakened Mo Yang. Revenge? What a farce. He should not have come here. Yet, within his very soul, a voice urged him to kneel and beg for mercy. For he did not wish to perish. However, another voice proclaimed that he would rather die than submit. What did death matter after all? He struggled within, his face a canvas of conflicting hues. As for the promises made by Li San, he no longer took them seriously. They were mere dreams of a fool. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Yuntian was indifferent to his fate and cared little for Li San. This punch was merely a display for all present, intended to engrave in their memories that Mo Yuntian was not to be trifled with. The king of Sanglong City was not to be trifled with. At that moment, over 600,000 people, cultivators and commoners alike, let out a collective, helpless sigh. Their gazes, filled with complexity, were fixed on Mo Yuntian and the Mo Chiu families. Clenched fists suddenly relaxed, hearts heavy with bitterness. It was over. Everything had come to an end. In truth, the fates of Li San and Mo Yang had become inconsequential, and there was no meaning left in continuing the conflict. Mo Yuntian was simply too powerful. The younger generation, even when united, could scarcely contend with him. He was invincible. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Mo Yuntian's arrogance only grew. He cast a nonchalant glance at Mo1, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and inquired, "What are your thoughts now? Do you still believe you can act with impunity? And do you comprehend the extent of this world? You speak too much nonsense." Montauk Vane interrupted impatiently. "If you wish to fight, then let us fight. If not, be gone." Everyone's countenance paled. Was Li San truly unscathed? "Very well. You possess some spirit," Mo Yuntian replied in a low voice. "If your intent is to provoke me into a dignified demise, then consider yourself successful." Upon finishing, Mo Yuntian formed a seal and shouted, "Open." Terrifying runes erupted once more around him. The third level of the indestructible diamond body. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of oppression washed over the surroundings once more. "Then I shall make my move." Montauk Yunxian beamed at Montauk Vane, extending his right hand in a gesture of farewell. Mo1, unperturbed, stood resolutely, awaiting the clash. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a sword robe rushed from the crowd, suddenly kneeling before them with a thud. "I am willing to die in place of my young friend Li San. I implore Master Mo and the esteemed elders to grant this request." "What?" The crowd erupted in shock. They could hardly believe the old man's words. He was willing to die for Li San? Good heavens! Could there truly be someone who wished for their own life to be forfeited to save another? Could it be that this individual is an elder of Li San? At this moment, someone recognized the identity of the old man. "My goodness! Is this not the esteemed sword master Xianxia from Tianjin Mountain?" "What? He is indeed Xianxia." Gasps of astonishment filled the air. While they may not have known the elder personally, the name Xianxia was known far and wide. He was a master of swordsmanship, having once, 30 years ago, challenged 12 sect leaders, slaying 6 and forcing 6 others to retreat, earning him the moniker of Sword Madman. At that time, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Shen stage. Now, 30 years later, he might have ascended to the Earth stage, yet here he was, willing to sacrifice himself for a mere junior. However, it seemed that everyone began to grasp something. Li San also appeared to wield a sword. Could there truly be a connection to Xianxia? This was precisely what intrigued Mo Yuntian, who couldn't help but chuckle in curiosity. "Might I inquire, esteemed swordmaster, what is your relationship with this individual? Could he possibly be a close relative or beloved disciple?" The crowd shared similar thoughts. Yet, the old sword master shook his head. To inform young Master Mo, he is neither. Mo Yuntian was taken aback. "Neither?" Xianxia explained. "The old man and young friend Li San have never met before and share no familial ties. This is our first encounter today." "How peculiar!" Missouri Yuntian narrowed his eyes. "If there are no connections, why are you willing to die instead?" This was a question that resonated with everyone present, leaving them utterly perplexed. Xianxia sighed deeply. "The old man has little time left and does not wish to see the sword art decline. Hence, I willingly sacrifice myself for young friend Li San, with the hope that he might take me as his master before my passing and join Tianjin Mountain to uphold and promote the sword art. That is all I desire." A profound silence enveloped the gathering. After a brief moment, Mo Yuntian clapped his hands in admiration. Such a touching and noble gesture, to sacrifice oneself for a stranger, in hopes of an uncertain outcome. Does that truly hold value? Even Xianxia found himself pondering this. Yet soon, his gaze ignited with fervor and clarity. The old man believes it is worth it. The art of the sword is difficult to master, and few are willing to pursue it. Young friendly San, however, is eager to practice and possesses exceptional skill. With his talent, given time, he is bound to become a master of swordsmanship, promoting our art and inspiring more individuals to embrace it. If this goal is achieved, then the old man's sacrifice shall indeed hold meaning. Xianxia applauded once more. Your noble intentions are commendable, truly commendable. But are you truly unafraid of death? The old man grimaced. Who in this world is without fear of death? Yet, for the past 30 years, I have seen no progress in my swordsmanship. My cultivation has stagnated, and with time running short, I must do something. Otherwise, it would be too disheartening to depart this world without leaving a mark. This sentiment evoked a collective sigh from all present. To willingly sacrifice one's own life for a stranger is indeed a remarkable act, evoking profound admiration. Regardless of whether he is on the brink of death. At least in this moment, he is alive. The living cannot be devoid of the fear of death, which vividly illustrates the fervent passion and reverence that the senior swordsman holds for the way of the sword, wherein the sword transcends the boundaries of life and death. Conversely, one must acknowledge the remarkable fortune of Li San, who has managed to escape death's grasp. How incredibly lucky he is. In stark contrast, Mo Yang and Mo Zhu appear pallid, particularly Mo Yang, who is engulfed by a sense of abandonment. Yet, what could he possibly say? Meanwhile, Mo Yuntian observes Mo, one with a playful smirk, saying, "Tell me, should I release you or not? If I do, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. But if I choose not to, wouldn't that dishearten the esteemed elder?" It's quite the conundrum. At this point, Mo Yuntian's laughter takes on a peculiar tone. How about this? You plead for mercy, and I shall set you free, thus sparing the elder as well. What do you think? Mo1, at a loss for words, wonders where this old fellow suddenly emerged from. Just as he is about to speak, Xianxia abruptly begins to prostrate himself. Young Master Mo, I beseech you, I implore you to spare Li San. Please. Mo Yuntian continues to click his tongue, gazing down with an amused smile. Esteemed elder, your pleas seem rather ineffective. It is imperative that certain individuals come forth to plead personally. This prompts everyone to look toward Mo1, who remains unmoving, eliciting feelings of frustration and exasperation among the onlookers. Li San, a true man knows when to yield, quickly beg for mercy. There is no shame in it. Indeed, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. The elder is willing to face death, yet what value does your pride hold? After all that has been said, he still stands there unmoving. Esteemed elder, cease your assistance. Let him meet his end. Yes, let him perish. In the blink of an eye, sentiments have shifted from gentle persuasion to a fervent desire for Li San's demise. Everyone has grown weary of him. Truly, he is like a stubborn weed that refuses to be nurtured. As for Mo Yuntian, whether he pleads or not, the outcome remains unchanged. Yet, he secretly hopes for the individual to kneel and plead desperately, only to suddenly retract his plea. Even if you beseech me, I shall not acquiesce. This would plunge him into utter despair, creating a most exquisite scene where he might very well succumb to his own fury. At this moment, even Mo Yang begins to advise, "Benefactor, plead for mercy. We bear you no ill will." Mo Zhu immediately nods in agreement. "Yes, benefactor, you have shown enough kindness. Do not concern yourself with us any longer." However, Mo1 remains steadfast and immobile, leaving all present utterly speechless. The youth places too much value on his dignity, which may ultimately lead to a regrettable fate. Yet, in truth, who ought to be pleading to whom? In this moment, Mo1, indifferent to the world around him, gazed intently at the kneeling Xianxia. He inquired, "What is a sword?" Xianxia, momentarily taken aback, along with the others, shared a collective astonishment. How could one still ponder such questions at this juncture? Yet, Mo1's thirst for knowledge elicited a smile of approval from Xianxia. With confidence, he replied, "A sword is a person, and a person is a sword. The unity of man and sword renders one invincible." A spark of enlightenment flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Such an answer was truly remarkable. No wonder he was a master of the sword. However, Mo1 pressed further, "What is a sword?" The crowd fell silent, clearly perplexed. Hadn't he just received an answer? What more could he possibly seek? Was he unable to comprehend? With such a lack of understanding, how could he claim mastery in the art of the sword? Only Xianxia appeared momentarily stunned. inexplicably losing his confidence. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly declared, "The sword is the heart, and the heart is the sword. Without a sword in hand, the sword resides within the heart." This response illuminated the eyes of all present. Even those unfamiliar with swordsmanship could not help but admire the profundity of such a statement. Truly, he was a master of the sword, indeed remarkable. Yet, Wen's inquiry persisted. What is a sword? The crowd was utterly speechless. It was evident that it was not Li San's inability to understand, but rather Wen's deliberate provocation. Amidst the crowd, a young woman could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "What is your intent? Senior Jian has already answered your question. Why do you persist in asking? Is this some sort of amusement for you?" "Indeed," a young man quickly echoed, "I once regarded you as my idol, a goal to strive for. Yet your current behavior has profoundly disappointed me. You are clearly stirring trouble. If I were Senior Jian, I would turn and leave upon witnessing such an attitude. Why should he suffer for you?" The disappointment resonated throughout the crowd. "Everyone, please be silent," Jian Shisan commanded, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Suddenly, he rose, an overwhelming aura of swordsmanship emanating from him, sending tremors through the hearts of onlookers. It was as though a cataclysmic strike were hurtling toward them, prompting instinctive closure of eyes and a surge of cold sweat. In that instant, even Yuntian broke into a cold sweat, instinctively checking for any signs of danger before finally exhaling in relief. His gaze toward Jian Shisan now harbored an element of wariness, subtly inching closer to the two elders as a precaution. Jian Shisan, with a grave expression, regarded Mo1 and proclaimed, "Without a sword in hand, without a sword in heart, I am the sword." Such a declaration plunged everyone into profound contemplation. Moments latte, tundaros applausa erupta. As even those who had never practiced swordsmanship found themselves enlightened, extracting the essence of swordsmanship to enrich their own paths. Senior Sword, truly worthy of being a master of the sword path, speaks with words imbued with profound truths, rich in righteousness, and steeped in mystery. Should one be fortunate enough to receive his esteemed legacy, it is certain that one would experience unprecedented growth, spiraling into greatness. Presently, such a response from Jian Shisan has even illuminated the minds of the Earth-level masters, Qing Lao and Peng Lao. Unable to contain his admiration, Peng Lao exclaimed, "This individual possesses extraordinary swordsmanship. Even those of the Earth level would hardly be his match." Qing Lao, so mewat un setin, nodded with a smile and remarked, "Experience brings wisdom. Alas, it is regrettable that he cannot transcend the Earth level. No matter how formidable his swordsmanship, his potential remains constrained, and his height is inevitably limited." The two elders exchanged a glance, both sharing a bittersweet smile. Not everyone can break through to the Earth level. One needs opportunities, insights, and innate talent to forge ahead. In this world, countless practitioners find themselves ensnared in similar predicaments. If one cannot shatter the shackles, one must resign to fate. "So, is this your understanding of the sword path?" At that moment, Wen's voice suddenly resonated, tinged with disappointment. The onlookers perceived the mocking undertone, their anger flaring, as they contemplated confronting him. This Li San is exceedingly arrogant, daring to point fingers at a senior and even lacing his words with scorn. It is indeed a case of overreaching, growing too quickly, fostering blind confidence, and ultimately, excessive arrogance is a perilous path. Enough, let us refrain from further words. Since Li San dares to question Senior Sword's sword path, he must possess some insight worth hearing. Instantly, everyone fell silent, eager to discover the profound truths Li San might unveil. As for Jian Shisan, far from being angered, he was instead filled with delight, rather than disdain. He was intrigued by the source of Li San's disappointment, sensing a depth of knowledge within. He proceeded to perform an astonishing act, bowing deeply to Mo1. Hands clasped in inquiry. "Might I ask, what is the essence of the sword?" "My goodness, the address has changed." Anticipation filled the air as all eyes turned to await Wen's response. The latter smiled and said, "What you stated earlier is both correct and incorrect." Jian Shisan appeared perplexed. Yet this is undeniably the truth of the sword path, passed down through generations. Indeed, Wen continued, "But humans are living beings while principles are static. Nothing should be memorized verbatim or applied rigidly. Do you know why your sword path fails to advance, and your cultivation remains stagnant?" At these words, Jian Shisan suddenly knelt before him, A centenarian bowed deeply to a youth barely in his 20s, delivering a resounding bow. As onlookers stood agape, he implored, "Please enlighten me, esteemed sir. The reasons are manifold." Montak Vain Pundit. Ultimately, it is because from the very beginning you have strayed onto the wrong path. In other words, your understanding of the sword path does not even qualify as an initiation. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The venerable swordsmanship of the Sword Elder is so formidable that it seemingly renders even the most prestigious sects insignificant. How can this be? Such absurdity! How laughable! A deluge of skepticism and disdainful gazes met Mo1, who remained unfazed. Even Sword 13 himself felt a twinge of disbelief. The old man, while not proclaiming himself a master of swordsmanship, could certainly be regarded as one. A master? Mo1 couldn't help but chuckle. How could you, who have never crossed the threshold, claim to enter the inner sanctum? From the outset, you were mistaken, and your errors have compounded, yet you remain blissfully unaware. Self-proclaiming as a master, what audacity! Sword 13's face flushed crimson. He felt bewildered yet began to grasp certain truths. Just as the crowd was about to retort, Sword 13 asked, "Pray tell, is it my path that is flawed, or my understanding?" Mo1 shook his head. In truth, to err is not entirely erroneous. This only deepens Sword 13's confusion. If that is the case, what wrong have I committed? Mo1 replied with a smile. If I am not mistaken, your swordsmanship must have been learned through dubious means, correct? What? The crowd gasped in shock. In other words, what you have practiced is not true swordsmanship, but rather a haphazard imitation. At this, Sword 13 rose abruptly, astonished. How could you possibly know this? The audience was taken aback. Could it be that he truly spoke the truth? Mo1 chuckled. It is widely acknowledged that swordsmanship encompasses 3 great realms. However, the style you have observed belongs to the second realm. Your attempt to emulate it has inevitably led to a muddled understanding, resulting in an inability to achieve anything worthwhile. At this juncture, Mo1's expression turned peculiar as he continued. It seems that the swordsman who taught you must have long recognized your surreptitious learning. Yet, for reasons unknown, he chose not to expose you, deliberately hindering your progress. This, I suspect, is the very reason for your stagnation. Everyone was rendered speechless. Sword 13, alarm, pressed on. May I inquire, what is the root cause? Mo1 could only chuckle in disbelief. What? Do you still not comprehend? How foolish can you be? Sword 13's face reddened as he scratched his head, while the others leaned in, eager to hear more, including the venerable Qing and Peng, who were equally intrigued. Mo1 elucidated. The reason is that your swordsmanship is incomplete. Incomplete? Sword 13 stood frozen, murmuring to himself as he pondered this statement. Yet no matter how he strained to understand, the concept of incompleteness eluded him. It was not just him. Everyone present shared in this confusion. Montag Vain, exasperatet, Zeit. Without the first step, how can there be a second? But I'm already in the second realm. Sword 13 retorted, unable to contain himself. For others, their second step is my first. Does it sound like you take pride in that? Montag inquired, raising an eyebrow. Sword 13 was taken aback. Should I not? I have surpassed them by an entire realm. The crowd remained non-committal, pondering the implications of such a claim. Mortals, humans, yellow, profound, earth, heaven. I have ascended directly from the realm of mortals, bypassing the human stage, and stepped into the yellow realm, which signifies that I am an unparalleled genius. Even though I have not traversed the human stage, my presence in the yellow realm is what truly matters. Wait, I seem to have grasped something. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly cast a glance at Mo1, his eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. Could it be that the 3 great realms of the sword do not represent 3 distinct heights? Rather, they resemble 3 pieces of an inseparable puzzle? It appears you are not lacking in insight, Mo1 remarked with a comforting smile. As the saying goes, the Tao gives birth to 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets myriad things. Everything emerges from the void into existence. Some things cannot be bypassed. If it were possible, why would you begin at the second realm? Would it not be better to commence from the third realm instead? Everyone experienced moments of enlightenment and confusion. Yet, Xianxia alone seemed to possess clarity, suddenly sitting cross-legged on the ground. Within his dantian, a terrifying aura, unprecedented in its intensity, began to surge, as if something was sprouting forth, an ancient tree blossoming, heralding a vibrant new life. In that instant, all were left in astonishment. Meanwhile, a sense of alarm arose. This was a pivotal moment. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Earth realm. The experts from the Mo and Xiao families turned pale. We must interrupt him. He cannot be allowed to break through. The two families prepared to rush forward, only to be intercepted by the Elder Qing. He exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Peng, then looked at Mo Yuntian with a smile. Your opportunity has arrived. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuntian's heart brimmed with joy, as he understood the implications. If he could seize Jian Shisan's power during this time, he would have the chance to step directly into the Earth realm, not merely at its initial phase, but entering the early stage outright. This prospect filled both the Mo and Qiu families with elation, especially Qiu Rushuang, who was beside herself with excitement, like the great rock soaring with the wind. Ascending 90,000 miles, the king of Canglong City is about to be crowned. In stark contrast, all present, including the guests and brothers Mo Yang and Mo Zhu, felt utterly despondent. Mo Yuntian had already become exceedingly powerful. Should he acquire Jian Shisan's strength, he would likely ascend to a celestial level, leaving others with nothing but a deep gaze of reverence, utterly untouchable. As all eyes filled with anticipation, envy, and helplessness, Mo Yuntian eagerly advanced towards Jian Shisan. Old man, do not blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for meddling and delivering yourself to me. Mo Yuntian envisioned the moment he would step into the Earth realm. The ensuing commotion and the scene of everyone screaming in shock, rendering them speechless. The mere thought of it sent shivers of excitement through him. Now, as he approached Jian Lao step by step, a collective sigh of resignation echoed through the crowd. After all, with two Earth realm dignitaries and a beast accompanying them, even if they wished to intervene, they were powerless to stop it. Elder Peng had never revealed to anyone the origin of Li San. Upon reflection, there seemed little need for such disclosure. A mere insignificant son-in-law, what great waves could he possibly stir? Yet, inexplicably, his eyelids fluttered, an ominous premonition of impending turmoil. Old man, your power now belongs to me. At that moment, Mo Yuntian raised his mighty hand, exhilaration radiating from him as he aimed to strike towards Jian Shisan's celestial spirit. Just as victory seemed within grasp, the crowd braced themselves, preparing to shut their eyes. However, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded. Crack! Mo seized his wrist with a thunderous grip. Despite Mo Yuntian's relentless struggle, he could not break free, inciting a fury within him that erupted into a roar as he activated the indomitable body, his strength surging alarmingly. You dare seek death? Montauk Yuntian bellowed, heaven-crushing fist. With his free left hand clenched into a fist, he summoned all his spiritual energy into his palm, unleashing a devastating strike meant to obliterate Mo1. The air around them fracturing and the void trembling under the sheer force of his lethal blow. Yet, Mo1 barely spared him a glance. Unfazed, he extended his free left hand and casually swatted downward. Slap! The ensuing scene left onlookers aghast. Mo Yuntian was sent hurtling backward, akin to an unstable projectile, crashing violently against the inner courtyard wall. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive wall crumbled, leaving him internally shattered, and he coughed forth a torrent of blood. The atmosphere fell eerily silent. Even the venerable Qing and Peng were taken aback. However, Mo remained indifferent to their astonishment, surveying the crowd with an air of authority. Hands clasped behind him, and spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. Whoever approaches shall perish, without exception. At this juncture, his gaze suddenly turned towards the distant Qing and Peng, both esteemed figures of unparalleled might. His voice was frigid, devoid of contest, including you two as well. Upon hearing this, the two elders' expressions soured. The onlookers stood frozen in time, paralyzed with shock, unable to utter a sound. Chapter 47. The Demise of the Mo Clan. Conclusion. Mo Win's voice resonated like a celestial decree, overwhelming the world with its gravity, instilling terror in the hearts of the masses. The realm fell into a hushed stillness, silence reigning supreme. Before Jian Shisan stood Mo1, statuesque and commanding, his long hair billowing as he summoned the winds and clouds. He embodied an indomitable force, as if a single man could hold back the tides of 1,000, awe-inspiring and deserving of reverence. Eyes widened in disbelief, faces rendered expressionless, all unfolded too swiftly. No one anticipated such an outcome. Mo Yuntian had taken so long to build up to this moment. He had delivered countless shocks, shattered numerous perceptions, cast a long shadow over the younger generation, and even earned the title of absolute invincibility from the mouths of the elders Qing and Peng. Yet, all of it, every bit of it, was obliterated by a single slap. The lofty and unattainable divine altar trembled and collapsed with a resounding roar. In that moment, from the distant ruins, an exceedingly disheveled voice emerged. Mo Yuntian could hardly fathom the strength of his opponent. With a mere slap, his spiritual energy was extinguished, and his offensive momentum shattered. What level of power was this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must all be an illusion. Defying fate, he let out a thunderous roar, and his body erupted with intricate patterns, drawing his right arm back like a great bow, his feet pounding the ground as if he were a terrifying spring, launching forth to deliver his most powerful strike, a fist that could shake the heavens. However, regardless of whether he possessed an indestructible body or any other form of resilience, the profound tier was simply the profound tier. Moreover, in Mo Wen's eyes, he was far too weak, his strength barely comparable to that of Zhu Tianpeng or Meng Wuxin. Thus, when Mo Yuntian charged, Mo Wen couldn't be bothered to even glance his way. He raised his right hand, and a terrifying force of devouring energy surged forth, seizing Mo Yuntian's slender neck and lifting him high into the air. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Before the battle had even begun, it was already over. Goodness, he is overwhelmingly powerful, far too powerful. A million gazes were filled with shock and awe. An existence as formidable as Mo Yuntian was rendered as fragile as an ant in the hands of Li San. Just how strong was Li San? Before long, Mo Yuntian, akin to a drowning man, desperately clutched at Mo Wen's arm, his feet flailing in a futile struggle, his face turning crimson and veins bulging as he gasped for air. With an extremely faint and hoarse voice, he commanded, "Release me at once." Mo Wen shook his head. That hardly seems like a plea. Before he could finish, a piercing shriek rang out. "Let him go, or I shall kill you." Xiao Ruo Shuang, like a maddened lion, bared her fangs, her eyes ablaze with fury. Simultaneously, the elite members of the Qiu and Mo families, numbering in the tens of thousands, rushed forth, encircling Mo Wen in layers, creating a truly overwhelming scene. In the next moment, a wave of terrifying pressure descended abruptly, a chaotic aura intermingling and cascading, striking down upon Mo Wen's slender form with ferocity. The hundreds of thousands present were drenched in sweat, their tension palpable. After all, no matter how strong Li San was, there remained a limit. While he might contend against 100, facing 1,000 would surely spell disaster. Yet, their thoughts revealed their ignorance of true power and the limitations of their understanding. In the face of the overwhelming pressure, Mo Wen remained unfazed, serene, and composed. He cast a sweeping glance over everyone, disappointment etched on his face, and remarked, "It seems neither of your families is willing to plead for assistance." This revelation startled the formidable individuals from both sides, intensifying their imposing presence, yet they remained unconvinced. Regrettably, Mo Wen remained unfazed, his long hair billowing wildly. "In that case, I shall count to 3. All of you here must kneel and beseech me. Or else." Li San refrained from elaborating. He afforded no time for contemplation, as a subtle force began to emanate from his palm. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, the sound of cracking bones echoed ominously from Mo Yuntian's throat, causing all present to feel a chill run down their spines. The faces of the Mo and Qiu families turned ashen. They yearned to rush forward but hesitated, fearful of the repercussions, especially when they noticed Mo Yuntian's complexion turn a ghastly shade, his eyes rolling back in terror. "How dare you? Release him at once." A thunderous voice erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder that shook their very souls. The venerable Qing Lao, a figure of earth-tier prowess, unleashed an overwhelming aura that descended upon Mo Wen like colossal mountain peaks, attempting to suppress him. Yet, astonishingly, he remained unperturbed, his countenance betraying no sign of distress. Mo Wen dismissed him with indifference. 2 seconds. This was utterly ineffective, even with Qing Lao intervening. Before anyone could process the moment, Mo Wen's palm surged with renewed energy. This time, the sounds were not merely crackles. They were sharp, bone-snapping echoes that sent shivers through the onlookers. Mo Yuntian's bones were gradually succumbing, the pain indescribable. reaching a threshold beyond which he could emit no sound, leaving the spectators unable to bear the sight. Mo Hongtian collapsed to the ground, while Qiu Rushuang's complexion mirrored his pallor. Gradually, it dawned on them that this man was resolute in his threats. He spoke with unwavering authority. 1 second, observing the inaction of those present, Mo shook his head in disappointment. With a thunderous crash, his hand descended like lightning, rending flesh from bone. The sound was akin to celery snapping, echoing sharply as Mo Yuntian's neck was mercilessly crushed. His face lost its hue, transformed into a ghastly greenish white, and his pupils dulled. Life extinguished. No, in that instant, the defenses of all were shat as she beheld the lifeless form of Mo Yuntian. Qiu Rushuang crumbled entirely, kneeling before Mo and pleading, "I implore you, spare him, I beseech you." Simultaneously, Mo Hongtian approached on his knees, desperately imploring, "Please release him, let my son go." The masters from both families exchanged glances, resigned, and also knelt down, while the multitude of onlookers collectively bowed their heads, echoing in unison, "Please, let him go. We implore you, spare him." This cacophony resonated like thunder, piercing the heavens, instilling a fervent spirit within the hearts of the gathered crowd, who clenched their fists tightly. Filled with fervor, some discreetly retrieved their devices to capture this most astonishing scene, this breathtaking moment, destined to be shared with all, showcasing the once mighty Mo and Qiu families, now rendered so frail and vulnerable in the presence of young Master Li. Indeed, there was a hint of supplication in their demeanor. At that moment, Mo, honoring his word, carelessly released his grip, discarding Mo Yuntian to the ground as one might discard refuse. In the next instant, color returned to the latter's face, and with a sudden gasp, he awakened, greedily inhaling the fresh air. At this juncture, he surrendered completely, utterly yielded. He now comprehended the immense power of the man before him. Under such might, he felt utterly insignificant, particularly upon reflecting on the recent events, which now appeared both ludicrous and absurd. In the eyes of this formidable individual, he was likely regarded as a pitiable jester, performing desperately in self-delusion. He almost forgot. With a swift motion, Mo summoned forth a terrifying force of devouring energy, once again constraining Mo Yuntian in mid-air, leaving all in a state of bewildered amusement. "What do you intend to do now?" Qiu Rushuang exclaimed in alarm. Mo merely shook his head, stating, "Nothing of consequence, merely seeking an item." With that, he snapped Mo Yuntian's fingers to remove the spatial ring. Subsequently, his consciousness forcefully penetrated, uncovering a tattered ancient scroll, the indestructible body. This revelation brought a radiant smile to Mo's face. "Very well, you have outlived your usefulness." Upon uttering these words, the faces of all present turned ashen. What was young Master Li scheming? Surely not. Qiu Rushuang immediately grasped the implications, her expression contorting in horror as she shrieked, "You dare!" Concurrently, Qing Lao emitted a cold snort, reverberating like thunder, shaking the very core of one's being. He stepped forth, hands clasped behind his back, confronting Mo and coldly declaring, "Halt, scoundrel! Do not overreach, believing no one can bring you to account." Yet Mo, disinterested, did not even cast a glance his way, retorting, "Form an orderly line. There's no rush. Your concerns will be addressed shortly." With this pronouncement, all could only manage a wry smile. The esteemed Earth-level master seemed but an insignificant figure in the eyes of this Li San. This has led many to speculate about Li San's true cultivation level. Could it be that he is also of Earth rank? Yet this seems too fantastical. Faced with his indifference, Elder Qing's expression darkened, but he dared not act rashly. Even he could not fathom this young man's prowess. Should he recklessly engage, he might risk a disastrous outcome. Reluctantly, he glanced back, signaling Elder Peng for assistance. This left everyone astounded. Elder Qing had actually faltered and sought help, enlisting another to confront one. However, Elder Peng averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. His earlier concerns had finally materialized. Upon reflection, how could an ordinary person earn the favor of the Qing family? What could possibly enchant the renowned beauty, Qing Yuehuan? Clearly, Li San was no ordinary individual. He had underestimated him from the very beginning. Moreover, the thought that a celestial-level protector might be behind Li San filled him with dread, rendering his face pale. It was best to remain uninvolved in this murky affair. Elder Qing's dismissal only served to infuriate him further, eliciting a displeased snort before he fell silent. In that moment, Xiao Rushuang collapsed to the ground, her face ashen, her heart numb. Simultaneously, Wen's voice resonated. Rest assured, I shall not kill him. I merely wish to bring all fantasies to an end. With that, he raised his right hand, striking down fiercely towards Yuntian's abdomen. The sound was akin to shattering glass, sharp and piercing. Xiao Rushuang was rendered speechless. Monta Contian howled in anguish. As for the elites of the and Qiu families, their faces turned ashen, lost in despair. With Yuntian crippled, both the and Qiu families had lost everything. The myriad of glory surrounding them crumbled, sending them tumbling from their pedestal into an abyss of despair. How could this happen? How could this be? Yuntian, overwhelmed with rage, spat blood, his vitality deflating like a punctured ball, utterly dejected and devoid of strength to speak. All that he once possessed had vanished into the wind. Now, he was left with nothing. Indeed, he was utterly bereft. In the next moment, the spectacle of millions illuminated with fervent excitement, their gazes ablaze with exhilaration. The downfall of Yuntian delighted them immensely, particularly the young prodigies present, who felt as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun, clarity washing over them. Their hearts brimming with exhilaration, nearly bursting into song. However, given the gravity of the situation, they restrained themselves, unwilling to court disaster. Finally, at this moment, One cast Yuntian to the ground and turned to regard the fervent Yang with indifference. Unleash your hatred. The latter, moved yet filled with shame, transformed 1,000 words into a simple thank you as he approached Yuntian with a fierce expression. Helpless and vulnerable, Yuntian resembled a feeble chick, watching with trepidation as the menacing Yang advanced, desperately clawing backward in a bid to escape. Do not come any closer. I am the heir of the family, protected by 2 esteemed Earth stage elders. You shall not act recklessly. Yet, as these words escaped his lips, both Yang and the multitude of onlookers could not suppress their peculiar laughter. Even until your downfall, you have yet to see your 2 esteemed mentors intervene. Now, your worth is negligible. They're even less likely to assist you. Accept your fate. Laughter erupted. Yuntian, today is your day of reckoning. Yang charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Yuntian. Both were now reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, their fight devolving into a brutal exchange of blows. Raw and unrefined, just as it seemed the conflict would remain between them. Zhu unexpectedly joined the fray, turning it into a chaotic mixed-gender melee. The ensuing spectacle became increasingly difficult to behold. Yuntian, utterly powerless to defend himself, was battered into a grotesque state, lying in a pool of his own blood, resembling a lifeless dog. Heavens! Hongtian cried out in despair, unable to contain the hatred swelling within him. With unbridled fury, he charged recklessly toward One, followed closely by nearly 10,000 members of the family, creating an overwhelming and thunderous momentum. In stark contrast, Xiao Rushuang and the Qiu family suddenly regained their composure at this critical juncture. Though their animosity was palpable, they had not lost their reason. To engage now would be tantamount to suicide. In the next moment, a throng of thousands surged forward, a terrifying amalgamation of chaotic energies swirling, with bizarre lights obscuring the sky, unleashing a relentless barrage. Yet, One remained as unyielding as a mountain, shaking his head with indifference. If you seek death, then let us embark on this journey together. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, his sleeves billowing wildly, and commanded with a booming voice, "Sword, come forth." Grasping a wooden sword, he swung it downward. A terrifying sword aura surged forth, entwined with the frigid winds and thunderous roars, exuding a ferocious and domineering pressure that blotted out the sun, manifesting a force capable of cleaving all in its path. The multitude of spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Where the sword energy passed, there were no cries of anguish, no traces of suffering, only figures bursting apart, transforming into a mist of crimson, leaving no remnants behind. One sword, 1,000 slain. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. The crowd's hearts grew cold. Before their eyes, the once mighty family was reduced to mere kindling, slaughtered mercilessly at the hands of Li San, with no means of defense, no hope of retaliation. How overwhelmingly powerful! What manner of being is this? In a fleeting moment, the sword aura dissipated. The entire family, 13,541 souls perished, save for the clan leader, Immortal. As the gaze swept across the vast outer courtyard, it was drenched in blood. The beams, eaves, pillars, and steps were all soaked in crimson, a ghastly spectacle. Someone gasped in horror. This is the end of days. It is truly the apocalypse. All stood in stunned silence, their faces frozen in disbelief. With a resounding thud, Immortal knelt at Mo's feet, tears streaming down his face. Dignity and status became but fleeting illusions. Nothing surpassed the value of life itself. He began to repeatedly bow, each thump resonating against the floor, blood oozing from his forehead, the source indistinguishable. I beg you, I implore you, spare me. I am willing to be your loyal dog, to obey your every command, as long as you grant me my life. Witnessing the once mighty head of the Mo family reduced to such a pitiful state, akin to a stray dog, evoked a chorus of sighs from the onlookers. Yet, it was understandable. In the face of absolute power, every struggle appeared futile. It was wiser to cling to life, seeking another opportunity for vengeance, a valid approach, albeit one that left many feeling flushed with shame. Just moments prior, they had instructed Xianxia on the virtues of resilience, that a true man can endure and adapt, preserving the mountain for fear of lacking firewood. However, Xianxia had delivered a poignant lesson that rendered their sentiments ineffable. Do you wish for me to spare you? Mo inquired coolly, gazing down upon the disheveled Immortal. The latter, upon hearing this, was filled with hope, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking for grain. Yes, I beseech you, as long as you spare me, I will do anything for you. Then allow me to pose a question, Mo said with a smile. If it were I kneeling here today, begging for mercy, would you grant it to me? Immortal fell silent, caught off guard, quickly responding, I certainly would. Mo nodded with a smile. I believe you. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Immortal attempted to rise to express his thanks, only to be met with a crushing blow from Xianxia, whose palm struck the crown of his head, causing it to explode like a burst watermelon. From the moment he fell silent, his fate was sealed. In this world, there exists no right or wrong, only the strong and the weak. Just as the crowd was lost in contemplation, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. Above, the sky resonated with the sharp cries of swords plunging downwards, shaking the very core of their beings. The soul seemed on the verge of shattering. Shortly thereafter, the presence of Xianxia began to ascend with terrifying momentum, ultimately breaking through barriers, transcending into a new realm, radiating like a magnificent sun. To hear the truth in the morning is worth dying in the evening. However, before the crowd could fully absorb this revelation, the earth trembled once more. It turned out that after Xianxia's breakthrough to the earth stage, he did not cease. That dreadful aura continued to rise uncontrollably. Mid-stage earth, late-stage earth, boom. The second stage, early stage, mid-stage, late stage of the second. The spectators stood petrified. Even the Elder Qing and Elder Peng emitted cries of astonishment, particularly Elder Qing, whose eyes brimmed with the crimson hue of envy, nearly bursting with rage. He yearned to rush forward immediately, to thwart Xianxia's breakthrough, to deliver a crushing blow that would leave him despondent. Yet he refrained, gripped by a paralyzing fear of death, enduring the impulse with great difficulty. As he pondered, a thunderous roar erupted. Xianxia aura surgi, shattering the confines of the fourth stage. At last, in the latter phase of the fourth stage, it gradually stabilized, a mere half-step from ascending to the fifth. The crowd was astounded. The die had been cast. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and the world transformed. He exhaled a deep breath, feeling invigorated, as though he had regained several decades of youth. However, this was no mere sensation. He had metamorphosed from frail, aged man, marked by unsightly blemishes, into a vigorous and radiant middle-aged figure, his hair glossy and black, skin flushed with vitality, evoking envy. Yet, he had no time to dwell on these changes. Promptly kneeling to bow to Mo, disciple Xianxia expresses his gratitude to you, master. Xianxia dared not assume any airs. The monumental transformation he experienced was solely due to his master's guidance. Without it, he could never have achieved such a breakthrough, nor reached such heights. Everything was bestowed by his master. Observing Xianxia's remarkable change, Mo smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, at a glance, he now embodied the essence of a master of his generation. Xianxia's face flushed with embarrassment. Master, please do not jest at your disciple before you. I dare not presume to be your equal. All right, enough of that. Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appears you have shattered your shackles. And I believe your understanding of the sword path has ascended to new heights. Indeed, Xianxia replied, his excitement palpable. I have gained insights, yet I remain perplexed as to the extent of my growth. Shall we test it? Upon hearing this, Xianxia was filled with joy. However, a sudden realization cast a shadow over his heart. To validate his strength, he would need to unleash his full power, and given his current combat prowess, it might spell trouble for his master. Fear not. Wen seemed to discern his thoughts, smiling as he spoke. Do not have any reservations. Unleash your full strength. This left everyone in shock. Even the elders present, Qing Lao and Peng Lao, were taken aback. The pinnacle of the fourth stage, not to mention a full force strike. Even a regular blow would be difficult for the two of them to withstand. If Li San were to receive such an attack, one could hardly imagine the outcome. He would be buried without a second thought. However, amidst the crowd, a glimmer of bold thought sparked in someone's mind. Do you think Li San might be stronger than Senior Jian? Perhaps that is why he dares to accept Senior Jian's utmost power? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched, and they inhaled sharply. In truth, this notion had crossed their minds before, but they deemed it utterly absurd, even fantastical, and thus dared not dwell on it. After all, Li San could scarcely be 20 years old. Even if he had been cultivating since the womb, such heights seemed impossible. If he could, then what would he be? If not a being beyond human? I believe it is impossible. Ultimately, even the most extraordinary circumstances must have their limits. One ought not to speak too confidently. Consider the formidable prowess of Immortal, which, in the hands of Li San, was rendered as feeble as a mere chicken, slaughtered at will. Such a feat is unattainable by mere mortals, unless Li San were a ghost, and even a ghost could not achieve that. Listening to these discussions, Xianxia grew increasingly cautious. Sir, do you truly wish for your student to unleash his full power? Might not be. Xianxia hesitated, for his full strength was no trifling matter and could pose a grave threat to his teacher's life. It was not that he underestimated his teacher. Rather, the realities of the situation were evident. If you are summoned, then come without further ado, Wen said with impatience. Yet, Xianxia remained hesitant, afraid that if something went awry, he would live forever in guilt, akin to having slain his own mentor, an act he could never commit. Wen shook his head and smiled. It appears you underestimate my capabilities. Xianxia's face flushed with embarrassment. No, sir, you are indeed powerful. It is merely that your student— Merely what? Wen regarded him with significant intent. It is just that. Well, let's not dwell on it. Wen waved his hand dismissively. Ultimately, you are merely concerned about me perishing beneath your blade. Given this, allow me to initiate the assault, thus providing you with a psychological preparation. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was elated. Sir, this approach is excellent. Then let it commence. Wen nodded with a smile. Let be known that I shall not hold back. You must be cautious. Haha, do not worry, sir. Xianxia clearly took it lightly, suppressing nearly 80% of his strength, reserving only 20% to first gauge his teacher's prowess, gradually increasing his power thereafter. In that moment, the onlookers were filled with immense anticipation, engaging in fervent discussion. What do you believe? Can he compel the elder Jian to exert even 3/10 of his strength? One prodigy pondered. I believe 3/10, for even Li San, no matter how strong, is still human. We must not indulge in excessive fantasies. Indeed, at the late stage of the fourth segment, that is no jest, 3/10 would already be remarkable. The crowd expressed their agreement. Yet, an elder stroked his beard and chuckled. I believe that Li San can at least compel Master Jian to exert 4/10, perhaps even 5/10 of his strength. At this proclamation, the assembly erupted in astonished exclamations. Someone inquired, What leads you to this conclusion, sir? The elder smiled mysteriously and slowly uttered 2 words. Intuition. Intuition? The crowd paused, somewhat bewildered. The elder continued with a smile. Do you know what is most abundant in Li San? The crowd contemplated and shook their heads. It is confidence. The elder gazed into the distance. Look at him. He has maintained that confidence from the beginning, unfazed and untroubled. Even now, the crowd remained non-committal. It was indeed true. So consider this. What breeds confidence? What does it stem from? The assembly fell silent for a moment before their eyes brightened in realization. It originates from strength. Thus, let everyone watch closely and place their faith in young Master Li, for he shall forever create miracles. The discussions among the crowd reached the ears of two formidable warriors in the distance. Elder Qing turned to Elder Peng and inquired, "What do you think, Brother Peng? Is it possible for Li San to compel Sword 13 to exert 60% of his strength?" Elder Peng smiled enigmatically. "Perhaps even 70%. What?" Elder Qing exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you underestimate Sword 13, or do you overestimate Li San?" "Ha ha, it is merely a conjecture on my part. Let's await the outcome." The wind howled like a drum, and the heavens trembled. Sword 13 and Mo when stood facing each other, bracing themselves for the impending clash. A terrifying sword aura surged from both their bodies, creating an atmosphere where neither appeared to hold the upper hand. Mo won, poised with his sword. His long hair, dancing wildly, gazed steadily at Sword 13. "Arrogance can lead to downfall. Are you certain you are prepared?" Sword 13 laughed heartily. "Fear not. I am fully ready." Seeing his demeanor, Mo refrained from further words and immediately took action. Thus, amidst the eager gaze of a million spectators, the ground trembled violently. From within Mo, an overwhelming aura erupted. Though he was merely at the initial stage of the Earth realm, the sensation he exuded felt even more terrifying than that of Sword 13. At that moment, all were left in a state of bewilderment. Montauk Yunxian, feigning death on the ground, was so frightened that he lost control, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Meanwhile, Mo Yang could not help but let out a bitter laugh, realizing he had vastly underestimated his benefactor and had perceived him far too simplistically. Now, Mo, uninterested in idle chatter, grasped the hilt of his sword and invoked the fourth sword of the heaven-splitting 9 swords. In the next instant, he felt his body emptying of energy. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted. Amidst the crackling of thunder and lightning, a formidable azure sword Qi surged forth, merging with the forces of nature, wielding the power to reverse the very fabric of existence, cleaving heaven and earth. To Sword 13, it felt as if the sky was collapsing. From the depths of an endless darkness, a domineering and awe-inspiring hellish sword dragon surged forth, causing the very heavens and earth to shatter, rivers to cascade, and stars to fracture, bringing forth an aura of annihilation and despair. "Not good." This exclamation echoed from 3 directions, Sword 13, and simultaneously from Elder Qing and Elder Peng. Only at this moment did they realize the true extent of Li San's terror. Especially Elder Qing and Elder Peng, who were drenched in sweat, felt an immense relief for having refrained from confronting Li San, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. Otherwise, even they would have perished. Sword 13's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated, desperately attempting to elevate his power during this critical moment. 4%, 5%, 7%. He even resorted to unleashing his full strength, refusing to allow any further delay. Yet, at this juncture, to contemplate enhancing his combat prowess seemed rather tardy. The speed of the sword dragon was astonishing, and all around were shadows of blades, surging toward the heavens. Xianxia cried out in terror as a chilling breeze swept past his temples, hurtling towards the Mo family with devastating force. The earth trembled violently at that moment, reverberating with a thunderous roar that left tens of thousands with ruptured eardrums, blood streaming from their orifices, and their very consciousness nearly shattered. Such was the terror unleashed. Fortunately, the cataclysmic momentum arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. In the next instant, tranquility returned to the world, save for the Mo family, which soared to celestial heights. The horizon itself seemed to vanish, manifesting an artistry that was nothing short of miraculous. Unbeknownst to all, it was this earth-shattering strike that led to the renaming of Sanglong City, henceforth known as Yixian City, where all things are intertwined in a single thread. At this moment, Mo was unaware of the reason behind it all, as he was suddenly propelled backward, akin to a meteor plummeting from the sky, crashing violently to the ground, nearly shattering his insides, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. What was happening? Had Li San truly been defeated? From the distant crowd, a young girl gasped in shock, and many others shared her sentiment. Some shook their heads with a sigh, concluding that he had indeed lost, likely overwhelmed by the terrifying sword pressure of the Sword Elder. All the prodigies expressed their helplessness. Yet, despite the defeat, there was a sense of honor, as his loss brought a measure of relief to the onlookers. If he had not faltered, the very fabric of this world might have unraveled. How absurd! At that moment, an elder admonished, Mr. Li San has not been defeated at all. It was Xianxia-san's hubris that forced young Master Li to retract his sword, inadvertently altering the trajectory of the sword energy, resulting in a backlash. Everyone was taken aback. What? Don't you understand? The elder scoffed. Let me put it differently. Had young Master Li not suddenly retracted his sword, the sword elder you speak of would have been nothing but a mist of blood, utterly annihilated. What? A collective gasp arose from the crowd. If what the elder claimed were true, then Li San was indeed a force of nature, transcending humanity. Many were skeptical, viewing it as mere fantasy from the elder's imagination, but the subsequent event left them utterly dumbfounded and firmly convinced. They beheld Xianxia-san's left arm severed without warning, the cut smooth and clean, not a drop of blood spilled, clearly the work of a swift blade. At this moment, Xianxia-san was horrified, drenched in cold sweat. Had the gentleman not altered his trajectory, he would have become a specter beneath that blade. His sword clattered to the ground. Powerless to continue the fight, his right arm trembling uncontrollably. Sir, what was the name of that sword technique you just executed? Mo-Wen rose from the rubble. Dusting himself off and wiping the blood from his lips, he smiled and replied, This sword is known as the heaven-breaking Nine Swords, a technique I stumbled upon in a tome of earthly tier swordsmanship. Remarkably, it bears a striking resemblance to the indestructible diamond body. What? The heaven-breaking Nine Swords? At this moment, Elder Peng could no longer contain the tumult within his heart and exclaimed in astonishment, Might I inquire if young Master Li is the same individual who showcased the local sword technique at the Tianyan auction house half a month ago? And Mo-Wen's gaze was piercing as he responded, Ah, it appears you were present at that time as well. Elder Peng hastily clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I was fortunate enough to witness the extraordinary talent of young Master Li, but seeing you so occupied, I refrained from interrupting. Is that so? Mo-Wen replied with a smile that hinted at deeper meaning. Had you not revealed such formidable prowess, I doubt you would have merely come to greet me. Elder Peng chuckled awkwardly, his gaze evasive. Since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. As he attempted to depart, Mo-Wen called out, causing his heart to skip a beat. He turned back, forcing a smile that was more pain than pleasant. Might I ask if there is anything else you require? Mo-Wen raised his chin slightly. That grand elephant is indeed impressive. To whom does it belong? Elder Peng was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a rueful smile, responding, If it pleases you, I shall gift it to you with the hope that in times of need, you might come to the aid of my Demon Sect. As he spoke, he presented the silver demon flying elephant spirit whistle to Mo-Wen with both hands. This act elicited envy from the onlookers, including Elder Qing. The silver demon flying elephant was a genuine fifth-tier magical beast, comparable to a mid-tier human, a priceless treasure, even rivaling an earthly-grade spirit artifact. However, no matter how valuable the silver demon flying elephant might be, securing a friend of such immense potential was far more precious. In fact, for Elder Peng, the elephant was well worth the price, especially considering the backing of the Qing family behind Li San. Rest assured, should the Demon Sect encounter difficulties, I shall act on your behalf, declared the one-armed Sword 13. Hearing this, Elder Peng was elated, surprised to find yet another connection to the Tianjin mountain. Huh, that cannot be better. I shall take my leave now. He joyfully turned to depart, prompting Elder Qing to helplessly clasp his fists and follow suit. However, wait, Mo-Yang bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You may leave, but you shall not. This caused Elder Qing's heart to sink. Pretending he hadn't heard, he hastily fled with remarkable speed. Yet, no matter how swiftly he ran, he could not outpace the sword in Sword 13's hand. In mere moments, a terrifying sword light erupted from the other side of the sky, followed by a chilling scream, after which silence reigned once more. Before long, Sword 13 returned, holding Elder Qing's head triumphantly before Mo-Yang. The latter was momentarily stunned, astonished at how swiftly the deed was done. With Mo-Yun incapacitated, the third elder and Elder Qing slain, only she remained. Mo-Yang's gaze turned towards the trembling Qiu Rushuang in the distance, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Qiu Rushuang, did you ever imagine this day would come? Qiu Rushuang rushed over, kneeling before Mo-Yang and clutching his thigh, her voice dripping with desperation as she pleaded. I beg you, do not take my life. I am willing to be your maid, your servant, devoted to you for eternity, if only you spare me. Mo-Yang threw his head back in a thunderous laugh, all the pent-up fury within him transforming into a single, resounding slap that struck Xiao Rushuang's delicate face. As for her life, he had no intention of ending it. Instead, he turned to M01, bowing slightly and inquiring, "Might I ask, is there any method to control her, to ensure that her fate remains forever in my grasp?" M01 shook his head. "I am not well versed in such matters. Perhaps you should consult another." However, Jian Shisan, stroking his beard, chuckled, "Very well, I shall impart to you a technique of soul control. With my power, I will forge a bridge of contract between the two of you, fulfilling your desire." With that, he pointed into the air. Two orbs of light, one black and one white, gradually materialized, resembling nimble fish as they dove into the minds of Mo Yang and Xiao Rushuang. "Do not struggle. Open your hearts and sign the contract. As long as I live, the contract shall endure, and you may renew it at a later time." Mo Yang, Ilatet, immediately relaxed and began the signing process. Xiao Rushuang, however, hesitated, her heart filled with reluctance. Yet, upon meeting Jian Shisan's menacing gaze, her body quivered, and without a second thought, she hastily complied. Before long, the contract was finalized. From that moment forth, Xiao Rushuang's life would no longer belong to her, but to Mo Yang. He thought, if he wished for her to live, she would live. If he desired her demise, she would perish, all at his command. Suddenly, Mo Yang's gaze fell upon the motionless Mu Yuntian on the ground. "Senior Jian, may I also establish a contract with this fellow?" Jian Shisan paused momentarily before responding. "That poses no issue." With that, everything reached a conclusion. From henceforth, the name Li San would be eternally etched in the annals of Songlong City, lingering in the memories of all. In a moment of tranquility, a young maiden among the crowd suddenly raised her arms and cried out, "Li San! Li San! Li San!" Having previously misunderstood him, she now expressed her profound remorse. Her fervor ignited those around her, who began to echo her cries. "Li San! Li San! Li San!" Thus, the call reverberated, spreading from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. Life begot life, and the multitude expanded into the thousands. In that grand assembly, with 785,000 souls present, none were silent. "Li San! Li 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 San!" The shouts soared to the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the earth. Chapter 48. Truly, Master Li is a divine being. An unforgettable banquet thus concluded, leaving all in joyous spirits. Mo Yang, true to his word, led Mo1 to retrieve the sword. Deep within the forbidden grounds of the Mo family lies an ancient, concealed stone chamber. It is said to have once been a sanctuary for the esteemed ancestor of the Mo lineage. The chamber is sealed with powerful enchantments, and to breach it would spell destruction. Thus, only those of the ancestor's bloodline possess the ability to unlock its mysteries. This explains Mo Yuntian's relentless pursuit of Mo Yang, as he yearns to enter this chamber and claim the legacy of his forebear. Mo Yang now gently places his hand upon the stone door, and as the blood within him stirs, the chamber begins to emanate an eerie glow. "Everyone, step back," he commands, and the crowd immediately retreats. With a firm press of his palm, countless runes surge forth, radiating from his hand to envelop the entire door. A resonant click is heard, as if a mechanism has been triggered, and soon the seal is lifted, the door swinging open of its own accord, leading the group into the chamber. Mo Yang discovers it to be modest in size, containing only a towering statue, a tattered mat, and a rusted broken sword. This rusted sword is none other than the fabled Lonely Luan, the legendary blade that has been passed down through millennia since the Mo ancestor founded their clan. "Humph! How dare you deceive me, boy? Do you believe I will not offer you to the heavens?" roars Sword 13, gripping the collar of his robe in anger. Mo Yang, pale with fear, quickly kneels before him. "Gentlemen, I assure you, this is indeed the Lonely Luan, the sacred sword of the Mo family. Still lying, are you? Let me show you how I deal with deceit." Sword 13 threatens, but he is halted by Mo1, who shakes his head with a smile. A sword is akin to a person. One must not judge by appearances. This sword is merely bound by a seal. "A seal?" inquires Sword 13, puzzled. "Indeed." Mo1 replies, his gaze piercing. "In other words, someone has deliberately concealed its splendor and sharpness. But why would they do such a thing?" Sword 13 expresses his confusion. "Since the ancestor has passed, this sword should be the greatest asset of the Mo family. Why not allow the younger generation to wield it, instead of sealing it away?" At this juncture, Sword 13 glances at Mo Yang, who shares his bewilderment. If he could wield this sword, Mo Yuntian and that Xiao Rushuang would have long since met their demise, and he would not have fallen into such dire straits. It seems there are but two possible explanations, Mo muses thoughtfully. The first is that the Mo ancestor did not trust that future generations could safeguard this sword, thus sealing it away under the principle of possessing a jewel brings misfortune. You should understand this concept. The crowd's eyes brighten at his words. Mo Yang offers a wry smile, acknowledging. It appears the ancestor's judgment was indeed wise. And the second explanation? Sword 13 asks with curiosity. Mo turns his gaze toward the broken sword, his eyes sharp as lightning. The second possibility is that this sword possesses a malevolent power, or perhaps it is simply too formidable. Fearing that descendants may not be able to control it, or due to the potential for bloodshed within the lineage, it must be sealed away. As he speaks, the crowd stands in stunned silence, and Sword 13's face reddens with embarrassment. Despite living for a century, he finds himself outmatched by Mo's vast experience. Unperturbed by the peculiar stares directed at him, Mo remains composed. In my recollection, it has always been the sword that chooses the wielder, rather than the other way around. In other words, it is not about whether one desires the solitary sword, but rather whether the solitary sword can acknowledge the individual. This statement prompted deep contemplation among the onlookers. Suddenly, Mo Yang slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Indeed, it seems to be the case. Every ancestor of our lineage, including the past clan leaders, has yearned to possess this sword to gain its formidable power, yet none have succeeded in earning its recognition, leading to naught." But wait, Xianxia interjected, perplexed. If you only came to this realization today, why then did your clan, including yourself, firmly believe that this broken rusted sword could be an extraordinary weapon? A mysterious smile spread across Mo Yang's face. Before I answer that, might you attempt to lift the sword? Xianxia responded with curiosity. What do you mean? Mo Yang remained silent, simply suggesting, you'll understand once you try. Humph. What a farce, Xianxia scoffed. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a powerful force, clearly intending to seize the short sword from a distance without bending down. However, regardless of the might he summoned, the unassuming broken sword remained steadfast, as if anchored to the ground. This left Xianxia utterly perplexed. Strange, how could this be? He began to circle the short sword, expanding his consciousness to ensure no trickery was afoot beneath it. Throughout this, Mo Yang remained silent, while his servant, Mo Yuntian, stifled laughter, observing the spectacle with bemusement. Curse it, I shall not be thwarted, Xianxia declared, rolling up his sleeves and planting his feet firmly. Channeling his spiritual energy into his left arm, he gripped the sword's hilt tightly and heaved upward with a thunderous force. Lift, I command you. With all his strength, he exerted himself, believing that even a mere broken sword, let alone a massive boulder, would yield to his might. Yet, the broken sword remained unmoved, as if rooted deep within the ocean's depths. His face turned pale with frustration, and in a fit of determination, he concentrated his energy into his palms, unleashing a terrifying aura as he bellowed, Lift, I command you. Yet again, the outcome was unchanged. Despite his desperate exertion, he could not lift the sword, leaving him awestruck. At last, he comprehended why this seemingly worthless sword was still regarded as an unparalleled divine weapon by generations of the Mo family. Xianxia clicked his tongue in admiration. A fine sword indeed. Alas, its true quality and power remain unknown. Observing his despondent expression, Mo Yuntian found himself laughing even harder from a distance. Now he finally understood the origins of Li San and why he had inexplicably agreed to assist Mo Yang in seeking vengeance. It was all for this sword. Ha ha ha. You have labored in vain. This broken sword, even we of the Mo lineage cannot lift. What makes you think you outsiders could ever covet it? Ridiculous. Although he could no longer seek vengeance, the scene before him offered him immense solace. At that moment, a look of awkwardness appeared on Mo Yang's face. The sword is right here. If you two are capable of taking it away, then please do so. However, if you cannot, there is little I can do. You. Xianxia seethed with anger, feeling as though he had been played for a fool, lamenting on behalf of his master. Mo Yang wore a bitter expression. Such is the reality, and I am powerless to change it. This filled Mo Yuntian with an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. So, whom exactly did you assist? Now do you understand why Mo Yang is so pitiful? It is of his own making. Nevertheless, reflecting on the impending dismay of Li San, who would be lamenting and despairing, brought him immense pleasure, almost euphoric. "My lord, it appears there is no hope," Xianxia reluctantly remarked. "Had it not been for your intervention, I would have cleaved this scoundrel into pieces long ago. How can one know without trying?" Wen smiled lightly, moving towards the broken sword. Even Xianxia, typically steadfast, shook his head in disbelief, failing to harbor any optimism. Wen did not rush to draw the sword like the others. Instead, he sat cross-legged, grasping the hilt, and closed his eyes to attune himself. This scene left the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded, particularly Yuntian, who nearly burst into laughter. Attempting to communicate with the heavens through a frigid, shattered sword was utterly ludicrous. However, soon enough, laughter was replaced by astonishment. Before long, the broken sword quivered. "My heavens!" Yang gasped, and the crowd was equally stunned. This tremor soon intensified, accompanied by a series of mournful sword cries, emanating a fierce and indomitable spirit, wild and unmanageable. Wen's right arm also trembled, seemingly contending with some formidable force, as he weakly uttered, "You all should leave now. Without my permission, do not enter." The crowd dared not hesitate and hastily retreated, despite their minds brimming with questions. Regardless of their previous thoughts, they were fervently eager for what would transpire next. Meanwhile, as when engaged with the sword, the entirety of Songlong City was in an uproar. Within the city, millions bore witness to an unforgettable spectacle. The and Qiu clans, nearly 30,000 strong, knelt in unison, pleading desperately before the towering figure of a man. Impossible. It must be a fabrication. If this were true, the heavens would surely crumble. Naive souls. I was present at the time. I would stake my head on its authenticity. Would you dare? I say, everyone, cease your bickering and quickly open the Tianji Forum to view the third topic. The inhabitants of the city promptly complied. It turned out that the lord of Songlong City, Fu Lao, had personally stepped forward to confirm the matter. He was seen in the Tianji, gesturing animatedly, vividly recounting the entire affair. "In the past, I was so close to him that I could clearly discern the number of hairs on his head. It was I who first urged him to flee, thus cultivating a fortuitous connection that bore fruit. Now the city is in an uproar. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Consequently, a multitude of individuals hastened day and night toward the family. By the third day, as they gradually arrived at their destination, they beheld the sky stained with an indelible crimson hue, alongside a path that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the horizon, leaving them in awe and paralyzed with astonishment. For a long time, they could hardly comprehend it. "My goodness, is this the work of a mere mortal? This power is truly astounding." It is said that Yuntian, in the hands of Lord Li San, could not withstand even a single strike and was treated like firewood, utterly devoid of dignity. "Goodness, look at your naive demeanor." Someone scoffed disdainfully. "You have no idea how formidable Yuntian was upon his arrival, flanked by 2 Earth Stage Grandmasters and a formidable Earth Stage beast clearing the way, invincible in their advance. Yet, in the end, they never lifted a finger." Everyone was taken aback. What? 2 Earth Stage Grandmasters, and they didn't intervene at all? Why is that? It's inconceivable. All eyes turned toward him, who simply tapped the back of his hand. "It's quite simple. They were too afraid to act." You're just boasting. After all, they are Earth Stage Grandmasters. To act would be to lose face, and they are quite protective of their dignity. They would have been willing to act. But Lord Li San paid them no mind, and merely uttered a word that sent them scurrying away. What could they do? Many found it hard to believe, dismissing his claims as mere nonsense. It was too absurd, too implausible. Unless they witnessed it with their own eyes, they would not believe it, no matter the consequences. However, compared to the majority who sought to uncover the truth, a small group of astute individuals had already entered the family estate, seated cross-legged in the very spot where Lord Li San had once fought. Even after 3 days, the terrifying sword aura had not dissipated. If one were to extend their consciousness, they would perceive an unfathomable depth of sword intent, which greatly benefited all present. Over these few days, the number of those seeking to comprehend the sword within the family grounds had surged to an astonishing 130,000. Among them, nearly 128,000 had no prior training in the sword path, yet their profound interest in swordsmanship drew them to sit there in contemplation. The sword arts are both resplendent and elegant, possessing tremendous might and embodying the principles of the universe. Perhaps, through Lord Li San's sword intent, They could ascend to unprecedented heights, or even reach the pinnacle of sword mastery. During this period of sword contemplation, a sudden commotion erupted. For the venerable Sword 13 had also arrived at the courtyard. It was evident that he too had come to seek enlightenment in the sword. The previous strike delivered by the master had left him utterly astonished, although the might of the strike was undoubtedly enhanced by the sword technique. Without a robust foundation in the sword path, it would still lack distinction. According to the master, the 9 swords of breaking heaven encompass a total of 9 strikes. And during their prior confrontation, he had only unleashed the 4th sword. It is truly unfathomable to contemplate the scene that would unfold should the master unleash the 9th sword. One could fear that the heavens themselves might cave in. What is even more astonishing to Xianxia is that the master's current cultivation level is merely at the initial stage of the earth rank. Yet, inexplicably, he exudes an unprecedented sense of pressure, instilling in Xianxia the disconcerting illusion that, despite his own pinnacle status at the 4th tier, he would still stand no chance against the master. At that moment, the multitude in the courtyard rose in unison, bowing to Xianxia. "We pay our respects to the Sword Elder." Xianxia nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Wherever he walked, the crowd parted like the sea. He sought a spot where the essence of sword intent was most profound and settled down to engage in earnest contemplation. At that juncture, a young woman approached timidly and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, the sword path comprises 3 great realms. In which realm does young Masterly currently reside?" Her question piqued the curiosity of all present. Even the sword elder of the 2nd realm pales in comparison. Could it be that he has attained the 3rd realm? Yet, that seemed implausible. In all of Dongzhou, the most profound swordsman, the Sword Emperor Dugobai, has only achieved minor success in the 2nd realm. It is inconceivable that Li San could surpass the Sword Emperor. In truth, even Xianxia was unaware of the Master's realm, and he harbored the disconcerting impression that the Master's swordsmanship existed beyond these 3 realms, forging a path of his own. As for Xianxia himself, he was not truly at the 2nd realm, merely possessing the semblance of it, having only just entered the threshold. As he observed the multitude's curious and expectant gazes, Xianxia pondered for a moment before offering an enigmatic response. "The Master's sword path transcends all boundaries." Transcends all boundaries? The crowd was baffled, utterly perplexed. Yet, a talented individual grasped the implication and exclaimed, "Elder, could it be that you imply young Master Li's path does not conform to these 3 great realms?" Xianxia was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in affirmation. It indeed felt that way, which astonished all present. Theoretically, such a path is feasible, albeit exceedingly extreme and fraught with difficulty. It is akin to a journey comparable to that of hell itself. Xianxia stroked his beard and chuckled. What the master seeks is freedom unrestrained, to follow his heart's desire, unfettered by the confines of sword realms. This assertion was not mere folly. It was grounded in reason. At this point, Xianxia brimmed with fervent admiration. The master once proclaimed that while humans are alive, the path is dead. All paths are boundless, so why confine oneself within the so-called constraints of realms? In my understanding, the master's pursuit is indeed the boundless, and the boundless is the great realm. The crowd pondered this statement deeply, and one by one, they promptly seated themselves, closing their eyes, gradually exploring this line of thought. Little did Xianxia realize, he was leading the youth astray. Only by having witnessed the clouds can one truly comprehend their nature and yearn to glimpse their resplendence. Those individuals, oblivious to the essence of the ethereal realm, yearn for an immediate ascent to lofty heights, eagerly awaiting the madness that will inevitably ensue. This tranquil existence persisted for a full 4 days. During this time, many promising candidates were selected by Xianxia to enter the Demon Sect, transforming the experience into an exhilarating trial for aspiring disciples. On the 5th day, as dawn gently illuminated the sky, a sudden, resounding harmony of phoenixes erupted from the Mo family's forbidden grounds, resonating powerfully and radiating divine light that obscured the heavens, evoking an overwhelming sense of reverence. Oh my! This spectacle stirred every soul within and outside the Mo family. Upon gazing skyward, one could discern the magnificent dual presence of phoenixes, their celestial grandeur shrouding the sky in a mystical light. As their splendid wings unfurled, an ancient, formidable aura swept forth, reminiscent of a deity manifesting in the mortal realm. instilling both awe and fear, compelling all to kneel in fervent homage. At that moment, even Xianxia was struck with trepidation. He sensed a terrifying energy that transcended earthly realms, hinting at a glimpse of celestial truths. Could it be that sword? Xianxia dared not linger in thought and rushed toward the forbidden area. Upon his arrival at the stone chamber, he found the Mo family members awaiting him. Their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Mo Yang could scarcely fathom that what his lineage could not achieve was accomplished by an outsider. To make matters worse, he could only watch helplessly as Li San seized the sword. Meanwhile, Mo Yuntian and Xiu Rushuang were left dizzy and weak, lamenting how wonderful it would be to relive the past. Before long, the stone door creaked open, accompanied by a familiar voice inviting them inside. Without a second thought, everyone plunged in, only to find Li San seated cross-legged on a mat. In his grasp, he held a broken sword, yet its blade shimmered with exquisite beauty, resplendent in vibrant hues reminiscent of a radiant rainbow. Waves of light cascaded across its surface, evoking the ebb and flow of a starry river, mesmerizing all who beheld it. This sword should not simply be called the Solitary Phoenix. A more fitting title would be the Seven-Color Divine Sword. Miniature phoenixes, akin to fireflies, danced around him, trailing faint red glimmers that gradually formed a luminous barrier, pulsating in harmony with his breath. Oh my, what is this? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle, especially Xianxia, whose heart raced and breath quickened at the sight. After a lengthy silence, he exclaimed with fervor, "The sword spirit is indeed a sword spirit." What? The others nearly fainted from the shock. Every entity possesses a spirit, not merely swords but also blades, spears, halberds, and hooks. When a spiritual weapon reaches a certain level of power, it can nurture a spiritual embryo, and, with continuous nourishment, it may ultimately give birth to a sentient being. In other words, the quality of this sword is at least of celestial grade, if not higher. This realization left Mo Yang filled with regret, his face paling. At this moment, it was not just them. Even Mo Yintian and Xiu Rushuang felt the same. Celestial grade. Celestial grade. With such a weapon in hand, not only would they be able to contend with earthly tier opponents, but they could even challenge those of celestial tier. In the profound silence, Mo raised his sword and stepped forward, addressing Xianxia. "Draw your sword and come at me with all your might." This time, Xianxia did not hesitate, but immediately emerged from the stone chamber, unleashing a tremendous surge of earthly tier spiritual energy. With both hands gripping the sword, he leaped 1,000 feet into the air, accompanied by thunderous winds, and struck down with a sword that seemed to split the heavens. Crack! As the blade descended, it felt as though the very sky was torn apart, plunging the world into sudden darkness. This strike undoubtedly captured the attention of countless people within and outside the Mo family, even from thousands of feet away. They felt the terrifying residual force that stirred their garments and shook their spirits. Looking up, they beheld a scene of purple lightning and golden electricity, the sword aura raging with ferocity. This sword strike was not merely stunning. It was truly earth-shattering. It was even more terrifying than the strike from Li San. Heaven above, who could be engaged in such a battle? It was utterly fearsome. The aura of this sword was overwhelmingly dominant, reminiscent of the legendary Xianxia. Yet strangely, it seemed that only his presence was felt, as if he were not truly engaged in combat. This left everyone bewildered. However, had they found themselves in the forbidden ground at that moment, they would have witnessed a horrifying spectacle. Xianxia's strike could be deemed the strongest of his life. Yet, to his astonishment, Li San did not attempt any form of defense, standing there resolutely. Alarm bells rang in Xianxia's mind. Yet it was too late to retract his sword. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, and so did the others. However, had they opened their eyes, they would have seen a breathtaking scene unfold. That astonishing strike could not reach Mo himself. Enveloped in an ethereal shield, it grew increasingly radiant. As the terrifying blow approached, it transformed into an ancient phoenix bell, exuding an aura of timelessness, perfectly countering and neutralizing the assault. Boom! The sword shattered into fragments. Even the air seemed on the verge of being crushed. Had Xianxia not released his grip in time, he would have perished. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying backwards, blood splattering, his body careening nearly 1,000 feet away, leaving a trail of sparks before gradually stabilizing. As he rose, he could no longer feel pain. His eyes were filled with shock, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Mo Yang and the others were equally petrified, frozen in disbelief. After a long while, Xianxia exclaimed, "May I ask, what was that just now?" Mo1, gently stroking the solitary phoenix, smiled and replied, "This is a sword shield. In other words, this sword not only serves as a weapon, but also as a means of defense." Sword shield? Everyone was utterly bewildered, as the situation had transcended their capacity for comprehension. A sword, capable of serving a defensive purpose? This was akin to the paradox of spear and shield. Perhaps sensing their confusion, Mo1 remarked with a smile, "This sword possesses two distinct forms, one for offense and the other for defense." As he spoke, he elegantly waved the sword, and the protective barrier surrounding him dissipated instantly. Simultaneously, the miniature phoenixes flitting around him transformed into two blazing orbs of fire, soaring through the void and merging into the blade. In the next moment, an explosion resounded. The sword ignited suddenly, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of vibrant flames. Although it appeared extraordinarily magnificent, it instilled a sense of dread, causing the very souls of onlookers to tremble instinctively. Everyone stood in a state of shock. Mo1 continued, "This is the offensive form. Would you like to witness its power?" Without hesitation, the crowd nodded blankly, as if pecking at grains. Mo1 signaled for them to retreat, and they hurriedly distanced themselves by 1,000 jong. However, he shook his head. "Not enough. Retreat further." The crowd, astonished yet resigned, complied and withdrew another 1,000 jong. Yet Mo1 insisted, still insufficient. "What?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Just how terrifying could this sword be? Consequently, several individuals retreated an additional 5,000 jong. At last, Mo1 was satisfied, declaring, "That should suffice." Now behold, with a casual flourish, he swung the sword into the air, then sheathed it and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This left Xianxia and the others momentarily stunned. What did this mean? Was that all? Montakwa merely smiled in silence. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, the world transformed dramatically. A blinding beam of white light erupted, engulfing the heavens and the earth, stretching 7,000 jong from east to west in an instant. Slash! The noise was minimal, for it transpired with such swiftness. Only a terrifying sense of descent remained. By the time the crowd comprehended the situation, everything before them had been cleaved in two. They were momentarily at a loss. Reflecting on the experience, it felt as if the heavens and earth had been torn apart like a sheet of rice paper. Perhaps it was akin to a world-ending guillotine descending from the skies, severing all existence in an instant. The speed was such that there was no process, only the outcome. Heavens! At that moment, the awakened Xianxia shrieked in horror, clutching his head. Despite his advanced age, he had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, and thus he lost his composure. So, the master merely swung his sword casually, cleaving 7,000 jong? This was under the condition that he had not exerted himself seriously nor utilized any spiritual energy. Otherwise, Xianxia's mind bust. He could not bear to contemplate further, nor dared to. The divine sword. This is truly a divine sword. Sword 13 exclaimed, rushing towards Mo1, his admiration for the colorful solitary phoenix growing with each glance. Simultaneously, some of Mo Yang's companions hastened over, their emotions complex as they beheld the magnificent phoenix in Mo1's grasp. Particularly, Mo Yintian was nearly overwhelmed with despair, internally lamenting, "I have invited disaster upon myself." Little did he know, Mo Yang was on the brink of a breakdown, wishing he could retract his actions, if not for the disparity in their strengths. "This sword belongs to the Mo family. It was meant for me, Mo Yang." In short order, Mo stowed the solitary phoenix away, sparing these individuals from coveting it. The next moment, with a grand flourish of his sleeve, he produced a piece of earthly spiritual equipment from his storage ring and tossed it to Mo Yang. The latter assumed it was a gesture of goodwill, a meager compensation. However, when Mo Yang re-entered the stone chamber, he realized the futility of such compensation. Curse this spiritual equipment. Within this stone chamber, Mo gained not only the solitary phoenix's acknowledgement, but also the legacy of the Mo family's ancestors. Standing before the statue, as his palm met the stone hand, a tremendous sound erupted. The statue radiated brilliance. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his limbs, causing his meridians to crackle. as if undergoing a mysterious baptism. Following this, spiritual light burst forth, compelling Mo to break through. The thunderous sounds echoed. Initial stage, mid-stage, late stage. With a resounding crack, he ascended to the second stage, charging forth with unstoppable momentum. Subsequently, initial stage of the second stage, mid-stage, late stage. The thunderous roars continued, culminating in the third stage. The magnitude of his breakthrough was nothing short of astonishing to the onlookers. All gazed skyward, witnessing a myriad of terrifying illusions flashing wildly. At times a phoenix, at times a dragon, at times a roaring tiger, and at times a singing turtle. Ultimately, the four beasts converged, forming a magnificent celestial phenomenon, with the four cardinal points representing the heavens and the earth, and humanity at the center, illuminating the world with unparalleled radiance. My goodness, is a deity descending upon us? At this moment, not only within the Mo family, but throughout the entirety of Songlong City, everyone was enveloped in this awe-inspiring celestial spectacle. As the spiritual light cascaded down, warming their beings, blood surged within many, prompting sudden moments of enlightenment, leading them to sit and break through. A miracle, truly a miracle. Some elders bowed in reverence, tears streaming down their faces. Others gasped in astonishment, questioning, who could have caused this? Surely, it cannot be human. Is it the emergence of a treasure? Some sighed helplessly, concluding, the only one capable of creating such a commotion, aside from young Master Li San, is likely no one else. Oh my heavens, is he still human? Does he intend to crush everyone into oblivion before he is satisfied? Quickly, retrieve the celestial instrument. Record this spectacle for the world to witness. Thus, everyone promptly took out their celestial instruments to capture the event. However, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. When they aimed their devices at the sky, they could not capture the resplendent and vast celestial phenomena. This left everyone perplexed. Ordinarily, that which is visible to the naked eye should also be detectable by the celestial instruments. Yet what was happening now? Before they could ponder further, the celestial display began to slowly fade away. As for what followed, it was the moment of Mr. Li's personal showcase. Initial stage 3, mid-stage 3, final stage 3, boom. Initial stage 4, mid-stage 4, final stage 4, boom. Initial stage 5, mid-stage 6, initial stage 7, mid-stage 7, peak stage 7. Buzz. At last, it came to a halt. Finally, it ceased. At this moment, the Grand Dragon City lay in utter silence, as quiet as death, devoid of any sound. As time passed, how long one cannot say, perhaps a century or merely the blink of an eye, people gradually regained their senses. Some appeared dazed, wearing expressions of bewilderment, scratching their heads in confusion. So Mr. Li, in less than 30 breaths, has ascended from the first stage of the earth level to the pinnacle of the seventh stage. Countless exchanges of glances ensued, initially characterized by blank, stunned head shakes, which soon transformed into nods of disbelief. Even now, they had yet to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing the event, they would never have believed it, and even now, having seen it, it remained difficult to fathom. Let us go. Take a closer look. Someone immediately dashed toward the forbidden ground of the Mo family. Seeing this, others hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit. Even if it meant facing death, they were determined to uncover the truth. They needed to ascertain whether someone had truly reached the seventh stage in a single breath. Meanwhile, within the stone chamber of the forbidden ground, Mo slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging and tumultuous power within him, a faint smile gracing his face. If at this moment he were to battle Sword 13 again, he would not even need to employ the Breaking Heaven sword. A mere twig from the ground would suffice to easily vanquish him. Furthermore, in conjunction with the two forms of Gulwan, it might not be impossible to contend with an ordinary heavenly stage powerhouse. At this moment, he seemed to recall something and retrieve the indestructible body scroll from his storage ring. In truth, he had long been troubled by a question. Could the indestructible body and the Breaking Heaven's 9 swords complement each other, even allowing for a stacking of power? If the strength of the indestructible body were to double and the might of the Breaking Heaven's 9 swords were to also double, what kind of scenario would unfold if their powers were combined? This thought ignited a surge of excitement and anticipation within him, prompting him to immediately commence his practice of the indestructible body. However, What fills him with regret is the realization that despite his attempts at cultivation, he lacks the requisite qualifications. In other words, the power of thunder does not reside within him, and he must first meet certain preconditions to cultivate the indestructible body of Vajra. This revelation brings him a measure of disappointment, yet he remains unperturbed. The relics of the hidden valley will soon be unveiled, and perhaps there, all his challenges will be resolved, allowing him to ultimately attain the indestructible body of Vajra. With these thoughts in mind, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the stone chamber. At the moment the door swung open, he could not help but frown. Before him lay an expanse of forbidden ground, densely packed with a sea of people, their numbers as numerous as the stars in the night sky. In fact, there were even more than the millions who had gathered at the Mo family banquet. These onlookers gazed at him with wide eyes, filled with a terrifying and fervent light. Their jaws seemed to unhinge, opening and closing in stunned amazement. Amongst the crowd, a remarkable young woman could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Might I ask, young Masterly, what is your current level of cultivation?" The nearly 10 million gazes grew even more fervent, as if transforming the space into an eternal daylight. Witnessing the throngs of eager and fervent faces, Mo shook his head and said, "Very well, then let me show you." As he spoke, with a mere blink of his eyes, the heavens and earth trembled, unleashing an overwhelming and terrifying aura that swept across the expanse. In the next instant, his entire being radiated with resplendent spiritual light, enveloped in an ethereal mist reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, causing countless individuals to revere him as a deity kneeling in worship. An elder looked up in awe, exclaiming, "Li San, truly a miracle indeed, Li San. Fortunately, I am older than him, spared from being born in the same era." However, as he spoke, a bitter smile crossed his face. Although he had not been born in the same era, he did share the same generation, and even if he was not directly oppressed by Li San, he would still be overshadowed by his terrifying presence, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. A gifted individual self-deprecatingly laughed. "In the presence of young Master Li, we are but insignificant beings, claiming to be prodigies. How absurd!" The younger generation present all lowered their heads. It cannot be said that they were not exceptional. Rather, it is Li San who is simply too extraordinary. Unable to contain his curiosity, someone ventured to ask Mo, "Might I inquire, how old is young Master Li?" Mo shook his head, admitting he truly did not know. Perhaps 18 or 19. 18 or 19. Everyone murmured with rueful smiles, finding him even younger than they had imagined. Another person asked, "May I ask, young Master Li, when did you begin your cultivation? Have you consumed any divine elixirs?" All awaited in silence. When did he begin his cultivation? Mo pondered for a moment. "It should be around a month ago. As for divine elixirs, I'm not certain." "A month?" Montauk Veen nodded. "If I were to tell you that a month ago I was not even at the mortal level, and now, merely a month later, I have achieved this, would you believe me?" Everyone was taken aback, and then they erupted into hearty laughter. Young Master Li certainly had a knack for humor. Who could achieve such heights in merely a month? Even celestial beings would find it impossible. Ha ha ha! Who could argue otherwise? Perhaps there are those who might reach the earthly realm at the tender age of 20. But to ascend from the mundane to such greatness in just a month is utterly inconceivable. One might even say it has never occurred throughout the ages. Others joined in jesting, declaring, "I'll make this proclamation. If such a person truly exists, I would gladly part with my head to serve as a ball for you all, or even as a chamber pot." The room burst into laughter, the atmosphere delightfully jovial. Clearly, no one took Mo's words seriously. They believed him merely to be light-heartedly jesting. However, a few individuals felt a chill run down their spines as they pondered his statement. At that moment, Mo raised his hand and said, "All right, everyone, disperse now. I shall soon be leaving this place, so do not bear any psychological burdens." "What? Young Master intends to leave Songlong City?" To be honest, the crowd secretly wished for his prompt departure. The current situation had shifted, presenting an opportune moment to alter their fates. Yet, when he truly prepared to leave, they found themselves reluctant to see him go. "Dare I ask where you intend to go, young Master?" Someone could not help but inquire. Montauk Veen smiled lightly. "Montauk Veen, Mo1, it is time to disperse." Reluctantly, the crowd departed, casting lingering glances back, each harboring a sense of regret, however slight. After a considerable time, only Mo1 and Xianxia remained in the vast forbidden grounds. The former asked, What are your plans next? Xianxia chuckled awkwardly. Sir, I have an unrequited sentiment. Imoen took a sip of tea. If I am not mistaken, you wish to stay by my side, correct? Xianxia grinned mischievously. Indeed, truth be told, Imoen was not inclined to have him tag along. However, recalling Xianxia's willingness to sacrifice himself for him before, he reluctantly acquiesced. Nonetheless, your strength is lacking. You should improve before following. Xianxia wore a woeful expression, wishing to grow stronger. But how could he? After all, having just leapt from the Xian stage to the fourth tier of the Earth stage was already a monumental feat. Imoen remained silent, gazing towards the stone chamber with a mysterious smile. A day later, a terrifying aura once again shook the entirety of Songlong City. In the heavens, a celestial sword manifested. It's might astonishing. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, could it be that young Master Li is broken through once more? Fortunately, this time it was not young Master Li, but rather the esteemed Xianxia. To their astonishment, the once-peak fourth-tier Xianxia had ascended to the fifth tier in a single leap. He then continued his ascent without pause, progressing from early fifth tier to late fifth tier, from early sixth tier to mid-sixth tier, from early eighth tier to mid-eighth tier, and finally to the peak of the eighth tier, where he finally came to a halt. The scene left everyone utterly speechless. Yet the two known as Mo Yang and Mo Yuntian were seething with rage. They had invited a great calamity into their midst. Early the next day, the elderly man and the young boy departed on the silver demon flying elephant, heading towards the Xianxia Valley. Before leaving, they generously bestowed upon Mo Yang a sum of 10 million spirit stones and several manuals of earthly tier techniques, demonstrating their benevolence. It seemed as though the news of their departure had been anticipated by all, as throngs of nearly 30 million gathered at the city gates. A vast sea of people reaching for the heavens, there to bid them farewell. Farewell, young Master Li. Please visit us often. You are always welcome. Indeed, young Master Li. You must return. My daughter has been utterly distraught since hearing of your departure, as if her soul had been lost. If you do not come back, I fear her resolve may waver, leading her to act foolishly. Moreover, a young girl, mustering her courage, rushed forth to hand Mo a token before hastily retreating. Her face flushed crimson. Simultaneously, shrill cries from women echoed, eliciting bittersweet smiles from the countless young men present. Yet, there was no malice. All was well deserved by young Master Li. On the silver demon flying elephant, Mo waved his hand, instantly silencing the throng of 30 million. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his long hair danced in an unseen wind, his spirit soaring, and a radiant smile gracing his face. Songlong City, I shall remember you. Should fate allow, I will certainly return. As the mountains may shift, so too shall the waters, until we meet again. A warmth enveloped the hearts of all present, stirring a tinge of melancholy. As they gazed at the receding figures, thousands bowed deeply, hands clasped in respect. Farewell, young Master Li. Farewell, young Master Li. Farewell, young Master Li. The resounding cheers echoed through the heavens, lingering long after. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crowd savored the moment before reluctantly dispersing. As they departed, one individual, attempting to lighten the mood, remarked, young Master Li excels in every regard, yet in one aspect. He cannot surpass me. This caused the crowd to pause, intrigued to learn which aspect he meant. Clad in white robes, with a folding fan gracefully dancing in his hand and long hair flowing, he exuded a charming elegance. A delightful smile graced his lips. Young Master Li may be formidable in all respects, yet in terms of appearance, he pales in comparison to my handsomeness. Ha ha ha. This revelation left the crowd momentarily stunned, before they exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. Finally, they found something in which they could claim superiority over young Master Li. It appeared that fate was equitable. As people received certain gifts, they were also required to sacrifice others. While young Master Li was endowed with extraordinary talent, he was not granted extraordinary looks. Gratitude to the heavens. When young Master Li returns next time, they shall surely have a good-natured laugh at his expense.